Chapter 1. A Tragic Death. In a dimly lit room, the flickering light of a solitary oil lamp cast shadows across the sparsely furnished space, which was devoid of any semblance of comfort. The only noteworthy piece of furniture was a simple table. Yao Ying, frail and pallid, heard footsteps approaching from outside. As she attempted to rise from her bed, her body felt as though it were burdened with lead, rendering her immobile. She had recently discovered her pregnancy and was elated at the prospect of welcoming the long-awaited child. Yet her joy was abruptly shattered when she was drugged and forced to miscarry an act she instinctively knew was orchestrated by Su Wanru. Despite her carefulness, she had been unable to protect her child, and the thought of it brought forth tears that streamed down her cheeks. With a creaking sound, the door to the courtyard swung open. Once vibrant, the yard now lay barren, with most trees stripped of their leaves, reduced to decayed wood, and the surrounding weeds nearly desiccated. Even in the inky darkness of night, the desolation was palpable. "Ingwe, is that you returning?" Yao Ying called weakly, trying once more to rise, but her body remained unyielding. Before she could receive a response, the door was forcefully kicked open as Su Wanru entered. She covered her nose with a handkerchief, disdain evident in her voice. "Ugh, what a foul stench. Truly repulsive." A smug smile spread across her face as she beheld Yao Ying lying in bed. She turned to her servants and commanded, "Seize her and drag her to the ground." "You!" Yao Ying barely uttered a sound before she was tightly bound and unceremoniously thrown to the floor. "Yao Ying, tonight marks the date I have chosen for your demise." Su Wanru glared down at Yao Ying, whose limbs were restrained, her gaze venomous. "If I cannot have Ying Heng's love, neither shall you. He will not come for you tonight, so relinquish all hope." Yao Ying, with a detached expression, cast a glance at Su Wanru before lowering her head, biting her lip in silence. Su Wanru could not bear Yao Ying's indifferent demeanor. It was this very face that kept Ying Heng's affections lingering. In a fit of rage, she raised her hand and struck Yao Ying across the face. The sound of the slap echoed starkly in the stillness of the night. Instantly, a red mark appeared on Yao Ying's fair cheek, a drop of blood escaping the corner of her mouth, stark against her porcelain skin. As she spat blood, a flicker of emotion crossed her otherwise impassive eyes. She looked up at the haughty Su Wanru, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she gently pierced Su Wanru's heart with her words. "Su Wanru, how pitiful you are employing every means yet failing to win Ying Heng's love." Fury ignited within Su Wanru. How dare she utter such words? What right did she possess? She was Ying Heng's rightful wife. Yao Ying was nothing. Consumed by jealousy, she seized a nearby dagger and viciously slashed at Yao Ying's face, each stroke driven by her rage. As she finished, Su Wanru threw her head back in maniacal laughter, the sinister sound reverberating throughout the room. Yao Ying's once exquisite beauty was marred by gruesome gashes, blood gushing forth. The flickering candlelight illuminated her bloodied visage, rendering her unrecognizable. Overwhelmed by pain, Yao Ying remained silent, tears mingling with blood as they flowed down her cheeks. With a face smeared in crimson, she fixed Su Wanru with a gaze filled with hatred. "Su Wanru, you will face retribution. Even in death, I will not spare you." In the dimly lit room, Yao Ying's bloodied face bore witness to her unwavering spirit, her eyes piercing through the darkness, instilling fear in Su Wanru, who stumbled backward. In a panic, Su Wanru shouted, Someone, gouge out this wretched woman's eyes." Quickly, several servants restrained Yao Ying as Su Wanru's nurse, Granny Su, stepped forward. Her aged face was lined with wrinkles as she gripped Yao Ying's chin, her gaze malevolent as she brandished a knife towards Yao Ying's eyes. Yao Ying cried out in pain, "Ah!" as one eye was brutally extracted and dropped to the floor. The excruciating agony resumed as her other eye was similarly removed, blood pouring from the empty socket. Witnessing this, Su Wanru stepped forward, placing her foot upon the severed eye and crushing it beneath her heel with a sickening squelch. Yao Ying, overwhelmed by pain, fainted, her body collapsing onto the cold ground. Su Wanru, momentarily satisfied, erupted into laughter, her cruel cackles echoing through the silent night. The servants dared not breathe a word, fearful of inciting Su Wanru's wrath. Yao Ying's maid had long been dismissed, leaving her utterly alone. Finally satisfied, Su Wanru turned her gaze to Granny Su, her lips parting slightly as she uttered her malicious command. "Granny, set this house ablaze." With that, she stifled a laugh and cast a cold glance at the unconscious Yao Ying before departing without a backward glance. The servants produced pre-prepared barrels of oil, dousing the premises before tossing in a lit match, igniting the flames that swiftly spread. Yao Ying awoke, choking on the thick smoke. Blinded and besieged by the acrid stench, she could only hear the crackling of the fire consuming everything around her. Outside, Yin Yu's voice pierced through the chaos as she called urgently, "Miss. Miss, are you inside?" Hearing the frantic voice of her loyal maid, Yao Ying replied desperately, "Yingyue, flee, never return. Forget about me." Yingyue, in tears, protested, "Miss. Miss, are you there? What is happening? Do not be afraid. I will come to save you." As she attempted to rush inside, Yao Ying, fearful for her safety, shouted, "Yingyue, Yingyue, I command you not to enter. Listen to me. If you come in and I perish, I will never forgive you. Go now." Resigned to her fate, Yao Ying sat motionless on the ground, closing her eyes in despair as tears mingled with blood streamed down her face. As if seeking release from her suffering, she slowly collapsed, consumed by hopelessness and hatred, engulfed by the flames, leaving no trace behind. Ying Hung did not arrive until her final breath. He professed his love for her, yet his heart remained tethered to the throne. He claimed to need the support of the Su family's influence, unable to confront Su Wanru, thus allowing her to torment Yao Ying in her last moments. Clarity dawned upon her mother had been right. Ying Hung was indeed unworthy. In her final thoughts, she yearned for the end, wishing that in another life she would never cross paths with him. Outside, Yingyue trembled at her mistress' words, collapsing to the ground as she stared at the house engulfed in flames, tears streaming down her face. Seated on the ground, she pressed her hands tightly against her mouth, biting down on her teeth to suppress her cries, her face a canvas of sorrow. Watching the inferno rage, she felt a surge of indignation. Her gentle and kind mistress had met such an unjust fate. Why should they live in comfort while her mistress suffered? She cursed them to an ill fate. Determined to honor her mistress' dying wish to live, she resolved to survive. Rising to her feet, she wiped her tears and, seizing the moment, slipped away from the estate. The flames grew fiercer, lighting up the entire prince's residence, burning through the night until nothing remained. An hour later, Su Wanru feigned a delayed awakening, listening to the servants report the situation and pretended to send someone to extinguish the fire. Unfortunately, the blaze had grown too fierce. The servants toiled throughout the night, only ceasing their efforts as dawn barely broke. It was not until the following day that Ying Hung returned, only to learn that Yao Ying's residence had suffered from water damage, preventing her escape, leading to her tragic demise in the flames, leaving no traces of her remains. At that moment, he found himself unable to maintain his composure, his body seemingly unable to withstand the crushing blow, teetering on the brink of collapse. No amount of remorse could alter the circumstances, and he even dreaded uncovering the truth behind her death, as he still required the support of Su Xiang to ascend power. He was acutely aware of the underlying mysteries, yet felt powerless to act, unable even to reproach Su Wanru for her inadequate response to the fire, all while feigning concern. For her, for the sake of his ambitions, he could only endure. The Empress Dowager is truly stunning, captivating both the Emperor and Empress in a contest for affection. Author, Nan Gui. Synopsis, source title, Rejecting the Prince. She turns to the Emperor's embrace as a favored concubine. Also known as, the Empress Dowager is truly stunning, captivating both the Emperor and Empress. Start date, March 15th, 2023. Tags, Palace Intrigue, Ancient Romance, Rebirth, Pampering, Sweet Affection, Princess, Revenge on Scoundrels, Young Lady, Slap in the Face, Past and Present. Protagonist, Yao Ying. Online readers, 10, 889. Summary, Yao Ying saves a mysterious man, unexpectedly discovering that he is none other than the crown prince, Ying Hung. After being awakened, Ying Hung falls deeply in love with Yao Ying, showering her with tender affection until he wins her heart. He then approaches the Yao family, seeking to marry her as his principal wife. Despite her mother's disapproval, Yao Ying resolutely decides to wed him. However, just before their marriage, he takes the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Wanru, as his legitimate wife. He professes, Ying, I am compelled. I married her solely at my mother's behest. My heart belongs only to you. Enamored by love, she agrees to become his secondary concubine. Once inside the household, Su Wanru continuously undermines and schemes against her. Yet he reassures her, Ying, bear with her for my sake. I need Su's support. Tragically, her devoted maid is murdered by Su Wanru, and he dismisses it. She is merely a maid. Endure this for a little longer, and I shall vindicate you once I seize power. Time and again, she tolerates for his sake, until despair consumes her. Ultimately, she suffers a miscarriage and is burned alive by Su Wanru, perishing in the flames with a heart full of resentment. Perhaps fate intervenes, granting her a second chance, as she is reborn a day before his proposal. If he desires to ascend to the highest throne, she shall defy his wishes. She outright rejects him and promptly enters the selection for the palace, seeking refuge in the emperor's embrace as one of his concubines. She initially believes she must navigate the treacherous waters of the harem, but to her astonishment, the emperor develops feelings for her, elevating her to the position of favored concubine. Not only that, but even the empress shows her considerable favor. One day, utterly exhausted, she falls asleep, only to hear the emperor softly whispering in her ear. Copyright information. The digital rights to this book are provided and authorized for publication by Tomato Novel. Chapter 1. A gruesome demise in the somber obscurity of the chamber. A solitary oil lamp cast a feeble illumination, revealing a stark and sparsely furnished interior, its austerity punctuated only by a table of passable quality. Hearing footsteps approaching, Yao Ying attempted to rise from the bed, her constitution enfeebled, her countenance bearing the pallor of illness. She had recently discovered her pregnancy, a source of profound joy, as she had long yearned for a child. Alas, her elation was ephemeral, as she was soon subjected to a forced miscarriage orchestrated by the machinations of Su Wanru. Despite her precautions, she had failed to safeguard her unborn child, a realization that prompted a cascade of tears. With a grating creak, the courtyard gate was thrust open. The once vibrant courtyard now lay desolate, its trees denuded, reduced to decaying timber, and its verdant foliage withered into a parched, yellowish hue. Even in the tenebrous night, the courtyard's desolation was palpable. Ying, is that you? Yao Ying uttered weakly, endeavoring to rise, but her body felt as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Her struggles proving futile. Before a response could be elicited, the door was forcibly kicked open. Su Wanru entered, wrinkling her nose and exclaiming with disdain, "Pa!" One odious stench, utterly repulsive. She cast a triumphant smile upon Yao Ying, who lay prostrate on the bed, and directed her servants, "Seize her, bind her, and cast her to the floor." "You!" Yao Ying managed to utter before she was unceremoniously bound and cast upon the cold ground. "Yao Ying, tonight marks the expiration date I have selected for you." Su Wanru hissed, her gaze fixed upon the incapacitated Yao Ying, her eyes radiating venom. "If I cannot secure Ying Hung and Appo's love, neither shall you. He shall not arrive this night, so relinquish all hope." Lying on the ground, her limbs restrained, Yao Ying regarded Su Wanru with a detached expression before lowering her gaze, biting her lip, and maintaining a stoic silence. Su Wanru found her composure infuriating, for it was that very face that ensnared Ying Hung and Appo's affections. As if to assuage her ire, she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to Yao Ying and Appo's cheek. In the still of the night, the sound resonated with particular force. A crimson welt materialized upon Yao Ying's alabaster skin, and a solitary droplet of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, an unsettling contrast against her delicate features. Spitting out the blood, Yao Ying's impassive eyes flickered with emotion. Raising her head, she cast a mocking smile at the haughty Su Wanru and, in the gentlest of tones, struck at the very core of Su Wanru and Appo's being. "Su Wanru, you are truly pitiable, resorting to such measures yet failing to win Ying Hung and Appo's love. Su Wanru was consumed by rage upon hearing these words. How dare she utter such pronouncements? What right did she have? She was Ying Heng's rightful wife. Yao Ying was nothing. Unable to bear the sight of Yao Ying, she sought to deface her visage. In a frenzy, she seized a nearby dagger and viciously slashed at Yao Ying's face, venting her fury with each incision. Once her depraved work was complete, Su Wanru threw her head back and unleashed a cacophony of sinister laughter, filling the chamber. Yao Ying and Appo's face was now a canvas of blood, her once exquisite beauty marred beyond recognition, replaced by a grotesque tapestry of scars. The flickering candlelight cast an eerie glow upon her bloodied face, rendering her unrecognizable. Yao Ying was rendered speechless by the agony, tears coursing down her face. Despite the torment, she refused to beg for mercy. Raising her blood-soaked face, her eyes burning with hatred, she fixed her gaze upon Su Wanru and declared, Su Wanru, retribution shall befall you. I shall haunt you for eternity. In the dimly lit room, Yao Ying's bloodied visage, with only her eyes intact, stared intently, resembling a vengeful specter from the depths of hell, causing Su Wanru to recoil in terror. In a fit of pique, Su Wanru retreated several steps and bellowed, Guards! Guards! Gouge out this harlot's eyes! Hurry, hurry! Several servants forcibly restrained Yao Ying as the old nanny, Su, stepped forward, her wrinkled face contorted in a grimace. She pinched Yao Ying's chin and, with a malevolent glint in her eyes, raised a knife and plunged it into Yao Ying's eye. Yao Ying cried out in agony as one of her eyes was plucked out and rolled onto the floor. Then, a fresh wave of excruciating pain washed over her as her other eye was gouged out, blood gushing from the empty sockets. Su Wanru approached, placed her foot upon one of the eyeballs, and with a look of savage satisfaction, crushed it beneath her heel. Yao Ying succumbed to the pain and collapsed onto the cold floor. Only then did Su Wanru's anger abate, and she erupted in laughter. The maids and servants dared not utter a word, lest they incur Su Wanru's wrath. Yao Ying's maid had been dismissed, leaving her utterly alone. Finally satisfied, Su Wanru turned to Su and whispered, Burn the house down, Nanny. With a sinister smile, she glanced at the unconscious Yao Ying and silently vowed, Wretch, try to contend with me, and you shall perish. Then, wiping her hands, she departed without a backward glance. The servants retrieved the prepared oil barrels and doused the house, then tossed in a fire starter. The flames erupted instantly. Yao Ying was roused by the acrid smoke. Blinded, she smelled the smoke and heard the crackling of the fire. Outside, Ingwe called out, Miss, are you in there? Yao Ying cried, Ingwe, leave, never return. Save yourself. Ingwe cried, Miss, where are you? Don't be afraid. I and Appo's, LL save you. Yao Ying shouted, Ingwe, I command you to stay away. If you enter, I will never forgive you. Go. With no will to live, she sat motionless, closing her eyes, tears and blood streaming down her face. She collapsed, dying in despair, consumed by the flames. Ying Heng never came. He said he loved her, but he loved power more. He said he needed the Su family support and could not offend Su Wanru, even if it meant letting her abuse Yao Ying. In her last moments, she realized her mother was right. Ying Heng was not a good match. She wished she had never met him. Outside, Ingwe collapsed, watching the flames engulf the house. She clenched her mouth, tears streaming down her face. She cursed their cruelty. Yao Ying wanted her to live, so she would live for her, but she would have her revenge. She rose, wiped her tears, and left the mansion unnoticed. The flames grew ever more fierce, soaring towards the heavens, illuminating the entire residence of the Grand Prince. The inferno raged throughout the night, consuming everything in its path. After the passage of an hour, Su Wanru feigned a slow awakening, listening to the servants' reports and pretentiously ordering them to extinguish the fire. Alas, the blaze was too intense. The servants toiled throughout the night, only ceasing their efforts as dawn broke. It was not until the following day that Ying Heng returned, only to learn that the residents of Yao Ying had succumbed to the deluge, and she had perished in the flames, leaving no trace of her remains. At that moment, he could no longer stand. His body seemed unable to bear the weight of the tragedy, swaying precariously. All the regret in his heart was of no avail. He even dared not uncover the truth behind her demise, for he still required the support of Su Xiang to ascend to the throne. He was well aware that there were hidden machinations at play, yet he found himself powerless to act, unable even to reproach Su Wanru for her inadequate response to the fire, while maintaining a facade of concern for her. For the sake of his ambitions, he could only endure. Chapter 2: Rebirth. After her demise, Yao Ying transformed into a wisp of soul, drifting through the air as she observed Yu leaving the residence under the cover of night. A sense of relief washed over her as she followed closely behind. She witnessed Yu return to the Yao residence, tears streaming down her face as she disclosed to their parents the tragic news of her being burned alive. Upon hearing this, their mother was rendered speechless, engulfed in overwhelming sorrow. In a rush of emotion, she fainted and subsequently languished in despair, ultimately succumbing to her grief. Their father remained silent for an extended period, seated alone in his study throughout the night, emerging only the following morning. Yao Ying noticed the presence of silver strands among his hair, a sign of his sorrowful burden. Her elder brother, upon learning of her death, hurried back overnight, his steed galloping furiously. Yet, in a moment of unbearable grief, he lost focus and fell from his horse, resulting in a broken leg that rendered him unable to stand ever again. Her half-sister, Yao Rui, upon hearing of Yao Ying and Appo's demise, exhibited a glimmer of disbelief. She could not fathom that her sister had perished so abruptly, her heart filled with doubt. Contrary to the expectation that her half-sister would rejoice at the news, Yao Ying instead discerned a profound sadness etched on her face. In time, Yao Ying observed her half-sister cunningly maneuvering herself into a position as a concubine to Ying Hong, secretly investigating the truth behind her death. To her astonishment, Yao Rui unearthed the clues and ultimately revealed the truth. In a moment of stealth, she administered poison to Su Wanru, achieving vengeance for her sister. Whispering softly, she declared, "Sister, I have avenged you. This winter is so cold. I imagine you must be chilly below as well. I shall join you shortly." A solitary tear slipped from her eye as she retrieved the poison she had prepared in advance, swallowing it without hesitation. A sense of satisfaction coursing through her as she succumbed to the icy grip of that frigid winter night. The snow fell relentlessly throughout the night. Yao Ying trailed closely behind Yao Rui, witnessing her sister poison Su Wanru before preparing to take her own life. Anxious, Yao Ying attempted to intervene, but her ethereal form passed through her sister and Appo's. She yearned to cry out, "Stop!" But Yao Rui remained oblivious, and before the word could escape her lips, she saw her sister swallow the poison. In anguish, she wailed no, yet could only watch in despair as Yao Rui collapsed, her body growing cold. Kneeling before her sister, with tear-filled eyes, she gently caressed her icy face, lying beside her and softly calling, "Sister." Outside, the snow swirled, and Yao Ying thought how frigid this winter was, chilling her very soul. With a heavy heart, a crystalline tear fell from her eye. She gently closed her eyes, her consciousness fading. In that moment of haziness, she reflected on how all her misfortunes began with her marriage to Ying Hong, wishing for a future where she would remain unacquainted with him, desiring only the safety and well-being of her family. Suddenly, she felt a weight pressing down on her, her limbs immobilized as if ensnared by a nightmare, her eyelids feeling unbearably heavy. Miss, please awaken," called her devoted maid, Bai Yu, in a frantic tone. As she heard Bai Yu's long-awaited voice, Yao Ying slowly opened her eyes to find her maid and Appo's pure and unblemished gaze before her. Observing Bai Yu and Appo's presence, she momentarily paused in disbelief. Had she not been killed by Su Wanru? Yet here she was, alive and real. Yao Ying reached out, grasping Bai Yu's hand. Feeling its warmth, this was indeed the living Bai Yu. Overwhelmed with joy, she wept uncontrollably. Bai Yu, upon seeing her mistress awake, sat bewildered on the bed, tears streaming from Yao Ying and Appo's eyes. Curiosity and urgency filled Bai Yu and Appo's heart as she asked, "Miss, what troubles you? Why are you suddenly in tears? Is something amiss? Please tell me, and I shall fetch a doctor for you." Wiping her eyes with delicate hands, Yao Ying gazed at Bai Yu with a smile. Bai Yu, I am perfectly well. Do not worry. I am merely overjoyed. Bai Yu, not pondering further on her mistress's words, approached with a handkerchief to dab at Yao Ying and Appo's eyes and wiped the sweat from her brow. Once she had finished, Yao Ying softly inquired, Bai Yu, what year is it now? What day is today? Miss, are you not mistaken? It is currently the 10th year of Jing Tai, and today is the 15th of March. Being replied, styling Galith. Observing her mistress's puzzled expression, she reached out to touch Yao Ying's forehead, noting she had no fever. How strange, she thought, assuming her mistress was simply dazed from sleep. The 10th year of Jing Tai. It was indeed the year she turned 15, the 15th of March. A wave of astonishment washed over her. Wasn't tomorrow the day Ying Heng would come to her father to seek her hand in marriage? She had truly been reborn, returned to the days before her ill-fated marriage to him. Fortune had smiled upon her. In this lifetime, she would never marry him. All her misfortunes had begun when she entered his household. Su Wanro. In this life, she would be her sworn enemy. All that they owed her in the past, she would reclaim in this lifetime. Feeling sticky from sweating in her dreams, she called for Bai Yu to prepare water for her bath. After bathing, she gazed at her flawless reflection in the bronze mirror, touching her face to anchor her sense of reality. Once Bai Yu had adorned her with makeup and styled her hair into a simple celestial updo. She praised her mistress's beauty, exclaiming that she resembled a celestial being, ethereal and otherworldly. Dressed in a delicate water blue silk gown, Yao Ying lifted the curtain, stepping out gracefully. Her skin glistened like jade, and a faint smile graced her pale, oval face. Beneath her elegantly arched brows were eyes as clear as water, complemented by her high nose and slightly parted crimson lips. Bai Yu, where hasn't you gone? Why has she not shown herself for such a long time? Yao Ying questioned, a hint of perplexity in her expression. Having awakened for quite a while, she found it unusual that Ying Yu, who typically clung to her like a shadow, was nowhere to be found. Regret washed over her as she recalled how they had accompanied her to the Grand Prince and Appo's residence, only to endure a short-lived period of happiness. Miss, do you not remember? Just yesterday, you expressed a desire for pastries from the green cake shop on East Street. She hurried out early this morning to procure them for you, Bai Yu replied, her voice brimming with warmth. As they conversed, a burst of laughter echoed from outside, followed by lively footsteps. Miss, I am back. The sound of pitter-pattering grew closer, and soon, a round, cherubic face peeked through the door. Ying Yu entered, her hands concealed behind her back, exclaiming cheerfully, Miss, guess what delightful treasure I have brought back for you. Chapter 3 Reunion. Upon seeing the lively Ying Wei, Yao Ying felt tears welling in her eyes. During her time in the Prince and Appo's residence, Ying Wei had endured suffering alongside her, and her vivacious spirit had gradually succumbed to silence. A stark contrast to her former exuberance at the Yao estate. The once innocent and spirited girl had been tempered into a reticent shadow of her former self. Yao Ying felt a profound ache in her heart as she witnessed this transformation, lamenting her past cowardice, vowing never to be so weak again in this lifetime. Now, encountering the spirited Ying Wei once more, her eyes reddened, yet she managed to suppress the urge to weep. Ying Wei, noticing her miss's prolonged silence, wore a complex expression that was difficult to decipher, part joy, part sorrow, with her own eyes glistening as if she were on the brink of tears. Misinterpreting her miss's demeanor, the innocent Ying Wei presumed she had upset her by leaving without informing her, and she hurriedly inquired, Miss, what troubles you? Why are your eyes so red? Are you angry with me? Please don't be upset. It is all my fault. Seeing Ying Yue's self-reproachful and anxious demeanor, Yao Ying quickly concealed her emotions and, with a warm smile, reassured her, Look at how worried you are, Ying Wei. I am perfectly fine. I merely got some sand in my eyes when I opened the door. Trusting her words, Ying Wei brightened up, saying, Miss, you do know how to frighten me. Please don't scare me like that again. Observing this exchange, Yue turned to glance at her miss, her perceptive nature allowing her to sense something amiss. She remained silent, carefully observing Yao Ying's actions. Yao Ying, seeing Ying Yue's eager inquiry, decided to divert the conversation. What delightful surprise have you brought me, Ying Wei? You seem so mysteriously excited. With the topic shifted, Ingwe beamed and presented the pastry she had brought back, exclaiming, "Miss, look, I have brought you the delicacies you expressed a desire for last night." She eagerly opened the box, revealing exquisitely crafted crystal cakes infused with rose essence, adorned with delicate pink rose petals that tempted one to take a bite. Yao Ying, captivated by Ingwe and Amp, Appo's eager gaze, delicately picked one up with her slender hand. She slowly parted her soft lips and took a gentle bite, savoring the taste with a leisurely chew. Watching her miss indulge, Ingwe swallowed hard, her anticipation palpable. "Miss, how is it? Is it delicious?" The sight of Ingwe's lively enthusiasm stirred something within Yao Ying, as if the barriers surrounding her heart were beginning to crumble. She exchanged glances with Biu, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she spoke in a tender tone that Ingwe longed to hear. "Delicious. You two can share the rest. I cannot consume so much." With that, she pushed the box toward Ingwe, her expression filled with warmth as she gestured for them to take some. Ingwe, a true Epicurean at heart, wasted no time in grabbing a piece and hastily popped it into her mouth. The crystal cake melted on her tongue, the sweet rose flavor enveloping her senses. But before she could fully appreciate it, she swallowed. Biu, more restrained, took a small bite, relishing the flavor. Yao Ying watched them with a smile in her eyes, enjoying their happiness, unable to look away for fear that this moment might dissipate like a dream upon waking. Noticing the gaze upon her, Biu looked up to find Yao Ying watching them with an expression of contentment, as if she could not get enough of the sight. Unbeknownst to Biu, Yao Ying harbored hidden thoughts, but she chose not to pry, focusing solely on ensuring her miss was well cared for. Ingwe, blissfully unaware of her miss's inner turmoil, continued to sing praises about the deliciousness of the treat. In her moment of distraction, Yao Ying inadvertently got a smudge of cake on the corner of her mouth. With a delicate handkerchief, she gently wiped away the residue, much to Ingwe's astonishment. Ingwe's eyes widened as she witnessed this intimate action, and she quickly exclaimed, "Miss, how can you do that for me? Such tasks are for me to handle. You mustn't Appo's to do this." Although Ingwe was often careless, she understood that her miss's gesture was not proper conduct. She would never allow her miss to perform such a task. With a playful smile, she quickly wiped her mouth with her sleeve, unable to contain her joy. Biu, sensing something unsaid, glanced at Yao Ying, who was tenderly watching them, hesitating to voice her thoughts. Ultimately, she decided against it, rationalizing that as long as her miss was happy, nothing else mattered. At that moment, the bond between Yao Ying and her two maids was harmonious and warm. Yet from a distance, their scene appeared out of place. Just as laughter filled the air, a servant approached, interrupting their blissful moment. "Miss, the master requests your presence immediately." The servant's announcement abruptly shattered the tranquility, and Yao Ying's laughter ceased. An inexplicable unease gripped her heart at the summons, and she replied to the servant that she would be there shortly. Rising, she returned to her chamber to arrange her appearance before heading out. With Biu at her side, she left Ingwe in the courtyard. Yao Ying walked gracefully, her demeanor poised, while Biu closely followed, unwaveringly loyal. They passed through the water pavilion, traversed the garden, and made their way through the courtyard until they reached the main hall. Yao Ying carefully ascended the steps, her movements elegant as she entered the hall, where her father, Yao Shicheng, was already seated. She approached him, offering a slight bow. "Greetings, father. I hope you are well. May I inquire why you have summoned me?" Chapter 4 Interrogation upon the arrival of his daughter. Father Yao lifted his gaze. His gentle and refined countenance revealed no trace of joy, but rather a hint of melancholy nestled between his brows. Yao Shicheng, at the age of 35, held the esteemed position of Deputy Minister of Rights, having achieved the remarkable distinction of being the top scholar at the age of 18. Though his talents were undeniable, he lacked the acumen for management. His life had been characterized by humility and diligence, and reaching this position was already an impressive feat. However, advancing further seemed an arduous task. That afternoon, after attending to important matters, he strolled along the path and overheard several young palace attendants gossiping about the crown prince's interest in his daughter, stating that a marriage proposal was imminent. He was taken aback by the unexpected nature of this news, feeling a sudden jolt in his heart, yet devoid of any joy. The absurdity of the situation struck him. Even with the most accommodating temperament, such news would unsettle anyone. The crown prince was not a suitable match, and he had no intention of marrying his daughter into the royal family. Had this news reached other esteemed families, they would likely have been overjoyed, but he, despite his usual composure, could not suppress his displeasure as he returned home with a furrowed brow. Upon arriving, he commanded that his daughter be summoned. His daughter had always been obedient and sensible, never causing trouble, and as she matured into a captivating young woman, she rarely ventured out. He found it perplexing how the crown prince could have come to know her. Lost in thought, he was soon brought back to reality by the entrance of Yao Ying. As she approached, he gestured for her to take a seat. After much contemplation, Yao Ying inquired, "Ying and Appos, do you know the crown prince?" Yao Ying, seated before her father, felt her heart race at the unexpected question. How could her father possibly know of her connection to the crown prince? Lowering her gaze, she pondered her response carefully before articulating, "Father, I am not well acquainted with the crown prince. I merely assisted him once during a visit to Baiyun Temple." Since her rebirth, Yao Ying had no desire to entangle herself with Ying Hong again. She had no intention of marrying him, for he was a consummate hypocrite. He had charmed her with sweet words of love while subjecting her to torment. The irony was not lost on her. With these thoughts, a cold smile crossed her lips, filled with resentment. And then there was Su Wanru. She hoped these two would be locked away for eternity. She would not allow them to live in peace. Quickly regaining her composure, she masked her emotions, ensuring her father remained unaware of her inner turmoil. Yao Ying, upon hearing his daughter and Appos' response, furrowed his brow in surprise. He had not anticipated such a connection. He had assumed the palace attendants were merely gossiping. This revelation made him consider that the whispers he had heard might hold a grain of truth. Yao Ying was not the type to sacrifice his daughter and Appos' happiness for the sake of power. Her well-being was paramount. After several moments of contemplation, he chose to remain silent, gesturing for Yao Ying to return. Yao Ying, puzzled by her father's sudden inquiry, left the hall, her mind in disarray. As she walked towards the garden, her thoughts were so scattered that she nearly collided with a pillar at the corner of the corridor. Fortunately, the attentive Biyue, closely following her, called out, "Miss, be careful." Startled, Yao Ying regained her senses and turned to see Biyue's anxious expression. She exhaled softly, reassuring, "It's nothing, don't worry." Preferring to linger in the garden rather than return home immediately, she settled in a pavilion to gather her thoughts. Tomorrow, Ying Hong would come to propose to her father for her hand in marriage, and she needed to devise a strategy to refuse him gracefully. In her previous life, she had been easily swayed by his charm, only to find that before her marriage, the palace had decreed Su Wanru as the crown prince's consort, relegating her to the role of a secondary wife. Receiving the imperial edict had struck her like a thunderbolt, and she had no desire to marry him. Alas, she could not defy the imperial command. Ying Hong had promised her that he loved her and would ensure she would never suffer. Yet she had foolishly believed his empty words. Reflecting on it now, she felt as if she had been utterly gullible. In her past life, her father had never inquired whether she knew Ying Hong. This time, she wondered what had prompted his question. However, he remained reticent, leaving her without the opportunity to probe further. She was uncertain whether Ying Hong ascended to the throne after her death. Despite his claims of love, he had never sought to uncover the truth behind her demise, ultimately leaving it to her half-sister, Yao Rui, to exact vengeance on her behalf. Ying Hong was a complete hypocrite. She had believed her half-sister to be her adversary, yet Yao Rui was willing to sacrifice herself for revenge in this lifetime. She would not allow anyone to easily bully her. In her previous existence, Yao Ying had been indifferent, avoiding conflict for Ying Hong's sake, but this time, she would not be so passive. Ying Hong and Su Wanru just wait and see. In the delightful embrace of March, the garden bloomed vibrantly with flowers in a riot of colors, basking in the warm afternoon sun. Yao Ying gazed at the blossoms, their delicate beauty evoking a desire to pluck and crush them, much like the torment she had endured while imprisoned in the crown prince's residence, gradually wilting under pressure. Although it was the most splendid time of day, she felt a chill creep over her, and as this realization dawned, a fleeting glimmer of hatred flickered in her eyes. Biyue, standing nearby, observed her mistress intently, puzzled by the expression that had crossed Yao Ying's face. Ever since awakening from her nap, Yao Ying seemed burdened by unspoken thoughts. Although she smiled, a veil of melancholy obscured her features, making them hard to decipher. Shaking off her own musings, Biyue resolved to focus solely on Yao Ying and Appo's happiness. At that moment, a butterfly alighted upon Yao Ying and Appo's shoulder. Biyue, filled with delight, exclaimed, "Miss, look, even the butterfly is drawn to you." Yao Ying tilted her head to glance at the butterfly, lost in thought. After observing it for a moment, she gently blew at it, watching as it took flight. With a hint of sarcasm, she murmured, "It doesn't truly favor me. It has simply flown away." Biyue took her words lightly, attributing them to her whims. Noticing traces of pollen left by the butterfly on Yao Ying's shoulder, she prepared to wipe it away gently. However, as she reached out, her hand inadvertently brushed against Yao Ying and Appo's and she was startled by how icy her mistress and Appo's hand felt. Assuming Yao Ying was cold, Biyue glanced at the clear sky, the sun shining brightly. With a hint of concern, she asked, "Miss, why are your hands so cold? Are you feeling chilly? I can fetch a shawl for you." "Biyue, I'm not cold. I will return shortly. There is no need for fuss," Yao Ying replied, rising slowly after a brief pause. Before departing the pavilion, she gazed skyward, the sunlight piercing her eyes painfully, prompting her to shield them with her hand. Seeing the sunlight once more filled her with a profound sense of gratitude. Perhaps the heavens had deemed it necessary to grant her a second chance at life, allowing her to truly live again, Yao Ying mused. A single tear, crystalline and transparent, slipped from her eye. She lowered her hand, ostensibly brushing away the tear, as though nothing had transpired, taking delicate steps towards her courtyard. Chapter 5. The Search for Mother. In the early hours of the night, Yao Ying slept fitfully, haunted by visions of her past life's final moments, where she was mercilessly tormented by Su Wanru and burned alive in a raging fire. She struggled, drenched in sweat, recalling how Yingwei recklessly rushed into the flames to save her, prompting her to scream in desperation. "Yingwei, no!" This sudden fright jolted her awake, gasping for air. Biyue, in a drowsy state, thought she heard her mistress call out Yingwei's name and immediately sprang into action, hastily dressing and rushing to her mistress and Appo's door. "Miss, are you awake?" she ventured softly. Yao Ying, still trembling and soaked in perspiration with her hair clinging to her pale face, managed to respond after catching her breath. "Biyue, please come in." Upon hearing her response, Biyue gently pushed the door open and entered. The creaking of the door echoed in the stillness of the night. Lighting a lamp, Biyue made her way to Yao Ying and Appo's bedside. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Yao Ying's pallid face, accentuating her delicate and fragile beauty. "Miss, are you all right?" Biyue asked, her heart racing at the sight of her mistress's ashen complexion and sweaty form. "Did you have a nightmare?" "I'm fine, just a nightmare that startled me awake. Please fetch me a basin of warm water. I wish to cleanse myself," Yao Ying replied softly as her heart settled. Biyue nodded eagerly, quickly fetching a basin of warm water and returning. After wetting a cloth and wringing it out, she gently wiped Yao Ying's forehead, repeating the process until she moved on to her body, her eyes glimmering with concern. Once finished, Biyue softly urged, "All done, Mississippi. You should lie down quickly, lest you catch a chill." Just as Biyue turned to leave with the basin, Yao Ying suddenly grasped her hand, her eyes reflecting lingering fear. With a gentle smile, she implored, "Biyue, please don't go." "Miss, I want to leave. I'll just pour out the water and return to keep you company," Biyue reassured, casting a comforting glance at her mistress before quietly exiting. She moved with utmost care, afraid to disturb Yao Ying's fragile state. Soon after tidying up, Biyue returned to the room, covered her mistress with a blanket, and softly comforted her. "Miss, I'll sleep on the low couch beside you. Call me if you need anything. Don't be afraid." Yao Ying nodded, feeling a sense of relief as she closed her eyes. Meanwhile, the carefree Yingwei was blissfully unaware, lost in sweet dreams. After Yao Ying finally drifted into a peaceful slumber, she awoke to the bright light of day. Bai assisted her with washing and dressing. And after breakfast, Yao Ying made her way to her mother's courtyard. Madame Yao cherished tranquility. Her residence was located in a sunlit area to the south, boasting excellent light. It was the splendid season of spring, and she enjoyed tending to flowers and plants. The courtyard was a vibrant tapestry of blooming flowers, lush and full of life. There were few servants in the courtyard, but upon Yao Ying's arrival, a maid hurried inside to announce her presence. Madame Yao, engrossed in tending to a peony, paused to wipe her hands with a handkerchief offered by a nearby maid. With graceful poise, she entered the main hall. As Yao Ying stepped through the door, she was met with the familiar visage of her mother, and after many years, it felt as though they had been separated by an eternity. Her mother, still untroubled by her presence, gazed at her with warmth, causing Yao Ying's heart to ache with emotion, momentarily rendering her speechless. Lost in thought, she continued to stare at her mother until the latter gently called out, "Ying." It was then that Yao Ying regained her composure, smiling softly and, with a hint of excitement, replied, "Mother." Unable to contain herself, she rushed into her mother's embrace, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Madame Yao, feeling her daughter collapse into her arms, wrapped her in a comforting embrace. Tenderly stroking Yao Ying's back, her gaze filled with maternal love. Once Yao Ying's emotions calmed, she withdrew from her mother's arms, a single tear glistening at the corner of her eye, a picture of poignant beauty. Seeing her daughter in such a state, Madame Yao gently wiped away the tear with her handkerchief and softly asked, "What troubles my dear Ying? Have you been wronged?" Now composed, Yao Ying, not wishing to cause her mother worry, chuckled lightly, "Mother, you jest. There's nothing wrong. I simply missed you, and seeing you again filled me with joy. Please don't tease me." Her words elicited a soft laugh from Madame Yao, and Yao Ying, encouraged by her mother's laughter, too smiled brightly, feeling as though the burdens of the world had vanished. This time, she vowed to reclaim her true self, unperturbed by the opinions of others. Glancing outside at the flourishing peonies, their vibrant blooms standing out in the garden, she felt a sense of clarity and joy. Madame Yao led her to the table, where they shared whispers and laughter, painting a scene of warmth and harmony. Just as the mother and daughter were engrossed in conversation, a servant arrived with news. "Madam, Miss, the master has informed that the crown prince and Appo's envoy has arrived at the estate, and he requests you and the miss to prepare for their warm welcome." Yao Ying's heart skipped a beat, sensing that the moment she anticipated had finally arrived, and she felt a surprising calm wash over her. Madame Yao responded lightly, "Understood. You may leave now." What could the crown prince want at our estate? She pondered, recalling that her husband had little interaction with the crown prince. As her mind wandered, she shook off her thoughts and smiled warmly at her daughter, instructing, "Ying, please wait a moment while I freshen up." Yao Ying replied, "All right," as Madame Yao retreated to a side room to change into a more formal attire, summoning a maid to style her hair appropriately. Once ready, she emerged, adorned in an elegant deep red embroidered gown, embellished with intricate floral patterns outlined in gold, exuding grace and poise. Yao Ying, seeing her mother prepared, stood to greet her, ready to accompany her to the main hall for the gathering. She herself had not adorned herself extravagantly, merely applying a light touch of makeup and allowing Bai to fashion her hair into a simple bun, secured with a jade hairpin. In this understated elegance, she radiated a celestial beauty, clad in a pale blue silk skirt intricately embroidered, her fair hands adorned with a gold-threaded jade bracelet, a delicate yellow tassel cinching her waist, and her feet clad in embroidered boots. Upon closer inspection, she was a vision of ethereal grace, untouched by artifice. Seeing nothing amiss in her daughter's appearance, Madame Yao did not suggest a change. "Let's go," she said softly. Yao Ying followed her mother as they exited the courtyard, heading toward the main hall. Chapter 6. The refusal of marriage. Yao Ying followed her mother at a leisurely pace, taking a TS worth of time to arrive at the main hall, where Lord Yao was already seated, awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing the mother and daughter enter together, he spoke before they could utter a word. "Please, take a seat." After Lady Yao sat down, Her mind preoccupied with thoughts, she inquired, "My lord, is there a matter of importance from the palace?" Lord Yao harbored a vague suspicion about the reason for their visit, but he refrained from voicing his thoughts, opting instead to reassure his wife. "Do not fret, my dear. We shall speak once the crown prince arrives." Yao Ying, seated below, observed her parents whispering to one another. She was well aware of the purpose behind Ying Heng's visit, yet she chose to feign ignorance, appearing unperturbed. After a while, Ying Heng finally made his entrance. Upon hearing the servant announce the arrival of the crown prince at the main hall and oppose his entrance, Lord Yao rose to greet him. Lady Yao and Yao Ying also stood and moved outside to await his arrival. A tall, strikingly handsome man with a gentle demeanor entered first, followed closely by several attendants. From a distance, Yao Ying spotted Ying Heng. Though he was only 16 and appeared somewhat youthful, he retained his characteristically mild and harmless charm. At that moment, she felt a wave of misfortune wash over her. However, she could not show any sign of discontent and, alongside her mother, rose to greet him. Lord Yao was the first to speak. "This humble official greets the crown prince. I apologize for the lack of formal welcome." Yao Shicheng cupped his hands in respect and greeted Ying Heng accordingly. Ying Heng waved his hand dismissively, replying casually, "Lord Yao, please rise. There is no need for such formalities." Lady Yao and Yao Ying approached to offer their respects. "We are honored to meet His Highness." Upon noticing Yao Ying, Ying Heng felt a surge of delight, though he masked it, politely signaling to Lady Yao that formalities were unnecessary, before taking his seat at the head of the table. Attentive servants promptly served the prepared tea and delicacies, then quietly withdrew. The three of them settled down. Lord Yao initiated the conversation. "Might I inquire what brings your highness to our residence?" As Ying Heng contemplated marrying the woman he admired, excitement bubbled within him. He had never once entertained the thought of Yao Ying refusing him. After she had unexpectedly saved him, he was smitten the moment he awoke, and he immediately pursued her. Yao Ying was indeed a rare beauty, and he had never heard of anyone in the capital possessing such exquisite charm. Her modesty kept her out of the public eye, leading to few being aware of her beauty. Otherwise, word would have spread long ago. The moment he opened his eyes after being rescued, he thought he had encountered a celestial being, believing himself to have been saved by a fairy. Only upon regaining consciousness did he realize such a beauty existed in the capital, and he was instantly captivated, devising ways to draw closer to her. He believed he had already won her heart, interpreting her recent expressions as mere shyness. Today, he had come to discuss marrying her with Lord Yao. Confident of a smooth outcome, he had previously dispatched a servant to subtly convey his intentions regarding Yao Ying to prepare Lord Yao psychologically. Ying Heng wasted no time and stated directly, with a hint of royal authority, "Lord Yao, I have taken a great liking to your daughter, Miss Yao Ying, and wish to take her as my consort. I hope for your consent." Upon hearing this, Lord Yao's heart skipped a beat. The crown prince had indeed come for this matter. He steeled himself, contemplating how best to respond. He had no intention of marrying his daughter into the royal family. Believing Yao Ying's temperament unsuitable for the prince and Appo's court, Lady Yao, startled by the crown prince and Appo's direct proposal, felt a surge of panic. She could not allow her daughter to enter the prince's court. The rivalries and hidden dangers among princes were fraught with peril, and she feared for her daughter and Appo's safety should she marry into such a family. Though anxious, she concealed her distress, not allowing the crown prince to perceive their discontent, signaling to Lord Yao instead. Meanwhile, Yao Ying remained composed, appearing indifferent as she sat quietly, though internally she was in turmoil. Had she known what kind of person he was, she would have ignored him when he was injured and unconscious, avoiding any entanglement. She regretted her previous act of kindness that had led to this troublesome situation, yet she realized she had already saved him in this lifetime. It was an unfortunate predicament. As they had not yet wed, the tragedies of the past had yet to unfold. There was still time to refuse the marriage. As long as she did not marry him, everything would be negotiable. Ying Heng occasionally glanced in her direction, but she feigned ignorance. After deliberating for a moment, Lord Yao finally donned a smile and cautiously replied, I am grateful for your highness's admiration for my daughter. Such an honor befits her. He paused as if pondering, then continued. However, as this concerns my daughter, her consent is imperative. Lady Yao, fearing the prince and Appo's displeasure, hastily added, Your Highness, my daughter's humble status may not be worthy of your attention. You are a remarkable prince, deserving of a more suitable match. While her words suggested modesty, in her heart, she believed her daughter deserved the finest match possible. Hearing their responses, Ying Hong felt a flicker of irritation. He had not anticipated such ungratefulness from them. He wished to marry their daughter, and they should have been overjoyed. However, he understood that despite his royal status, his approach needed to be respectful. Maintaining a cheerful demeanor, he addressed them. Since you both hold such sentiments, we should ask Miss Yao for her opinion, as she is present. Lord Yao hesitated briefly before responding. This, at that moment, Bai Yu, standing behind Yao Ying, felt a pang of anxiety for her mistress, fearing any misstep might provoke the crown prince and Appo's ire. Helpless, she could only fret. Finally, it was Yao Ying and Appo's turn to speak. Showing no signs of tension, she gazed at Ying Hong, and before her father could finish, her delicate lips parted. I am honored by your regard for me, Your Highness. However, I have no desire to marry into the royal family. I hope you will forgive me and not take offense. Her tone was gentle as she delivered her refusal. Continuing, I am aware of my lowly status and believe I am unworthy of Your Highness. Surely, you have better options? Upon hearing Yao Ying's words, Ying Hong's expression shifted, a barely concealed anger flickering across his face. He stared intently at her, realizing she had indeed refused him. This was unlike her usual demeanor, and he could not fathom why she would turn him down. Suppressing his displeasure, he replied, Miss Yao, I implore you to reconsider. My intentions are sincere. Turning to Lord Yao, he added, I shall return in a few days. Without waiting for a response, he stood to leave, pausing beside Yao Ying to lean closer, whispering in a tone only she could hear, Ying, I will not give up. Just wait. Chapter 7. After Ying Hong departed, Yao Rui remained perplexed, unable to fathom what had gone awry that led to Ying and Appo's rejection. He had presumed the outcome was nearly certain. Moreover, Ying had previously expressed her willingness. Thus, her unusual behavior today left him baffled. He dared not inquire directly in front of Yao's parents, instead resolving to seek her out privately another day to clarify matters. He was unwilling to let her slip away without a fight. His gentle demeanor nearly faltered as he strode away from the Yao residence, his expression darkening, and he remained silent throughout the journey. The young eunuch trailing behind him dared not utter a word, fearful of inciting the prince and Appo's ire. Once the crown prince departed, Yao and Appo's father felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful for the temporary reprieve. Although the crown prince typically exuded warmth and approachability, the pressure of his displeasure was not something most could withstand. It was clear that this matter was far from resolved. Yao and Appo's mother finally allowed her forced smile to fade, having maintained it for far too long, afraid to reveal a hint of dissatisfaction. While many spoke of the crown prince and Appo's gentility, the current situation contradicted that notion. After contemplating for a while, she turned to her daughter and asked, Please tell your mother the truth. Do you truly wish to marry the crown prince? How could Yao Ying ever entertain such a notion? The idea was absurd. Even in death, she would not consider marrying him. Soon, the emperor would decree a marriage to Su Xiang's daughter, Su Wanru, yet she could not divulge this to her parents. Seeing her daughter hesitate to respond, Yao and Appo's mother assumed it was due to indecision, suspecting that Yao Ying harbored feelings for the crown prince. Just as she was about to press further, Yao Ying spoke up. Mother, I have no interest in the crown prince. I do not wish to marry him. That is good, Yao's mother replied repeatedly. I feared you were contemplating the matter. You have always been strong-willed, and others find it difficult to sway you. Yao's father remained silent, absorbing the conversation with a tight-lipped, grave expression. This issue would not be easily resolved, and judging by the crown prince and Appo's demeanor, he was unlikely to relent. "This situation seems troublesome," he finally said. "The crown prince appears amiable, yet he is not so easily dealt with. What are we to do, my lord?" Yao and Amp, Appo's mother queried anxiously. "Let's not rush, my dear. First, we shall see if there are any suitable suitors in the capital for Ying and Amp, Appo's, to consider." How could Yao and Amp, Appo's mother not be anxious? Offending the crown prince would surely bring trouble upon them. She regretted not arranging a marriage for her daughter earlier, leaving them in this predicament. She needed to choose wisely, as she did not wish to see her daughter unhappy, making the task all the more challenging. Yao Ying observed her parents and Appo's furrowed brows, unwilling to burden them further. She had devised a plan, but could not yet disclose it to prevent adding to their worries. "Do not fret, father and mother. The princess has sent an invitation for a flower appreciation banquet tomorrow. I will take my sister along," she reassured them, diverting the topic. Upon hearing this, Yao and Appo's mother recalled the invitation she had received, nearly forgotten in the chaos of the day. However, such events were typically favored by young ladies. Having matured, she had little interest in social gatherings. "I will not attend, Ying and Appo's. Do keep an eye on your younger sister. She is still quite young, and I trust you will ensure she does not cause any trouble." Yao Ying nodded in agreement. After lunch, she rested for a moment. Biyue had other matters to attend to and sent Yingwei to accompany Yao Rui to her courtyard. As for Yao Rui, her concubine had once been a maid in the household. One fateful night, after her father had indulged in drink, he mistakenly took her for his wife, resulting in Yao Rui and Appo's unexpected birth. Yao Ying recalled how her mother had been troubled for a long time after that incident, refusing to speak to their father until Yao Rui and Appo's birth eventually softened her heart. The maid was then elevated to the status of a concubine, as their mother could not bear to see a child grow up without maternal love, so she took Yao Rui under her wing. Fortunately, Su, the concubine, had remained compliant since then, harboring no ill intentions, dedicating her days to Yao Rui. Time passed swiftly, and Yao Rui had grown from a tender infant into a blossoming young lady, her beauty flourishing. Yao Ying remembered her childhood fondness for her sister. Coming from a family with few members, besides their mother, their father had not taken another wife. Before Su, only she and her brother existed. Their mother had not conceived again after giving birth to Yao Ying. Their father cherished their mother and had no desire for another, ensuring a harmonious family life. Although Yao Rui and Appo's arrival had been unexpected, Yao Ying had been too young to understand, reveling instead in the joy of having a sister. As a child, she had often pestered her mother to visit Yao Rui, and perhaps noticing her delight, their mother had suppressed her sorrow and reconciled with their father. She had shown care towards Yao Rui, never neglecting or mistreating her, ensuring that her needs were met. However, their father had rarely visited Su and Appo's quarters since the incident, avoiding Yao Rui out of fear that her presence would remind him of his indiscretions. In Yao Rui's hopeful gaze, he always responded with coldness. As Yao Hui matured, she gradually ceased to expect their father's affection. Yao Ying, now older, reflected on why Yao Rui had often gazed at her with envy for the love and attention she received from their father. Yao Rui's behavior of opposing her instead masked her own feelings of inadequacy, leading Yao Ying to mistakenly believe her sister disliked her. In truth, Yao Rui harbored no ill will, vowing to protect her sister from enduring a similar fate in this lifetime. In her heart, Yao Ying silently wished for her family's well-being. Lost in thought, she continued walking until she reached Yao Rui's courtyard. The maid below spotted her approach and hurried inside to announce, Second miss. The eldest sister has come." Shichuan, the maid, joyfully reported the news. Yao Rui, engrossed in her embroidery, was feeling restless and tempted to abandon her task for a moment and Appo's reprieve when she heard Shichuan exclaim that her sister had arrived. Elated, she dropped her embroidery and hurried to the door. Yet, as she reached the entrance, she paused, her expression shifting as she turned to Yao Ying with a frown. "What brings you here, sister?" she asked with an unfriendly tone, then averted her gaze, stealing glances at Yao Ying with an air of awkwardness. Yao Ying, accustomed to her sister's demeanor, could not help but chuckle at Yao Rui's childlike awkwardness. How had she never realized just how endearing her sister truly was? Sister, why do you mock me? Yao Rui, perceiving Yao Ying and Appo's laughter before she could speak, assumed she was the subject of ridicule, her small face betraying her displeasure. Sister, I find you delightful and could not suppress my laughter. I assure you, I mean no mockery, Yao Ying replied, gently ruffling Yao Rui and Appo's hair. Caught off guard, Yao Rui froze, her fair complexion flushing as she stared blankly at Yao Ying, an adorable shade of shyness creeping on her face. Sister, how dare you sneak up on me? Yao Rui thought indignantly. Chapter 8. The banquet, what are you thinking, little silly? My sister is actually shy. The teasing laughter from Yao Ying, her elder sister, echoed above Yao Rui and Amp, Appo's head. Yao Ying and Amp, Appo's voice was gentle and melodious, filling Yao Rui and Amp, Appo's heart with joy. Yet her face betrayed none of these feelings, sporting a haughty expression as she retorted, Not at all, sister, you're just talking nonsense. Observing her adorable demeanor, Yao Ying realized how utterly endearing her sister was. How could she have ever thought that Yao Rui disliked her? It was evident now that she harbored affection but was reluctant to show it. With a tender gaze fixed upon Yao Rui, Yao Ying seemed unable to look away, stealing glances until Yao Rui and Appo's cheeks flushed crimson, prompting a soft chuckle from her sister. Little did she know that such a charming sister had married into the Ying Hung family, lying in wait for so long to exact revenge, only to ultimately take her own life. A wave of sorrow washed over Yao Ying, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She forcefully suppressed her emotions and lowered her voice, saying, Yes, yes, whatever you say, dear sister. Yao Rui, hearing the nasal tone in her sister and Appo's voice, felt a flicker of confusion. Just as she was about to look up, Yao Ying gently pulled her to a nearby bench to sit down. She dismissed the thought, convinced she must have misheard. How could her sister possibly be crying in front of her? Once Yao Ying had composed herself, she began discussing the banquet schedule for the following day. Tomorrow the princess and Appo's residence is hosting a flower viewing banquet, and I have received the invitation. Be sure to dress up nicely. I will take you with me. She admired Yao Rui and Appo's youthful beauty, noticing the hints of grace beginning to emerge on her still cherubic face. Yao Rui and Appo's baby fat had yet to fade, and her round, adorable face with its big, sparkling eyes was simply irresistible. Suddenly, it dawned on Yao Rui that her sister wished to take her to the princess and Appo's residence for the flower viewing. Perhaps her sister was afraid to attend the banquet alone, as she had not seen Yao and go to any gatherings recently. Convinced that her sister and Appo's invitation stemmed from fear, Yao Rui decided to generously accompany her. Curiously, she inquired, Sister, are you afraid to go alone? That's all right. I will accompany you. As she spoke, she patted her chest, her gaze fixed on Yao Ying with determination. Once she realized her expression was too earnest, she quickly adopted a fiercer demeanor, pouting her little lips in mock anger. This only served to amuse Yao Ying further, who chuckled, Rui and Appo's. How can you be so adorable? Sister, you and Appo's, remocking me again? If you keep laughing, I want to accompany you tomorrow, Yao Rui retorted, glaring at her sister with faux fury. It was all in jest, for she longed to escape the confines of the house, where she was perpetually monitored by her aunt while being forced to embroider, a task that bored her to tears, especially with the watchful eyes of the maid, Chun Yu, ready to report her slightest act of laziness to their aunt. The prospect of a day out brought her joy, and her youthful excitement was unmistakable. She thought she was concealing her emotions well, but unbeknownst to her, Yao Ying had already discerned her true feelings. Rather than expose her sister and Appo's secret, Yao Ying played along. I understand, I wouldn't and Appo's. Dare to mock you. What would I do if you decided not to accompany me? With that, Yao Rui felt reassured. After some playful banter, Yao Ying, satisfied that her sister was in good spirits, took her leave. The flower viewing banquet was set for the morning, and after Yao Ying had prepared herself and enjoyed breakfast, she waited for Yao Rui in the courtyard. Today, she wore a stunning dress of apricot-colored silk layered with delicate gauze, complemented by an outer garment of golden embroidery. Her hair was styled in a lily bun adorned with a jade flower hairpin, and she wore exquisite Chilean jade earrings, her complexion radiant with a touch of blush, and her lips painted with a rosy hue. A jade bracelet graced her wrist. When Yao Rui arrived, she was greeted by this breathtaking sight, and no matter how many times she saw her sister, she was always awestruck. Yao Rui wore a lovely pink satin dress embroidered with subtle orchid patterns, the color lending her a youthful vibrancy. She hurried over, torn between laughter and maintaining a serious facade, and declared, "Sister, I kept you waiting. Let us go." Her tone conveyed an eagerness to leave. Yao Ying, feeling playful, chose to remain silent for a moment, which only heightened Yao Rui and Appo's urgency. "Sister, let us hurry," she exclaimed, reaching out to grasp Yao Ying and Appo's hand, seemingly ready to dash out. Seeing her sister and Appo's impatience, Yao Ying could no longer tease and stood up. Taking Yao Rui and Appo's hand as they exited together, Yao Rui thought to herself, "Sister is being mischievous," but her face radiated joy. She was finally able to step out in the open. After Yao Ying had accepted the proposal from Hong, she had not attended any banquets and was curious about the atmosphere at such gatherings. Hand in hand, they climbed into the carriage, with Baiyu and several maids following in another. After a short while, they arrived at the entrance of the princess and Appo's residence. Baiyu softly called out, Second Miss, we have arrived at the princess's residence." Yao Ying then prepared to alight from the carriage. Baiyu placed a small stool on the ground to assist her, and Yao Rui waited eagerly behind, ready to step down as soon as her sister did. Yao Ying extended her hand to help, startling Yao Rui with her thoughtfulness. She adored her sister, finding her hands soft and comforting. No one knew that Yao Rui held a deep affection for her sister, marred only by jealousy over their father and Appo's favoritism. In this conflicting emotional state, she masked her affection with a stern demeanor. Yet, as she stood beside Yao Ying, her resolve began to crumble. After descending from the carriage, she softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, sister." Yao Ying adjusted her dress and smoothed out the wrinkles on Yao Rui and Appo's outfit before turning to enter the residence. Inside, they were led directly into the flower hall, where several young ladies had already gathered, all adorned in vibrant and eye-catching attire. Upon Yao Ying and Appo's arrival, the crowd reacted with mixed expressions, some intrigued, others displeased. Although Yao Ying was not dressed in the most flamboyant manner, her presence still drew the eye, making her the center of attention. "Who is this lovely sister? She is simply enchanting, even making her elder sister envious," remarked a voice from within the crowd, belonging to Princess Ying Yin of the Gongwang residence. Dressed in a striking red silk gown, she exuded both charm and a hint of boldness. Fond of beautiful women, she couldn't and Appo's help but tease upon encountering such extraordinary beauty. Meanwhile, Su Wanru, standing among the guests, noticed Yao Ying and Appo's arrival and felt overshadowed. With a hint of irritation, she remarked, "She seems somewhat unfamiliar. I don't recall seeing her around before." Chapter 9. Confrontation. Though Su Wanru is the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister, her beauty is rather unremarkable, possessing a demure charm that lacks grandeur. The young ladies around her have grown accustomed to flattering her. Each one is astute enough to praise her appearance in public, while likely disparaging her behind her back. Leveraging her father's esteemed position, she has often bullied others, and her already modest visage appears even more petty when she speaks, revealing her sharp tongue. Beside her, a companion eagerly echoed her sentiments. "Indeed, who is this young lady? I find her face quite unfamiliar. Has she not attended any of our previous gatherings? How fortuitous that she graces us with her presence at the Grand Princess and Appo's banquet today. Perhaps she looks down upon our affairs." Lady Chenruhua, the second daughter of Minister Chun from the Honglu Temple, remarked with a sneer. Her words were unmistakably aimed at Yao Ying, and it was evident to all present. Yao Rui, noticing the tension, tugged at Yao Ying and Appo's sleeve. Though she was young, she recognized that someone was trying to corner her sister. Anxiously, she considered intervening, but quickly realized her own insignificance. Yao Ying turned to soothe her, signaling for her to remain calm. Just as she prepared to respond, Princess Yingyan interjected, deftly defusing the situation. What are you all chattering about? A person may go wherever they please without needing your permission. Do you require them to report to you? With that, she cast a sidelong glance at those who had spoken. The group dared not provoke Princess Yingyan further and fell silent. However, Su Wanru was unafraid, her gaze unwavering as she retorted, "What an absurdity! We were merely expressing curiosity, yet you seem to take offense. Misu, Emiest, the capital is vast. It is hardly strange for one to be unfamiliar with others," Yao Ying replied, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "It is indeed a pleasure to meet you, Miss Su," as the rumors suggest. She chose not to elaborate further, for everyone knew how petty Su Wanru could be. While outwardly composed, Yao Ying's hands, concealed within her sleeves, clenched tightly, her nails nearly digging into her flesh, a necessary restraint against her simmering resentment. She longed to slap Su Wanru fiercely, yet she held back, knowing that time would offer her ample opportunities for retribution. Su Wanru, incensed by Yao Ying's words, struggled to maintain her composure, nearly losing her smile. She almost blurted out an insult, but her companion, the second Miss Su, intervened, shaking her head in a gesture of calmness. It dawned on Su Wanru that she was in the Grand Princess's residence and could not afford to be overly brazen. Her mother had cautioned her before leaving that she must not exhibit any ill temper, for should she offend the Grand Princess, her father would certainly reprimand her. Although her father dotes on her, his wrath would be unbearable, so she resolved to endure for the time being. Suppressing her fierce expression, Su Wanru brushed aside Miss Su's hand and coldly remarked, "I merely spoke a few words. You are quite the silver-tongued one." Yao Ying responded to Su Wanru with a smile that held deeper meaning, one that seemed to evoke a sense of dread in Su Wanru. Confused, she shook her head, glancing away, and convinced herself that she had misinterpreted the expression. Just then, the Grand Princess arrived. She was the sister of the reigning emperor, nearing 35, yet remarkably well-preserved, her visage devoid of wrinkles, appearing as youthful as a woman in her 20s. What a lively gathering! Why has the chatter ceased? Am I truly so intimidating? She inquired, tilting her head towards Granny Gao. How could the princess be frightening? She is the most amiable of individuals, Granny Gao replied. The crowd, now aware, collectively bowed, greeting the Grand Princess. We pay our respects to the Grand Princess. Enough of that, rise. I noticed you were all enjoying a delightful conversation. Pray, share it with me. The Grand Princess said languidly. The assembly exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. The Grand Princess commanded great respect from the Emperor, and they feared that a misstep might incur her displeasure. An awkward silence enveloped the garden, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Your Highness, we were merely praising the splendid blooms in your garden, vibrant and colorful, a sight that lifts the spirits. Yao Ying spoke up, her demeanor bright and unafraid. Despite it being her first encounter with the Grand Princess, she found her to be rather approachable. Indeed, Aunt, we were just discussing how beautiful the flowers are. Yingyan chimed in eagerly. Your flowers are truly unparalleled in the capital, Su Wanru added, striving to curry favor. The crowd soon followed suit, showering compliments upon the Grand Princess's garden. Noticing that Yao Ying had spoken first, the Grand Princess regarded her, captivated by her enchanting beauty, reminiscent of a delicate peach blossom. Very well, enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave for now, the Grand Princess declared, as the sun climbed higher in the sky, her attendants swiftly providing an umbrella to shield her from the sun as she departed. Once she had walked away, the crowd collectively exhaled, momentarily forgetting the earlier tension involving Yao Ying. Su Wanru, unable to press the issue further, cast a resentful glance at Yao Ying before relinquishing her ire. Now, unburdened, Yao Rui could hardly contain her excitement. The Grand Princess's residence was grand and resplendent, overwhelming her senses. She expressed her desire to explore, informing Yao Ying before taking her maid, Wan Yu, to wander about. Yao Ying, sensing the opportunity to relax after being confined by Aunt Sue and Appo's lessons in embroidery, decided to accompany her. Together, they strolled to a corridor by the lake, and upon growing weary, they sat down to rest. Suddenly, Ying Hung appeared on the corridor, accompanied by his devoted servant, Duo Fu. Clad in a moonlight white brocade robe, he radiated an air of refined elegance, reminiscent of a noble gentleman. Yet Yao Ying knew better. Beneath that polished exterior lay a heart that could be quite cruel. While she remained seated, she chose to observe him, curious about what he would say. Aware that Yao Ying would attend the flower banquet, Ying Hung had come to the residence in search of her, and upon finding her alone, he approached with a gentle demeanor. Ying, how delightful it is to see you. I am truly pleased, he murmured, affecting an air of sincerity. How thoughtful of you to remember, Yao Ying thought derisively, feigning politeness. Shall we speak over there? He suggested, indicating a nearby pavilion by the lake, a secluded spot ideal for conversation. Yao Ying raised an eyebrow, considering the tranquility of the location. She acquiesced and followed Ying Hung, while Bai Yu and Duo Fu waited outside the pavilion. Upon entering, Ying Hung could not help but speak first. Ying, why do you refuse me? Your Highness, such words are misplaced. This matter is surely your unilateral decision, is it not? I doubt your mother would approve of you marrying me as your primary consort. Yao Ying replied with a gentle smile, her words striking a nerve. Ying, if only you would agree, I will handle matters with my mother, he insisted earnestly. You need only wait to become my bride. His mother wished for him to marry the Prime Minister's daughter, Su Wanru, yet he felt no affection for her and had no desire to wed her. Indeed, dealing with the maternal figure is quite challenging, yet at this moment, he genuinely wishes to take Ying as his wife. After contemplating for a while, his expression shifted through various emotions, ultimately revealing a hint of determination. Yao Ying observed his countenance, watching his performance, and responded dismissively, Your Highness, I have no intentions towards you. My act of saving you was merely a momentary act of kindness. Who would stand idly by in the face of peril? How could this be? Ying Hang's heart raced. How could she harbor no feelings for him? It was evident that she had not felt this way before. He reminisced about their previous conversations filled with joy, where she occasionally displayed shyness, and he found it impossible to believe she was indifferent. But before he could articulate his thoughts, he was interrupted by Yao Ying. Your Highness, please do not defy your mother for my sake. She feigned a gentle demeanor, as if to offer him quiet comfort, for she was not yet prepared to sever their ties. The time was not right. Her words led Ying Hung to suspect that perhaps his mother had learned of their interactions and warned Yao Ying, causing her to act in such a manner. Yao Ying, keenly observing his expression, continued, Your Highness, I will not marry you. You should leave. Her declaration struck a nerve, igniting a surge of emotion within Ying Hung. In a moment of desperation, he grasped her shoulders firmly, shaking her as he implored, How can you say such a thing? I refuse to accept it. Do not think I will let go. Ying Hung, usually gentle in demeanor, could no longer maintain his composure. His expression contorted into one of a more ferocious nature, and his grip unconsciously tightened further. Yao Ying winced in pain, gasping, Let go. Despite her struggles, she found herself unable to overpower him, and they were momentarily locked in a stalemate. Unbeknownst to them, from a distant pavilion perched high above, someone was watching their exchange intently. Chapter 10. An encounter upon hearing that his elder sister, Princess Yinghua, had organized a flower-viewing banquet. The emperor decided to venture out incognito to observe the event. He did so without alarming anyone. Currently, aside from the princess, no one was aware of his presence at her residence. Initially, he was engaged in light conversation with his sister in a pavilion atop a rocky hill when he noticed his usually gentle and courteous eldest son accompanying a young girl to the pavilion at the center of the lake. From a distance, he could not see them clearly, but discerned that the girl was exceptionally beautiful, though beauty was common among the palace's consorts. He paid little heed, as he typically refrained from involving himself in such matters. merely glancing before returning to his conversation with Inghua. However, his position allowed him an unobstructed view of the two, and he could not help but occasionally catch sight of them. At first, the pair appeared to be in jovial conversation, but soon he observed that Inghung was forcibly holding onto the young girl. Despite her apparent struggle, she seemed unable to break free. Frowning at this display, the emperor felt a twinge of concern for her predicament. Although he was well aware of Inghung and Appo's facade of gentility in his presence, it was disconcerting to witness this more aggressive side of him. The girl's expression, one of displeasure as she attempted to escape his grip, stirred within him an instinctive urge to intervene. Noticing his gaze, Inghua followed his line of sight, realizing the identity of the girl and acknowledging Inghung's uncharacteristic behavior as somewhat unbecoming. The Long Princess, observing the scene below, spoke up, yielding to his inner thoughts. The emperor cast a glance at Wang Dequan, signaling him to address the situation. Wang Dequan, a shrewd individual who had served the emperor for 25 years since the emperor was but a child, understood the unspoken command in the emperor and Appo's expression. He discreetly whispered to the young eunuch, Lu, who quietly withdrew to carry out the task, before returning to attend to the emperor. The Long Princess, noticing the movement of those surrounding the emperor, felt a flicker of surprise, though she masked it well. Casting a glance at the emperor, who was intermittently looking down, she recognized his understanding of the situation. With a hint of mischief, Inghua suggested, Your Majesty, Prince Weiyang appears somewhat fatigued. Perhaps you might continue your stroll while I take my leave. The emperor nodded, and she bowed respectfully before departing with her attendants. Once Inghua had left, the emperor closed his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Inghung was interrogating Yao Ying, who, realizing she could not escape his grasp, was contemplating her next move when a voice from outside interrupted. Your Highness, Eunuch requests an audience with you on behalf of the emperor. Reluctantly, Inghung released Yao Ying and donned a more amiable expression, as he could not afford to show any disrespect to his father's attendants. He greeted Lu with a bow, who returned the gesture, informing him that the emperor wished to see him at the residence. Upon hearing this, Inghung was taken aback to learn that his father was present. Suppressing his initial thoughts, he followed Lu, casting a brief, silent message to Yao Ying. Wait for me. With his departure, Yao Ying sighed in relief, surprised by how difficult Inghung had been, something she had not noticed before. As for his request for her to wait, she dismissed it entirely. After he left, she decided not to linger and began wandering the expansive grounds of the princess's residence with Baiyu. Enchanted by the picturesque scenery, she found herself in a grove of peach blossoms, captivated by the beauty before her, momentarily immobilized. As she approached a pavilion nestled among the blossoms, intending to sit and admire the view, she was startled to discover someone already seated inside. Caught in an awkward position, one foot poised to step up while the other hesitated, she found herself at a loss. The young man seated at the table, engrossed in a book, noticed her presence and turned his gaze toward her, revealing a look of mild surprise. Yet he did not deter her from entering, returning his attention to his reading. Yao Ying, feeling conflicted about whether to retreat, observed that he seemed indifferent to her presence. The scenery was simply too captivating to abandon. Having returned to life with a more spirited disposition, she resolved to embrace spontaneity this time around, choosing to act on her whims. Gathering her courage, she stepped forward. While Baiyu quietly cautioned, Miss Yu, Yao Ying swiftly silenced her with a gesture, indicating for her to remain quiet. Approaching the young man, she spoke softly. Sir, I offer my respects. I merely wish to sit here and admire the view, and I assure you, I shall not intrude upon your reading. Her voice was laced with gentleness, as she feared disturbing the scholar. He regarded her with a subtle nod, but remained silent. Yao Ying felt reassured, though Baiyu remained tense, sensing an aura of authority emanating from the young man, making her hesitant to meet his gaze. Thus she stood outside the pavilion, guarding her mistress. Yao Ying endeavored to disregard the young man opposite her. However, his striking presence and demeanor made it nearly impossible. Clad in a moon-white silk robe, cinched with a long white ribbon, adorned with an exquisite jade pendant, he sat poised at the table, deeply engrossed in his book, seemingly unaffected by the world around him. The expanse of the peach orchard served as a perfect backdrop, accentuating his finely chiseled profile. With a jawline so defined it invoked an instinctual desire to reach out and touch it. He exuded an air of refined tranquility, yet radiated an undeniable charisma. Encountering such an extraordinary individual for the first time, Yao Ying noted he appeared to be in his 20s, significantly older than herself, and she dared not act imprudently. Realizing she had been subtly scrutinizing him, he set his book aside, revealing long, elegant fingers, the veins on the back of his hand discernible against his fair skin. He turned his gaze toward her, prompting Yao Ying to feel as though she had been caught in the act. In an attempt to mask her embarrassment, she flashed a smile at him. "May I inquire what you find so captivating about me?" he asked, a hint of intrigue in his tone. "Forgive me, sir. It was merely your remarkable presence that compelled me to look a little longer. Should I have offended you, I implore your forgiveness," Yao Ying responded earnestly. The young man's features were strikingly flawless, with sharp brows and bright eyes, a noble nose, and a visage that could only be described as jade-like. His features strikingly handsome and refined, exuding a sense of maturity and gravitas. Under his gaze, Yao Ying felt her cheeks flush, and, as a gentle breeze swept through, the petals of the peach blossoms danced around her, enhancing her delicate beauty. The young man, observing her reaction, chuckled softly. "No need for concern. You may continue to admire." With that, he returned to his reading, seemingly unaffected by her presence. Yao Ying, unable to continue staring at him unabashedly, turned her attention to the swirling peach blossoms outside, allowing the tranquil atmosphere to settle her heart. Suddenly, a young maid rushed in and whispered hurriedly into Baiyu and Amp, Appo's, his ear. After a brief exchange, Baiyu leaned closer and softly said, "Miss, something has happened." Upon hearing this, Yao Ying instantly rose from her seat, her expression shifting from gentle to one tinged with anger as she replied, "I'm already aware." She then addressed the gentleman across from her, saying, "Sir, I apologize for the interruption. I must take my leave now." Without waiting for his response, she hurriedly departed the peach blossom forest with Baiyu. The gentleman listened to her words, and, as her footsteps faded into the distance, he raised his head, casting a contemplative glance in the direction Yao Ying had taken, before gesturing for someone to approach. Chapter 11. Dispute. Yao Ying, seemingly dissatisfied with the pace, urged the young maid in front of her, "Please be quicker." The maid, Chun Tao, also felt anxious. Having received the princess's order to find Miss Yao Ying, she hurried her steps, fearing she would be reprimanded for returning late. As the princess passed by from a distance, she noticed Miss Yao seemingly surrounded by several individuals. Although she intended to approach and investigate, she was summoned by the Grand Princess and could not delay. So she sent someone to inform Miss Yao. Yao Ying, disregarding her poise, hastened to catch up, moving so swiftly that Baiyu behind her struggled to keep up. After a short while, they finally arrived at the location where Yao Rui was situated. She expressed her gratitude to Chun Tao and rushed forward to assess Yao Rui's condition. Yao Rui had a slight red mark on the left side of her face, with traces of tears still glistening. Upon seeing her sister arrive, she could no longer hold back and collapsed into Yao Ying's embrace, weeping. The moment Yao Rui spotted her sister, the weight of her grievances peaked. She was about to voice her distress about being bullied, but hesitated, fearing it would trouble her sister. The individuals facing them appeared formidable, exuding an air of superiority, and Yao Rui feared retaliation if she spoke out. Thus, she could only cry silently in her sister's arms, which further tugged at Yao Ying's heartstrings. After comforting Yao Rui, Yao Ying finally lifted her gaze to confront the unsavory group before them, among which stood Su Wanro, a persistent adversary. They regarded Yao Ying with a condescending demeanor, as if viewing her as nothing more than an insect disdainfully fixated on her. The woman clad in purple sneered, "Oh, you've brought a helper, have you? Do you think that will save you? Hurry and apologize to Miss Su." Another, dressed in pink, glared venomously at Yao Ying, her jealousy evident as she resented Yao Ying's superior beauty. She even attempted to step forward and slap Yao Ying. Just as the hand was about to reach Yao Ying, she seized it firmly, rendering Feng Hui's hand immobile. Yao Ying leaned in closer, her tone icy as she remarked, "Miss Feng, I advise you to reconsider. Before you act, think carefully." Pausing to gauge their reactions, she continued, "This is the Grand Princess and Appo's residence, not a place where any stray can run rampant." With a cold laugh, she flung Feng Hui and Appo's hand aside and positioned herself protectively in front of Yao Rui. Feng Hui, taken aback, exclaimed, "You, how dare you stop me?" Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stepped back, unable to fathom that Yao Ying would dare to defy her. In her usual life, she had been accustomed to wielding influence, and no one had ever dared to challenge her authority. In a fit of rage, she spat, "You insolent wretch! How dare you obstruct me? Just wait until I deal with you. I will not bear the Feng surname if you remain unpunished." Unperturbed, Yao Ying stood her ground, unafraid. After all, she had faced death once before. What was there to fear? In her past life, she had endured endless humiliation, leading to a tragic fate. Kindness begets cruelty. She vowed not to retreat. She regarded Feng Hui with a cold stare, unwavering. Yao Rui, behind her, glanced at her sister with concern, tugging at her sleeve and shaking her head, signaling her sister not to be reckless. Yao Ying offered her a reassuring glance, urging her not to be afraid. Feng Hui, seeing no one move to assist her, fumed with rage, shouting, "Someone, grab her!" As her maids prepared to step forward, Yao Ying shot them a glance that froze them in place, instilling fear. Enraged by their inaction, Feng Hui bellowed, "Are you all dead? Why aren't an Appo's to you? Miss Feng, do you think this is your playground? The Grand Princess and Appo's residence is not a place for you to act recklessly." Yao Ying interjected sharply, "Today, you have bullied my sister first, and I did not expect the assailant to be so audacious. Is there any justification for this?" At that moment, Su Wanro stepped forward, her disdain for Yao Ying evident. She was displeased with Feng Hui and Appo's incompetence in handling such a trivial matter. Having previously incited Feng Hui and Zhang Yin Li to bully Yao Rui, she had remained a mere bystander, expecting Feng Hui to resolve the situation effortlessly. Yet, she was unprepared for Yao Ying and Appo's formidable presence. "What do you mean, Miss Yao? We were simply joking with your sister. She stepped on my handkerchief. Shuden and Appo's. Did she apologize?" Su Wanro and Appo's expression was tinged with malice, her words dripping with insincerity. "That an Appo's a lie. They were blocking me and deliberately threw the handkerchief on the ground." Yao Hui, indignant, protested, her rosy cheeks flushing with anger. Earlier, while enjoying a stroll in the garden with Wan Yu, she had been surrounded by these individuals, preventing her from passing. "Oh, is this not the younger sister of that Miss Yao? How come she and Appo's alone? Look at her little face, so similar to her sister and Appo's. What are you staring at? Be careful, or I might just pluck out your eyes." Yao Rui and Appo's frustration mounted as she overheard their hurtful remarks, and she felt compelled to retort. However, as she stepped forward to argue, she inadvertently stepped on a fallen handkerchief, leading them to demand an apology. She had clearly seen them toss it to the ground deliberately. Having done nothing wrong, she wondered why she should apologize. This group was clearly up to no good, and she exclaimed, "You're lying. You threw it on purpose. My sister is the best sister in the world, not at all like you claim." As she spoke, a sudden realization struck her, and she smiled brightly as she added, "You must be jealous of my sister and Appo's beauty to say such things." Their expressions shifted dramatically, revealing their discomfort. Yao Rui, sharp-witted, deduced that their hostility stemmed from envy. "You little wretch, what nonsense are you spouting? I'll tear your mouth apart." Chen Ruhua, taking advantage of her height, advanced to grab Yao Rui and Appo's mouth. The group, caught off guard by her accusation, displayed a range of emotions, their faces darkening. Yao Rui, agile, managed to evade her grasp, but unexpectedly, she was pushed from the other side and fell to the ground. At that moment, Su Wanro stepped forward with a cruel smile. "Who do you think you are? You aren't an Appo's worthy even to carry my shoes." With that, she raised her hand and slapped Yao Rui, the sharp sound echoing in the tense air. The ensuing silence was profound, punctuated only by the crispness of the slap. A red mark blossomed on Yao Rui's fair cheek, leaving her stunned. The laughter of Su Wanro and her companions filled the space, their malicious amusement resonating ominously. Chapter 12. Venting anger. Yao Rui had never been struck like this before. Even at home, where her father disdained her, he had never laid a hand on her, and her sister had always treated her kindly. Once she regained her composure and covered her face, she glared at the group that mocked her and exclaimed furiously, "You shameless beings! Bullying the weak! Oh, how amusing! Has anyone here seen us bully her?" One of them remarked. "Indeed, we were merely joking, dear sister." The little one shooed and Appos. Take it to heart. Look at that face. It and Appos. S as if she and Appos. S about to cry. What are you staring at? Such a pathetic display. The group laughed derisively, and Yao Rui, feeling outnumbered and powerless, puffed out her cheeks in anger but refused to back down, fixing her gaze on them defiantly. Seeing that her young mistress had been pushed to the ground and slapped, Wan Yu was frantic with worry. Seizing the moment while the others were mocking her mistress, she hurried forward to help Yao Rui up. With a pained expression, she positioned herself protectively in front of her. "How dare a mere maid speak out? This is not your place. Step aside." One of the tormentors sneered. "Look at her face. It has turned quite ugly. How pitiful. Miss Su, how shall we handle this?" One sycophant inquired. Miss Su Wanru squinted her eyes as if contemplating, then slowly uttered a venomous remark. "That hand appears so delicate. If it were to be pricked a few times, the expressions on that little face would surely be entertaining." Su Wanru took pleasure in Yao Rui's misfortune, for with Yao Ying absent, she could let her frustrations out on her sister. Having been slighted by Yao Ying, she sought to vent her anger on Yao Rui, considering her just a lowly, illegitimate daughter, unworthy of any retaliation. A cold laugh escaped her lips. Those who followed Su Wanru were accustomed to her whims, as her father was a high-ranking official in the court, and everyone sought to curry favor with her. As the sun shone warmly upon the blooming flowers in the garden, the vibrant roses, in full bloom, concealed their thorns beneath their colorful petals. One of the girls, eyeing the inconspicuous thorn, devised a plan to pluck one as a makeshift needle. She quietly stepped aside, feigning nonchalance, but just as she was about to act, Yao Ying arrived, prompting her to hastily hide the rose thorn. This led to Yao Ying's sudden confrontation. Observing the outwardly splendid appearances of the group, she discerned the filth lurking within. With a cold smile, she remarked, "Well said. Merely a joke, then." Before she could finish her thought, a sharp crack echoed through the air, silencing the group. Yao Ying had seized the opportunity to strike Su Wanru while she was unguarded, delivering a resounding slap. "Miss Su, I hope you won't take offense. I was merely joking with you," Yao Ying said, a hint of mischief in her eyes. In the face of Su Wanru and Appos' astonishment, she continued indifferently, "Surely, Miss Su is not one to hold grudges. After all, it was said that hitting my sister was merely a jest, and therefore you should not mind it at all." Instinctively, Su Wanru covered her face as pain surged through her, the fiery sting overwhelming her senses. Unable to contain her anger, she lunged forward, intent on retaliating against Yao Ying. However, Yao Ying anticipated her move and deftly dodged, leaving Su Wanru and Appos' slap to fall harmlessly into the air. Yao Ying reveled in her triumph, not merely avenging her sister, but also reclaiming her own dignity from the previous life, where she had endured mistreatment from this cruel woman. This time, she would not allow anyone to belittle or humiliate her or her family. The onlookers were taken aback by Yao Ying's audacity in striking the favored daughter of the esteemed official. They were momentarily stunned, unable to process the scene before them. "Miss Su, are you all right?" they clamored, concern etched on their faces, apprehensive that Su Wanru might unleash her fury upon them. "Step aside. Are you all deaf? Hurry and seize her. What are you waiting for, you wretches?" In her fury, Su Wanru disregarded her image, consumed by rage as she sought to confront Yao Ying. The others, having never witnessed such a volatile display from her, stood frozen in shock. Only one person, lingering quietly at the back of the group, observed the unfolding chaos. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, she stepped forward to grasp Su Wanru's arm gently. Sister, do calm down. There's no need for such anger. We are still within the princess and Appo's residence, she urged. However, her words only fueled Su Wanru and Appo's rage, who brushed her off and lashed out further. The onlooker, amused by Su Wanru's loss of composure, hid a smirk, pleased to witness the downfall of the once untouchable miss of the Su family. The second daughter of the Su family had long endured the disdain of her elder sister and the cruel treatment of her stepmother, living in conditions worse than those of a maid. The sight of Su Wanru's humiliation brought her uncontainable joy. How ironic it was that the lofty Su family heiress would find herself in such a position. She could hardly suppress her delight, though she feigned concern on her face, feeling sickened by the pretense. Don and Appo's, hold me back. Let go. Su Wanru spat, pushing the hand away with venomous intent. Su Wanqing merely pretended to intervene, not truly wishing to stop her. She sought to avoid blame from their stepmother. As Su Wanru surged forward, she released her grip, allowing Su Wanru to stumble uncontrollably. In a flurry of gasps, the others watched as Su Wanru fell to the ground, her hairpins scattered and her clothes in disarray. Miss Su! Miss Su! Miss Su! Chun Ruhua, Feng Hui, and Zhang Yanli cried in unison, alarmed by her fall. Blame lay with no one but themselves for failing to catch her, leaving her dazed and disheveled. As Su Wanru rose, she directed her fury at her maid, Shuang, slapping her sharply while berating, "You useless girl, what were you thinking? Not catching me?" As if seeking further release, she struck Shuang again, reddening her face. The maid stood silently, resigned to the abuse, having grown accustomed to her mistress's volatile moods. "Do not be upset, sister. It is my fault for not holding you properly. It is all my wrongdoing." Su Wanqing feigned remorse. Su Wanru and Appo's anger flared as she listened, her frustration mounting at the thought of Yao Ying. Just as she contemplated retaliating, a languid voice interrupted the tension. "Oh, what has happened here? Why does everyone wear such glum expressions?" Chapter 13. The Art of Evasion as the crowd turned to see. It was none other than the Grand Princess who approached, with Princess Yingyan following closely behind. They quickly bowed in unison, greeting, "We pay our respects to the Grand Princess. May you enjoy everlasting peace and prosperity." The Grand Princess, Yinghua, casually surveyed the group with a fleeting glance, her eyes sweeping over them. She then nonchalantly continued, "I perceive that you all seem rather unamused. Could it be that my invitation to admire the blossoms has proven a burden for you? Has the simple act of flower viewing brought upon you such displeasure?" As her words lingered in the air, her gaze sharpened, casting another scrutinizing look over the assembly. The previously noisy atmosphere fell into an oppressive silence, with no one daring to breathe, lest the Grand Princess direct her ire towards them. Though the princess often appeared amiable, her wrath was not to be trifled with, and the gathered company knew well the consequences of her fury. Each individual fell silent, including the previously arrogant Su Wanru, who now bowed her head, speechless. "Do not take offense, Your Highness. The flowers in your garden bloom splendidly, truly a sight to behold. Even I am tempted to bring a few home for daily admiration," spoke Yao Ying softly, her voice gentle and poised, embodying grace. The Grand Princess regarded her with a glimmer of approval. "Ah, how bold you are! You seem a fine child indeed," she mused, narrowing her eyes in contemplation. "Yao misspeaks the truth. The flowers in my aunt and Appo's garden are unparalleled. I would gladly take several pots back with me." The princess playfully winked at Yao Ying, her demeanor lively and charming. Observing the compliments directed towards Yao Ying, the rest of the assembly quickly rallied, eager to join in. "Indeed, Your Highness's garden is undoubtedly the most exquisite in the capital." The Grand Princess, witnessing the crowd's eager flattery, did not take offense, though she noted their earlier demeanor had been quite different. Her attention shifted to Su Wanru, whose hair appeared disheveled and attire somewhat unkempt. "Pray tell, Miss Su, what troubles you? Why does it seem as though the mere act of flower viewing has left you so beleaguered?" Initially anxious, Su Wanru felt a flicker of hope upon realizing the princess was addressing her, perhaps out of consideration for her father's standing. She feigned a tone of grievance. her voice trembling. "Your Highness, you must intercede on my behalf." "Oh, what intriguing display of distress," the Grand Princess replied, her interest piqued. "What has transpired?" Seizing the moment, Su Wanru hastily recounted her version of events. "Your Highness, Miss Yao has gone too far. I merely exchanged a few light-hearted words, and she took offense, striking me across the face." She leaned forward, revealing the mark left by the slap. "Behold, my face is swollen from her blow. Your wisdom is unmatched. I beseech you to render justice." Within her heart, Yao Ying smirked, recognizing Su Wanru and Oppos as familiar tactics of selective storytelling, conveniently omitting her own transgressions. "I was unaware that someone would dare lay a hand upon the daughter of the Minister Su. Such audacity is remarkable." The Grand Princess regarded Yao Ying with curiosity, then turned her gaze back to Su Wanru. "Indeed, Your Highness, Miss Yao has shown utter disrespect, striking someone within your own estate. Please do not let her off lightly." Su Wanru believed the Grand Princess would side with her, a smirk of triumph flashing across her face, unaware of the princess and Oppos' keen insight. The Grand Princess, not one to act impulsively or solely on the word of one party, was well aware of Su Wanru's penchant for mischief, often emboldened by her father's position. With a hint of irritation, she addressed Su Wanru. "So, according to you, I ought to punish her accordingly?" Misinterpreting the princess's tone, Su Wanru eagerly affirmed, "Yes, indeed. Such behavior cannot go unpunished. A mere fourth-rank official in Oppos' daughter dares to act with such impunity in your presence. If she is not reprimanded, how would your dignity be upheld?" "Foolish girl," Yao Ying thought, bemused by Su Wanru's lack of discernment, as the Grand Princess had yet to speak. Before Yao Ying could counter, Ying Yin tugged on the Grand Princess and Oppos' sleeve from behind, her urgency palpable. The Grand Princess turned, amusement dancing in her eyes. "However, I perceive things differently. It seems that another young lady bears a reddened visage as well. Miss Yao, why not share your perspective? I am not one to act rashly based solely on Miss Su and Oppos' account, lest I wrongfully condemn someone." Yao Ying, initially anxious, felt a wave of relief at the Grand Princess's words. Stepping forward with a calm demeanor, she addressed the assembly, unperturbed by Su Wanru's accusations. "Your Highness, there was indeed a dispute. The altercation arose when several young ladies obstructed my sister and teased her. In her haste, my sister accidentally stepped on Miss Su and Oppos' handkerchief, prompting Miss Su to demand an apology. My sister merely offered a retort. Glancing at Su Wanru, she continued, in her anger, Miss Su struck my sister, claiming it was merely a jest, urging us not to take offense." Yao Ying maintained her composure, pausing before adding, "If Miss Su believes that striking another is a jest, then I too, as she suggested, merely returned the jest by striking her back. Therefore, Miss Su should not take offense." "Oh, is that so? It appears your account does not quite align with Miss Su's," the Grand Princess remarked, casting a glance towards Su Wanru, taken aback by Yao Ying's boldness. Su Wanru shot her a venomous glare, but quickly masked her expression as the Grand Princess focused on her again. The Grand Princess surveyed the crowd. Noticing the silence among the other young ladies, intrigued, she pointed to one maidservant. "You, come forth and recount your version of events." The maidservant, trembled at the sudden attention, glancing nervously between her mistress and Miss Su. Sensing her hesitation, Feng Hui discreetly pinched her arm, signaling her to remain cautious. With a flurry of nerves, knelt low, her forehead nearly touching the ground. "Your Highness, I witnessed Miss Yao deliberately." Chapter 14. The slap. As soon as she began to speak, the princess interrupted her. "Lift your head and look at me." The princess's demeanor shifted dramatically, her gaze sharply fixed on the kneeling servant, Wu Mei. Wu Mei trembled in fear. She had not intended to speak in such a manner, but she knew that if she did not express herself properly, her mistress would surely make things difficult for her. Yet, the pressure exerted by the princess was far more intimidating than that of her mistress. Upon lifting her gaze for a fleeting moment, she found herself unable to meet the princess and Oppos' eyes again. The words she had wanted to utter were stuck in her throat. and all she could manage was a quivering, "Your Highness, I did not see clearly." She dared not glance at her mistress, who was glaring at her with malicious intent. This useless fool, incapable of even responding correctly. What use is she to me? Upon returning, I shall surely flay her alive, thought Feng Hui. The princess raised an eyebrow, her anger palpable as she addressed the kneeling maid. What is this? The servant could not see clearly, but surely the mistress in front did not suffer from any visual impairment. Why not let Miss Feng come forth and enlighten us? Upon hearing her name called, Feng Hui and Amp, Appo's heart sank, though she maintained a calm facade as she stepped forward and replied, "Your Highness, I believe Miss Su did not intentionally strike Miss Yao." Su Wanru felt a sense of relief at Feng Hui and Appo's words and cast a triumphant glance at Yao Ying, as if to say, "Look, even they see who is on your side. Just wait and see." "Oh, is that so?" The princess cautioned Feng Hui to choose her words wisely, for any misstep would cause discomfort to her. "Do not blame me for being unkind if I find your words displeasing." The princess and Appo's gaze hardened, no longer kind but piercing as she scrutinized Feng Hui. Feng Hui felt the weight of the princess and Appo's stare, her heart racing, fear creeping into her expression. Yet, when she thought of Su Wanru, she mustered her courage and spoke through clenched teeth. "Your Highness, I wouldn't dare to be presumptuous. Perhaps Miss Yao misunderstood," which led to her striking Miss Su. At that moment, a eunuch hurried to the side of Grandma Gao and whispered something in her ear before quickly retreating. Grandma Gao leaned in to murmur a few words to the princess, who, upon hearing them, smiled slightly and nodded. She then turned to Feng Hui, her expression now devoid of amusement, and spoke coldly. "Miss Feng, I considered you an astute individual, yet you seem to think me easily deceived. Do you believe I can be trifled with by anyone? Someone, teach her a lesson." The princess commanded. "If her mouth cannot speak correctly, I shall ensure she learns her lesson well." Surely, Lord Feng would not hold me accountable. Only then did Feng Hui realize the gravity of her offense against the princess. She had taken a risk to speak on Su Wanru's behalf and was now facing the princess's wrath. The rumors of the princess's unpredictable temperament were indeed true. She had previously thought the princess amiable, but now she was filled with dread, her eyes wide as she looked at the advancing Grandma Gao, fear etched across her face. Immediately, a young eunuch stepped forward to restrain her. Grandma Gao, having received the princess's command, approached without expression, raising her hand and delivering a resounding slap. "Grandma, this doesn't seem quite symmetrical," the princess remarked softly, causing Feng Hui to shudder. Grandma Gao immediately understood and delivered another slap to the other side of Feng Hui and Appo's face before stepping back decisively to the princess and Appo's side. The young eunuch released Feng Hui, who, terrified, crumpled to the ground. Seeing the princess's unfriendly expression directed at her, she hastily rose to kneel, repeatedly pleading, "Your Highness, please forgive me. I meant no disrespect." Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling to the ground, but she knew no one would care. She could not afford to anger the princess further. Silence enveloped the air. Feng Hui, heedless of Su Wanru's glares, was too preoccupied with her own predicament to concern herself with others. She hastily amended her words. "Your Highness is correct. I spoke in error, leading to your misunderstanding. It is indeed as Miss Yao stated." She no longer dared to be presumptuous, forced to speak the truth under the weight of Su Wanru's resentful gaze. Yao Rui felt a surge of delight, unable to hide her joy, though she knew she must not appear too overt. In contrast, Yao Ying maintained an impassive demeanor, standing gracefully to the side. Feng Hui, realizing her support for Su Wanru had brought about her own punishment, felt a surge of resentment toward both Yao Ying and Su Wanru. The princess, observing her change of stance, finally revealed a hint of satisfaction. "You may rise. I am well aware of the situation." Turning to Su Wanru, her tone had lost all previous softness. "Miss Su, do you have anything to say? I would like to hear your account." Su Wanru, now singled out by the princess, recalled the princess and Appo's earlier display of authority. Despite her inner turmoil, she dared not provoke the princess and Appo's ire. Steeling herself, she stepped forward reluctantly. "Your Highness, I did not intend to strike Miss Yao, but her behavior was utterly excessive. She attempted to argue further. Your Highness, you cannot believe the slander of others. My father has been unwaveringly loyal to the court. He has endured hardships without recognition. You must not heed their one-sided tales. The princess, taken aback by her audacity to invoke her father, thought, does she believe I am too timid to act against her? Her impatience with such self-righteousness was palpable. Though Yao Ying did not know the princess well, she had heard her father speak of her as someone who valued justice and despised slander. Su Wanru's accusations could easily provoke the princess's displeasure. As expected, the princess's expression darkened. Miss Su, I had no idea your father endured such hardships. Perhaps I should petition the emperor to allow him some rest at home. Your Highness, forgive me. That was not my intention. I would never dare think such a thing. Panic washed over Su Wanru's face as she realized the gravity of her words. She understood the princess had greatly aided the emperor during his ascension and held considerable influence. Fear gripped her heart. If her father learned of this, he would surely hold her accountable. It was my mistake, Your Highness. Please forgive me. Yao Ying silently scoffed, thinking, so Su Wanru can be frightened too. She deserves it. Meanwhile, she felt grateful to the princess. Had it not been for her intervention, the situation would not have resolved so favorably. Su Wanru felt a sense of satisfaction, inwardly cursing Su Wanru for her foolishness in attempting to leverage their father against the princess. How naive! Enough! Since you struck Miss Yao's sister, it is only fair that she returns the slap. Let this matter rest. I am weary and shall take my leave. Long live the princess! The crowd echoed in unison, bidding farewell as the princess and her entourage departed. Chapter 15. The decision as the eldest princess departed. Su Wanru and her companions finally exhaled the tension that had gripped their hearts. Chen Ruhua and Zhang Yanli, fearful of attracting the princess's ire, had retreated to the background, striving to remain unnoticed. Frustrated by her lack of favor from the princess, Su Wanru directed her anger towards her inept maidservants, berating them as useless and urging them to leave without delay. It remained unclear whether her scorn was genuinely aimed at the maidservants or if it was a veiled attack on Feng Hui and her companions. She had no desire to linger in this dismal place, which she deemed inauspicious. Casting a disdainful glance at Feng Hui and her group, she hastily departed, with Su Wan following closely behind. Feng Hui, witnessing Su Wanru's retreat, formed a silent pooh with her lips, feeling indignant. What was so special about her? Merely relying on her father, the minister Su? After being publicly chastised by the eldest princess, Feng Hui felt unable to confront Su Wanru directly, resorting instead to vent her frustration discreetly. She shot a glance towards Yao Ying's direction, her resentment simmering as she left with her maidservants. Chen Ruhua and Zhang Yanli, also eager to depart, recognized that now was the opportune moment to leave. Meanwhile, Ying Yin remained, offering a warm smile to Yao Ying. Yao Ying was well aware of the assistance she had received from the princess, who had sent her maid to find her and had arrived just in time with the eldest princess. Without the princess's support, Yao Ying doubted she would have fared as well. Thus, she felt an immense gratitude towards her. Approaching Ying Yin, Yao Ying performed a respectful bow, expressing her heartfelt thanks. I am deeply grateful for the princess's assistance. I cannot find words adequate enough to convey my appreciation. Your kindness will forever be etched in my heart. Ying Yin, taken by the beauty before her, waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality, Miss Yao. It was but a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. Upon their first meeting, Ying Yin had felt an immediate fondness for Yao Ying. Sensing that such beauty should not be subjected to mistreatment, delicate flowers deserved gentle care. To her surprise, she learned that this delicate flower was quite the fierce spirit, unafraid to confront Su Wanru, whom Ying Yin knew to be notoriously domineering. Most would hesitate to provoke her, yet Yao Ying's audacity only deepened Ying Yan's admiration. Unconsciously, Ying Yin extended an invitation. Miss Yao, do come to the Wang residence for a visit. With the princess's warm invitation, Yao Ying felt compelled to accept. A radiant smile graced her lips, illuminating her beauty beyond the flowers in the garden. rendering them nearly insignificant in comparison. Truly, she was a vision of loveliness. Ying Yan's heart swelled with joy. If only she could introduce her brother to such a captivating woman. It would be a pity for someone else to claim her affections. She chuckled softly at her own thoughts. What is it, your highness? Oh, it an amp, oppose. It's nothing. I must take my leave now, Ying Yan replied, hesitant to reveal her intentions, fearing it might be too forward. As she walked away, her mind spun with excitement over her idea. Yao Ying was poised, gracious, and exuded warmth. She would be the perfect match for her brother. She resolved to find a moment to bring them together. Unbeknownst to her, others had also taken notice of the enchanting Yao Ying, and she herself harbored her own intentions, which would soon thwart Ying Yan and Appo's plans before they could even begin. With the princess and Appo's departure, Yao Rui finally felt a sense of relief wash over her. She had held her breath through the earlier encounter, awed by the princess and Appo's commanding presence. Sister, shall we return now? Yes, let us go, little sister. I must apply ointment to your face when we arrive. Mother will surely scold me for not protecting you properly. How could that be? It's not your fault at all. It was those insufferable girls. They are to blame. Besides, you stood up for me. Sister, you were so impressive when you struck her. You have no idea how stunned I was. And the eldest princess was so furious that Feng Hui dared not retort. Ha ha ha. As they walked, Yao Rui eagerly shared her exhilaration with her sister. Observing her sister and Appo's carefree demeanor, Yao Ying felt a deep resolve to protect her and their family. Just wait and see. She gazed fondly at her sister. Do you enjoy this feeling, little sister? Yao Rui nodded vigorously. I love it. How I wish to be as formidable one day. The last part she murmured softly, but Yao Ying heard her. There will come a day, she silently vowed. The two sisters laughed and chatted as they returned to the Yao residence. Upon entering, they were greeted by a messenger who announced, Miss, someone from the eldest princess's residence has arrived. I greet you, Miss Yao, spoke the young eunuch. Yao Ying hurried to welcome him. Your Excellency, I am honored. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Miss Yao, you are too gracious. His Highness noticed the swelling on Miss Yao's face and especially sent this soothing ointment for her use. Yao Ying accepted the offering, her heart racing at the realization that it was a high-quality balm for reducing swelling and pain. The eldest princess was indeed generous. However, she recognized that this kindness was not extended to the others involved. Regaining her composure, she expressed her gratitude. I sincerely appreciate the eldest princess's thoughtfulness, and thank you for making this journey. Bue, she called to her maid, who promptly produced a small piece of silver to offer to the eunuch. Your Excellency, thank you for your efforts. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. The young eunuch, taken aback by such gentleness, felt an overwhelming sense of joy and repeatedly assured her, Miss Yao, you are too kind. I shall take my leave now. As he departed, Yao Ying speculated that the eldest princess had acted out of regard for Ying Yan and thought little of it, proceeding to open the balm and apply it to Yao Rui's face. Upon application, Yao Rui felt an immediate cooling sensation that was exceptionally soothing. Sister, this ointment is truly effective. It feels wonderful. It's all yours. Take it. Remember to apply it regularly. Yao Ying instructed before retreating to her own quarters. Her abode, known as Fuliu Courtyard, was where Buf followed her, noticing that her mistress appeared distracted, lost in thought. She chose to remain silent, pretending not to notice. Yao Ying was indeed deep in contemplation, devising a strategy to avoid Ying Heng. The only viable solution lay in entering the palace. She aimed to ascend to power, reaching heights that would shield her family from humiliation. She understood that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, a treacherous journey shadowed by unseen dangers. She was acutely aware that the imperial harem was a ruthless realm, where one could be devoured without a trace. Yet, she felt she had no other choice. Ying Heng posed a formidable challenge, and with Su Wanru backed by Minister Su, her only chance of avenging them lay in rising above their station. With a cold smirk, she thought, Ying Heng will never ascend to the throne. Just wait and see. She would not falter. She recalled that the announcement of the selection of concubines would soon be made. In her previous life, she had acquiesced to Ying Heng's marriage proposal, becoming his consort by decree. This time, before it even began, she had the chance to enter the palace and alter the course of her unfortunate destiny. Once inside, she would become the emperor's consort, thus elevating herself above Ying Hung. Surely, his expression would be priceless upon realizing this twist of fate. A knowing smile crept across her face as she envisioned the future. Chapter 16. Undercurrents indeed. 3 days later, an imperial edict was issued, stipulating that all unmarried daughters of officials of the 7th rank or higher, aged between 14 and 17 and meeting the requirements, must enter the palace for selection. The imperial edict immediately sparked widespread discussion. It had been 6 years since the palace last held a selection, and the emperor had not been particularly interested in women, even canceling the previous election. The emperor was only in his early 30s, in the prime of his life, and his progeny were scarce, with only 3 princes and 1 princess. The court officials were concerned about the lack of imperial offspring, petitioning the emperor to expand the harem and ensure the continuation of the imperial line. The emperor ultimately agreed to the selection, entrusting the entire matter to the empress. The selection day was set for the 25th day of the 3rd month. Upon receiving the news at home, Yao Ying finally felt a slight sense of relief. The news of the selection had stirred up undercurrents in the seemingly calm harem. "Your Majesty, the harem is likely to be turbulent," said Qingli, the empress's chief maid, as she styled the empress and Apos, S hair. "What in Apos, S there to fear? ISN and Apos. T this a good thing? In and Apos, it's been a while since the harem has been lively. It's good to have new people come in and liven things up. I'm looking forward to it," the empress said, sitting at the dressing table. She watched Qingli finish her hair and stood up, radiating nobility in her ornate attire. Her face, which belied her age, showed no signs of her 30 years. She chuckled nonchalantly. "I suppose the consort Xiao is the most worried right now. Don't you think, Qingli?" "Your Majesty is right," Qingli replied respectfully. Meanwhile, in consort Zhao's Yushu palace, a vase was heard crashing to the ground, its fragments scattering everywhere. "Your Majesty, please calm down. Be careful of your health. It's not worth ruining your body," her maids, Huayu and Huaizhu, consoled her. A radiant and noble woman sat at the table in the magnificent palace, about to throw the tea set on the table in anger. "I want to see what these new girls are capable of," Consort Xiao exclaimed angrily. "No matter how delicate a flower is, it will wither in this harem without the emperor's favor. I still have some favor, and it won't be easy for others to take a share. I'm waiting." Yes, your Majesty is right. No one in this harem is more favored than you. Even the empress must give you some respect." Consort Xiao was pleased to hear this, and her anger subsided. In Consort Shu's Yijing Palace, Ying Hung was arguing with his mother. "Mother, I don an Apos. Do you want to marry my cousin Su Wanru as a consort? You know how annoying her personality is. Hung and Apos. You need your uncle and Apos, as support now. Marrying her is the best choice. Would your mother harm you?" Consort Shu patiently advised him. This was not the time for him to do as he pleased. The selection was about to begin, and a batch of new girls would enter the palace. The emperor was in his prime, which would make things difficult. She was planning everything for her son, but he had other ideas and wanted to marry a daughter of a 4th-rank official with no power or influence. How could she agree? "Don and Apos, be angry. After you marry her, your mother will find you some concubines who suit your tastes." "Mother, I want to marry Yao." Before he could finish the name, Consort Shu interrupted him sharply. "Stop. Don and Apos, mention it again." A hint of dissatisfaction appeared on Ying Hung and Apos, as usually gentle face. He was unwilling. The main thing now is what's important. How can love affairs accomplish great things? Consort Shu sternly questioned. All the smiles disappeared from Ying Heng's face, and he felt a little sad. Seeing him like this, Consort Shu feared that he would not obediently marry Su Wanru. After thinking about it, she took a step back and softened her tone. "If you marry Su Wanru, your mother will take Yao Ying into your mansion as a side consort." Ying Hung struggled internally. It was impossible for him to marry Yao Ying as his primary consort. His mother would not agree, and he did need his uncle's support. After struggling, he finally nodded in agreement. As long as he could marry Ying, he would marry Su Wanru as his primary consort, he thought dejectedly. Consort Shu smiled knowingly when she saw him nod in agreement. In Chaohua Palace, Consort Xian was calmly embroidering, seemingly unaffected by the selection. Your Majesty, why aren't you worried? New people are about to enter the palace. What's there to worry about? Consort Xiao should be the one worrying first. I'm not like her. Consort Xian covered her mouth and chuckled a few times. Consort Xian understood Consort Xiao well. Consort Xiao had already smashed several sets of porcelain. Your Majesty is right. You must remain calm and not let the Emperor think you have other intentions. Her maid, Chunhua, nodded in agreement. All right, help me up for a walk. My eyes are tired from embroidering this flower. Consort Xian held out her jade hand, and Chunhua quickly helped her up and walked outside. Consort remained calm upon hearing the news. She had already given birth to the second prince, so she had nothing to fear. With a prince by her side, she had no reason to worry. While she was not worried, others were. Chun Jiaoyi looked at her bright red nails, which were beautiful but unappreciated. The emperor rarely visited her Yongchun palace, and with new people entering the palace through the selection, he would probably visit her even less. This was not a good thing. Liu Xin, send someone to inquire about the reactions of the various palaces. I want to see who loses their composure first. She stared at her bright red nails, then clenched her fist, letting her nails dig into her flesh as if unaware of the pain. This palace was like a large prison, trapping women in their best years. It was not a good place at all. It was ridiculous. Without the emperor and Appo's favor, they were nothing. A disdainful smile crossed her lips. Humph! In Lu Xiaorong and Appo's palace, the scene was harmonious. She was playing with her 5-year-old son, the emperor's youngest son. From afar, it was a picture of harmony. Your Majesty, her maid, Qianbi, whispered in her ear, and she smiled knowingly. Oh, isn't this a good thing? Why panic? As long as I take good care of my roar, what does anything else matter to me? Step back. After saying this, she continued to play with the third prince on the ground, while the palace was in turmoil. Yao Ying, far away from the palace, was both happy and reluctant. She was happy that if she was selected, she could stay away from Ying Heng and Su Wanru, but it would be difficult to see her family again. If she did not enter the palace, Ying Heng would not give up on her. Thinking of this, her heart became firmer. Lord Yao returned from court and was discussing this issue with Madame Yao. They were worried about marrying Inger to the first prince, but they were even more afraid of their daughter entering the palace. Madame Yao asked with a worried expression, My lord, what should we do? We can't refuse the selection. Madam, don't worry. Let's ask Inger what she thinks first. This is a major matter concerning her. Liu Fu, call Miss over here. Chapter 17. The bestowal of marriage. When Lu Fu arrived, Yao Ying was practicing her calligraphy. It was only when Ying Wei came in to announce his arrival that she set down her brush. Miss, Lu Fu has come to inform you that your parents request your presence, said Ying Wei. Understood. Let us go, Yao Ying replied, gathering her thoughts as she walked with measured steps. She had a sense that her parents' summons was related to her impending selection for the palace. Before long, she reached the front hall. Before she could speak, Madame Yao addressed her. Inger has arrived. Come, sit down. Noticing her mother's troubled expression, Yao Ying surmised that her parents were worried about her upcoming selection for the palace. Father, mother, may I inquire as to why you have summoned me? Ying, I shall not conceal the matter from you. The palace has issued an edict for selection. It will take place in 5 days, and you are eligible to participate. Your name is on the list, announced Master Yao, pausing to gauge his daughter's reaction. Seeing no change in her expression, he continued, What are your thoughts? If you do not wish to, there is no need for concern. Father, I am willing to enter the palace for the selection. Master Yao was momentarily speechless, taken aback by her calm demeanor. My dear child, hearing you say that brings me sorrow, Madame Yao said, her eyes glistening with concern. I had hoped to arrange a marriage for you instead. Mother, there is no need to worry. I am fully aware of my decision, and I wish for your happiness. Please do not be saddened. Yao Ying had made her choice long ago, and expressing it now brought her tranquility. She felt pain to see her parents distressed over her selection, wishing only for their peace and joy in this life. Thus, the matter of her selection was settled, and her name was swiftly submitted. However, at this time, Ying Heng was dispatched by the emperor for several days. Upon accepting the task, he felt elated, believing that his father was beginning to value him. On the 23rd of March, before his departure, He repeatedly urged his mother to ensure that Yao Ying and Appo's matters were well taken care of. The Empress Dowager agreed readily, but once he left, her expression darkened, revealing no trace of joy. A woman capable of distracting her hung would not be permitted to remain near him. She smirked, thinking that since Yao Ying was on the selection list, once she was retained in the palace, hung would have no one to blame but her. With that, she resolved to seek the emperor's decree to betroth Su Wanru to him, to avoid any complications later. She then made her way to the Chengqian Palace. Upon reaching the entrance of the Grand Hall, the attending eunuch immediately bowed, greeting her, "Your Highness, it is an honor to receive you. May you be blessed. Rise. Is the emperor occupied within? Inform him that I have matters to discuss," she commanded. The young eunuch hurried inside to relay the message, soon returning with Wang Dequan, who informed the Empress Dowager that she could enter. "Your servant pays his respects, Your Highness. The emperor has requested your presence," Wang Dequan stated. "Thank you, Wang Gonggong. It has been a while since we last met. You appear more spirited than ever," she complimented. "Your kindness overwhelms me. Please, proceed inside," he replied courteously. The Grand Hall was resplendent with gold and jade, where a tall figure clad in a yellow dragon robe was engrossed in state affairs. As the Empress Dowager entered and bowed, she greeted, "This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty." Only then did Ying Yuan raise his head, casting a neutral glance at her. "No need for formalities. What brings you here, Empress Dowager?" he inquired, returning his focus to the documents before him. Having not seen the emperor for quite some time, she felt a flicker of joy at this encounter. After careful consideration, she began, "Your Majesty, I have a request. Hung has reached the age for marriage, and I wish to." She paused, noting that the emperor's expression remained unchanged, prompting her to continue. "I believe the eldest daughter of the Su family would be a suitable match. Su Xiang is Hung's uncle, and marrying his cousin would further strengthen familial ties." "Oh, is this truly your thought?" Ying Yuan responded, a hint of amusement flickering in his gaze. Feeling uncertain under his scrutiny, the Empress Dowager was aware that the emperor's demeanor belied his true nature, which was often difficult to decipher. Having ascended the throne through a path fraught with bloodshed, he had initially ruled with an iron fist, but in recent years had adopted a more composed and cultured demeanor. Having accompanied him since his days as the crown prince, the Empress Dowager understood that he was not as easily swayed as he appeared. Yet, she steeled herself to respond, "Your Majesty, I believe this to be a splendid match, and I hope you will grant my request to arrange the marriage for Hung." While Ying Yuan continued to peruse the documents, the hall fell silent, so quiet that a pin dropping could be heard. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as the Empress Dowager struggled to maintain her composure. Just as she contemplated speaking again, the emperor finally spoke. "Granted." Relief washed over her as she felt a surge of joy. With the matter settled, she sensed it was time to withdraw, noticing the emperor's evident preoccupation. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave," she said, bowing before exiting. Once she departed, Ying Yuan finally set down his documents and called out, "Come here." Wang Dequan hurried in. "Your Majesty, how may I serve you?" "The Empress Dowager has requested a marriage decree. You shall send someone to the Su residence to deliver the edict. I have already drafted it. Take it with you," he instructed, his eyes contemplative as he regarded the freshly penned decree. He was well aware of the Empress Dowager and Appo's intentions, yet deemed it a trivial matter, allowing her to proceed as she wished. "Your servant obeys." Wang Dequan took the decree and set off to relay the message. Upon arrival at the Su residence, the entire household prepared to receive the news. Wang Dequan surveyed the kneeling crowd before announcing, "By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, it has come to my attention that Su Xiang's daughter, Su Wanru, is a virtuous character, gracious and kind-hearted. I am very pleased to hear this. Now that the crown prince has reached the age of marriage, it is time to select a worthy bride. Given that Su Wanru is currently in her family home, she is the perfect match for our crown prince. Therefore, I hereby betroth Su Wanru to the crown prince as his primary consort. All formalities shall be handled by the Ministry of Rites and the Bureau of Astronomy, selecting an auspicious date for the wedding. Thus it is decreed. Congratulations, Su Xiang." And congratulations to Mrs. Su and Miss Su. Thank you, Wang Gongong. You are too kind. Come, let us reward Wang Gongong for his efforts. A trivial token, but it is given with respect. I am grateful for the Su family's generosity. Su Wanru was utterly elated upon receiving the decree. She would finally marry her cousin, a desire she had cherished for many years. Although she had long known her cousin held no romantic interest in her, it mattered little now, for her wish had come true. Her aunt had indeed shown her affection. Before Wang Gongong departed, she casually inquired whether the emperor had issued decrees to anyone else. Upon hearing there were none, she felt even more satisfied and generously rewarded Wang Dequan with a plump pouch of coins. In her heart, she reveled in joy, thinking, what of Yao Ying's beauty? She cannot marry Ying Heng. I have heard she is on the selection list. What good is her beauty if she is destined to serve an older man in the palace? She had never encountered the emperor in her daily life. The emperor seldom graced the imperial banquets in the harem, leading her to assume that he had grown old. Su Xiang wore an expression of delight, and the smile on the face of the first lady was uncontainable. Only Su Wan remained unaffected by the news, her countenance devoid of joy. Indeed, she was fortunate, yet she was acutely aware that the crown prince harbored affections for Yao Ying. Under the current circumstances, marrying into the royal family may not necessarily be a blessing. Just wait and see. Chapter 18. The selection. Yao Ying received the decree regarding Su Wanru's arranged marriage and exhibited an expression of understanding. Indeed, it was as she suspected. She hoped that these two would be bound for life. However, the news arrived earlier than in her previous life. Last time, Su Wanru and Appo's betrothal was announced in April. But for some unknown reason, it was expedited this time around. In her past life, Yao Ying had agreed to Ying Heng's proposal. Consequently, her name was absent from the selection list. This time, however, she had rejected Ying Heng, and her name had already been submitted. By the time Ying Heng realized the situation, it was too late for him to act. He could only plead with his mother to assist him. Moreover, his mother had already consented to his marriage to Ying as a secondary consort. Trusting in her word, he departed the capital. Before leaving, he thought of Yao Ying and wished to see her, asking her to wait for his return. Yao Ying had no desire to see him. She wished for him to go as far away as possible. Yet, she decided it was not the right moment to sever ties, so she reluctantly agreed to meet him. Ying, my mother has already promised to marry you. Just wait for my return, he declared, conveniently omitting the fact that his mother had only agreed to his marrying Yao Ying as a secondary consort. Your Highness, please do not speak such words again. I will not marry you, Yao Ying replied firmly. Ying, do not be afraid. I have convinced my mother. You need not worry any longer, he reassured, mistakenly believing that Yao Ying was hesitant due to some concern, unaware that she was about to enter the palace for the selection process. He was confident that his mother would handle matters appropriately. Before leaving, he cast a lingering glance at Yao Ying, then departed the capital to fulfill the task assigned by his father. As Yao Ying watched him retreat, she reflected on how he had deceived her in her previous life, making her believe he loved her. His sweet words belied his indifference to her suffering. Amen. The unattainable is always the most coveted. Soon, the 25th arrived, and Yao Ying rose early to prepare herself. Baiyu styled her hair into an intricate updo, adorning it with a golden hairpin and several simple accessories. After donning a light blue embroidered satin gown, she set off for the palace in a carriage accompanied by Baiyu. At the palace gates, carriages lined up endlessly, all arriving for the selection event. The usually tranquil entrance buzzed with an energy rivaling that of the bustling market. Yao Ying, supported by Baiyu, gracefully disembarked and approached the palace gates. She glanced back momentarily, but resolutely pressed onward. En route, she unexpectedly encountered Miss Su Wanning, who was also compelled to enter the palace. Her father, a man wholly driven by self-interest, insisted that she assist her aunt, the Shushi concubine, who had fallen out of favor. Seeing this, the Su family sought to send another daughter into the palace. How trivial she felt, merely a pawn in her father's game, used as he pleased. When her usefulness was required, they treated her with some kindness, and for the sake of her aunt, she had reluctantly acquiesced. The two exchanged a silent smile, continuing forward without uttering a word. Yao Ying bore no ill will towards Su Wanning, recognizing her as another victim of circumstance. In her previous life, she had heard whispers of the mistreatment Su Wanning endured at the hands of Su Wanru. Though Su Wanning appeared harmless, Yao Ying chose to remain uninvolved as long as she was not provoked. This time, she vowed not to be manipulated. If she was wronged, she would repay it in kind. Maintaining her composure, Yao Ying and Su Wanning proceeded peacefully until they reached the Taiha Hall for the selection. Outside the hall, numerous young ladies awaited their turn, and Yao Ying estimated there were over 100. Chief Eunuch Liu was organizing the participants, allowing them entry according to their ranks. When her name was called, Yao Ying stood in the middle of the line, stepping forward with poise and grace. While waiting, she found herself flanked by Feng Hui and Chen Ruhua. It was indeed a twisted fate. Having previously failed to gain the upper hand against Yao Ying, Feng Hui now plotted mischief. She signaled to Chen Ruhua and pretended to inadvertently step on Yao Ying and Appo's foot. Just as she was about to succeed, Yao Ying seemed to sense the impending assault and gracefully stepped back, causing Feng Hui to stumble and nearly fall into Chen Ruhua. Fortunately, Chen Ruhua caught her in time, averting a scene that would have drawn unwanted attention. Frustrated at having missed her target, Feng Hui shot Yao Ying a venomous glare but dared not continue her antics. Aware that eyes were upon her, Yao Ying regarded her coolly, dismissing her petty behavior. She had far more pressing matters to attend to. Being chosen for the palace was her foremost concern. Maintaining her composure, she paid no mind to Feng Hui's antics. A matron nearby noticed Feng Hui and Appo's this underhanded move and stepped forward to admonish her. I advise you to behave, miss, or you may not like the consequences. Stand properly. She shot a disdainful glance at Feng Hui before departing. Feng Hui, humiliated by being chastised by a servant, seethed inwardly but dared not express her anger, opting instead to endure the insult. How dare these lowly servants look down upon her? Just wait until she became a consort. She would ensure they begged for mercy. Yao Ying observed Feng Hui and Appo's sour expression with disdain, straightening herself to present her best side. After a while, it was finally her group's turn to enter the hall. As they filed in, a palpable pressure enveloped them. The queen and Appo's voice echoed from above. I see a few beauties in this group. Raise your heads. Let me have a good look. After they bowed, Yao Ying and the others straightened, raising their heads. Among the brightly dressed crowd, Yao Ying stood out in her understated attire, drawing the queen's attention. The queen contemplated briefly, then spoke. Do any of you have thoughts to share? I find you all quite pleasing. The Xianfei remarked with a smile. They are all of a lovely age, like delicate blossoms. Alas, I'm growing old. Which one you find most satisfactory, your majesty? Do take your time to choose. This is a joyous occasion for the palace. It has been a while since I have seen such liveliness, the queen declared, unaware of the thoughts swirling in their minds. A knowing smile graced her lips as she surveyed the young women before her. I find the third lady from the left quite graceful, the Xianfei stated, referring to Yao Ying. She did not wish her son to marry Yao Ying, but allowing her into the palace seemed a fitting move. Hearing her name called, Yao Ying stepped forward with a gentle demeanor, bowing respectfully. I, Yao Ying, pay my respects to your majesty and all esteemed ladies. Indeed, she was a striking beauty, one that even the queen found delightful. The Xianfei feigned admiration but inwardly scorned, truly a seductive minx, ensnaring my son's thoughts. Though she possesses remarkable beauty, the palace is not lacking in enchanting maidens, and I doubt she will make any significant impact. At present, the consort Shu is fervently advocating for Yao Ying to enter the palace. Her words are sweetly flattering. One cannot help but wonder if she will come to regret this decision in the future. Chapter 19. Irony. Beauty is indeed captivating. Yet one might ponder if such a slender figure could bear the emperor and Appo's offspring. What say you, consort Shu? I find the lady on the right, the first one, to possess a gentle and demure demeanor, quite suitable indeed. The imperial concubine spoke lazily, harboring a disdain for those more beautiful than herself. A glance at Yao Ying left her feeling unsettled, though she outwardly praised the others. Nonsense. Should one enter the palace, what luxury is lacking? A little nourishment will suffice. Consort Shu ardently defended Yao Ying. Pray tell, does she possess any hobbies? The empress inquired amidst their discreet debate. Replying to your majesty, this humble girl often engages in reading and practicing calligraphy, Yao Ying modestly responded. It was not the moment for her to shine. Standing out too much could incite envy. Quite commendable. You may withdraw, the empress declared, noticing a flicker of satisfaction in her expression. The imperial concubine, seeing the empress and amp, Oppo's approval, casually gestured towards the lady next to Yao Ying, stating, this one appears rather pleasing as well. Her figure is ample. Surely a good prospect for bearing children and expanding the royal lineage. The lady in question was Feng Hui, who, upon being pointed out, felt a surge of delight and straightened her posture. Truly discerning, imperial concubine, the empress replied with a smile that was both amused and ironic. Your majesty, you flatter me. My discernment pales in comparison to yours, the imperial concubine retorted, seemingly oblivious to the empress and amp, Oppo's gaze. At this moment, De Fei interjected, your majesty, I am rather confused. Please decide on who to retain. Her tone was casual, feigning disinterest, as if leaving the decision entirely to the empress. The empress lifted her eyelids, surveying the gathering, and after a brief pause, proclaimed, since the emperor has entrusted this matter entirely to me, I shall take charge. Before the scheming eyes of the various consorts, she glanced at the placards held by Lu Quan, appearing nonchalant as she determined the fates of the women present. Lu Quan stepped forward, announcing loudly, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Shen Guanglu, Shen Fenghua, is granted a floral token. The daughter of the Vice Minister of the Grand Temple, Feng Daoquan, Feng Hui, is granted a floral token. The daughter of the Minister of Rights, Yao Shicheng, Yao Ying, is granted a floral token. The daughter of the Hamlin Academy and Amp, Oppo's scholar, Lu Jizhou, Lu Qingya, is granted a floral token. The four ladies stepped forward, bowing in gratitude. We thank your majesty for your grace. Withdraw, the empress said casually, moving on to the next round. Once Yao Ying exited the Taiha Hall, she exhaled in relief, having successfully navigated the process and achieved her desire to be selected. The palace was indeed not as harmonious as it appeared. Despite the outward civility during the selection, undercurrents of rivalry flowed unseen. It seemed the imperial concubine held a distaste for her appearance, foreboding a challenging path ahead. Yet, having made her decision, she would not waver. Retreat was no longer an option. To survive in the palace, one must possess a sharp mind, recognize the tides of circumstance, and strive to earn the emperor's favor. For gaining his affection was paramount. Yao Ying, you have faced death once. What is there to fear now? She mused, allowing a smile to grace her lips. Meanwhile, atop the Belrain Tower adjacent to Taiha Hall, Emperor Ying Yuan stood gazing in this direction, accompanied by Wang Dequan. Spotting a familiar figure, he chuckled to himself, amusement dancing in his heart, a hint of innocence lingering. Not long after Yao Ying left Taiha Hall, she encountered Feng Hui again. She wished to ignore her, as this presence seemed inescapable. To make matters worse, Feng Hui's selection only added to her annoyance, considering her role as Su Wanru's chief aide in a past life. A shadow crossed her eyes, but she quickly masked it with indifference and continued on her way. Hey, stop right there. With no desire to engage, Yao Ying quickened her pace, yet Feng Hui eagerly closed the distance. Yao Ying, I command you to halt, Feng Hui shouted, fueled by anger. Seeing Yao Ying ignore her completely ignited her fury, and she sprinted ahead to block Yao Ying's path, smugly declaring, Yao Ying, do not be ungrateful. How dare you not respond when I call? Observing Feng Hui's flustered demeanor, Yao Ying cast a cool glance her way and replied, Miss Feng, who do you think you are? You, Feng lui retorted, exasperated. I am on the verge of entering the palace. Perhaps you will have to kneel before me in the future. Huh, Miss Feng, you are quite the jester. Yet to step foot in the palace, and already you flaunt your airs. Perhaps you should return and wash your face and reflect in the mirror. You dare mock me. What do you have to be proud of? Once I gain the emperor and Oppo's favor, you shall see. Feng Hui and Oppo's ego swelled, basking in the imperial concubine and Oppo's praises. Then I shall await that day, Yao Ying replied expressionlessly, choosing not to engage further, turning on her heel to depart quickly. You, Feng refumed, stomping her foot in frustration. As Yao Ying approached the palace gates, she fortuitously ran into Su Wanru, who was on her way to see Consort Shu. Their paths crossed, making it difficult for Yao Ying to feign ignorance. Oh, is that not Miss Yao? I hear you have been selected. I must extend my congratulations, Su Wanru said with a mocking smile. Upon hearing of Yao Ying and Appo's selection, she felt a surge of joy, thinking, how lovely, regardless of her beauty. I am soon to marry Emperor Ying Hong. Believing Yao Ying harbored feelings for him, she relished the thought of her discomfort at having to serve the aged emperor. The more distressed Yao Ying became, the more delighted Su Wanru felt. Should I then express my gratitude to Miss Su? Yao Ying replied, her demeanor noticeably calmer, controlling her resentment. Ah, I suppose the thought of marrying the crown prince must sting. I, however, am already betrothed to my cousin and shall soon wed. Do not be too disheartened. Serving the emperor could be rather pleasant. Su Wanru smugly grinned at Yao Ying. Then I must indeed congratulate you, Miss Su. My affairs require no concern from you. Rather than fret over me, perhaps you should mind your own matters, Yao Ying said, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she leaned closer to Su Wanru, whispering mockingly, Miss Su, I wonder how it feels to wed someone who harbors affections for another. May you both grow old together. Without waiting for a response, she departed, leaving Su Wanru in stunned silence. Su Wanru, incensed by Yao Ying's words, could not contain her rage, shouting after her, vile wretch, you shall pay for this. Feeling unsatisfied, she turned to her companion, Grandma Su, continuing her tirade. What is she so smug about? She is merely a concubine destined to serve an old man. How dare she mock me? Alas, my dear young lady, such words should not be spoken aloud. If overheard, your head may not suffice, Grandma Su cautioned, noticing her unrestrained tongue. My lady, why stoop to her level? Your fortune lies ahead. Let us hurry to see Consort Shu, for she may be waiting impatiently. Indeed, what is her status compared to mine? It is beneath me to engage with her. Come, Grandma. With a lingering hint of displeasure, Su Wanru proceeded into the palace. Chapter 20. Rank. After the conclusion of the selection, the Empress, seated in her palanquin, made her way towards the Chengxian Palace, carrying the list of chosen candidates. From a distance, Wang Dequan spotted the Empress's majestic carriage approaching and stood at the entrance, awaiting her arrival. Your servant pays respects to Her Majesty. Is there a matter that requires your attention? He inquired. There is no need for such formality, Wang Gonggong. The selection has concluded, and I have come to confirm the list with His Majesty. Please inform him of my arrival, the Empress replied. Please wait a moment, Your Majesty. I shall convey your message right away. Wang Dequan entered the inner hall, where he found the Emperor reclining with his eyes closed, feigning sleep. Your Majesty, the Empress has arrived, he whispered, wary of disturbing the Emperor. Without opening his eyes, the Emperor replied in a soft voice, I am aware. Let her in. Wang Dequan smiled as he exited and relayed the message to the Empress. Your Majesty, the Emperor has requested your presence. Please proceed inside. The Empress entered, accompanied by Qingli, who held the list of names. Upon hearing the footsteps, Yuan finally opened his eyes and regarded the Empress with a tranquil expression. The Empress bowed respectfully, addressing the Emperor. Your humble servant greets Your Majesty. Qingli followed suit. Do not bow. Please take a seat, the Emperor said. Thank you, Your Majesty. I have come to present the list of selected candidates. Qingli, the Empress gestured for Qingli to bring the booklet forward. With great reverence, Qingli extended the list to the Empress, who then handed it to the Emperor, inquiring, Your Majesty, here is the complete list of selected candidates. How would you like to arrange their ranks? The Emperor casually perused the list, but remained silent. Noticing his reticence, the Empress hesitated, uncertain of his thoughts, and cautiously remarked, Your Majesty, I dare not make decisions regarding the ranks of the candidates without your guidance. After finishing his review, Yuan set the list aside. Showing no interest in such matters, he viewed the selection process merely as a formality. His dispassion for the harem was apparent, and he recognized the Empress and Appo's sense of propriety. Leave it to you, then. I am fatigued. You may retire, he stated indifferently. Your servant obeys. I shall take my leave, the empress replied, rising to depart from the Chengqian palace. As she left, she glanced back at the emperor, who remained unperturbed by these affairs. She surmised that the emperor had not intended to hold the selection at all, but had been compelled by court officials to proceed with the formality. It seemed the responsibility had fallen entirely upon her shoulders. She wondered if any of the candidates entering the palace would possess the charm to capture the emperor and Appo's attention. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in her eyes. This emperor was unlike others, indifferent to feminine allure and engrossed in matters of state. Under his governance, the Northern Star kingdom thrived, enjoying peace and prosperity, with the populace living in contentment. The emperor, who had fought on the battlefield at the tender age of 16, was shrewd and valiant, earning great renown in the military. Ever since he had repelled external threats over a decade ago, the kingdom had remained secure. Although he appeared less fierce now, one should not mistake his calm demeanor for weakness. It was merely a facade. The harem was cautious, refraining from any unusual activities. But with the new candidates entering, tranquility was unlikely to persist. As the empress sat in her palanquin, she returned to her thoughts, contemplating the matter of ranks. Upon returning to her quarters, she examined the list and began to draft her decree. In the afternoon, Yao Ying was at home when she received word from her servants that a decree from the palace had arrived. After preparing herself, she made her way to the main hall, where everyone was kneeling in anticipation of the announcement. Lu Quan read aloud, by the decree of the Empress, Yao Ying, daughter of Yao Shicheng, distinguished in both appearance and intellect, is bestowed the rank of beauty and shall enter the palace in 3 days. Thank you, your majesty. Yao Ying rose to accept the decree, smiling as she handed a red envelope to Lu Gonggong, saying, I hope you will graciously accept this, Lu Gonggong. Congratulations, Miss Yao. Your modesty is commendable, but I must announce other decrees, so I shall take my leave, Lu Fu said, smiling as he accepted the envelope before departing from the Yao residence. Holding the decree in her hands, Yao Ying gazed at it for a while before tucking it away and returning to her courtyard. The decision had been finalized. Even if Ying Heng wished to pursue her, he would have to reconsider his position, for she was now a woman of the emperor. Time flew swiftly, and the 28th day had arrived. Tomorrow, she would enter the palace. The place where she had spent the past 15 years was now bidding her farewell. As the evening approached, someone was sent to inform her that she was invited to join for dinner. Setting aside her book, Yao Ying made her way to the main hall, where Yao Rui had just arrived. Sister, Yao Rui called out excitedly. Yao Ying replied with a gentle smile as they entered together. Greetings, father and mother. They both spoke in unison. Sit down quickly, you two, Lady Yao urged them. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and a tall, imposing figure strode in confidently. Clad in a sleek black uniform, he radiated a resolute aura, his bronze face reflecting vigor. Before he even reached them, his hearty voice resonated, Father, mother. I apologize for my tardiness. It was Yao Ying's elder brother, Yao Jin, who had returned. He had little interest in the imperial examinations, preferring instead the martial arts from a young age. His parents had no choice but to support his passion. At 16, he had joined the military, starting from the bottom and relishing every hardship he faced. His lifelong ambition was to become a general, to fight valiantly and protect his homeland. Yao Da and Lady Yao often worried about him, though they would not voice their concerns. Their hearts ached at the thought of their only son navigating the dangers of the battlefield. Now that he was back, it was clear he had come to see his sister before her entrance into the palace. Brother, you have returned. Please take a seat. You must be tired. It has been quite some time since we last saw each other, and you look even darker from sun, Yao Ying exclaimed, her eyes filled with joy at seeing her brother, who appeared as the spirited youth he once was. Gone was the brother who had become despondent after a leg injury in a past life. Ying and Appo's, your brother is back. Yao Jin remarked upon seeing his sister and Appo's eyes welling with tears, mistaking her emotion for longing after their separation. He then turned to Yao Rui, saying with genuine concern, Rui and Appo's, you have grown taller. Yao Rui, momentarily taken aback by the attention, was nudged by Yao Ying before she responded with a smile. Brother, you are back. Chapter 21. Farewell. Yao Rui was touched that her elder brother remembered her, realizing that her family truly cared for her. Spending more time with her elder sister had revealed a deep affection she had always held. Though her father was not overly involved, he never treated her harshly. Her mother had always been exceptionally kind, and even her aunt, despite her strictness, loved her dearly. Even her elder brother showed concern for her. She had been mistaken in her previous assumptions. Composing herself, Yao Rui seemed to mature overnight. No longer wearing a sullen expression, she greeted everyone with a smile and shared laughter as they sat down to dine, creating a harmonious atmosphere. During the meal, they ate in silence. Once the servants had cleared the table, Lord Yao looked at his daughter with earnestness and said, "Tomorrow, Ying and Appos will enter the palace. The imperial court is unlike home, so you must be extremely cautious." Lady Yao added, "Inger, your mother only wishes for your well-being in the palace. I don't seek great favor for you. Your safety is all that matters to me. Your father doesn't expect you to vie for attention for the family's sake. Just take care of yourself." Her elder brother chimed in, his voice filled with sincerity. "Younger sister, I hope for your safety. Rest assured, I will strive to become a general and support you." Yao Ying's heart warmed at their care and affection, feeling content. She knew all too well the dire fate that awaited those in the palace without strong family backing or imperial favor. Her elder brother's words brought tears to her eyes. She didn't want him to risk his life for military achievements. She only wished for his health and safety. Regaining her composure, she addressed them, "Father, mother, please be assured that I will protect myself in the palace. Take care of yourselves." She then turned to her brother, "Elder brother, you don't need to do anything for me. Your safe return is all I ask for." Look, why does our Ruer seem so dispirited? Everyone had been offering words of concern and advice, yet the youngest sister, Yao Rui, remained silent, sitting beside them with a gloomy expression. Upon her sister's inquiry, Yao Rui's face crumpled, and she said with a sob, "Sister, I don't want you to enter the palace. I'll miss you." She then rushed into Yao Ying's arms, quietly weeping. All right, you're so grown up, yet you're still crying. Father, mother, and elder brother are here. Aren't you embarrassed?" Yao Ying chuckled, gently tweaking her nose, which made Yao Rui giggle. The elder brother, watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh. Ruer is still like a child. Yao Ying continued to console her. "I'm just going to the palace. It's not like we'll never see each other again. Don't cry. Our Ruer is the most obedient and sensible girl." She tenderly wiped away the tears on Yao Rui's face with a handkerchief. Because she couldn't bear to part with her sister, Yao Rui snuggled up to her and pleaded, "Sister, I want to sleep with you tonight. Can I sleep with you tonight?" Yao Ying readily agreed, gazing at her younger sister's still somewhat innocent face and softly replying, "Yes." After supper, Yao Ying bid farewell to her family and returned to her courtyard. She summoned Ying Yu and Bai Yu, contemplating for a long time before finally speaking. "The palace is not as free and safe as our home. It is fraught with peril. You two should stay here. I will ask Mother to find suitable matches for you." "Miss, we don't want to." Ying Yu cried out in distress. "Miss, don't abandon us. We will follow you to the death. We are not afraid. We only want to be with you." "Miss, we only want to be with you. We have no parents. We were sold by our aunt when we were 6. You took pity on us and bought us back by you," usually composed, said with a hint of tears in her voice. "Miss, we have been by your side since we were 6. We have been taking care of you for 10 years. No one in the palace can take care of you as attentively as we can. We are yours in life and in death." Ying Yu quickly added, "Miss, please don and Appos to leave us. Although we are not as meticulous as by you, we can do anything. As long as we can follow you, we will be willing to do anything." Yao Ying gazed at Bai Yu and Ying Yu, remaining silent for a long time, making them anxious. Their eyes filled with eagerness and longing as they called out in unison, "Miss." "Miss." After careful consideration, Yao Ying finally spoke, "Very well. If you insist on entering the palace, then let Appos us go together." She was also reluctant to part with Bai Yu and Ying Yu, having grown accustomed to their companionship. She had only said those words for their sake. Since they didn't want to stay home, They would go with her to the palace. She would do everything in her power to protect them. Hearing their mistress's agreement, they breathed a sigh of relief, their faces brightening. They exclaimed in unison, "Thank you, miss." What are you whispering about?" "Sister, I'm here." A round little head peeked in from outside the door, looking inside with curious and excited eyes. It was none other than Yao Rui. "Ruier, you're here. Come in and sit down. What are you doing standing outside? The night is windy and cold. Come in quickly." "Sister, I'm coming in now." Yao Rui scurried in, lifting her skirt as she ran, her face radiating joy. "Second miss, please have a seat. I'll prepare tea for you." Bai said, composed. "Miss, we'll take our leave now." With that, she pulled you out with her. Now that they were alone, Yao Rui moved closer to her sister, secretly taking out a box from behind her and presenting it to her as if offering a treasure. "Sister, here you go." Yao Ying pretended to be curious and teased her. "Let into amp. Amp, oppos. SC, what treasure does our Rui and amp? Amp, oppos. Or half for me? Sister, look quickly. This is all the money and jewelry I and oppos. VE saved up for a long time. It and oppos. That's all for you." Yao Rui had overheard the servants saying that life in the palace would be miserable without money. She didn't and oppos. She wanted her sister to suffer. So she had rummaged through her belongings and brought them to her sister in a box. "Oh dear, if I take it all, what will you do?" Yao Ying's heart melted at the sight of her sister's wholehearted concern. She pretended to open the box and glanced at it, teasing her. "My dear sister has so many possessions. You and amp, oppos, quite the little rich girl. Sister, done and amp, oppos, think it and amp, oppos, s too little. I only have this much." Yao Rui knew that her things weren't and amp, oppos, much, and her sister was just trying to make her happy. A blush appeared on her face, as if she was a little embarrassed. "Sister appreciates your thoughtfulness, but I don't lack money. Keep it and save it for your dowry. When you get married, I'll prepare another dowry for you." Yao Ying smiled and handed the box back to her. She couldn't possibly accept what her sister had saved for so long. Yao Rui wanted to say something more, but Yao Ying put on a stern expression. "Don't refuse. Otherwise, I'll be upset. It's getting late. Let's go to sleep together." Seeing that her sister was serious, Yao Rui nodded and followed her inside. She snuggled up to her sister in bed, feeling content. Her sister smelled so nice. But the thought of her sister entering the palace tomorrow filled her with reluctance. Yao Ying smiled and comforted her, and the two of them eventually fell asleep. Chapter 22. Entering the palace after a night passed. The day of entering the palace arrived. On March 29th, the sky was shrouded in thick, gray clouds, creating an oppressive atmosphere that seemed to stifle one's breath. Yao Ying raised her head for a brief moment, sensing that the weather was about to turn. After bidding farewell to her father, mother, elder brother, and younger sister, she turned away decisively, suppressing the pang of longing in her heart and the sting of tears at the tip of her nose as she left amidst the reluctant gazes of the onlookers. She dared not glance back, fearing that seeing her mother in tears would deepen her own sorrow and that her suppressed tears would be exposed to the world. Once Yao Ying had departed, Mrs. Yao's tears fell uncontrollably, unable to contain the sadness swelling within her heart, collapsing into the embrace of Mr. Yao, weeping inconsolably. It was uncertain when they would see Inger again. "Do not grieve, my dear. You will have the opportunity to see Inger again," Mr. Yao consoled his wife, though he too felt a deep sense of loss, his expression betraying less than his heart felt. Elder brother Yao Jin resolved to forge a promising future to protect his sister in the days to come. Young Yao Rui had already turned into a weeping mess. Being still young, her emotions were uncontrollable, and she could only think that her sister's departure meant she might never return, filling her heart with profound sorrow. "Sister, please do not cry. If your sister knew you were in tears, she would surely be upset," her elder brother comforted, and upon hearing that her sister would be unhappy, she managed to stifle her tears. Standing before the palace gates, Yao Ying gazed at the towering red walls, which enclosed the imperial palace tightly. To outsiders, it appeared splendid. Yet beneath its surface lay untold hardships, a colossal gilded cage that ensnared the most beautiful years of a woman's life, leaving her unable to escape for a lifetime. As time wore on, one would wither away and perish within. If fortune were to turn against her, she might even die without anyone noticing. Yet despite this, countless young and beautiful women rushed in like moths to a flame, and today, Yao Ying found herself among them. Pausing in front of the red palace gates, a chill enveloped her heart. Yao may run. There's no time to waste. Please proceed, urged a nearby eunuch. Yao Ying collected herself and replied, "Thank you for the reminder. Let us go." With determined steps, she advanced toward the palace gates, leaving no path to retreat, closely followed by Bai Yu and Ying Yu. Upon entering the palace, she heard the heavy gates clang shut behind her. Turning back for just a moment, she steeled her gaze and moved forward resolutely. From this day forth, she would no longer be herself. She would merely be one among the many concubines of the emperor, akin to an inconspicuous grain of sand in the vast ocean. She yearned not to be a grain of sand, but rather to be the solitary moonlight that hangs high in the sky, unique and resplendent. Following the young eunuch, she arrived at the entrance of her designated palace. Raising her gaze, she read the plaque. Ying Palace. She would dwell within the western side, the Yinghua Hall. The palace gates stood unguarded, and the young eunuch struggled to push them open, leading Yao Ying onward. Yao Ying glanced inside, observing the space that seemed recently cleaned, yet marked by a musty odor, as if no one had resided there for ages. Ying Yu intended to speak, but was silenced by Bai Yu's gesture, signaling her to remain quiet. The vast palace felt desolate, with a patch of weeds in the adjacent garden revealing a lack of care, evoking a deep sense of melancholy. Only the young eunuch and Yao Ying were present in the palace. Yao Ying, seemingly unfazed, entered and followed through to the Yinghua Hall. Although it was the prime season of spring, with flowers blooming and life renewing, the interior appeared barren, lacking even a single decent flower. Only a few towering trees stood outside, providing a hint of vitality. Suppressing her inner thoughts, Yao Ying refrained from voicing any complaints. The young eunuch, displaying a hint of embarrassment, explained, "Yao may run, please do not take offense. It has been a long time since a noble person has entered the palace, and many halls have been neglected. With the sudden influx of esteemed guests, it was hastily arranged, and I apologize for the lack of refinement. Do not trouble yourself. I understand. Thank you for the explanation," Yao Ying replied with a gentle smile. The young eunuch had never received such warmth before. The noble ladies of the palace often held themselves aloof, looking down upon the servants. Being treated with such kindness by Yao Ying, who was so beautiful, only heightened his admiration for her. Initially apprehensive about guiding Yao Ying to such a modest palace, fearing her displeasure, he found himself pleasantly surprised by her gentle demeanor. Bai Yu and Ying Yu set down their belongings, with Bai Yu taking out a handkerchief to wipe down a stool, gesturing for their mistress to sit. Shortly thereafter, a few palace maids and eunuchs entered, totaling 4. Ordinarily, her rank would not permit her to bring attendants into the palace. But the kind empress had graciously allowed selected beauties to bring 2 maidservants each. Although Yao Ying had planned to leave 2 behind, the other 2 insisted on accompanying her into the palace, expressing their concern for her well-being. The 2 maids and 2 eunuchs knelt before Yao Ying in greeting. "We humbly bow to Yao Mei Run." They lowered their heads, too timid to meet her gaze. When she bid them to raise their heads, her voice was calm, devoid of elation. "Please introduce yourselves, along with your ages." The first delicate maid on the left spoke up. "I am called Tao Ji, 14 years old." The others followed suit. "I am called Fu Lu, 16 years old." "I am called Fu Gue, 13 years old." "I am called Fu Tai, 14 years old. From today onward, you are assigned to serve me. You must be dutiful and harbor no ulterior motives. Should any of you dare to betray me, you will not be spared." Yao Ying's stern words instantly quelled the 4, who bowed their heads and replied in unison, "We would never harbor any other thoughts." "Well," she continued, "as long as you fulfill your duties, I am not a harsh person and shall not punish you without cause." After a moment, she surveyed the kneeling figures and then gently instructed, "You may rise. Bai Yu, show them their rewards." "Thank you, mistress." The 4 dared to stand. Bai Yu produced the prepared reward money and distributed it among them, prompting their grateful exclamations. Once the introductions were complete, the young eunuch bowed to Yao Ying, Yao may run. All matters have been arranged, and I shall take my leave now. Wait a moment. Yao Ying called out to Bai Yu, who quickly handed over a pouch to the young eunuch. He was taken aback. It had been a long time since he received a reward from master. In the palace, he was often overlooked and bullied due to his youth. Now, he felt a warmth in his heart as he suppressed his emotions, gratefully responding, "Thank you, Yao Mei Run," departing with the pouch in hand. He carried with him a newfound appreciation. The atmosphere around the Linghua Palace remains relatively harmonious, whereas the scene on Feng Hui's side presents a starkly contrasting picture. Chapter 23. Settling in within the Ziguang Hall, situated on the northern side of Lingyun Palace, a cacophony of harsh voices erupted. "Is this the pitiful place you have chosen for my residence?" Feng Hui gaped at the rudimentary palace before her, utterly astonished. She had envisioned the palace adorned with red bricks and green tiles, resplendent in gold. Yet here she was confronted with such stark simplicity. Displeased, she immediately unleashed a torrent of scorn upon the palace maid leading her. "Do you even know who I am? I am a consort of the emperor. How dare you deceive me? A bunch of lowly wretches. I shall take this matter up with the empress." Feng Hui's vitriol echoed throughout the courtyard. Her relentless tirade, revealing none of the grace befitting a noble woman. "Any corner of my estate would surpass this wretched place." She fumed. "You, miss, please be cautious with your words. This palace cannot be compared to your residence." The maid, Wu Mei, ventured to remind her, only to receive a fierce glare from Feng Hui. She dared not speak further. Her mistress was notoriously obstinate. Dissatisfied with mere words, Feng Hui advanced and kicked the eunuch guiding her. Guanghua, the eunuch, bore the blow in silence, his teeth clenched. In the palace, the lives of servants were valued less than grass. It was commonplace for a master to strike or berate a servant when displeased, a reality he had long grown numb to. Suppressing his indignation, he humbly replied, "Consort Feng, I am merely following orders. I would never dare deceive you." Feng Hui's anger only intensified at his words. With a sharp crack, she slapped him. "Remember, when a master speaks, you have no right to retort." She sneered, relishing in the power of tormenting a mere servant, thinking it a trivial matter as long as she did not cause any serious harm. Observing the submissive eunuch, who dared not retaliate, brought her a sense of satisfaction. After all, he was nothing more than a lowly dog, unworthy of her respect. She understood that in the palace, she was not in charge. With a haughty toss of her head, she entered, allowing others to prepare her quarters. Having brought only Wu Mei into the palace, she found her entourage insufficient. As the newly arrived maids and eunuchs appeared startled by her earlier display of ire, standing by in silence. "What are you all dawdling for? Hurry and tidy my room." "Ken and Appos, TUC?" Feng Hui scolded with disdain. "Enough, you may leave now," Guanghua said, tightening his fist to suppress the humiliation. "I shall take my leave." Meanwhile, Su Wanqing sat in the Xiang Hall on the northern side of Bixiao Palace, reflecting deeply after completing her formalities. She recalled her father's admonishment from the night before her departure. "You must understand your purpose in entering the palace. If you fail to fulfill your duties, your aunt and Appo's life may be at stake." Assuredly, she had nodded, promising her father she would comply, hoping only for his protection over her aunt to shield her from humiliation. However, her father and Appo's threat loomed over her like a noose, constricting her breath. Even upon entering the palace, she felt as though she were merely a puppet, devoid of freedom, having merely exchanged one cage for another, albeit a more luxurious one. Tears streamed silently down her cheeks as she pondered her lamentable fate. She had not even brought her own maid, for the only one accompanying her, Lu Yi, had been dispatched by her father to keep watch over her. How tragic her existence was, always at the mercy of others. Suppressing her bitterness, she called out, "Bring me a basin of hot water to cleanse my face." By midday, the noble ladies entering the palace had mostly settled in. In Ikuan Palace, the empress lounged on a chaise, her long, lustrous black hair cascading freely as she read, exuding an aura of languid grace rather than her usual regality. When Qingli entered, she was accustomed to this sight. Slowing her pace, she approached the empress and gently spoke. "Your Majesty, all the newcomers have been settled." Her voice was soft, as if fearful of disturbing the Empress and Appo's reading. Without lifting her gaze, the Empress casually inquired, "How are things in the various halls? Are they all behaving?" "Your Majesty, all is well. There have been no disturbances. The newcomers are relatively well behaved, though a few expressed dissatisfaction with their arrangements." However, Qingli hesitated, unsure whether to proceed. "What is it?" the Empress prompted. "There is one with a rather foul temper." She kicked the eunuch and slapped him. "Oh, is that so? This newcomer is more audacious than I." "The Empress? Which family does she hail from?" A glimmer of intrigue flickered in the Empress and Appo's eyes. "She is Consort Feng, the fourth daughter of Lord Feng, a minor official of the Taichung Temple." "How curious. I had thought she hailed from a more prestigious lineage. A mere daughter of a fourth-rank official. Yet she carries herself with such airs." "Indeed, Your Majesty. I have also heard her brazenly declare that her residence surpasses the palace in grandeur," Qingli added, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. The Empress emitted a cold laugh. "This palace is not lacking in consorts. Should she remain compliant, she might survive a few more years. Should she continue to act foolishly, she will inevitably meet her demise." What a simpleton. Her interest waned swiftly, as Feng Hui seemed unworthy of further consideration. Unbeknownst to Feng Hui, her failure to pay her respects had already soured the Empress and Appo's impression of her. Had she known that her conduct would reach the Empress and Appo's ears, perhaps she would have tempered her behavior. The Empress set aside her book and remarked indifferently, "This is not a matter for me to concern myself with. It is the Emperor's responsibility. The Feng family seems to be nearing its end. Very well, you may withdraw. Let the newcomers rest today. There is no need for them to pay their respects." "Yes, Your Majesty, I shall take my leave." In Yusho Palace, the consort observed the influx of newcomers with growing irritation, pacing restlessly. Her impatience made everything appear displeasing. The arrival of so many women threatened to encroach upon the Emperor and Appo's favor. Suppressing her discontent, she called, "Huayu, I am here, Your Ladyship. How may I serve you?" Huayu entered promptly, having heard the consort and Appo's call. "What is the situation in the palace today? Are there any unruly ones?" "Your Ladyship, the palace remains relatively calm. However, there is one particularly bold consort who dares to speak ill of the palace. Which impertinent soul would dare utter such blasphemous words?" The consort inquired with curiosity. "It is Consort Feng." The consort furrowed her brow, struggling to recall the name. "Consort Feng?" Realizing she had forgotten, Huayu cautiously reminded her, "Your Ladyship, she is the one you praised for her ample figure during the selection ceremony." Upon hearing this, the consort's expression darkened. "What nonsense! I wish I had never uttered those words. No matter. She is a fool, not worthy of my concern." "Very well, you may leave. I shall rest for a while." "Yes, Your Ladyship, I take my leave," Huayu replied, exiting the hall. Thus, the seemingly tranquil palace passed through the night. Chapter 24. The Morning Salutation. This narrative is set in an alternate universe, devoid of historical ties, and is purely fictional. The hierarchy of concubines is as follows: Supreme, first rank; Empress, first rank; Imperial noble consort, second rank; noble consorts, virtuous consort, gracious consort; an esteemed consort, second rank; consorts, third rank; noble ladies, fourth rank; ladies, fifth rank; gentlewomen and maidens, sixth rank; honored ones, seventh rank; talented ones, eighth rank; precious forest, ninth rank; respondents. On the following day, before the hour of Chun, the Ikuan palace of the Empress was already bustling with numerous concubines paying their morning respects. Yao Ying awoke early, and with the assistance of Baiyu, she meticulously prepared herself for the day ahead. She adorned herself in a modest yet elegant attire, striking a balance that neither appeared too plain nor overly ostentatious. Nevertheless, her beauty was such that even the simplest of adornments could scarcely conceal her exquisite features. Today, she sought to avoid drawing attention, selecting a delicate pink and green embroidered skirt embellished with cloud patterns, while Baiyu styled her hair into a neat bun, secured with a jade hairpin and golden begonia flower ornaments. Hastily, she departed for the Empress's palace, as the distance from Luing Palace to Ikuin Palace was considerable. Having risen late due to a restless night in an unfamiliar setting, she was relieved to find that she was not the last to arrive. A eunuch announced her arrival. "Lady Yao has arrived." Following the maidservant, she discreetly took her place at the back. As there were no seats for a concubine of her rank, only the principal consorts were afforded such privilege. Despite her subtlety, she inadvertently caught the attention of others. Zhang Gairan, clad in dark green palace attire, covertly assessed Yao Ying, privately acknowledging her as a striking beauty. While Yao Ying remained composed, she could not help but notice the various concubines within the hall, marveling at the emperor's fortune in possessing such enchanting women. A diverse array of beauties surrounded her, each captivating in their own right. As she observed, an individual unexpectedly bumped into her from behind. Turning to see it was Feng Hui, she suppressed a cold smirk, recognizing her as nothing more than a petty rival. Feng Hui, feeling increasingly irked that Yao Ying, a mere concubine of higher rank, could stand in front of her, endeavored to maintain a facade of composure. When Yao Ying glanced back, Feng Hui offered a smug smile, as if to say, "I have collided with you. What can you do about it?" At that moment, a stir arose outside the hall. The eunuch in Appo's voice rang out. "The noble consort has arrived." The noble consort entered gracefully, and the assembly awaited her presence. The empress, seated in a position of honor, did not chastise the tardy noble consort. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon for my lateness," the noble consort said with a radiant smile as she approached the front. "You have arrived at a fortuitous moment," the empress replied lightly. As all gathered turned to face the empress, they offered their greetings. "Long live the empress." "No need for formalities," the empress replied, surveying the many faces before her. Once a palace with only a handful of concubines, it now buzzed with life as new arrivals had increased the crowd. "It has been a while since I have witnessed such a lively gathering," the empress remarked, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Indeed, it has been quite some time," the virtuous consort concurred. "These newcomers are all exceptionally lovely. I feel as though I have aged," the esteemed consort added. The virtuous consort, her gaze fixed on the empress, remarked, "It is indeed a vibrant scene. Looking upon these youthful faces reminds me of my own entrance into the palace years ago." The noble consort observed the fresh faces below, a hint of unease creeping in as she recognized the reminder of her own fading beauty. "Let us take a moment to introduce ourselves," the empress commanded, beginning with the highest-ranking newcomer. The eunuch read aloud the names, and soon a petite figure emerged, greeting the empress and the assembly. As the introductions continued, Yao Ying attentively awaited her turn. Finally, her name was called. She stepped forward gracefully, performing a flawless curtsy. "I pay my respects to the empress and all esteemed ladies. May you enjoy longevity." Although her voice was soft, it resonated through the hall, catching the empress's attention. The reactions around her varied. The noble consort regarded her with a hint of displeasure, while the virtuous consort maintained a neutral expression. The esteemed consort, however, cast a disapproving glance her way. Whispers of admiration for Yao Ying's beauty circulated among the crowd, drawing comparisons to the noble consort's allure. The noble consort, hearing the murmurs, turned sharply towards the source, her expression cold. "Indeed, she is a remarkable beauty. No wonder she receives such praise." The moment her words were spoken, those who had been whispering fell silent, as if time itself had paused. Yao Ying held her position, not yet dismissed, her heart racing. Sensing the growing tension, she lowered her gaze and humbly replied, "I am unworthy of such praise. It is the noble consort who embodies unparalleled beauty." Just as the noble consort was about to respond, the empress interjected, "You may step back." Relieved, Yao Ying retreated to her place, believing all was well, until she felt a foot obstructing her path as she stepped back. Chapter 25. Embarrassment. Fortunately, she was attentive to her footing and did not stumble. Instead, she noticed a foot extending from below, and a cold smirk crept across her mind. It was Feng Hui again. Without hesitation, she feigned ignorance, pressing down forcefully with her foot. Instantly, a loud cry echoed through the grand hall. "Ouch! My foot!" The sound reverberated as if lingering in the air for a moment. All eyes in the hall turned towards the source of the commotion, and Feng Hui, realizing that everyone was staring at her, suddenly comprehended the gravity of her situation. She had committed a faux pas in front of the court, and at such a critical moment, her next duty was to bow. Yet she was startled into exclaiming by Yao Ying and Amp. Amp, oppose, as foot. Even with her thick skin, she could not withstand the scrutiny of the crowd, especially with the Empress watching. The Empress, upon hearing such a lack of decorum, cast a cold glance towards the sound. Upon inspection, she discovered it was indeed Feng Hui, who seemed unafraid for her own safety. "What is going on?" she inquired in a low voice. Feng Hui, terrified, immediately knelt and pleaded, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I did not do it on purpose. It was her. Yes, yes. She deliberately stepped on my foot." In her panic, she even implicated Yao Ying. "Your Majesty, I was unaware that a foot had appeared beneath me, and in a moment of inattention, I inadvertently stepped on Lady Feng's foot. It was my fault." Yao Ying interjected before the Empress could speak, neither confirming nor denying the intent behind her action. "Your Majesty, she must have done it on purpose. You must stand up for me." Feng Hui wept, kneeling and pointing at Yao Ying. "Enough with the theatrics." The Empress admonished sternly, silencing Feng Hui at once. She could only endure the pain and her inner displeasure, aware that in the presence of the Empress, she must restrain herself. Her gaze shifted towards the concubine. Her eyes filled with hope, anticipating that the concubine would speak on her behalf. She had previously noticed the concubine and Amp, Oppo's, unfavorable expression towards Yao Ying and believed her actions would earn her favor. To her surprise, the concubine's eyes seemed to glimmer with mockery. A chill ran through her, prompting her to shift the blame entirely onto Yao Ying. "Your Majesty, Lady Yao deliberately stepped on my foot, clearly harboring resentment towards me. Did Feng Hui truly think everyone was a fool? Had she not intended to trip Yao Ying? Her foot would not have been stepped on in the first place. It was naive of her to assume others shared her lack of wit. You were simply standing there, a foot away. How could she have stepped on you?" The Empress found her utterly ridiculous, having seen foolishness before, but never such absurdity. Did she believe everyone else was oblivious? Is it possible that a mere concubine like her expects everyone to heed her baseless accusations? Indeed, she was not even near you. How could she have stepped on you? The virtuous concubine's eyes sparkled with interest. "Oh, who and Amp, Oppo's, as to say how Lady Yao might have stepped on you?" The elegant concubine interjected nonchalantly. The concubine, witnessing Feng Hui's foolish demeanor while hoping for her support, found it quite distasteful. Though she held disdain for Yao Ying, she also scorned Feng Hui's petty antics, which were an affront to her sensibilities. "If you do not extend your foot, who could possibly step on it? You fool." The concubine was forthright, never one to coddle anyone. Feng Hui was taken aback. Not only did the concubine refuse to advocate for her, but she also exposed her ulterior motives. Feeling humiliated, her complexion soured, yet she dared not show disrespect to the concubine, only stammering, I was merely anxious as my name was about to be called, which caused me to stumble. Enough. I see no grave matter. You may leave." The Empress clearly wished to dismiss her, even letting her off without further reprimand. "Your Majesty, please see clearly." Yao Ying smiled and stepped aside. However, Feng Hui did not share this sentiment. She believed the Empress favored Yao Ying, who had stepped on her without consequence while she was forced to endure the pain. As she prepared to voice her discontent, her eyes caught the Empress's sharp gaze, causing her to stiffen and retreat. The others continued to introduce themselves one by one. On the surface, it appeared harmonious, with no further disruptions. Yet both Yao Ying and Feng Hui were etched into the memory of the assembly, one for her striking presence and the other for her foolishness. Having familiarized themselves with one another, the Empress lost interest, giving her parting remarks. "You need not visit daily for pleasantries. I despise such empty formalities. Just come to offer your respects on the 1st and 15th of each month." She emphasized with a warning. "I expect you all to conduct yourselves properly. You may leave." With that, she cast a deliberate glance towards Feng Hui. "Long live the Empress." "I take my leave," everyone chorused in unison. Gradually, they dispersed in an orderly fashion. As Yao Ying exited the grand hall, she encountered Su Wanqing, who was just stepping out as well. "Greetings, Lady Su," Yao Ying said politely. "You are too courteous." "Lady Yao," Su Wanqing responded amicably. Yao Ying engaged in pleasantries, uncertain of Su Wanqing's true intentions, yet maintaining a cordial demeanor. Unlike her sister, Su Wanqing appeared gentle in nature, though Yao Ying had little familiarity with her from her past life. In the palace, she dared not easily trust others. For a moment and Appo's carelessness could lead to a knife in her back, leaving her unaware of her demise. After exchanging farewells, they parted ways. Yao Ying had barely taken a few steps when Feng Hui confronted her, anger radiating as she pointed a finger. "Yao Ying, you clearly stepped on me on purpose. Why won't you admit it?" Yao Ying chuckled lightly at Feng Hui and Appo's comical outrage. "Lady Feng, do you even realize what you are saying? You dare address me by name without bowing?" She paused for effect before continuing. "Such behavior is a grave disrespect to one of higher rank. Are you aware of this? What do you have to be proud of? You are merely a lowly beauty. What grounds do you have for arrogance?" Feng Hui, infuriated, began to speak recklessly. "How dare you? You're just a mere concubine, not worthy of being arrogant before me. I may be but a humble beauty, yet what are you, Lady Feng?" Yao Ying emphasized the title, provoking Feng Hui to step forward, eager for a quarrel. Yet her maid, Wu Mei, tightly grasped her arm. "My lady, please do not." Witnessing that Feng Hui had not a maid with any sense, Yao Ying couldn't help but scoff internally. Seeing Feng Hui consumed by anger and losing her wits, Yao Ying leaned closer and whispered, "What if I did intentionally step on you? You extended your foot beneath mine. If I did not step on it, I would be remiss in acknowledging your generous invitation. Go ahead and tell others. Who would believe you?" With that, Yao Ying gracefully turned away, indifferent to Feng Hui's reaction, and departed with Baiyu, leaving Feng Hui seething in turmoil. Chapter 26. Interrogation. As Feng Hui witnessed Yao Ying departing without a care, a tempest of fury surged within her, yet she found no outlet for her ire. Turning her gaze to the servant Wu Mei standing nearby, she redirected her indignation. "Wretched maid, how dare you obstruct me? What is Yao Ying to speak to me in such a manner?" In a swift and furious motion, Feng Hui struck Wu Mei with all her might, the resounding slap echoing like thunder, startling the butterflies resting upon the peonies in the garden, causing them to flee this place of discord. "I warned you not to stop me. I shall tear your tongue apart." Feng Hui, still unsatisfied, seized Wu Mei's suddenly swollen face with her hands, squeezing until Wu Mei knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. "My lady, please calm your wrath. Spare your servant. I shall never dare again." Wu Mei fought back tears, her voice trembling with desperation as she continued to implore, "My lady, Yao Ying is your senior. If you defy her, it would be a transgression against authority detrimental to you." Unfortunately, Feng Hui refused to heed Wu Mei's counsel, feeling that even those around her expected her to yield to Yao Ying, a notion she could not abide. Without hesitation, she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the kneeling Wu Mei, seemingly deaf to her pleas, growing more violent with each strike. "Remember, you are mine. If you dare to mention her again, I shall tear your mouth apart." After venting her frustrations, Feng Hui felt a measure of relief. "Get up at once. What are you lingering here for? Return." With that, she strode away, leaving Wu Mei rooted in place, dazed. The mistress had never regarded the lives of her servants as equal to her own, and now, with old wounds unhealed, new injuries were added. As she watched her mistress walk away, Wu Mei disregarded her pain, painstakingly rising to her feet, wiping the blood from her lips and limping to follow. On that afternoon, while the inner palace appeared tranquil, voices of contention erupted within the serene confines of Shufei's aging palace. "Mother, you promised to help me marry Ying. How would you go back on your word?" It was Ying Hung, returning from his duties, who learned that Yao Ying had been chosen as the emperor and Appo's as consort. His countenance fell in disbelief. Had not his mother assured him otherwise? He rushed to her chambers, questioning her, only to find her dismissing the matter as trivial. "Hang on, Appo's, The situation is beyond alteration. It is impossible for you to marry her now. Do you intend to compete with your father for a woman?" "Shufei, Knowing her son would never dare make such an unreasonable request, calculated that Yao Ying and Appo's entry into the palace would extinguish his hopes entirely. Seemingly struck by her words, Ying Hung could no longer maintain his usual calm demeanor. He shouted at Shu Fei, "Mother, you have deceived me. How would you treat your son this way?" Shu Fei, retaining her composure, attempted to soothe him. "Hung and Appo's, I do this for your own good. Focus on marrying Su Wanru. With your uncle's support, what benefits could you gain?" Ying Hung and Appo's face betrayed his simmering anger and sorrow. Losing his beloved felt like a devastating blow, shattering the dreams he had woven of a future with Yao Ying. If only she knew of his aspirations, she would surely chastise him for his naivety. "Mother, I feel so miserable." "Mother, you overcome." He sank into a chair, staring at the handkerchief in his grasp, a remnant of Yao Ying's rescue, now a symbol of his anguish. He needed to see her, to confront her immediately. Rising, he made his way toward the exit but was halted by Shu Fei and Appo's stern voice. "Stop. Where do you think you are going?" "Mother, I must see Ying Ying." "Impudent. Do you even remember your status?" Ignoring her, Ying Hung continued toward the door. Shu Fei, furious, commanded, "Bring him back. Do not allow him to leave." Moments later, several eunuchs restrained him. "Mother, let me go," he pleaded, but Shu Fei's anger boiled over, and she struck him across the face. Slap! The disbelief in Ying Hang's eyes was palpable as he gazed at Shu Fei, astonished. "Mother, you actually struck me." Shu Fei, momentarily taken aback by her own actions, felt a pang of regret. Having never disciplined her son, she now found herself lashing out due to her fury over a woman. The blame rested squarely on Yao Ying, the seductive vixen who had ensnared her son. Suppressing her emotions, she approached him gently. "Hung and Appo's, I did not mean to strike you. Do not harbor resentment toward your mother." She instructed the maid to fetch the best ointment for his swelling. After issuing her commands, she gently caressed Ying Hung's head. "Hung, I have always known you to be a sensible person. Yao Ying is now your father and Appo's consort. You must not seek her out again." Her tone softened as she continued. "If your father were to discover this, you are well aware of the consequences. Others are already eager to find fault with us. Do not provide them with ammunition." Shu Fei, having labored tirelessly in the palace for years, had done so for his sake. "Please heed your mother's advice. Do not dwell on her. There are more pressing matters at hand. If you err, those who wish to mock us will revel in our misfortune." All right. I apologize for striking you in a moment of anger," she conceded, applying the ointment with care. Under Shu Fei's heartfelt guidance, Ying Hung gradually regained his composure and reason. "Mother, your counsel is wise. I have acted impulsively. I shall be more cautious in the future. Now, that is the correct attitude. Focus on marrying Su Wanru." "It is a significant step forward," Shu Fei said, relieved by his clarity. "I will heed your words, mother." "Please rest assured," he replied calmly. After all, marrying Yao Ying was no longer an option. Marrying Su Wanru was inevitable. For the sake of his ambitions, what was a temporary sacrifice? A cold smile flickered within him. As evening approached, the maid Tao Ji learned from a fellow maid of the quarrel between the crown prince and Shu Fei and rushed to inform her mistress. "Mistress, I heard that the crown prince and Shu Fei had a dispute today, though I am unsure of the cause." "Oh, is that so? How intriguing. By you, reward Tao Ji." Yao Ying felt a surge of satisfaction upon hearing the news. "Tao Ji, you have done well. Keep a close watch on palace affairs." Tao Ji accepted the reward, her heart soaring. Her mistress was not only beautiful, but also kind and generous to her servants. "Thank you, mistress. I shall pay more attention in the future," she exclaimed, joyfully departing. Little did she realize that the quarrel was indeed about her. As long as Ying Hung felt discontent, she would revel in delight. What did it matter if they argued? In the end, Shu Fei would soothe them back to normalcy. A flicker of derision crossed her eyes. She understood Ying Hang's nature all too well. Chapter 27. The selection. As dusk descended, the Chengqian palace was ablaze with light. Wang Dequan observed the darkening skies, pondering the arrival of the new concubine and whether the emperor intended to make a selection. Unsure of the emperor and Appo's intentions, he hesitantly ventured, "Your Majesty, having just completed the selection of beauties, do you have any thoughts on this matter?" Ying Yuan paused in his work, casting a fleeting glance at Wang Dequan, who felt a sudden jolt of anxiety, fearing he had misspoken. However, after a moment and Appo's contemplation, Ying Yuan and Appo's expression shifted, and he commanded, "Bring it to me for inspection." "Of course, I shall do so immediately." Wang Dequan felt a wave of relief wash over him as he hurried to fetch the green head plate, a hint of joy illuminating his demeanor. It had been ages since the emperor had set foot in the harem, and Wang Dequan's heart quickened with hope that the ladies of the court would bear the emperor children, as he had been at his side since he was 10. Now 25 years later, the emperor and Appo's lineage was sparse, and he was eager for the palace to flourish, yet the emperor showed little interest. Nevertheless, the fact that the emperor was willing to make a selection was a positive sign. With a buoyant spirit, he approached the emperor and respectfully placed the plate within his line of sight, saying, "Your Majesty, it is all here." Ying Yuan swiftly scanned the offerings, casually flipping one over before stating, "This one will do." Wang Dequan, upon inspecting the plate, found it to be that of Yao Ying. "I shall make the arrangements at once," he exclaimed, preparing to turn and attend to the evening and Appo's affairs. However, Ying Yuan called out, "Never mind. I have viewed documents all day and am weary. It is best I take a stroll. Let's go directly." Wang Dequan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, saying, "I shall notify Lady Yao to prepare at once." Ying Yuan, seemingly dissatisfied, interrupted, "There is no need for that. Let us proceed without notification." Before Wang Dequan could react, the emperor stepped outside. Suppressing his surprise, Wang Dequan hurried to follow him. Upon exiting the Chengxian palace, Ying Yuan halted, glancing back at the throng of attendants trailing behind him, a hint of displeasure etching his brow. "Your Majesty?" Wang Dequan called out. "Dismiss them all," the emperor ordered. "Your safety is paramount. How can we allow you to go unaccompanied?" Wang Dequan urged, his concern palpable. "Is my palace not secure enough?" Ying Yuan retorted coldly. Wang Dequan and Appo's heart raced at the emperor and Appo's words, knowing he could not contradict him. He forced a smile, replying, "Your Majesty, there are guards patrolling throughout the palace. It is the safest place." "Enough. I know how your tongue works. Let us go," Ying Yuan replied, unconcerned, making his way forward without a sedan chair. His strides were swift, leaving those behind struggling to keep pace, particularly He Lu, who hurried ahead with a lantern. Despite possessing 1,000 ounces of courage, He Lu dared not keep the emperor waiting, for he wished to extend his life for a few more years. Meanwhile, in the Lu Ying palace, Yao Ying remained unaware of the emperor and Appo's approach. After being attended to by Ying Yu, she sprawled languidly on a favored chair, her lustrous ebony hair cascading around her shoulders as she perused a volume of miscellaneous writings. Her tresses hung like a waterfall before her, but she paid no heed, engrossed in her reading. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow upon her profile, rendering her even more enchanting from a distance than a celestial being captured on canvas. At that moment, Tao Ji attended her, and upon witnessing her beauty, found herself momentarily entranced, stealing glances without changing her posture. Yao Ying, accustomed to being observed, paid it little mind, for even before entering the palace, Ying had often gazed at her with admiration, exclaiming, "Mistress, are you not a fairy descended from the heavens? Your beauty surpasses that of mortals." At a quarter past the hour of the dog, the emperor arrived at the Lu Ying palace unnoticed. Just as Wang Dequan was about to enter and announce his presence, Ying Yuan halted him. He strode confidently inside. Inside, Fu Gui and Fu Tai were startled to see the emperor enter, their spirits lifted as they prepared to bow. But Wang Dequan gestured for silence before they could utter a sound. Ying Yuan entered alone, while the attendants outside remained silent. Upon entering, he beheld a mesmerizing sight. A beautiful woman languidly engrossed in her book, her hair cascading like a waterfall. Illuminated by the candlelight, her skin appeared as delicate as jade. Her brows shaped like crescent moons, her face devoid of makeup yet stunningly exquisite. Indeed, it was she. Yao Ying and Appo's lips were pressed together, her brow furrowed in contemplation, exuding a unique charm. Noticing her knitted brow, Ying Yuan felt an urge to smooth away her frown. He approached slowly, careful not to disturb her. With keen ears, Yao Ying detected the soft footsteps and, mistaking them for her maids, called out without glancing up, "Pour me a cup of water." Ying Yuan, intrigued, found it amusing that someone would command him, yet he bore no ill will, recognizing she had mistaken him for a palace maid. He approached the table, poured a cup of water, and offered it to her. Unaware of the identity of her visitor, Yao Ying took the cup and drank deeply, only to extend it back to him. Puzzled by the silence, she finally looked up, startled to find a stranger before her. Upon closer inspection, she realized he was the gentleman she had encountered in the peach grove, and her surprise led her to exclaim, "Sir, what are you doing here?" Realizing her mistake, panic surged within her as she composed herself, bowing and apologizing. "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. I mistakenly called you by the wrong title. Please do not hold it against me." She lowered her gaze, avoiding the emperor's reaction, her cheeks flushed with a hint of nervousness. Ying Yuan observed her tightly clenched hands, revealing her apprehension. He chuckled softly, teasing, "I had no idea I was such a source of fear." "Not at all. Your Majesty is indeed radiant, unparalleled in appearance and grace. I have never seen a man as handsome as you," she replied with sincerity. "Ha ha, you certainly possess a silver tongue," Ying Yuan remarked, amused by her flattery, choosing not to press her further. "Rise, do not be afraid. I harbor no resentment." "Thank you, Your Majesty. It seems you did not announce your arrival, and I have made quite a fool of myself," Yao Ying replied, rising and playfully scolding him, her tone sincere yet intimate, perfectly balanced. Observing that the emperor did not appear as stern as she had imagined, she noted he seemed more like the elder brother of Ying Hung than someone in his 30s, with an air of distinction that set him apart. "If I had announced my arrival, I would not have had the pleasure of witnessing your lovely demeanor just now," Ying Yuan mused as he beheld her bashful yet bold expression, feeling a stir of emotion within him. Chapter 28. Clouds and Rain. Ying Yuan gazed at Yao Ying's radiant face, his expression darkening slightly as he spoke with a depth of thought. "The time is almost upon us. Preparations must be made." He called out to those outside, "Bring forth water for bathing." Wang Dequan had been waiting outside the hall, and as soon as the emperor entered, he had instructed He Lu to fetch the emperor's nightclothes. Upon hearing the command to prepare water for bathing, he hurried inside, saying, "Your Majesty, I have already arranged for hot water. It is ready for your use." With a respectful gesture, Wang Dequan led Ying Yuan toward the bathing chamber. The palace maids had already brought in the steaming water, filling the tub within. As Ying Yuan stepped in, the steam enveloped him, creating an ethereal mist in the room. He preferred solitude during his ablutions, and finding the chamber empty upon entry, he slowly disrobed, revealing his fair yet robust physique. His refined demeanor belied the strength of his form. He swiftly entered the tub, splashing water across the floor, and reclined, closing his eyes. The white mist caressed his face, lending a languid allure to his striking features. Meanwhile, Yao Ying hesitated, contemplating whether to join him in his bath. Her thoughts ignited a blush upon her cheeks, and after a moment of inner turmoil, she steeled herself and softly asked from behind the screen, "Your Majesty, may I enter to attend to you?" She sought to win the emperor's favor, bravely stepping toward the bathing area. Ying Yuan, initially lost in thought, opened his eyes at the sound of her voice. Just as he was about to instinctively refuse, the words caught in his throat, and he replied instead, "Come in." Yao Ying, her heart racing with anticipation, felt a flicker of uncertainty when the emperor did not respond immediately. However, his invitation soon followed. With her hair cascading down, she paid little mind to its disarray as she stepped past the screen into the warm haze. The steam momentarily disoriented her, and she fanned it away. Approaching Ying Yuan with a soft voice, "Your Majesty, I am here to serve you." Her shy tone carried an unspoken charm as she reached out with her delicate, porcelain-like hands. She rolled her sleeves up and tested the water and amp, Oppo's, temperature. Noticing his lack of reaction, she hesitated briefly before daringly caressing his face. A deep flush enveloped her cheeks, akin to ripe persimmons, for she had never been so bold. Her gentle touch elicited a response from Ying Yuan, who found it akin to a playful tickle. It had stirred something deeper within him. Seizing the moment, he captured her right hand, teasing, "My beloved consort possesses quite the skillful hands. I find myself quite enamored." With a meaningful glance, he began to caress her hand, his face shrouded in mist, revealing a hint of a smile. Initially taken aback by his sudden grip, Yao Ying instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, but his gentle hold was firm. Regaining her composure, she boldly inquired, "Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. Am I to your satisfaction in serving you?" "I am thoroughly satisfied," he replied, prompting her to breathe a sigh of relief as she moved to attend to him directly. The rising steam dampened her face, lending her an enchanting appearance, which stirred Ying Yuan's desire further. No longer able to restrain himself, he stood and lifted Yao Ying into the tub with him. Caught off guard, she exclaimed, "Your Majesty," as the water soaked her garments, clinging closely to her form, accentuating her beauty and evoking within Ying Yuan a mischievous urge to tease her further. His gaze deepened as he leaned down, capturing her lips with his, silencing her protests. Noticing her startled expression, he softened his approach, lightly nibbling her lip while embracing her wet, supple body. Yao Ying closed her eyes, feeling her legs weaken under his kiss, her body swaying as he supported her. As the moment progressed, she surrendered to her shyness, wrapping her arms around his waist. Ying Yuan, feeling her softness against him, stiffened momentarily, then pressed his lips along her neck, murmuring, "Since you have ignited my passion, my dear, you must assist in extinguishing it." With that, he held onto her hand, a playful smile gracing his lips, while Yao Ying blushed profusely, caught in the throes of his desire. Time slipped by, and, as the water and Appo's warmth began to wane, Yao Ying, exhausted, felt droplets of sweat and mist bead upon her brow. Just as she neared her limit, Ying Yuan chuckled softly, "My beloved, you have worked hard." Rising, he wrapped a cloth around them both and carried the blushing, alluring Yao Ying into the chamber, gently laying her upon the bed. As she opened her eyes, she beheld the emperor and Appo's form, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, revealing a physique far more robust than his refined appearance suggested. Glancing at him shyly, Yao Ying stirred something within Ying Yuan, rekindling the fire of desire that had just begun to cool. Leaning forward, he pressed his lips to her forehead, then gently kissed her. Yao Ying, aware of what lay ahead, felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation, her body quivering slightly. With a bashful yet anxious voice, she pleaded, "I beg for your mercy, Your Majesty." Ying Yuan, unable to restrain himself, replied hoarsely, "My dear consort, you have set the stage. This is merely the beginning." He lowered the drapes, tenderly caressing her face as he leaned closer. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows, the temperature within the chamber rising as their forms intertwined. Observing her anxious demeanor, he softly urged, "Do not bite your lip. Fear not." With that, he captured her lips once more, their bodies entwined in a passionate embrace. As they surrendered to the tempestuous embrace of desire, Yao Ying felt as though she were adrift on a sea of sensations, her consciousness drifting away. After what felt like an eternity, she weakly nudged Ying Yuan, her voice a soft whisper tinged with allure, "Your Majesty, I cannot endure any longer. Please spare me." Ying Yuan chuckled, his gaze lingering on the marks of passion he had left upon her, a satisfied expression brightening his features. Tenderly, he remarked, "My beloved truly possesses a delicate beauty." He then called out, "Bring forth water." Chapter 29. Promotion Bue had been vigilantly guarding outside the hall. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she listened to the sounds emanating from within. Hot water had been prepared in advance, and Wang Dequan had it delivered inside. Yao Ying lay on the bed, utterly spent and drowsy, her eyes heavy with sleep. Bue, her face still flushed, delicately cleansed her mistress in damp, Appo's body. Upon noticing the emperor's invigorated entrance, she promptly curtsied, "Your Majesty, this servant greets you. I shall take my leave." Bue, with remarkable discretion, excused herself before the emperor could utter a word. Ying Yuan observed Yao Ying's languid state on the bed, her eyes barely open with fatigue, a sight that stirred a hint of tenderness within him. He approached and reclined beside her, positioning himself on the outer edge. Yao Ying, sensing the presence of another, roused herself slightly, her eyes fluttering open to discern the emperor. A flicker of awareness jolted her awake. She feebly attempted to rise, but Ying Yuan, anticipating her intention, gently restrained her. Do not stir. Rest as you are. It is of no consequence. I shall remain on the outer side. He spoke softly, and as Yao Ying nodded in response, she succumbed once more to slumber, seemingly exhausted. He gazed upon her tranquil countenance in repose, and with a tender gesture, he pressed a gentle kiss upon her brow before settling down to sleep himself. Before the fifth watch had even commenced, Ying Yuan awoke. He observed Yao Ying sleeping soundly beside him, a smile gracing his lips. With utmost care, he rose, summoning attendants to assist him with dressing without disturbing her slumber. By the time Ying Yuan had completed his toilette, Yao Ying remained fast asleep. Bue was on the verge of rousing her mistress when the emperor intervened. Do not awaken your mistress. He cast a final glance at the peacefully sleeping Yao Ying before departing. After concluding the morning court session, Ying Yuan's thoughts drifted to the somewhat Spartan accommodations of Yao Ying's palace. A frown creased his brow, and he set aside his memorials, turning to Wang Dequan, who stood nearby. Does her palace lack certain amenities? Wang Dequan, caught off guard by the emperor and Appo's inquiry, hesitated momentarily before realizing that the emperor was referring to the Yao beauty. He dared not be negligent, and a flicker of surprise crossed his mind at the emperor and Appo's attentiveness towards the Yao beauty. Wang Dequan responded in accordance with the emperor and Appo's words. This servant has observed that the Yao beauty and Appo's palace is indeed somewhat simple. What are your majesty and Appo's thoughts? Dispatch individuals to enhance it. Attend to it accordingly. Ying Yuan remarked casually, yet his words sent a jolt of surprise through Wang Dequan. Suddenly recalling something, he spoke once more. Issue an imperial edict. The Yao beauty possesses a heart of jade and profound understanding, deeply pleasing to the emperor. She is to be elevated to the rank of consort. Wang Dequan responded with a smile. This servant obeys, and shall see to it at once. He feared that subordinates might err in the execution of this task, and thus resolved to personally oversee the matter. This Yao consort was indeed extraordinary. She had only attended the emperor for a single night, yet she had already captured his attention. He dared not be careless. Meanwhile, within the Yinghua palace, Yao Ying gradually stirred, her body aching as if it had been run over by a carriage. She furrowed her brow, enduring the discomfort as she summoned, "Attend me. Assist me with my toilette." Yinghua, hearing the movement within, promptly responded to her mistress's call. She rushed inside and approached the bed, her face etched with concern. "Are you well, mistress?" Although Yinghua was not exceptionally perceptive, she had once overheard the elders in the household mention that women often experience discomfort after their first intimate encounter. She had committed this to memory. Now, witnessing her mistress's difficulty, even rising from bed, she was taken aback. It seemed that the old maid's tales were indeed true. Forgetting her shock, a pang of sympathy resonated within her. Yinghua hastened to assist her mistress from the bed. Yao Ying's legs buckled beneath her, and she nearly collapsed. But Yinghua reacted swiftly, supporting her with all her strength. "Be careful, mistress. Lean on this servant." Indeed, it was a fitting embodiment of the line. The maid supports her mistress, languid and frail, as she emerges from the newly bestowed grace. Fortunately, the empress only required her to pay respects on the 1st and 15th of each month. Otherwise, her current state would undoubtedly invite envious and resentful gazes that could pierce her through. After descending from the bed, Yao Ying gradually acclimatized to her condition. Once she had attended to her toilette, Fully Yu arrived with a report. "Mistress, Eunuch Wang has arrived." She swiftly composed herself, assuming a composed demeanor before stepping outside. Upon emerging, she beheld a gathering of individuals in the courtyard. A flicker of surprise crossed Yao Ying's eyes, but she spoke softly. "Greetings, Eunuch Wang." "Consort, Yao must not belittle this servant. This servant pays his respects to Consort Yao." Wang Dequan replied with a smile, stepping forward to offer a bow. "What is the meaning of this, Eunuch Wang?" Yao Ying inquired, feigning ignorance despite suspecting the reason for Wang Dequan's visit. This servant's memory is failing. I had almost forgotten to congratulate Consort Yao. This servant has come to convey an imperial edict. By imperial decree, the Yao beauty possesses a heart of jade and profound understanding, deeply pleasing to the emperor. She is to be elevated to the rank of consort and bestowed with numerous precious gifts. Congratulations, Consort Yao, Wang Dequan declared with a beaming smile. He continued, Consort Yao, the emperor has dispatched individuals to renovate your palace. There may be some disturbances in the coming days, and we hope you will bear with it. Many thanks to the emperor. Eunuch Wang, what are you saying? I am only too delighted. How could I possibly complain? Yao Ying responded with a radiant smile, her heart fluttering with surprise, though her expression remained composed. Bring forth the items. Consort Yao, these are all gifts bestowed upon you by the emperor. His Majesty remarked that your palace was somewhat Spartan, and has ordered that it be lavishly decorated. Upon Wang Dequan's command, individuals began to carry in items one after another. The sheer volume of gifts left the palace staff in awe. Yao Ying was momentarily stunned by the sight of the courtyard filled with treasures. But she soon regained her composure and expressed her gratitude to Wang Dequan with a joyful countenance. Many thanks, Eunuch Wang. Please convey my gratitude to the emperor for his kindness. It was no wonder that so many individuals were willing to go to great lengths to enter the palace and become the emperor's consorts. With the emperor's favor, who could resist the allure of such opulence? Although Yao Ying was not inherently materialistic, she was momentarily dazzled by the glittering jewels and dazzling array of treasures. The emperor's favor was indeed a desirable commodity, and it was no surprise that everyone sought to climb the ranks, for who could resist the allure of wealth and glory? Yet, few could withstand the fleeting nature of such splendor. Yao Ying remained composed, for she had always been clear about her desires. She sought only the emperor and Appo's favor, intending to leverage his power to ascend the ranks and protect those she cherished. She did not dare to yearn for the emperor and Appo's love. Even if his actions momentarily stirred her heart, she refused to allow her emotions to run wild. Her heart, riddled with scars, had been consumed by flames in her previous life. Yao Yin may admire the emperor, but Yao Ying must not. She suppressed the stirrings within her heart, stifling them in their infancy. Throughout history, emperors have been known for their fickleness. Yao Ying dared not harbor any unwarranted affection for the emperor. She would simply strive to be a dutiful consort, fulfilling her responsibilities to the best of her ability. She banished her thoughts, and with a radiant smile, she turned to Wang Dequan. Eunuch Wang, please accept this small token of my appreciation, and I hope you will not find it offensive. With these words, she slipped the purse from her waist into Wang Dequan's hand. Wang Dequan accepted the gift without hesitation, smiling as he did so. Consort Yao is too kind. This servant thanks Consort Yao. This servant must hasten back to attend to the emperor and shall take his leave. The individuals here will remain to renovate your palace. Farewell, Eunuch Wang. Fully you. See Eunuch Wang off, Yao Ying said before he could depart. She then composed her expression, watching silently as Wang Dequan departed. Chapter 30. Reactions in the Luoying Palace. The atmosphere was jubilant, in stark contrast to the varied reactions in other palaces. News traveled swiftly within the imperial confines. In Ikuan Palace, Qingli received word early in the morning, eagerly awaiting the Empress and Appo's awakening to relay the information. When the Empress finally roused, she was seated before her dressing table, attended by the maid Qing Huan, who was meticulously arranging her hair. Qingli approached and softly reported, "Your Majesty." The emperor visited the residence of Concubine Yao last night and only emerged from Luoying Palace this morning. The empress, taken aback by this revelation, momentarily displayed surprise on her face. She had not anticipated that the emperor would choose a companion for the night so promptly, especially given his previous demeanor, which suggested a disinterest in women. However, upon considering that the favored one was indeed Concubine Yao, her astonishment faded, replaced by an expression of understanding. After all, Concubine Yao was not only favored by the emperor, but was also a beauty in her own right, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Who could resist such allure? A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in her eyes as she chuckled softly. Ah, it is she. I am not surprised. Even I find myself enchanted by such beauty, let alone the emperor. Your Majesty, you jest. If we speak of beauty, your grace rivals that of any other. Why then does the emperor seem so indifferent towards you? Qingli pondered, confused. The empress, possessing a beauty that could rival the finest flowers and a demeanor that exuded elegance and nobility, had for years found the emperor reluctant to visit her chambers, and encounters were a rare occurrence. Qingli struggled to comprehend why the emperor remained unmoved by someone as stunning as the empress. The empress, observing Qingli's puzzled expression, smiled enigmatically. Qingli, some matters are not as they appear. The emperor's affections are his own, and I find solace in my freedom. Having been by her side since she was 6, Qingli had grown alongside the empress for over 2 decades, and the empress felt no need for pretense in her presence. Initially, she had contemplated arranging a suitable marriage for Qingli, who had reached the age of 25 and was eligible to leave the palace. Yet, Qingli stubbornly insisted on remaining by her side. The empress chuckled softly at the thought. It was perhaps for the best that she could protect her within the palace's confines. Seeing the empress smile, Qingli could not help but join in her amusement. Your Majesty, you truly possess a carefree spirit. At that moment, Qing Huan finished styling the empress's hair. The empress preferred simplicity in her adornments, eschewing elaborate hairstyles in favor of a more understated elegance. Today, her hair was arranged with a jade hairpin, and she donned a plain yet exquisite silk gown before rising. Lu Quan entered, bowing respectfully before announcing, Your Majesty, the emperor has elevated concubine Yao's rank to that of Gueron, and in addition to bestowing her with numerous gifts, he has sent someone to renovate her palace. Oh, the emperor is indeed swift in his actions. Since he has raised her status, I should also extend my congratulations. Send a gift to concubine Yao, ensuring it is of the finest quality. This turn of events promised to stir the palace into a frenzy. The emperor's actions would undoubtedly ignite the ambitions of many concubines. The empress's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Meanwhile, in the Yushio palace, the favored concubine listened with a growing fury as her attendants reported the emperor's generous gifts and promotion for Yao Ying. Having already heard of the emperor's intentions to summon Yao Ying to his chambers the previous night, she had spent a sleepless night consumed by anger. The news of her elevation only intensified her ire, compelling her to lash out at anything within reach. Huayu, her maid, urgently advised, Your Majesty, please restrain your anger. It may harm your health. You have already shattered several sets of porcelain this month, and the empress may take notice. Xiao Guifei, already known for her fiery temper, was in no mood for consolation. She picked up a vase and smashed it in defiance, exclaiming, Am I not allowed to express my displeasure? What of the empress? I shall break whatever I wish. In a fit of rage, she shattered several more vases without pausing for breath. Your Majesty, please. Huayu and Huaizhu fretted as they watched, fearing for the concubine's safety amidst the flying shards. The porcelain scattered dangerously close to Xiao Guifei and Appo's face, and just as she felt a moment of relief, a fragment struck her hand, drawing blood. Your hand! Huaizhu gasped in alarm. Allow me to fetch some medicine. Huayu urged, Your Majesty, please sit aside while we tidy this up. As she hurried to summon assistance, Huaizhu applied ointment to the concubine's wound, speaking soothingly. Fortunately, the injury is minor. It shall heal in a few days. Please do not let your anger consume you. I am merely indignant, Xiao Guifei lamented. How can I not feel aggrieved when a newcomer, fresh to the palace, receives the emperor's favor so swiftly? It is infuriating. How could he promote her so soon? Xiao Guifei sighed deeply, revealing a hint of sadness as she asked, Huaizhu, do you think I have grown old, no longer possessing the beauty I once had? The emperor seldom visits me now. Your Majesty, how can you say such a thing? You remain as beautiful as ever. Huaizhu reassured her. Perhaps the emperor is simply drawn to novelty. This phase will surely pass. Gazing out at the palace gardens, adorned with vibrant blooms and green willows, Xiao Guifei found no solace for her troubled heart. Did she envy concubine Yao? Indeed, she did. She felt an intense jealousy, for the palace was filled with individuals vying for the emperor's affections. Her ire was not directed at Yao Ying personally, but rather at the fact that Yao had captured the Emperor's favor. After Huayu had tidied up the wreckage, she approached the concubine. Your Majesty, shall we send a gift? I have heard that the Empress is preparing one. Xiao Guifei and Appo's face reflected a glimmer of despondency as she replied dismissively, "Do as you see fit," before rising to seek fresh air. The suffocating atmosphere of Yushio Palace weighed heavily upon her. As she strolled aimlessly through the imperial garden, her mind clouded with frustration, she inadvertently collided with someone, further aggravating her already foul mood. Raising her head to confront the intruder, she prepared to unleash her wrath, only to realize it was someone unexpected. A cold smile crept across her lips. Today was not this person's lucky day, and their misstep had occurred at a most unfortunate moment. Before she could speak, Huaizhu steadied the concubine and called out loudly, "How dare you bump into the esteemed Gui Fei?" Chapter 31. Collision. The unfortunate soul in this tale is Feng Hui. One might argue that her misfortune is self-inflicted, as she fails to pay heed to her surroundings. Today, upon learning of Yao Ying's elevation in status due to her service, Feng Hui's heart swelled with jealousy to the brink of madness. Not only did she berate the palace attendants, but she also contemplated throwing objects in her fury. After shattering one item, she quickly realized the palace's meager furnishings were insufficient for her tantrum, and after careful consideration, she refrained from further destruction, redirecting her ire towards a group of young maidens. "You, come here and knee my shoulders." Feng Hui barked at Ping and Appo's, with a hostile tone. Trembling, Ping and Appo's, approached to serve her. However, as soon as she laid her hands upon Feng Hui, she was met with a tirade. "Wretched servant, have you not eaten? Such weak strength. Apply more force." Reluctantly, Ping and Appo's increased her pressure, trembling as she suppressed her inner fear. Since entering the palace, Feng Hui had never worn a smile. Her countenance perpetually radiated displeasure, and she often berated those beneath her. Her discontent was palpable, and she had witnessed the bruised visage of Sister Wu Mei upon returning to her quarters. Terrified of facing a similar fate, Ping and Appo's approached her duties with utmost caution. Yet, she had not anticipated that upon awakening this morning, Feng Hui's mood would sour upon hearing news from the direction of Yao Guiren. She feared that she would soon bear the brunt of Feng Hui's wrath. Sure enough, as Ping and Appo's slightly increased her strength, Feng Hui lashed out again. "You little wretch, I instructed you to apply more pressure, not to crush me to death." With that, Feng Hui rose and slapped her. Stunned by the pain, Pinger immediately knelt and begged for mercy. "Please forgive me, my lady. It was my fault." Seeing Ping and Appo's kneeling and weeping, Feng Hui felt a surge of irritation. Was a mere slap worth such a display of misery? Her annoyance grew, and she kicked Ping and Appo's, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. "I merely kicked you. You're far too fragile. Get up at once. Do you want onlookers to think I've done you grave harm?" Feng Hui glared at her menacingly. Trembling in fear, Pinger managed to rise, repeatedly apologizing for offending her lady. Feng Hui found the term "my lady" grating upon her ears, as if it were a mockery, further exacerbating her displeasure. In a fit of anger, she slapped Ping and Appo's, again. "From now on, address me as an Appo's, mistress, and Appo's. I do not wish to hear you utter and Appo's, my lady, and Appo's again, or else." She raised her hand, reveling in the terror reflected in Pinger's eyes. Feeling unsatisfied, Feng Hui decided to take a stroll in the imperial garden to soothe her spirit. Enchanted by the vibrant flowers, she felt compelled to pluck some, believing that each blossom would ease her troubled heart. With a large bouquet in hand, she was lost in her delight and failed to watch where she was going, spinning around as she walked. Suddenly, she collided with someone. Leonor, who was following behind, was obscured by the flowers and did not notice until it was too late. As Feng Hui was about to unleash her fury upon the offending party, she was met with an unexpected response. "How dare you collide with Her Highness, the Gui Fei?" The shock of this proclamation silenced her, and she knelt immediately, pleading for forgiveness. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon. I did not mean to. I was unaware it was you. Even Feng Hui, though not particularly astute, recognized the gravity of her blunder. The Gui Fei, already in a foul mood, found herself confronted by a fool. Just as she sought an outlet for her frustration directed at Yao Ying, here came a willing target, and she unleashed her pent-up anger upon Feng Hui. I am unaware of who possesses such audacity, but it seems to be you. Huh, you truly have some nerve to collide with me. The Gui Fei glared down at the prostrate Feng Hui, her tone dripping with disdain. What punishment do you think is fitting for your transgression? Huaizhu, what do you suggest? Her smile did not reach her eyes, yet it was evident to Huaizhu that the Gui Fei sought retribution. It seemed rather foolish of Feng Hui to choose this particular path, and Huaizhu seized the moment to respond. Your Highness, I believe she should receive 10 strikes to instill some sense in her. Upon hearing this, Feng Hui, disregarding her dignity, shed the last remnants of her arrogance and cried out for mercy. Your Highness, I am at fault. I did not see you. Please spare me. I promise to be more cautious in the future. Feng Hui was so terrified that she even forgot to refer to herself in the third person, simply saying I. Oh, and you anticipate a future encounter? How intriguing. You insolent fool. Do you dare to retort? Huaizhu, slap her. Yes, Your Highness. Huaizhu stepped forward to deliver a strike, but Feng Hui managed to evade it. So you still possess the audacity to dodge? Do you not comprehend the gravity of my words? Guards, restrain her. At the Gui Fei and Amp, Oppo's command, 2 eunuchs stepped forward to seize Feng Hui. Huaizhu, seeing this, wasted no time in delivering a series of harsh slaps, leaving Feng Hui dazed and bloodied. Feng Hui, now thoroughly frightened, cried out for mercy. Your Highness, I understand my error. It is my fault. Please forgive me. Observing her pitiful state, Lien and Amp, Oppo's, who had been trailing behind, could not suppress a flicker of schadenfreude. Today, it seemed, the tables had turned. Feng Hui had often bullied her and her companions, yet now she faced the consequences of her actions. The Gui Fei, cold and unyielding, gazed upon Feng Hui and Amp, Oppo's, tear-streaked face, devoid of any sympathy. Take her away and administer punishment. Seeing her hopes dwindling, Feng Hui cried out louder, truly understanding the gravity of her predicament and fearing for her life. Please, Your Highness, spare me. I know I am wrong. As Feng Hui's tears mixed with snot, the Gui Fei and Amp, Oppo's, expression darkened with disgust. Just as she was about to command the guards to carry out the punishment, the Xian Fei unexpectedly arrived at the imperial garden. Before the Gui Fei could utter a word, the Xian Fei interrupted. It seems quite lively here in the imperial garden today. My arrival is quite timely. She approached with an air of feigned innocence, feigning surprise at the sight of Feng Hui on the ground, then turned to the Gui Fei. Your Highness, you seem to be in high spirits today. What is the matter? Someone, explain this to me. With a gentle demeanor, the Xian Fei inquired. Feng Hui and Oppo's eyes sparkled with hope upon seeing her, as if grasping at a lifeline. Xian Fei, please help me. I did not mean to. Oh, what have you done to incur the Gui Fei's displeasure? The Xian Fei observed Feng Hui's woeful state with intrigue. Huaizhu interjected. Xian Fei, Feng Hui collided with the Gui Fei, nearly knocking her to the ground. The Gui Fei merely intends to punish her with 10 strikes, yet she is unyielding. Ah, so that is the tale. The virtuous consort displayed a knowing expression as she turned to glance at Feng Hui on the ground. Her gaze shifted, seemingly lost in thought, and a gentle smile graced her lips. She then spoke. I observe that the punishment has been administered. Perhaps we should forego further reprimand. After all, the esteemed concubine has already penalized her. To impose additional punishment would be excessive. With a smile, the virtuous consort interceded on behalf of Feng Hui. Upon realizing that the virtuous consort had spoken in her defense, Feng Hui's heart swelled with joy, and she instantly developed a fondness for the consort. Believing her to be an exceedingly kind-hearted individual, the esteemed concubine, noticing her interruption, spoke with an air of incredulity. Ah, the virtuous consort is indeed compassionate. Her tone, however, did not convey admiration but rather a veiled sarcasm, suggesting that the consort was meddling in affairs that did not concern her. Unfazed, The virtuous consort continued to regard the esteemed concubine with an ever gentler smile. Chapter 32. Gratitude. The esteemed consort Gay he cast a frigid gaze upon consort Cien, inwardly scoffing at her habitual pretense of benevolence. With a composed countenance, she scrutinized Feng Hui, her piercing stare eliciting beads of perspiration from the hapless woman. Just as Feng Hui began to believe that the noble consort Gue would remain unyielding, the latter dismissed her with a disdainful glance, emitting a contemptuous snort before departing. As consort Gue receded from view, Feng Hui experienced a profound sense of relief, a flicker of malevolence swiftly crossing her eyes. She then knelt, expressing her gratitude to consort Cien. I am eternally indebted to your ladyship for your assistance. Your benevolence is something I shall never forget. Should there ever be a need for my services, I implore your ladyship to not hesitate to command me. Consort Cien did not fail to notice the fleeting malevolence in her eyes. She derisively mused to herself, finding amusement in the antics of this simpleton. Consort Cien responded with gentle words. What are you saying, dear sister? I was merely concerned that your delicate constitution would not withstand such a severe punishment. I could not bear to witness your tender frame subjected to such treatment. She paused for a moment, observing the grateful expression on Feng Hui and Appo's face, and continued, your well-being is essential to serve His Majesty. To jeopardize it would be imprudent. Your ladyship is truly benevolent. Feng Hui exclaimed, eager to demonstrate her loyalty. I am willing to offer my utmost service to your ladyship. She perceived consort Cien's actions as a gesture of goodwill, an opportunity to align herself with a powerful patron. She thought, so what if the consort Gue looks down on me? Now I have ingratiated myself with the consort Cien. Just wait until I, Feng Hui, ascend the ranks. They will regret their actions. Consort Cien, noticing the elation in her eyes, subtly altered her expression and then inconspicuously instructed, Chunhua, assist the talented Feng in rising. Exercise caution. Yes, your ladyship, Chunhua, consort Cien's principal maidservant, responded, promptly assisting Feng Hui. As Feng Hui regained her footing, consort Cien's smile deepened, observing the disfigurement of her face. She kindly remarked, my dear sister, I perceive that your face is severely injured. My palace possesses an exquisite jade balm. Perhaps you would like to visit my residence to apply the remedy. I am most grateful to your ladyship. Feng Hui replied, I would never dare decline your ladyship and Appo's invitation. Initially disheartened by consort Cien and Appo's observation of her disfigurement, her animosity towards consort Gue intensified. However, upon hearing consort Cien and Appo's offer to treat her wounds at her palace, her countenance transformed with delight, reveling in the perceived favor and reveling in her newfound importance. Chunhua, I shall forego my stroll and return to the palace, consort Cien declared, concealing the amusement in her eyes as she turned towards the direction of Chaohua Palace. Feng Hui promptly followed, while Lien and Appo's cradling flowers harbored malicious thoughts, remarking, the talented Feng is indeed fortunate. She escaped consort Gay and Appo's severe punishment and was timely rescued by consort Cien. Truly, the wicked often prolong their existence. In a secluded corner not far from the imperial garden, an inconspicuous palace attendant secretly observed the events unfolding within the garden. Once everyone had departed, she discreetly vanished from sight. Consort Cien and Appo's palace was conveniently located near the imperial garden, requiring only a brief journey to reach Chaohua Palace. Feng Hui gazed upon the grandeur of Chaohua Palace, which far surpassed the splendor of her own residence, Lingyun Palace. Her face betrayed her envy. Your ladyship, she exclaimed, your palace is truly magnificent. Consort Cien, noting the envy in her eyes, gently reassured her, do not be impatient, dear sister. Your time will come. She smiled at Feng Hui, immediately inflating her ego. Upon entering her palace, consort Cien instructed her attendants to retrieve the jade balm. She invited Feng Hui to sit and personally applied the ointment to her face, much to Feng Hui's surprise. She repeatedly declined, exclaiming, your ladyship, this is not appropriate. Allow a maidservant to attend to this. Nonsense, Consort Xian replied in her characteristically gentle tone. We are sisters. There is no need for such formality. With these words, she proceeded to apply the J-bomb. This gesture profoundly moved Feng Hui, who now perceived Consort Xian as not only benevolent but also approachable. Her affection for her increased. Your ladyship is correct. Feng Hui responded, I dare not decline. After applying the ointment, Consort Xian engaged Feng Hui in casual conversation, remarking, I observed that noble lady Yao entered the palace alongside you. She has already been favored and promoted. I perceive no disparity between your qualities. Your ladyship also believes so? Feng Hui asked, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Initially disheartened by the mention of Yao Ying and Amp, Appo's, as favor, her delight was now uncontainable after Consort Xian's assertion that she was no less deserving. I concur that I am no less deserving than she. She merely benefited from fortuitous circumstances, having been favored first. Upon mentioning Yao Ying, Feng Hui's contempt became palpable. She continued, Your ladyship, you are unaware that she is merely a seductress. I believe she captivated His Majesty with her seductive charms. Your ladyship, I shall confide in you. Even before entering the palace, she had bewitched His Highness the First Prince, causing the eldest daughter of the Su family to harbor resentment towards her. I am uncertain of the methods she employed to captivate His Highness to such an extent. Now that she has entered the palace, His Highness is unable to meet her frequently. Now, she is seducing His Majesty. Your ladyship, you cannot fathom how detestable she is. She disregards everyone, relying solely on her appearance. Feng Hui spoke with fervor, divulging everything before Consort Xian could even respond. Consort Xian listened with amusement, feigning surprise. Oh, is that so? What is the nature of the relationship between her and His Highness? Feng Hui eagerly elaborated, although she lacked specific details, only knowing that Su Wanru admired the First Prince. But the First Prince favored Yao Ying, causing Su Wanru to resent her. Your ladyship, I am uncertain of the specifics, but I suspect that His Highness still harbors affection for her. Consort Xian's expression shifted as she casually inquired, How does the noble Lady Yao feel about the First Prince? I suspect that she has long seduced His Highness. Otherwise, why would he be so infatuated with her? Feng Hui replied, without considering the implications of her words. This is indeed intriguing. Consort Xian mused to herself, maintaining a neutral expression. She kindly cautioned, The noble Lady Yao is currently favored by His Majesty and must not be harmed. You must not utter such words carelessly. If such information were to be discovered, it could lead to dire consequences. Consort Xian and Appo's, as countenance suddenly turned serious. The most forbidden topic within the harem is such matters. If her affair with His Highness were to be discovered, her path would be nearing its end. She then reverted to her gentle demeanor, adding, However, I do not believe that the noble Lady Yao is such a person. Upon hearing these words, Feng Hui experienced a sudden epiphany. She smiled and expressed her gratitude to Consort Xian. Your ladyship is correct. I thank your ladyship for the ointment. I am now feeling much better. I shall return to my palace. With these words, Feng Hui rose, bowed, and hastily departed from Consort Xian's Chaohua palace, a look of glee on her face. Consort Xian observed her retreating figure, gazing upon the vibrant and flourishing scenery outside the palace. She smiled and remarked, Chunhua, I fear that this palace is about to become tumultuous. Chapter 33. The chess pieces within the confines of Yongfu Palace. Su Jin quietly approached the Defei, whispering softly into her ear. Upon hearing her words, Defei furrowed her brow in surprise. She had not anticipated that the emperor would select a consort so swiftly. Given his temperament, she had assumed it would take him at least 10 days or half a month before he would consider stepping into the inner palace. The rapidity of this turn of events exceeded her expectations. After a brief period of tranquility in the harem, it seemed that things were about to become tumultuous once more. She chuckled softly, realizing that many would now be eager to capture the emperor and Amp. Appo's, as attention, their hearts brimming with schemes to attract him. Your Highness, what do you think? Su Jin inquired, waiting for the Defei and Amp, Appo's, as response. Noticing her silence, she could not help but probe further. I shall refrain from mingling in this excitement and prefer to observe their antics. Please arrange for a gift to be sent to Lady Yao, Defei instructed. By the way, what has Jing and Appos been up to lately? How are his studies progressing? She casually asked. Your Highness, the second prince has recently received praise from the Grand Tutor, who remarked on his intelligence and diligence, reminiscent of the Emperor in his youth, Sujin replied. Oh, is that so? The Grand Tutor certainly knows how to flatter, but Jinger cannot possibly compare to the Emperor, Defei remarked, though her eyes sparkled with pride. Her son had always been remarkably clever. As long as she maintained her position as Defei, all would be well. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the palace. Mother, I have returned from school. A spirited youth of 12 or 13 burst in, his demeanor radiant. Mother, I was thinking of you, and came here as soon as I finished my lessons. Jinger is indeed well behaved. I have missed you too. Have you been well lately? Defei inquired, her concern evident as she gazed at her only son. Mother, I am well. Today the Grand Tutor praised me again, Jing and Appos, replied, a glimmer of pride shining in his eyes. At that age, he was full of vigor, and Defei could not help but feel an even deeper affection for him. Have you visited your father? It is important to pay your respects, so he remembers you, she gently reminded him. Yes, mother, I understand, Jinger acknowledged, his thoughts drifting to the image of his father, filled with admiration and longing. Though the Emperor was kind to him, Jing and Appos, often felt a sense of distance, yearning for closeness yet tinged with timidity. Good boy, I know you are sensible. Would you like to stay and dine with me today? Defei and Appos' eyes gleamed with expectation. Jinger found it hard to decline his mother's kind invitation and nodded in agreement. Sujin, please instruct the kitchen to prepare a few of Jinger's favorite dishes for lunch. Defei said warmly, her gaze filled with affection. Yongfu Palace radiated a harmonious atmosphere, in stark contrast to the stirring events at Shufei and Appos' Yijing Palace. Your Highness, Lady Yao served the Emperor last night and was promoted to a noble this morning. A senior maid named Kaiping reported quietly to Shufei. Shufei and Appos' expression shifted dramatically, her gaze sharpening as she focused ahead. While tending to the orchids by the window, she was taken aback by the news, her hand faltering as she accidentally snapped a delicate stem, leaving only a bare leaf behind. What did you just say? Repeat that, she commanded sternly. Your Highness, I said that Lady Yao served the Emperor last night and was promoted this morning, Kaiping reiterated respectfully. I underestimated her. Not only has she captured Hung and Appos' interest, but she has also quickly entangled herself with the Emperor. Shufei scoffed internally, her eyes glinting with disdain. I shall see just how much she can stir the waters. Send someone to summon Lady Su for me. A quarter of an hour later, Su Wanqing, accompanied by Liu Ye, arrived at Yijing Palace. Her expression composed as she entered the hall with a smile. Your servant pays her respects to the esteemed Shufei, Su Wanqing greeted, bowing deeply. Get up quickly. There is no need for such formality between us, Shufei said warmly. As there are no outsiders present, you need not be so restrained. My elder brother has instructed me to take good care of you now that you are in the palace. Yes, my aunt, Su Wanqing replied obediently, sensing Shufei and Appos' underlying intentions for summoning her. Come, sit by me, Shufei beckoned, gesturing for her to take a seat beside her. Kaiping, fetch a pot of fine tea. My dear niece, now that you are in the palace, it is crucial to gain the Emperor's favor. What are your thoughts? Shufei inquired gently, with a hint of patience. Aunt, I will follow your guidance. Before entering the palace, my father advised me to heed your arrangements, Su Wanqing replied, her demeanor serene and compliant. Shufei felt a surge of satisfaction at her response, particularly pleased with Su Wanqing and Appos' submissive disposition. Your willingness to comply is wonderful. We are allies, as family. I will always act in your best interests and would never harm you, she reassured, surveying Su Wanqing's appearance, noting her striking beauty that surpassed even that of her mother, who hailed from the brothel. A flicker of disdain crossed Shufei and Appos' eyes. What a shameless little creature. Her mother possesses an alluring charm, and yet this girl has a delicate, pitiful face. If only I had someone to utilize, I would not stoop to consider the offspring of such a disgrace. She quickly donned a smile, declaring, I will arrange everything for you. Just await the emperor's favor and follow my instructions. I guarantee you will not fare poorly. Su Wanqing caught the brief flash of disdain in Xu Fei and Appo's eyes and suppressed her thoughts, replying obediently, I will heed my aunt and Appo's wishes. Whatever you instruct me to do, I shall do. Xu Fei watched with increasing satisfaction, recognizing the potential in Su Wanqing's endearing visage. Very well, I have no further matters for you. You may return and await my arrangements. Yes, aunt, I shall take my leave now, Su Wanqing said softly before departing. As Xu Fei observed a retreating figure, her smile faded, replaced by a look of disdain. If the emperor did not visit her palace, why would she distribute her favor to others? It was all Yao Ying and Appo's fault. She had come and snatched the emperor's affection, leaving Xu Fei in a passive position. Whether her decision to bring Yao Ying into the palace was wise or foolish remained uncertain. She had no other options. Securing her own favorites was far superior to watching others rise in favor. With the emperor once again stepping into the harem, she must seize this opportunity and skillfully manipulate this pawn. Chapter 34. Gratitude. Upon exiting the residence of the Xu Fei, Su Wanning cast aside her deceptively obedient facade, striding back to the palace with an icy demeanor. She was not oblivious to the hidden intentions of the Xu Fei, though the latter spoke sweetly. Her heart likely harbored disdain. Perhaps she found even a moment in Appo's company with Su Wanning to be beneath her. It was truly laughable. Su Wanning had not missed the fleeting glimmer of contempt in the Xu Fei's eyes. The facade of warmth was merely a reflection of her own utilitarian motives. Wasn't she just a pawn, carelessly tossed about throughout her life? Before entering the palace, she had been at the beck and call of Su Wanro, and now she was subject to the whims of the Xu Fei. She wondered if she would ever find a day to rise above her circumstances. Glancing up at the sun hanging high in the sky, the brilliance of the sunlight momentarily stung her eyes, prompting her to shield them with her hand. As the warm rays enveloped her, her body felt a semblance of heat, yet her heart remained perpetually cold, impervious to warmth. My lady, please be cautious of the sunlight. You may walk behind me, and I shall shield you, Lu Yi suggested, stepping forward to block a portion of the sunlight. Su Wanning was acutely aware that Lu Yi was sent by her father to keep watch over her, yet the kindness in her voice stirred a flicker of warmth within Su Wanning's heart. Realizing her emotional shift, she quickly composed her expression, continuing her cold march homeward. In the residence of the first prince, Ying Hung was tormented by the news of Yao Ying and Appo's consort status, his heart aching as if sliced by a blade. Since the age of 15, he had been granted permission by the emperor to establish his own residence. From the moment he encountered Yao Ying, he had longed to take her as his bride, yet alas, she was never meant to be his. He spent the entire day in his study, unresponsive to Duofu and Appo's calls from outside, neglecting even the most basic sustenance. Upon learning the news, the Xu Fei was infuriated and summoned him to the palace the following day for a scathing reprimand. Only then did he suppress his inappropriate thoughts and endeavor to live a life devoid of unattainable desires, forcing himself to abandon his hopes. However, he was unaware that the more he attempted to forget, the more he found himself ensnared by memories. Within the Yinghua Hall, Yao Ying surveyed the gifts sent from various palaces, instructing Bai Yu to meticulously catalog them before storing them away. Being the first to gain consort status, she was acutely aware that countless individuals in the harem viewed her with envy and wished for her downfall. A soft chuckle escaped her lips. The more they sought to drag her down, the harder she would strive to ascend, eager to see who would ultimately prevail. It would not be long before Su Wanro was to be wed. She must prepare a grand gift to mark the occasion. As she observed the bustling figures outside the hall, Yao Ying felt no particular joy. Yet, the emperor was considerate enough to remember her humble quarters, a kindness that stood in stark contrast to Ying Hung and Appo's indifference. Reflecting on her previous living conditions, she recalled their utter simplicity. punctuated by his hollow declarations of love that were never substantiated by action. Now, as she regarded Ing Hung, she perceived faults in every aspect. Setting aside his imperial status, she found him to be a commendable individual, handsome, with an extraordinary demeanor, generous and attentive. Even in the throes of their intimacy, though physically exhausted, she had savored the experience. What was she thinking? A faint blush crept across her cheeks. She shook her head, dismissing such thoughts. As long as she did not develop feelings for the emperor and fulfilled her duties as Yao Ying, all would be well. The empress had sent a lavish gift, and it was customary for her to express her gratitude in person as a sign of respect. After deliberation, she resolved to pay a visit. After a midday rest, she donned a simple gown and, accompanied by Fu Lu, made her way to the Concubine palace. Upon her arrival, she was announced to the empress, dressed in a similarly modest outfit, exuded an air of approachability, lacking the usual regal severity. Observing the empress and Appo's gentle demeanor, Yao Ying noted the stark contrast to their previous encounter, finding her demeanor increasingly amiable. She curtsied gracefully. This humble servant wishes to pay her respects to Her Majesty. Rise and take a seat, the empress replied lazily, without pretense, relishing the absence of others. What brings you to seek an audience with me today? Her tone was relaxed, reminiscent of a conversation between friends rather than a sovereign and her subject. Yao Ying was taken aback by the empress and Appo's candid nature, which endeared her further. However, she maintained her decorum, responding respectfully, Your Majesty, I have come to express my gratitude for your generous gifts. There is no need to maintain formality in private. Relax a little. I assure you, I am not intimidating, the empress chuckled, finding amusement in Yao Ying and Appo's respectful demeanor. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your demeanor today seems even more gentle than usual. It brings joy to my heart, Yao Ying replied, her sincerity evident. Qingli, did you hear that? This beauty speaks so sweetly. I find her words delightful, the empress teased, directing her jest towards Qingli. Yao Ying's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Unable to meet the empress and Appo's teasing gaze, the empress was indeed different from her expectations. Look how shy she is, Your Majesty. You truly have a knack for teasing, Qingli observed, easily discerning the empress and Appo's intentions. You are quite the perceptive one. The empress laughed heartily, her mirth reflecting her genuine enjoyment. Such a delicate flower. I must protect her well, lest I lose much joy. As Yao Ying departed, her thoughts lingered on the empress, who was indeed a remarkable person. She restored her composure, no longer appearing bashful, and found the palace to be a place of intrigue. Chapter 35. A sense of justice not long after Yao Ying departed. Xu Fei arrived at Concubine Palace. Today, she had pressing matters to discuss with the empress, and she entered with a beaming smile. Before she even reached the empress, she spoke up, Your Majesty seems to be in splendid spirits today. I could see your smile from afar. Xu Fei presented her greetings with a flourish. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. The empress, seated with a serious demeanor, inquired, What urgent matter brings you here today, Xu Fei? After a moment of contemplation, Xu Fei voiced her thoughts. Your Majesty, it has been quite some time since we welcomed newcomers into the palace. Perhaps we could host a banquet to bring everyone together and celebrate. The empress squinted her eyes, lost in thought for a moment before responding. Noticing the growing anxiety on Xu Fei's face, she spoke again, Your Majesty, I propose this for the benefit of the new sisters. They have just entered the palace and must be feeling quite out of sorts. A banquet might help them settle in. Xu Fei earnestly sought the empress and Appo's approval. Recognizing that her own eagerness alone would not suffice, she required the empress and Appo's consent. After a long pause, the empress finally lifted her eyelids, a faint smile playing on her lips, and nodded, Your suggestion is not without merit. Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you, along with Guifei de Fei and Xin Fei. Upon hearing this, Xu Fei and Appo's face lit up with joy, and she quickly expressed her gratitude. I thank Your Majesty. Liu Guan, convey my decree. A palace banquet will be held in 3 days, organized by Gui Fei, De Fei, Xin Fei, and Shu Fei. Yes, your majesty. I shall notify the esteemed ladies at once. Lu Quan and Apos, as high-pitched voice echoed as he respectfully withdrew. The empress regarded Shu Fei, impatience creeping in her tone. Is there anything else, Shu Fei? Nothing further. I shall take my leave, Shu Fei replied, her heart elated as she turned to exit Ikuan Palace. Meanwhile, Su Wanning was on her way back when she was suddenly confronted by a torrent of curses. Initially, she had no intention of intervening. Such occurrences were commonplace in the palace. However, as she continued on her path, she soon heard the unmistakable sounds of fists and feet striking a body, and the victim bore the blows in silence. In that moment, her hardened heart softened, reminiscent of her own childhood hardships. Realizing that the victim was just as unfortunate as she had once been, she reversed her steps, following the source of the commotion. Liu Ye, who had intended to dissuade her from meddling, hesitated upon witnessing the fleeting sorrow on her face and felt compelled to follow. As Su Wanning approached the corner, she found two older eunuchs violently assaulting a younger one, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks. Su Wanning stepped forward, raising her voice to command. Stop this at once. The two assailants froze momentarily, ceasing their actions. You insolent servants! Do you not kneel and pay your respects upon seeing Lady Su? Lu Yi interjected promptly. Esteemed Lady Su, we have seen you. The two eunuchs hurriedly knelt, exclaiming. With an air of authority, Su Wanning addressed them. What audacity! Do you truly believe there is no one in the palace? What crime has he committed to deserve such treatment? Forgive us, Lady Su. We were merely jesting with him. See, he is unscathed, one of them hastily explained, while secretly pinching the younger eunuch and shooting him a warning glare. Su Wanning observed the furtive gesture and felt her anger rise. If they could treat him so brazenly in her presence, who knew how they tormented him behind her back? Her expression darkened as her sharp gaze fell upon the kneeling men. Oh, I was unaware that jesting involved such cruelty. How about I return the favor to you? At her words, the two men turned pale, trembling as they stammered. Forgive us, Lady Su. That was not our intention. We were wrong. Su Wanning interrupted, directing her attention to the prostrate young eunuch, her tone softening. Lift your head and tell me what transpired. Do not fear. I shall stand up for you. Esteemed Lady Su, it was they who were venting their frustrations upon me after being scolded by Master Wang. The young man replied, revealing a handsome and delicate face, one that indeed possessed a certain allure. This victim turned out to be Guanghua, the eunuch who had escorted Feng Hui into the palace, and he displayed remarkable fortitude. Though he had endured harsh treatment, his face remained stoic as he gritted his teeth in response to Su Wanning. Moved by his resilience, she felt a surge of compassion, recognizing that she too had survived similar trials. Suddenly, an impulse to assist him arose within her. Would you dare to retaliate if I grant you the opportunity? A flicker of surprise crossed Guanghua's eyes as he respectfully replied, in response to Lady Su, I would dare. What did he have to lose? If he was to be beaten regardless, he might as well strike back decisively. Very well, I shall grant you this chance to retaliate. The two kneeling eunuchs pleaded for mercy. Forgive us, Lady Su. Please spare us. Without glancing at them, she addressed Guanghua. Go on, but remember, you only have this one opportunity. With a change in his demeanor, Guanghua slowly rose, turning to confront the two. Before they could react, he struck swiftly, delivering a kick to each with precision and force, channeling all his pent-up anger into the blows. After a series of harsh kicks, he finally ceased, leaving the two men groaning and pleading for mercy. How ironic, Guanghua mused, as they had relished inflicting pain on others, yet now found themselves in a similar plight. He turned to Su Wanning with respect. I thank you, Lady Su, for your support. Enough of you two. Why do you linger here? Get out of my sight, lest you receive more punishment, Su Wanning commanded, her gaze dismissive. The two scrambled to their feet and fled, fearful of incurring her wrath. Watching them scuttle away, Su Wanning felt a chill in her heart. They were merely bullies who preyed on the weak. Quickly regaining her composure, she turned her attention to Guanghua. Realizing that having allowed him to retaliate, she could not simply send him back to face potential further mistreatment, though she typically refrained from meddling in others' affairs. Her heart ached for Guanghua, standing tall before her, and she felt compelled to extend her kindness. Gently, she proposed, "Would you care to accompany me back? Though I am not a favored individual, I assure you that I will not subject you to any humiliation." Upon hearing her words, Guanghua and Appo's eyes sparkled with hope. It had been so long since anyone had treated him with such kindness. As a powerless servant, he was accustomed to being summoned and scolded, enduring beatings and insults as a matter of course. Suddenly receiving such compassion felt foreign, yet he quickly realized that Lady Su was offering him salvation. Gazing at her exquisite visage, he nodded resolutely. In response to Lady Su, "I am willing." "I thank you, Lady Su. I am at your service." Su Wanqing finally let out a sigh of relief. He appeared to be a person of integrity, and she was concerned that he might reject her kindness. Thus, this turned out to be quite convenient. With that, she led Guanghua back to the Jade Fu Hall of the Rufa Palace. Chapter 36 Prelude. Upon her return to the palace, the consort Shu promptly sent word, urging her to prepare a dance, as a banquet was to be held in 3 days, and she would be scheduled to perform. She furrowed her brow at the hastiness of the arrangement, finding it rather amusing that no time was allotted for her preparation. Nevertheless, she smiled and agreed, subsequently dispatching Liu Ye to the consort Shu's palace to request a servant from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, seeking assistance from the consort. Given her current lowly status, she felt it unwise to approach the ministry directly, making the consort an ideal ally, especially since the consort required her services. She had already devised a strategy when she mentioned taking Guanghua back, ensuring she would not embark on a venture without certainty. Upon receiving her request, the consort Shu perceived the procurement of a mere eunuch as trivial and readily consented, instructing someone to take care of it. Meanwhile, she was counting on Su Wanqing to vie for favor, and such a minor request would naturally be met with compliance. It was merely a matter of her word. When Liu Ye returned with the news, Su Wanqing finally felt a sense of relief. She offered Guanghua a gentle smile, assuring him that he could serve in her palace with peace of mind, as the consort had already arranged for him to be with her. Initially, Guanghua harbored some anxiety, but now he was truly at ease, hastily expressing his gratitude. "This servant thanks the master. I am at your service." Within the Ziguang Hall of Lingyun Palace, Feng Hui listened attentively as the palace attendants announced the banquet to be held in 3 days. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her eyes sparkled with excitement, eliciting laughter that startled the nearby attendants into silence. Soon, the Empress's decree echoed throughout the palace, announcing the evening banquet, prompting varied reactions among the courtiers. Some expressed enthusiasm, others remained indifferent, while a few harbored ulterior motives. Yao Ying, upon hearing the news, masked her emotions, sensing that the banquet might not be as straightforward as it seemed. "Master, the palace is hastily preparing for a banquet. I have yet to witness such an event. It will be an eye-opening experience." Yue, with her lively disposition, was particularly invested in such matters. Initially, she and Bue had always referred to their mistress as Miss, but now they were adjusting to a new form of address to avoid unnecessary strife. Since entering the palace, she had become more cautious under Bue's guidance. "You seem quite delighted. One might think you are attending the palace banquet yourself," Yao Ying teased, observing Yue's exuberance. Master, if you attend, I shall tag along to indulge my curiosity. I have heard the food in the palace is exquisite. I wonder what delicacies will be served at the banquet." Yue's mouth watered at the thought. "You little glutton, always thinking of food. Imagine watching the feast without partaking. Wouldn't that be even more torturous?" Yao Ying replied, with Bue joining in to chide her further. "Indeed, master is right. Witnessing the feast without tasting it would be a cruel disappointment." Yue's face fell, her previous joy replaced by a frown. "I was merely speaking. I don't genuinely wish to taste it," she said, pouting. Seeing her disheartened, Yao Ying softened her tone. "All right, I will secretly save some pastries to bring back for you." Upon hearing this, Yue's spirits lifted once more. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, Bue interrupted. "Master, you do spoil her." She stifled a laugh behind her hand. "I shall remember your words. Master, I will await your return with treats." Yue and Appo's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Yao Ying. Peach Branch and Fu Lu observed the lively scene in the hall with a tinge of envy. They felt grateful for the master and Appo's kind treatment towards them, satisfied with their circumstances. In the palace of the noble consort, she received a decree instructing her to collaborate with the consort and others regarding the banquet. She was none too pleased with the arrangement, feeling it unfair to share the responsibility with the other three. The Empress had calculated cleverly. By delegating the task, she ensured that any success would reflect well on her, while any failures would fall on the others. Initially inclined to refuse, reasoning that many would be eager to take on the task, Huaizhu advised her, "Your Highness, do not think ill of it. The Empress trusts you with this responsibility. Moreover, the Emperor will be in attendance. If you execute it well, he may take note of you." The noble consort, considering the Emperor and Appo's presence, resolved to perform admirably so that she would not be overshadowed by the others. "You are correct, Huaizhu. Though they are assisting, I shall not allow them to outshine me. Come, let's inspect the venue." Having come to a decision, she rose and made her way to the Bixiao Palace. Upon arrival, she found Consort Shu already present, and shortly thereafter, the consort and Xian consort arrived as well. "What a fortunate coincidence. All of you have gathered," the noble consort remarked casually. "It is delightful to have a joyous occasion in the palace. A banquet will surely enliven the atmosphere," the consort agreed. "Indeed, it has been years since such merriment graced these halls," the Xian consort added. "Yet, what is joy without sorrow? The newcomers may smile, but the old-timers weep," Consort Shu lamented. "Do we not know the Emperor's disposition? What the newcomers? He barely steps into the inner palace more than a few times a month," the consort replied with a smile. "Let's not dwell on such matters. This is a celebration, after all," the Xian consort interjected, aiming to ease the tension. The noble consort remained silent, maintaining her composure. Though the consort's words were not without merit, the banquet's importance prevailed. The four women began to discuss their assigned tasks, each harboring her own thoughts, before departing the Bixiao Palace and delegating the details to their subordinates. As night fell, the Emperor and Appo's chambers were brightly lit, with Ying Yuan reclining in a chair, perusing a book. Wang Dequan stood hesitantly nearby, contemplating whether to inquire if the Emperor desired a companion for the night. But noticing the Emperor's disinterest, he felt a pang of dismay. Ying Yuan, seemingly absorbed in his reading, had indeed noticed the indecision etched on Wang Dequan's face, but chose not to acknowledge it. As he flipped through the pages, his mind momentarily wandered, recalling Yao Ying's bashful expression, prompting a soft chuckle before he resumed his reading. In the dead of night, the busy palace attendants outside the Yuan Hall gradually dispersed, leaving the area dark and silent. A shadowy figure stealthily approached, glancing around before quietly departing, a sight that might have startled anyone who chanced upon it in the inky darkness. Chapter 37. Before the banquet, 3 days swiftly passed, marked by an unusual tranquility. The Emperor had yet to summon anyone for the night. As evening descended, Yao Ying donned a delicate pink gown adorned with auspicious patterns, complemented by a yellow brocade cloak. Her maid, Lu, styled her hair into a cloud-kissed bun, embellishing it with exquisite pearl flowers, while her ears were graced with pomegranate-red jade earrings. A light makeup accentuated her fair complexion, with only a subtle blush upon her cheeks and a hint of color on her lips, rendering her irresistibly charming. Adorning her porcelain-like hands was a beautifully cast jade bracelet, and on her feet were pink silk embroidered shoes. Once prepared, Yao Ying, accompanied by Bai Yu and Lu, made her way to the Yuan Hall of Bixiao Palace. Coincidentally, she encountered Feng Hui along the way. Feng Hui, with her slightly plump figure, wore a rose-red brocade gown and cast a proud glance at Yao Ying before continuing on her way without a word. Yao Ying, initially disinclined to dwell on the rudeness, found Feng Hui's demeanor puzzling. Her usual confrontational attitude seemed to have softened considerably. As she pondered this, Su Wanning approached her. After exchanging polite nods, Su Wanning smiled gently, suggesting, "Lady Yao, how about we go together?" Clad in a simple crescent-white palace gown and adorned with light makeup, Su Wanning appeared a picture of grace. Yao Ying, not one to refuse a kind invitation, agreed, sensing that Su Wan-ning's intentions were unclear compared to Feng Hui's. The two exchanged light conversation as they walked side by side, maintaining a comfortable silence. Just as they neared their destination, Su Wan-ning leaned closer and whispered, "Lady Yao, with so many eyes tonight, please be cautious." With that, she gracefully withdrew, casting a few glances back at Yao Ying. Yao Ying, masking her thoughts, expressed her gratitude, replying with a warm smile. She composed herself, wearing a serene expression as they entered the hall. Seated beside Su Wan-ning, they were both aware of Feng Hui, who had already taken her place at the table, failing to rise as they arrived. The two exchanged a brief glance before settling into silence. Regarding Feng Hui, while her malevolence was apparent, it was an open display, allowing others to discern her intentions. The true danger lay with those whose malice was concealed beneath a facade of congeniality, capable of striking without warning. Yao Ying remained vigilant, poised as she awaited the banquet's commencement. Arriving early, she noted only a few scattered figures, with none of the higher-ranking ladies present yet. Turning to Su Wan-ning, she remarked, "I must congratulate you on your sister, Su Wan-ro, being betrothed to the crown prince." Observing Su Wan-ning and Appo's expression stiffened momentarily before she responded with a forced smile. Yao Ying realized that her companion did not harbor as much affection for her sister as she pretended. Just as she contemplated Su Wan-ro, the lady herself made her entrance, flanked by her maid. Passing by Yao Ying, she shot her a disdainful glance. Yao Ying chose to ignore it, merely casting a neutral glance in return. Soon after, other ladies from various palaces began to arrive. The imperial concubine appeared early, donned in a lavish rose-red gown, her usual exuberant smile in place. Yao Ying found it amusing that Feng Hui had unwittingly chosen the same color. The imperial concubine, initially cheerful, noted the clash in colors, and her demeanor soured as she recognized Feng Hui. Fixing her with a pointed gaze, she remarked, "Your choice of attire today is quite striking." Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Unbeknownst to Feng Hui, who took the remark as a compliment, she responded with gratitude. The imperial concubine's irritation grew. She regretted not reprimanding Feng Hui earlier. After the imperial concubine passed, Wu Mei leaned closer to whisper, "My lady, the imperial concubine seems displeased with you for the color of your attire." Realizing her blunder, Feng Hui and Appo's face paled, remembering the last punishment she received from the imperial concubine. She turned to Wu Mei, accusing, "You wretched maid, what kind of attire did you have me choose?" As Wu Mei silently endured the scolding, Lian Er observed the scene with disdain for Feng Hui and Appo's lack of accountability. At that moment, the three esteemed concubines, De Fei, Xian Fei, and Shu Fei, arrived, greeting those already present. Shu Fei sat beside Su Wan-ro, who eagerly welcomed her with affectionate words, feigning shyness. While the three princes were expected to attend, the empress had deemed it appropriate for them to join the family gathering after their strenuous studies. The youngest prince was to be accompanied by Lu Xiaorong, while the eldest and second princes had already arrived. Upon spotting Yao Ying, Hung and Appo's heart ached, yet he maintained a composed exterior, aware of the decorum required in such a setting. Suppressing his emotions, he cast a few longing glances at her before looking away, only to be met with Su Wan-ro's glaring eyes directed at Yao Ying. In a fit of jealousy, she leaned closer to Shu Fei, whispering her grievances. Shu Fei shot a sharp look at Hung, signaling him to be mindful of his station. Chapter 38. A performance. Hung repressed any inappropriate emotions and sat upright, engaging in casual conversation with the second prince, Jing, to divert his attention. After a brief interval, the empress arrived. Once she took her place at the high seat, everyone rose in unison to pay their respects. "May the empress live long and prosper." "Please be seated, everyone. The emperor will be delayed for a while due to some matters. Let us commence the banquet. My dear sisters, feel free to enjoy yourselves." The empress, adorned in a resplendent red palace gown, regained her usual dignified demeanor. Yao Ying observed the surroundings discreetly, taking stock of the attendees before sampling a few dishes. The culinary delights of the palace indeed lived up to their reputation, surpassing anything found outside. It must be said, the empress had a singular passion for exquisite cuisine, having summoned renowned chefs from across the realm, thus ensuring the palace's dishes were famed for their excellence. The atmosphere within the hall exuded a harmonious spirit. Laughter and chatter filled the air, creating a delightful scene. Seizing the moment, Shu Fei spoke up, "Your Majesty, I have arranged a few performances to enliven the gathering." "Oh, you are quite thoughtful, Shu Fei. Please have them brought forth," the empress replied, her smile tinged with a hint of mockery at Shu Fei and Appo's enthusiasm. "Yes, I shall arrange it immediately," Shu Fei dutifully responded, instructing the attendants behind the decorative screens. Soon, a troupe of young and beautiful dancers graced the stage, commencing their performance. Halfway through the banquet, the emperor entered leisurely, unnoticed by the others, and took a seat beside the empress. The empress, taken aback, remarked, "Your Majesty, why did you not send word? We would have been prepared to receive you." "There is no need for such formality," Ying Yuan replied coolly. Upon seeing the emperor and Appo's arrival, the gathered guests rose once more to bow. "We pay our respects to the emperor. There is no need for excessive courtesy. Please continue," Ying Yuan and Appo's voice resonated from above. Once seated, many who had never encountered the emperor before gazed at him with curiosity. Clad in a silver-gray robe adorned with a five-clawed golden dragon embroidered in silver thread, he possessed an ethereal grace. With high cheekbones and clear, piercing eyes, his demeanor exuded an air of refined elegance. To the untrained eye, he could easily be mistaken for a brother of the prince's. Those who had never seen him before marveled in their hearts at his extraordinary youthfulness, feeling a stir of emotions. Many had yet to present themselves before the emperor, yet their hearts silently acknowledged him. The most astonished among them was not the concubines, but Su Wanru. Yao Ying, noticing her stunned expression, felt a twinge of amusement. Su Wanru had not anticipated the emperor and Appo's youthful handsomeness. She had always envisioned him as an old man. The thought that Yao Ying would serve this seemingly ancient figure had previously amused her, but now, witnessing the emperor's striking youthfulness, she felt as though her world had been turned upside down. Regrettably, she had shunned palace gatherings and thus had never laid eyes on the emperor before. As this realization struck her, she glanced towards Yao Ying, her expression darkening. Little did she know that this advantage had fallen into Yao Ying and Appo's lap. Su Wanru begrudgingly thought. Yao Ying was merely one of the emperor's many concubines, a mere secondary wife, while she herself was the legitimate wife of Ying Heng. Her spirits lifted once more. With so many beautiful concubines in the palace, it seemed unlikely that Yao Ying would ever rise above her station. This thought eased her heart considerably. At that moment, someone boldly considered approaching the emperor with a toast, but upon noticing the empress seated above, they suppressed their impulse. The emperor occasionally cast glances in Yao Ying's direction, while Feng Hui mistakenly believed those glances were directed at her, filling her with delight as she straightened her posture. Turning to Yao Ying, she noticed her fair complexion, which ignited a spark of jealousy within her. The thought that Yao Ying might quickly ascend to the emperor and Appo's favor fueled her resentment. Sensing the emperor and Appo's subtle attention, Yao Ying feigned shyness and offered him a smile. Soon, she perceived a scarcely concealed gaze from Feng Hui, tinged with jealousy. In response, Yao Ying smiled at Feng Hui, who found the smile unbearable. Yao Ying, undeterred, focused on the captivating performance unfolding before her. However, Feng Hui and Appo's unkind gaze kept returning to her, often glancing at the wine goblet before her. Yao Ying raised her cup, bringing it to her lips, only to detect a potent scent emanating from her drink. Someone had replaced her wine with strong liquor. She caught a glimpse of Feng Hui, whose eyes shone with a mix of nervousness and excitement as they met hers, prompting her to feign drinking. Before long, Yao Ying pretended to be somewhat inebriated, propping her chin on her hand. Feng Hui, witnessing this, felt a surge of satisfaction, thinking, getting drunk is delightful. Across the room, Ying Heng occasionally stole glances at Yao Ying, noticing her apparent struggle with the drink, and felt a twinge of concern. Yet, realizing there was little he could do, he felt frustrated and downed several cups in quick succession. Jing, intrigued, inquired, "Elder brother, why are you drinking so hastily? Take care of yourself. Drink slowly," Jing observed with concern. Hung offered a wan smile and continued to drink. At that moment, Yao Ying, feigning intoxication, stood and made her way outside, prompting Bai Yu to glance over and whisper a few instructions to Lu, who followed suit. Seeing Yao Ying depart, Feng Hui stealthily trailed her, careful not to attract attention. Su Wanqing, observing Yao Ying and Appo's behavior, displayed a hint of worry, yet deemed it unnecessary to intervene, remaining seated. Before long, she received a reminder from Xu Fei and Appo's attendants, urging her to change into another outfit, compelling her to set aside her earlier thoughts and exit discreetly. As the time approached, Xu Fei stood and addressed the room. "Your Majesty, I have arranged a dance for your enjoyment." Yuan and Appo's expression revealed no surprise. He simply replied, "Oh, Xu Fei, you're quite considerate. Please present it." As the music commenced, a lively melody filled the air. Suddenly, a graceful figure emerged, a lithe young woman clad in a flowing red dance outfit. Her movements were light and airy, as the sheer fabric of her skirt billowed around her in time with her dance. Upon closer inspection, it was Su Wanqing, who gracefully raised her arms, stretching her body before delicately rising onto her toes to dance. Her long hair cascaded down, adding an enchanting allure to her performance. Xu Fei watched Su Wanqing with satisfaction, glancing over at the emperor, whose expression remained inscrutable. However, Xu Fei's delight was evident, despite the emperor's customary demeanor. The noble concubine observed Su Wanqing with disdain, thinking, "Another seductress. Xu Fei truly has a knack for manipulation." The virtuous concubine regarded the performance with gentle appreciation, while the virtuous consort narrowed her eyes, smiling amiably. Chen Zhaoyi, drinking in solitude, felt vexed by the abundance of exquisite young women before her. Lu Xiaorong cast a fleeting glance before returning her attention to the third prince, Chengrue. Only the empress, seated above, watched the dancers with keen interest, nodding in acknowledgement and displaying an approving gaze. Among the audience, some were captivated, while others were envious of Su Wanqing's opportunity to shine. Regret fills my heart for not having prepared sooner. The atmosphere within the Hall of Ceremonies reached an exhilarating peak, creating a scene of lively merriment. After the incense had burned for half a stick, Su Wanning concluded her dance and rose to her feet. The empress, seated above, was the first to speak. "Splendid, splendid. I found it quite enjoyable." As she spoke, she led the applause, prompting the crowd below to join in, turning the moment into a vibrant celebration. "What do you think, Your Majesty?" the empress inquired. "Indeed, it is worthy of appreciation," Yuan replied gently. It was only then that Su Wanning lifted her head, performed a graceful curtsy, and with a soft smile expressed her gratitude. "I humbly thank the emperor for the honor." Noticing Su Wanning and Appo's demeanor, the empress and Appo's mind stirred, and she remarked, "Ah, this is Lady Su. I must admit I did not recognize her. Her dance is truly commendable. I am grateful for the empress's praise." Su Wanning replied with a subtle smile. This sparked great excitement in the Xu Fei, who quickly stood and proclaimed, "For Lady Su to earn the favor of both the emperor and the empress is indeed a blessing." Pausing for a moment, she carefully reconsidered her words before continuing, "Your Majesty, I perceive your fondness for Lady Su and Appo's dance. Perhaps you would allow her to spend the night in your company?" Yuan cast a glance towards the Xu Fei, but remained silent, causing her heart to flutter with unease. Meanwhile, Su Wanning appeared remarkably composed, as if the matter of spending the night held no significance for her. Her head bowed, her expression obscured. Moments passed in silence, as the emperor did not respond, rendering the atmosphere somewhat tense. It was so quiet one could almost hear the anxious breaths of those below. They were all reluctant for the emperor to choose Su Wanning for the night. Just then, Yuan spoke leisurely. However, before he could finish, a palace maid rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, your Empress, a grave matter has arisen." This abrupt interruption cut off the emperor's words. Chapter 39. Crisis. Before the emperor could utter a word, the noble consort, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Who dares to be so flustered and disorderly? What a disgrace!" She observed that the emperor was about to nod in agreement, and this foolish individual had the audacity to intrude at such a critical moment. Why must the noble consort be so incensed? It was merely a palace maid, unworthy of such ire, especially when the emperor had yet to speak. While she carried herself with such arrogance. "Your Majesty, I mean no disrespect. I merely find it astonishing that a palace maid would behave in such an unrefined manner. I assure you, I harbor no ulterior motives." The noble consort defended herself. Witnessing the interruption of the noble consort and Appo's moment with the emperor, the favored consort could hardly contain her delight, thinking this maid had arrived at the perfect time. "Noble consort, such words are unwarranted. What if this maid has urgent news to convey?" One cannot fault her disregard for decorum. The favored consort kindly interjected on behalf of the kneeling maid. The virtuous consort, observing the situation, smiled gently and added, "I believe the favored consort speaks with merit." The ever-smiling consort remained silent. At that moment, the emperor, seated above, finally spoke. "What is the matter?" Everyone fell silent, no one daring to argue further. The maid, seeing her opportunity, hurriedly reported, "Your Majesty, I saw the crown prince drunk with a woman in the eastern warm pavilion." Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the noble consort. "You insolent maid! How dare you speak such nonsense? The crown prince is not someone you can slander." The noble consort and Appo's anger surged. How could this wretched girl tarnish her precious home? The favored consort found amusement in this, chuckling inwardly at the unfolding drama, eagerly anticipating the noble consort's embarrassment. Look at how the noble consort usually flaunted her connection to the crown prince, but today she would see what her beloved son had truly been up to. The virtuous consort, maintaining her composure, softly suggested, "Noble consort, do not be so hasty. Perhaps the maid has made an error." The noble consort consoled herself with the thought that the maid must have been mistaken. The queen, who had been observing the spectacle, was about to comment but caught the emperor's gaze and quickly composed herself, stating solemnly, "Please elaborate on when this occurred." "Your Majesty, it was just a moment ago." The maid stammered. The queen decided to take charge of the situation, announcing her intention to investigate. "Let us pause the banquet. I shall go and see for myself." She proceeded to follow the maid towards the eastern warm pavilion, accompanied by the favored consort and others. Meanwhile, after Yao Ying exited, any remnants of her drunkenness vanished. Her eyes regaining clarity as she noted Feng Hui following closely behind, a smirk forming within her. However, Baiyu, upon leaving, was tripped by a small maid, who accidentally knocked her to the ground. As she stood up, she barely caught a glimpse of the maid and Appo's face before she hurried away. All she could discern was the girl's pink attire and a faint mole at the corner of her mouth. But she paid little mind to it and continued her search for her mistress. Yet, in that brief moment, she lost sight of her mistress, causing her to panic. She did not dare to call out loudly, fearing to alarm others. Meanwhile, Yao Ying noticed Feng Hui stealthily trailing her, a cryptic smile gracing her lips. At that moment, a small maid carrying a tray approached quickly, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Yao Ying, intending to sidestep the impending collision, hesitated for some unknown reason and was ultimately bumped by the rushing maid, causing the tray to topple and the wine to splatter on her dress. The maid, flustered, quickly apologized. "I beg your pardon. I did not mean to." Yao Ying, seeing the maid and Appo's distressed face, reassured her, "Do not worry. I bear you no ill will. Please, rise." The maid, grateful for her kindness, thanked her profusely before excusing herself in haste. Yao Ying cast a glance at the fleeing maid, then down at her now stained dress, reflecting that if she returned now, it would surely disrupt the plans of certain individuals. Hidden in the shadows, Feng Hui reveled in the sight of Yao Ying and Appo's soiled dress, nearly bursting with delight. Yao Ying, feigning ignorance, averted her gaze and noticed another maid approaching, who greeted her. "I have the honor of meeting you. noble Lady Yao. Before Yao Ying could respond, the maid, with feigned concern, remarked, "Noble lady, your dress is wet. Might I escort you to the nearby chamber to change?" Yao Ying regarded the maid, her eyes glimmering with intrigue, and replied graciously, "Thank you." Feng Yui, witnessing Yao Ying follow the maid, stealthily trailed behind with malicious intent. Upon entering the side chamber of the Eastern Warm Pavilion, the maid eagerly said, "Noble lady, please wait here. I shall fetch you a fresh gown." Yao Ying, waiting inside, soon sensed something amiss. An uncomfortable scent lingered in the air. Seizing a moment of solitude, she quietly slipped out of the room. Just outside, she encountered a familiar young eunuch, and recalling something, she called him over. "Come here." The young eunuch, pleased to be summoned, approached with a smile. "What can I do for you, noble lady?" Yao Ying leaned closer, whispering her instructions before departing. She now grasped their intentions. They sought to smear her reputation, hoping to drug her in that room. She felt unwell after only a brief stay. Uncertain of who had orchestrated this trap, she chose not to flee, but instead found a discreet spot to observe quietly. Before long, she saw the intoxicated Hung and Oppos, being escorted towards the very room she had just vacated. Realizing their scheme, she understood the gravity of their machinations. If she were to be linked with Hung and Oppos, her future would be irreparably tarnished. The palace held many with cruel intentions, and it seemed some could not bear to see her thrive. She had only recently entered the palace, and already some sought her downfall. Yet, she sensed that their plans were destined to fail. As Hung was led into the room, his senses dulled by the wine. He had initially intended to follow Yao Ying from a distance, but had lost his way in his inebriated state. Along the way, he encountered a young eunuch who, seeing his condition, whispered something in his ear and assisted him inside. After helping him in, the eunuch quickly retreated, departing quietly. Just then, someone appeared at the door. Chapter 40. The incident. The person who arrived was Feng Hui. She had originally accompanied Yao Ying, but midway, she was tripped by someone. By the time she regained her senses, Yao Ying's figure had vanished. Anger and urgency welled up within her, and just then, she spotted a young eunuch ahead. In a flurry, she called out to him, "Halt! Have you seen Lady Yao?" The young eunuch, upon being hailed, paused and replied, "I just saw Lady Yao enter the side hall of the Dongwan Pavilion. Now, you should hurry along and do not mention having seen me." A glimmer of delight sparked in Feng Hui's heart as she made her way towards the location. After delivering his message, the eunuch hurried away, and Feng Hui did not catch a glimpse of his features, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of Yao Ying. At that moment, she secretly wished for misfortune to befall that wretched woman, and the mere thought thrilled her. Upon reaching the entrance of the Dongwan Pavilion, she noticed the door slightly ajar and wondered if Yao Ying was indeed inside. With that thought, she gently pushed the door open and stepped inside quietly. At that very instant, Yao Ying, who was observing from a distance, was taken aback to see Feng Hui had truly followed her all the way. What could it matter to her? It was clear that Feng Hui had ulterior motives in trailing her. Yao Ying remained hidden in shadows, coldly watching as Feng Hui excitedly entered before turning to leave. Unbeknownst to Yao Ying, the aphrodisiac coursing through her veins suddenly took effect. She had not anticipated the potency of the drug. After merely a brief wait inside, she began to feel its impact. Stifling her reactions, she hastened away, only to encounter Bai Yu, who had come searching for her. After meeting with Xiao Sunzi, Yao Ying had instructed him to find Bai Yu, prompting Bai Yu to rush over. Noticing something amiss with Yao Ying, Bai Yu urgently inquired, "What has happened to you?" "Nothing, just take me home quickly," Yao Ying replied. Meanwhile, Feng Hui, upon entering, was unexpectedly seized by a figure. Before she could react, Ying Hung had embraced her, mistaking her for Yao Ying, and he was oblivious to everything else. He called out, "Ying Ying, Ying Ying," his mind muddled, intoxicated by the lingering effects of the aphrodisiac, his gaze glazed, his eyes reddened, completely consumed by desire. Feng Hui, however, was clear-headed and recognized the voice as that of the crown prince. He was calling out for Yao Ying, but if Yao Ying was supposed to be there, where had she gone? She had clearly seen her arrive. There was no time for her to ponder further. She lacked the strength to break free from his hold. In desperation, She cried out, "Your Highness, let me go. Your Highness, wake up." Alas, Ing Hung, lost in a haze of desire, could not hear her pleas. In that moment, Feng Hui felt a sharp pain, tears streaming down her face as despair washed over her. It was over. It was over. It was over. Silently, she repeated the phrase thrice. Everything had come to an end. She struggled fiercely, attempting to call for help. But Ing Hung did not grant her the opportunity to cry out. In less than the burning of an incense stick, Ing Hung had reached his climax. A look of satisfaction gracing his features as his senses began to return. He believed he had shared an intimate moment with Yao Ying, feeling utterly content. However, when he lifted his head and saw Feng Hui, shock engulfed him. It was her. It was that woman, Feng Hui. Before he could voice his anger, the sound of numerous footsteps approached from outside. The Empress stood at the forefront, her eyes fixed on the chaotic scene within. Beside her was Xu Fei, who, upon witnessing the debacle, nearly succumbed to the shock, only to be steadied by the accompanying Kai Ping. Before the Empress could speak, Xu Fei erupted. "What are you all doing? Hurry, pull the crown prince away." Instantly, Ing Hung regained clarity and hastily draped a nearby garment over himself, disregarding Feng Hui on the floor as he was led aside. The Empress observed the turmoil with a glint of intrigue in her eyes before her demeanor turned serious. "I was unaware of your audacity." Su Wanro had also arrived, her eyes blazing with rage as she approached Feng Hui, delivering 2 resounding slaps. "Feng Hui, you shameless woman! How dare you entangle yourself with the crown prince? You. Fuming, she struck Feng Hui repeatedly, but Feng Hui, already incensed from being forced, was not one to back down. Ignoring her own dignity, she retaliated fiercely, and the 2 women became locked in a tumultuous struggle, their tattered garments providing a vivid tableau of chaos. The Empress, witnessing the disarray, promptly ordered attendants to intervene and subsequently directed them to take the 2 to the Yuan Hall. Xu Fei, trembling with fury, commanded, "Make haste to clean up the crown prince." As she glared at the separated Feng Hui and Su Wan, her ire surged, her gaze piercing Feng Hui as she stormed away. The Gui Fei, reveling in the spectacle, struggled to suppress her laughter, her smile nearly breaking free until Xu Fei shot her a fierce look, prompting her to return the glare. While Xian Fei maintained a neutral expression, De Fei appeared solemn. The entourage then returned to the Yuan Hall in a grand procession. The Empress, seated with a cold gaze upon the kneeling women, intoned gravely, "Speak. What exactly transpired here?" Before Ing Hung could respond, Feng Hui cried out in distress, "Your Majesty, I beseech you for justice. I was coerced. I had no knowledge of His Highness and Appo's presence. As soon as I entered, he seized me, and I could not resist." Feng Hui hesitated, her embarrassment momentarily forgotten as she prioritized her survival. "Your Majesty, you must stand up for me. I am wronged." "You vile woman, what nonsense are you spouting? Did you not seduce my Hung?" The Empress interjected, her eyes sharp as she scrutinized Feng Hui. Before the Empress could voice her thoughts, Xu Fei, unable to contain her rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Feng Hui, demanding, "Someone, slap this shameless woman. Let her speak her lies." Xu Fei was quite imposing, taking the lead even before the Empress had spoken. The Gui Fei leisurely remarked, adopting an air of a spectator, "Xu Fei, it would be prudent to wait for the Empress to ascertain the truth before you speak." Xu Fei, boiling with indignation, was about to retort when the Empress silenced them. "I have yet to understand the situation, and your agitation is unbecoming. Ing Hung, explain what happened." The Empress and Appo's piercing gaze locked onto Ing Hung. Xu Fei quickly signaled him with her eyes, urging him to deflect all blame onto Feng Hui. The atmosphere grew tense, and the hall fell into a profound silence. Chapter 41. Detoxification. Ing Hung was called out by the Empress, but remained in stunned silence, as though the situation had dealt him a heavy blow. It was not until Xu Fei shouted, "Hung and Appo's, the Empress is addressing you. Do not delay in your response." But he snapped back to reality. Xu Fei was incensed by his inaction, wishing she could speak on his behalf. Only then did Ing Hung emerge from his thoughts, still bewildered as to how he had become entangled with Feng Hui. After reflecting on his earlier memories, he regained his composure, adjusted his posture to kneel upright, took a deep breath, and spoke. Your Majesty, I am at a loss to explain how this absurd incident occurred. At the banquet, I indulged a bit too much, and when my head began to ache, I sought fresh air. In my dazed state, I wandered off without realizing where I was and encountered a eunuch who offered to assist me to a place of rest. He paused, furrowing his brow as if continuing to recollect. I was led to a location where my awareness began to fade. All I felt was a searing heat coursing through me. At that moment, a woman entered the room, but I could not discern her identity, and I lost control and Hung refrained from mentioning Yao Ying, lowering his head as a fleeting look of bitterness crossed his face. If he still did not comprehend that he had been plotted against, then his years had been in vain. Yet, he could no longer recall the eunuch's appearance. What a cruel scheme. The mastermind behind this must have aimed to target both him and Yao Ying, but unexpectedly, it was Feng Hui who became involved. The thought of his encounter with Feng Hui made him feel as if a fly had invaded his mouth, utterly revolting. The Empress listened attentively to his account, pondering for a moment before turning her gaze to Feng Hui, speaking sternly. Feng Kairun, what were you doing there? Your Majesty, I assure you, I have no idea how I ended up there. I merely followed Yao Guirin when she left, but somehow lost track of her and found myself in that place, completely unaware that the Crown Prince was there. Feng Hui, now desperate to deflect blame, thought that implicating Yao Ying would serve her purpose well. That wretched woman. She ought to have been with the Crown Prince. Yet Feng Hui had thwarted her. How fortunate that wretched creature was. Feng Hui's face, filled with resentment and bitterness, reflected her indignation at being treated so unjustly. The Empress, intrigued by Feng Hui and Appo's words, feigned ignorance. Pray tell, why did you follow Yao Guirin? I was merely curious about Yao Guirin and Appo's whereabouts. Feng Hui hastily fabricated an excuse, nodding vigorously to convince herself. The Empress was amused by her reasoning, laughing derisively. Feng Kairun, your words are rather amusing, full of lies. Do you think so little of me? The Empress's voice was sharp as she scrutinized her. Shu Fei, seizing the opportunity to drag Yao Ying into the fray, interjected, speaking of Yao Guirin, where is she? I have not seen her. The Gui Fei, eager for drama, chimed in. Indeed, I too have not seen Yao Guirin. Someone fetch Yao Guirin, commanded the Empress. At that moment, Yao Ying was being assisted by Bai Yu to return after Shao Sunzi had fetched her. Unexpectedly, she encountered the Emperor's dragon carriage on her way back. She feigned surprise, then appeared to struggle with discomfort, greeting, Your Majesty, I pay my respects. Sweat beaded on her brow, and her face flushed, clearly indicating something was amiss. Upon noticing her state, Ying Yuan approached her, and as he neared, she could no longer hold herself upright, nearly collapsing into his arms. Fortunately, Ying Yuan was quick to catch her. Having witnessed many scenes, Ying Yuan immediately understood what had transpired upon observing her abnormal flush. He swiftly scooped her up and hastened to his carriage, commanding, return to the palace at once. Wang Dequan, perceptive as ever, discreetly distanced himself, wary of witnessing something inappropriate. The palace attendants, hearing the Emperor and Appo's command, quickened their pace towards the Chengxian Palace. Yao Ying, overwhelmed by discomfort, pressed into Ying Yuan and Appo's embrace, squirming restlessly and softly murmuring, Your Majesty, I feel unwell. As she stifled a whimper, a glistening tear slipped down her cheek. Ying Yuan, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently kissed away the tear. Soothing her, be good. Endure just a little longer. We shall soon arrive. He held her securely, preventing her from fidgeting, for even the slightest movement ignited his temper. His once clear gaze darkening. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the happenings with the Empress. His sole focus was on comforting her. Before long, they reached the Chengxian Palace. Arriving in half the expected time, he carried Yao Ying directly to his chambers, setting her on the bed. Observing her flushed face as she clung to him, he could no longer restrain himself. Amidst the flickering candlelight, their figures intertwined. Under the influence of an aphrodisiac, Yao Ying transformed into a different persona, fiery and bold, her voice sultry and enchanting, clinging to him with a beguiling demeanor. Even the seasoned Wang Dequan blushed at the scene outside, while Bai Yu, too flustered, kept her head lowered. Meanwhile, palace attendants reported that the empress sought Yao Guiran. Wang Dequan had no choice but to personally attend to the matter. Upon his arrival at the Yuan Hall, he found a crowded assembly, with the crown prince and Feng Kai Rin kneeling on the floor. Wang Dequan discreetly surveyed the scene before approaching the empress, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, I have heard that you summoned Yao Guiran. I have come to explain. She is currently with the emperor and may not be able to attend. Perhaps it would be prudent to call for her tomorrow instead." He dared not interrupt the emperor and Appo's intimate moment, knowing it would persist for some time. The empress regarded him with mild surprise, recognizing Yao Guiran and Appo's resourcefulness. "Very well, I shall allow it. This matter is not of great urgency. Summon her to Yikeng Palace tomorrow to report." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your understanding. I shall take my leave now," Wang Dequan replied, departing. This left the onlookers speculating. The Gui Fei, feeling sour, remarked, "Yao Guiran is indeed fortunate." The empress, dismissive of the reactions around her, continued, "Proceed. Bring forth all individuals involved in this matter. I wish to see who is so audacious." Chapter 42. Interrogation after several inquiries. The eunuch who had led Ing Hung was finally apprehended. Upon his entrance, Feng Hui and Appo's expression changed drastically. Was this not Zhang Ping from her palace? How could it be him? A sense of alarm surged within her, as the situation seemed to veer in an unexpected direction. She exclaimed in shock, "How could it be you?" Zhang Ping, trembling with fear, immediately knelt down, proclaiming, "Your servant pays respects to Her Majesty the Empress. I know nothing. Please forgive me. Which palace do you serve? You assisted the crown prince into that chamber. Who commanded you?" The empress demanded sternly. Zhang Ping, quaking in fear, repeatedly bowed his head in supplication. "I serve in the palace of Feng Kai Jin. I was not instructed by anyone. Your Majesty, I merely happened to see the crown prince intoxicated and kindly helped him." He buried his head low, concealing a glimmer of malice in his eyes. "I suspect you are not forthcoming. Take him away and ensure he is thoroughly interrogated," commanded the empress. "Your Majesty is wise. This man is clearly deceitful, full of lies," Xu Fei hastily concurred. Feng Hui, in a state of desperation, defended herself. "Your Majesty, you must investigate. I have no connection to him." Soon, the sounds of lamentation and pleas echoed from outside the hall, with voices accusing. It was all instigated by Feng Kai Jin. "Bring him in." Zhang Ping was dragged in, his body unable to support itself, collapsing to the floor. After casting a glance at Feng Hui, he cried, "Your Majesty, spare me. I confess everything." It was Feng Kai Jin who resented Yao Guiran. She cursed Yao Guiran daily, and upon learning the crown prince would attend the banquet, devised a scheme to embarrass her. Feng Kai Jin claimed the crown prince fancied Yao Guiran, assuring that it would all go smoothly. Fearing the plan would falter, she even sent servants to procure some one-day spring. As he spoke, he retrieved a pouch from within his garments, revealing a packet of powder. "Summon the physician to examine this," commanded the empress. Hearing his words, Xu Fei and Appo's fury intensified, and she glowered at Feng Hui, attributing the blame for her son's predicament to her. Approaching, she intended to chastise Feng Hui, but Kai Ping urgently restrained her, urging, "Your Majesty, please remain calm." The Gui Fei, feigning innocence, remarked with a smirk, "Oh, what is this commotion, Xu Fei? The case has yet to be resolved. Yet you appear as if ready to devour someone. It is quite a fright." Unperturbed by the unfolding drama, she relished the misfortune befalling Xu Fei and the crown prince. Xu Fei, concerned for her son, was understandably anxious. Indeed, Xu Fei is merely worried. The Xian Fei spoke gently, her tone laced with feigned sympathy. Xu Fei, however, dismissed her pretense, aware that they were all eagerly awaiting her and Hunger's downfall. Xian Fei's words were meant to placate, and Da Fei chimed in, acknowledging Xu Fei's distress. Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Ping discreetly cast a swift glance towards a certain direction within the hall before lowering his head again. The physician soon arrived, examining the powder closely before reporting, "Your Majesty, this powder is indeed one-day spring." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Who would have thought Concubine was such a person? Her usual haughty demeanor, always finding fault with others, now seemed unsurprising. The malice in her heart had ensnared her own self. The crowd buzzed with chatter, prompting Feng Hui to cry out in rage, "Nonsense! You are all spreading lies. Your Majesty, you must believe me. I would never do such a thing. I am also a victim." Regrettably, no one believed her, and some even retorted, "If you are innocent, why do your servants point fingers at you instead of others? Did you not go to check on the progress of the matter?" "I did not," Feng Hui protested, struggling to clarify her innocence. Bewildered as to how events had taken such a turn, she had intended to scheme against Yao Ying, but had not yet acted when the crown prince. "Enough! What a disgraceful scene! I shall ask you again, how did you bring Yao Guiran there?" The empress demanded sharply of Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping confessed, "Your Majesty, it was Ping and Amp, Oppos, or who led Yao Guiran there. I had applied the powder to the incense and lit it before bringing the crown prince over." "Oh, who is Ping and Amp, Oppos, bring her forth." The empress furrowed her brow, intrigued by the developments. Upon hearing Pinger's name, Feng Hui was struck dumb with fear. What role did Ping and Oppos, play in this? "Your Majesty, Ping and Oppos, is a maidservant of Feng Kaijin," Qingli informed her. Soon, Ping and Oppos, was brought forth, unfazed by the situation. Kneeling, she confessed, "Your Majesty, I was instructed by Feng Kaijin to lead Yao Guiran there." It was as if she had anticipated the exposure of the scheme, revealing everything without hesitation. "You vile servant, how dare you slander me? I shall tear your mouth apart." Even at this juncture, Feng Hui attempted to lash out at Ping and Oppos, but was swiftly restrained. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Pinger's eyes. This cruel woman had finally met her downfall. She cast a glance at Feng Hui, concealing her resentment. Unable to move, Feng Hui glared with venomous intent at Ping and Oppos. The one who despised her most at this moment was Xu Fei, her eyes brimming with hatred as she fixated on Feng Hui. Had gazes been lethal, Feng Hui would have perished countless times over. Observing the farce below, the empress finally interjected. "It seems the interrogation has reached a sufficient conclusion. I am weary. I shall report to the emperor tomorrow and let him decide. Ensure they are securely detained. Should there be the slightest lapse, I shall hold you accountable." The crown prince was also to remain in the palace until the emperor and Oppos' judgment. Upon hearing this, Ing Hung raised his head abruptly, the previously unspoken words trapped in his throat. How would his father view this? He had not wished to involve Ying, yet here they were, ensnared by the ambitions of others. Before being escorted away, he shot a resentful glance at Feng Hui, cursing her for the predicament. Su Wanru, witnessing the crown prince being taken away, seethed with a desire to skin Feng Hui alive. They had yet to wed, and now this woman had sullied him. How could she not feel hatred? She had come to consider Ing Hung as hers alone, unwilling to let anyone else tarnish their bond. In the stillness of the night, a solitary light flickered within a palace chamber. "Master, everything has been arranged perfectly, without a single flaw. You may rest assured." "Excellent. Ensure no traces remain. I demand absolute perfection." "Yes, I shall manage everything meticulously." Chapter 43. Regarding her in the Xianfei Palace, Chunhua cast a hesitant glance at the empress, then ventured to inquire, "Your Majesty, what if this matter comes to light? What could possibly be revealed? I have done nothing to implicate myself. The blame lies solely with Feng Hui, whose foolishness is to be blamed. If Feng were to turn against you, what then?" Chunhua and Oppos' eyes reflected a flicker of concern. The empress, with her signature gentle smile, reassured her, "Indeed, my dear, you are correct. However, who is truly orchestrating today's events from behind the scenes?" Chunhua's curiosity was piqued. "That is not for me to ponder. The empress will handle it. Just observe. In the end, it will likely be Feng Hui who bears the brunt of it all. She is not clever enough to escape unscathed." The empress smiled faintly, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the empress and Oppos' quarters, she returned home and shed her stern facade, collapsing onto the couch in a disheveled manner. The burdens of her role weighed heavily upon her. Qingli, come here and massage my shoulders. I am utterly exhausted. This work is truly arduous. Once the mask of seriousness was lifted, Jiang Fai's appeared much more relaxed. Your Majesty, must you always be so unrefined? Fortunately, there are no outsiders around. Qingli chided lightly while deftly attending to her shoulders. Jiang Fai's, however, was beyond caring about appearances, seeking comfort above all. No one could fathom that the seemingly dignified empress had such a carefree side behind closed doors. Your Majesty, do you truly believe it was Feng who orchestrated today's events? I sense she may be taking the fall for someone else. That dimwit could hardly devise such a scheme. Her misfortune is merely a reflection of her own poor choices. If she had any real cunning, I might have underestimated her. It is just as well. Her meddling will bring chaos if she finds herself entangled with Ying Heng and Su Wanru. The mere thought brought a smile to Jiang Fai's and Appo's lips. After finishing the morning court session, Ying Yuan was informed by Wang Dequan about the previous day and Appo's events. He frowned, initially intending to let the empress take charge, but upon hearing that it involved Yao Ying, his demeanor shifted. Summon everyone to the Jiaodai Hall, he commanded. Upon returning to the palace, Yao Ying had just finished her morning routine and awaited the emperor, eager to express her gratitude. As he entered, she greeted him with a captivating smile, her radiance enhanced by her refreshed appearance, resembling a celestial being who had tasted earthly pleasures. Your Majesty, you have returned. I am honored to see you. As she spoke, she moved closer, her doe-like eyes glimmering with shyness. My beloved, how do you fare? Thanks to your Majesty and Appo's intervention last night, I am truly grateful. Had it not been for you, I shudder to imagine the consequences. Yao Ying expressed her appreciation, tinged with a hint of playful vulnerability. Your Majesty, I never anticipated that so soon after entering the palace, someone would wish me harm. If I had not sensed something amiss and left early, my virtue would have been compromised. As she recounted her ordeal, tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her porcelain cheeks, stirring empathy within Ying Yuan. He swiftly embraced her, murmuring soothing words. Do not fear, it is over now. I shall ensure justice is served. In his arms, Yao Ying concealed her earlier uncertainty, her voice trembling with gratitude. I am profoundly grateful to your Majesty. Your kindness brings me immense joy. Gently, he wiped away her tears, a newfound tenderness in his gaze, unwilling to see her distressed. Do not cry. Your beauty shall be marred. I have already heard of last night's events. How do you wish to deal with Feng Hui? Though she plotted against me, she too has suffered. Given her ties with the crown prince, perhaps. Yao Ying hesitated, feigning a slight struggle. Observing Ying Yuan's gentle expression, she boldly suggested, why not bestow her upon the crown prince? Initially, Ying Yuan regarded her with a warm gaze, but upon hearing her proposal, he wore an enigmatic smile, leaving Yao Ying blushing. Noticing his silence, Yao Ying feigned innocence, her heart racing with uncertainty. She had sensed a shift in how he regarded her, prompting her boldness. Your Majesty, I have spoken out of turn. Please disregard my words. I shall grant your request, my dear. Are you satisfied? Ying Yuan finally spoke. Yao Ying and Appo's face lit up with surprise. She had not expected him to acquiesce to her whimsical suggestion. Thank you, your Majesty. You truly enjoy teasing me. Chapter 44. Re-examination for reasons unknown. As he beheld the furrow in her brow, a desire to smooth it away arose within Ying Yuan. He could not bear to witness her in such a state, and despite the seemingly unreasonable nature of her request, he found himself acquiescing. Yet, as he observed the radiant smile that graced her face, he wondered if indulging her whims was such a terrible thing after all. I have summoned all those involved to the Hall of Celestial Union. You shall accompany me, for you, too, have been implicated in this matter. As you wish, your Majesty. Yao Ying replied with a nod. Soon, Yao Ying followed Ying Yuan to the Hall of Celestial Union. Upon their arrival, they found the hall already teeming with people, the Empress awaiting the Emperor and Appo's entrance. The consort, upon seeing the Emperor, felt a surge of elation, but her countenance immediately soured when she noticed Yao Ying trailing behind him. She could not abide the sight of others basking in favor. Despite the resentment churning within her, she dared not direct it at the emperor. Instead, she masked her displeasure with a welcoming smile. The noble consort, upon seeing Yao Ying and the emperor in Apo's wake, was consumed by indignation. It was all because of this woman that her hunger had been reduced to such a state. While her son was being framed, she was being favored by the emperor. The resentment within her nearly choked her. It was only through Kai Ping's gentle pats on her back that she managed to regain her composure. "Your Highness, do not agitate yourself. Consider your health," Kai Ping whispered in consolation as she continued to soothe her mistress. The noble consort, noticing the emperor's approach, composed herself and cast a cold, disdainful glance at Yao Ying as the emperor passed by. She then averted her gaze, realizing that her son and Apo's predicament was of utmost importance and that she must not allow herself to be outshone by Yao Ying, the enchantress. The empress observed the expressions of the others with amusement. The noble consort's countenance was particularly animated, while the virtuous consort maintained her usual gentle demeanor, and the esteemed consort wore her customary amiable facade. Each of them donned a mask, but the noble consort possessed a certain vitality. Or rather, Feng Hui was the one who most enjoyed stirring up trouble within the palace. The thought of her brought a smile to Empress Jiang Fai's face. Had she not also lived behind a mask for so long? In this palace, there was no such thing as pure innocence. She quickly collected her thoughts as the emperor took his seat, and the empress followed suit. Ying Yuan, noticing Yao Ying still standing, frowned and said, "Bestow a seat upon the honorable Yao." The emperor and Apo's words caused a stir among the crowd, even surprising the empress. The consort was displeased, and the noble consort glared at Yao Ying with undisguised animosity. Only Yao Ying accepted the gesture with a generous smile. "Your subject thanks your majesty." In her previous life, she would have declined, deeming the situation inappropriate. But in this life, she would only seek her own contentment, regardless of how others perceived her. Whether she sat or not, others would not look upon her with favor, so she might as well sit. Her legs were still somewhat weak, and she appreciated the emperor and Apo's thoughtfulness. She sat down gracefully, maintaining a composed demeanor and betraying no signs of unease. At this moment, the noble consort spoke. "Honorable Yao, I have heard that you also went out last night. Where did you go? Whom did you meet? Was it you who arranged this?" Before the emperor and empress could speak, she preemptively launched into a sharp interrogation. Unable to tolerate Yao Ying and Apo's composure. Regardless of whether Yao Ying was involved, she intended to bring her down. The noble consort and Apo's words are inappropriate. It is clear that Feng Hui is responsible. What does this have to do with the honorable Yao? The consort, although disliking Yao Ying, had no desire for the noble consort to fare well. What is the meaning of this? The emperor has not yet spoken. Is it your turn? The empress rebuked sternly, then continued, "Your Majesty, please proceed. Last night and Apo's events have been explained to me by the honorable Yao. She is also innocent in this matter. Noble consort, cease this nonsense." Ying Yuan cast a glance at the aggressive and displeased noble consort, immediately silencing her. She hastily replied, "Yes, your subject has overstepped. Your Majesty is wise. Although this matter is unrelated to me, since the noble consort wishes to hear it, I shall explain it once more. Last night, I merely went out for some air after feeling unwell from a cup of wine. Along the way, a palace maiden spilled wine on my skirt, and I was taken to the East Warm Pavilion to change. However, I noticed a strange scent inside and left without changing. Just then, my palace maiden by you found me and escorted me away. I know nothing of what happened afterward. Since you knew something was amiss, why did you not send someone to report it?" The noble consort grew increasingly agitated. She was determined to unearth whoever was behind the plot against her son. "Noble consort, I was too flustered at the time to think clearly. Furthermore, I had been drugged and only wanted to leave as soon as possible." Yao Ying and Apo's face remained composed, her explanation flawless and unassailable. "May the emperor and empress be discerning. When I found my mistress last night, I only wanted to take her back as quickly as possible." Bai Yu knelt down with a thud, hastily speaking in her mistress's defense. At this moment, Fu Lu also stepped forward and knelt. Your Majesty, Empress, I can also testify. When I noticed that my mistress had not returned for a while, I went to look for her. I saw her being supported by Baiyu, her complexion very unwell. I would never dare to deceive the Emperor and Empress. The two spoke in unison. Honorable Yao, do you recognize the palace maiden who led you there? The virtuous consort inquired at the opportune moment. In reply to the virtuous consort, I do not recognize her. However, I have heard that she is from the service of Feng, the attendant. Yao Ying responded, it seems that the Honorable Yao is not involved in this matter. Withdraw. The Empress said, adopting an aloof demeanor. Empress, how can you say that? It was clearly Yao Ying who framed me. Do not be deceived by her pretense. She is merely an enchantress. Your Majesty, you must deliver justice for me. Your Majesty, I am innocent. Feng Hui cried out in desperation, recklessly trying to drag Yao Ying down with her. Regardless of the consequences, she exclaimed, I truly did not do this. It was all done by that vile Yao Ying. Audacious. How dare you speak such nonsense in the hall? Have her mouth slapped. Ying Yuan, unable to tolerate her words against Yao Ying, abandoned his composure and spoke with cold severity. Immediately, eunuchs stepped forward and struck Feng Hui and Appo's face several times. The crisp sounds of the slaps echoed through the hall. Feng Hui and Appo's face, already slightly swollen from Su Wanru and Appo's earlier slaps, became even more disfigured, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Fear filled Feng Hui and Appo's face, which was now contorted with ugliness. She regretted her actions, realizing that no one would help her or believe her. Why had she been so foolish as to try to harm Yao Ying? A sudden thought flashed through her mind. The virtuous consort had told her that it would be bad if the affair between the great prince and Yao Ying were discovered. She realized that it was those words that had led her astray. She glanced in the direction of the virtuous consort, startling Chen Hua, who stood behind her. Feng Hui's face, with its vacant stare, was truly frightening. The virtuous consort remained expressionless, maintaining her usual gentle demeanor and even offering a smile to Feng Hui. Seeing no hope, Feng Hui clutched at the virtuous consort as if she were a lifeline and cried out, Virtuous consort, you must save me. It was you who said that if the affair between the great prince and Yao Ying were discovered, she would be ruined. Your Highness, you cannot abandon me. I did everything you told me to do. Virtuous consort. Feng Hui still clung to the hope that the virtuous consort would save her. Alas, the virtuous consort merely smiled and, in her gentlest voice, shattered her last hope. I have never said such things. Attendant Feng must have misheard. Your Highness, you did not say that. Feng Hui, seeing that the virtuous consort was denying everything, felt utter despair. Regaining her senses, she no longer looked at the virtuous consort. At this moment, a report came from below, stating that a large amount of Feng, the attendants, gold and silver jewelry had been found in the rooms of Ping and Appo's, and Zhongping. In that moment, Feng Hui regained her clarity of mind. Even if she were innocent, this accusation must be laid upon her. She turned to Ying Heng and said, Your Highness, you have humiliated me. Will you not speak a word? I too am a victim. And is this not all due to your doing? What words do I have left for you? Ying Heng and Appo's usual gentle demeanor had vanished, replaced by a cold expression as he responded with silence. He had remained on his knees, awaiting his father and Appo's judgment, and upon catching a glimpse of disappointment in his father's eyes as it swept over him, he dared not utter another word. Observing Ying Heng's indifference, she then turned to Pinger and Zhongping, unleashing a torrent of curses. You two wretches, ungrateful and despicable creatures. You deserve to be reduced to servitude. Instead of aiding me, you side with outsiders. You are nothing but vile beings. Trembling, Pinger and Zhongping knelt on the ground. Having endured enough torment from Feng Kai Run, it was only then that they admitted her culpability, and if their hearts seemed callous, it was only because she had tormented them relentlessly in the past. All right, the matter concludes here. Emperor Ying Yuan, weary of the clamor, decreed Ying Heng, for his inebriated misconduct and affront to a palace consort, shall be confined for a month and forfeit half a year's stipend. Consort Feng, having initiated the deceit, warrants severe punishment. However, Considering her status as a victim and her lack of imperial favor, she shall be bestowed upon Ying Hung as a concubine. The servants Ping and Amp, Oppos, and Zhang Ping shall each receive 20 lashes and be returned to the imperial household department for disposition. Consort Yao Ying was gladdened by the decree that Consort Feng was to be a concubine to Ying Hung, wishing them mutual torment. Consort Feng, relieved to escape severe punishment, expressed her gratitude profusely. Prince Ying Hung, though disgusted, reluctantly accepted the decree. Noble consort Xian smiled knowingly, surprised by the emperor's unexpected decision. Chunhua, relieved that her mistress was not implicated, breathed a sigh of relief. Imperial concubine Shu and Amp, Oppos, face turned green with anger, but a sharp glance from the emperor silenced her protests, forcing her to offer a strained expression of gratitude. The imperial noble consort raised an eyebrow, astonished by the emperor and Oppos' actions. Virtuous consort remained indifferent, as if unaffected by the judgment. The empress, amused by the emperor and Oppos' ingenuity, marveled at his talent. As the assembly dispersed, consort Yao Ying, observing the relief on the face of a maid behind noble consort Xian, pondered the implications. Noticing the empress and Oppos' fleeting smile, she recognized a kindred spirit. The emperor dismissed the court. Despite the unknown machinations behind the events, the matter was temporarily resolved. However, consort Yao Ying was determined to pursue it further, aware of the enemy lurking in the shadows. Upon hearing the news, consort Su Wanru flew into a rage, smashing objects in her fury. She vowed to torment consort Feng after her cousin married her, blaming her for seducing him, regardless of the circumstances. Consort Yao Ying, pleased that the emperor had fulfilled her request, prepared to express her gratitude. Encountering the imperial noble consort, she offered a respectful greeting. The imperial noble consort, with a disdainful snort, remarked on consort Yao Ying's good fortune and questioned how long the emperor's favor would last, warning her to remember her place. Consort Yao Ying, unfazed, realized she had come to thank the emperor empty-handed and returned to her palace. There, she found Baiyu anxious about her mistress's safety. Consort Yao Ying reassured her, asserting her prudence. In a certain palace, a maid remarked on consort Yao Ying's good fortune and expressed satisfaction at imperial concubine Shu's displeasure. She assured her mistress that the implicated servants would be dealt with that night. Under the cloak of night, a maid named Liener, upon waking to relieve herself, spotted a shadowy figure entering the chambers of Ping and Oppos, and Zhang Ping. She discovered them poisoned and alerted Wu Mei, who cautioned her to remain silent and feign ignorance. The following morning, Wu Mei feigned surprise and horror upon discovering the bodies, prompting an investigation that concluded with the assumption that the servants had committed suicide out of guilt. Their bodies were disposed of discreetly. In the Empress and Oppos' palace, a maid informed her that the implicated servants had been found dead from poisoning. The Empress, uninterested in meddling, chose to remain uninvolved. Outside the hall in the palace of consort Liu, Fu Gui rushed in to report to his mistress that Ping and Zhang Ping were dead. Yao Ying and Oppos' hand paused as she held the brush, causing the ink to spread across the paper, irreparably marring what was once a delicate piece of calligraphy. Before Yao Ying could utter a word, Yue feigned sternness and spoke first. "Well, you clumsy Fugu, look what you've done. The characters your master just penned have been ruined by your careless fright." A flicker of regret crossed Yingwe and Oppos' face. Fugu, flustered, quickly defended himself. "It is my fault. I beseech your pardon, my master." Enough, Yingwe, why tease him so? Look how anxious you've made him. It matters not. If the writing is destroyed, we shall simply compose another. Though Yao Ying appeared composed, she soon found herself lost in thought as she gazed at the ruined characters, softly murmuring, "Once a person is gone, they can never return." The palace was far more merciless than she had anticipated. From the moment she resolved to enter its confines, there was no turning back. A gentle heart was the gravest of sins. In her previous life, her kindness had led her to be deceived by Ying Hung, manipulated by Su Wanru's cruelty, and ultimately to a tragic demise. Contemplating Su Wanru, a chill flickered in her eyes. Surely, The latter was seething with rage now. Before Yao Ying had even entered, Feng Hui had already seized the opportunity. The thought of their ensuing torment of one another made her want to laugh. Quickly, she composed her expression and suppressed any unwarranted sympathy. To survive, she must not show mercy to her enemies. Fugu, you and Futai must remain vigilant regarding the movements within the palace. Yes, my master, I shall obey your command. Chapter 46. A request for audience. A month had elapsed since the grand banquet, during which the emperor summoned Yao Ying to his chambers once again. Beyond that solitary instance, he had not set foot in the inner palace. For a time, tranquility returned to the palace, and those who had been secretly yearning for the emperor's favor found their aspirations momentarily quelled by his disinterest. Among them, envy brewed towards Yao Ying, the sole exception, as they lamented her extraordinary fortune. Meanwhile, the confined Ying Hung was finally released from his seclusion. On this day, Ying Hung visited the residence of Consort Shu to pay his respects. Having not seen him for a month, Consort Shu perceived that he appeared somewhat haggard, her heart aching for him. "My son, you have suffered," she said, her eyes filled with compassion as she grasped his hand. "Do not worry. I shall devise a way to restore what you have endured." Her thoughts drifted to those behind the scenes, her gaze sharpening with determination. Now was the time to advance his union with Su Wanru, a matter that could bring forth joyful tidings. With a shift in her demeanor, she regarded Ying Hung tenderly. "Since you have been released, it is time we discuss your marriage to Wanru. What say you?" "Whatever pleases you, mother. I shall comply," Ying Hung replied, suppressing his discontent beneath a veneer of respect. "Excellent. I act solely for your benefit, having recently made a misstep before the emperor. Your wedding will serve to divert your father and Appo's attention. Your arrangements shall be honored, mother. I shall take my leave now," Ying Hung responded, his demeanor obedient, easing Consort Shu and Appo's worries. "Very well. I shall not keep you further. Prepare well for the occasion. I must now visit the emperor," she said. Ying Hung departed swiftly, concealing his ill feelings. Since Feng Hui had been brought to his residence, he had not once ventured into her courtyard, choosing to ignore her entirely, allowing her to fend for herself. Though his father had not imposed severe penalties upon him, the thought of being bound to that woman filled him with distaste. After Ying Hung left, Consort Shu summoned Kai Ping to her side. "Accompany me to see the emperor." Soon, her palanquin arrived at the entrance of the Chengxian Palace. In the Yangxin Hall, "Your servant greets you, Consort Shu. What brings you here today?" Wang Dequan greeted her with a smile. "Good sir, is the emperor currently occupied? I have matters to discuss with him and hope you may announce my presence," Consort Shu replied courteously. Wang Dequan, sensing the emperor and Appo's irritation from his dealings with the ministers, warned her, "Your Highness, the emperor is in a foul mood today. You should be prepared." "I understand. Thank you for the warning," she replied, and, as Wang Dequan entered, he found the emperor and Appo's face darkened as he perused a memorial, the atmosphere tense. "Your Majesty, Consort Shu seeks an audience," he ventured cautiously, with a cold demeanor. The emperor did not look up. "Let her in," he commanded, his tone lacking warmth. Wang Dequan felt a wave of relief wash over him as he turned back to Consort Shu, donning a smile. "Your Highness, the emperor has summoned you. Please be cautious. He is currently in a bad temper." "Thank you, I understand," Consort Shu smiled, signaling to Kai Ping, who promptly presented a heavy pouch to Wang Dequan. "I hope you will accept this token of gratitude." "Your Highness is too kind. I am merely doing my duty," he replied, though he could not resist the gift. Once inside, Consort Shu and Appo's heart raced as she recalled Wang Dequan and Appo's warning. As she stepped forward, she heard a loud crash and the emperor and Appo's furious exclamation. "What nonsense! Does he think I am easily deceived?" Startled, she witnessed an object hurled across the room. Wang Dequan swiftly retrieved the memorial from the floor, forcing a smile. "Your Majesty, please calm your temper. Do not let it affect your health." Realizing the inopportune timing of her visit, Consort Shu steeled herself and approached the emperor. "Your servant greets you." "Your Majesty." "Rise," he replied tersely, his attention diverted elsewhere. Feeling the weight of his indifference, She hesitated before continuing. Your Majesty, I have come to discuss Hung and Appo's marriage. Noticing the Emperor and Appo's silence, she pressed on. Now that he has been released, it is time to arrange his wedding. She quickly glanced at the Emperor, who remained expressionless yet did not display anger, and continued, the sooner, the better, Your Majesty. The Emperor, still engrossed in the memorial, seemed oblivious to her words. When he finally raised his gaze and saw her standing there, he inquired, what did Consort Shu just say? Realizing her previous words had gone unheard, she felt a surge of frustration but masked it with a smile, reiterating her request. Finally, the Emperor relented. I approve. Have the Bureau of Rites select an auspicious date. You may discuss further matters with the Empress. Your servant thanks you, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave now, she replied, concealing her disappointment as she exited. Wang Dequan observed the shifting expressions on Consort Shu's face, suppressing laughter. Once she had departed, he could no longer contain himself and chuckled softly. Forgive my lapse of decorum, he said quickly, straightening his expression as the Emperor glanced at him with indifference before returning to his affairs. Chapter 47. Pre-marriage. The noble consort, brimming with indignation, made her way to the Empress's palace, an encounter she would have preferred to avoid unless absolutely necessary. She concealed her displeasure, settling in the hall to await the announcement. With light steps, Qing Li approached and whispered, Your Majesty, the noble consort has arrived and is currently waiting for you in the front hall. The Empress, engrossed in a captivating tale, was momentarily disrupted at a pivotal moment where a destitute scholar had just deceived a wealthy young lady and was fleeing with her, only to be pursued by her family and Appo's servants. Naturally, this interruption soured her mood. What brings her here again? She is such a nuisance, the Empress muttered under her breath. Closing the book, she rose and declared, Very well, I shall meet her. The Empress glided gracefully into the Jiaohuang Hall, where the noble consort sat, and with a feigned smile, remarked, Ah, what wind has blown you here today? The noble consort, upon seeing the Empress, promptly stood, a smile adorning her face as she respectfully greeted, This humble servant pays her respects to Your Majesty. Please, take a seat and let us discuss the matter at hand. The Empress invited, leisurely settling into her chair. Your Majesty, I indeed have urgent matters to discuss. His Majesty has arranged a marriage for Hung and Appo's, some time ago, and I wish to expedite the arrangements. The noble consort replied, her outward demeanor respectful, though internally she resented the Empress and Appo's interference. His Majesty has instructed me to consult with you. What do you think? Upon hearing this, the Empress concealed her feelings, pondering how accustomed the Emperor was to sending her on errands without courtesy. I understand. How do you envision the arrangements? After all, Hung is your son, and I wouldn't dare neglect him during the wedding. The Empress replied, her tone revealing her lack of desire to meddle in the matter. The noble consort felt a surge of joy. The Empress did not intend to interfere. Your Majesty's words are wise. I shall adhere to your arrangements and follow the palace's protocols without requiring excessive oversight, she said, secretly wishing for a grand celebration. Very well. Let proceed according to the regulations. You may manage the arrangements. Have the dates been set? The Empress said lazily, wishing to avoid unnecessary exertion. Your Majesty, I have found an auspicious date and await your confirmation. The noble consort smiled more warmly. The Empress's lack of interference made it all the more convenient for her. Oh, what date is it? Please enlighten me. The 16th of May, a most auspicious day, the noble consort replied. That date seems rather soon. Don't you find it a bit rushed? The Empress inquired, recognizing the noble consort and Appo's eagerness to hasten the marriage. With May 5th already upon them, only 10 days remained, leaving the Empress to wonder about the urgency. The noble consort was aware of the haste, wishing to marry Hung quickly to bring him some joy after his recent transgressions. With a smile, she responded, Your Majesty, I understand the timeline is tight, but I have been preparing for this matter for some time, so it is feasible. Very well. I shall have someone deliver a grand gift when the time comes. You shall need to work diligently, the Empress said with a forced smile. Allow me to extend my congratulations in advance. I am most grateful, Your Majesty. I have other matters to attend to and must take my leave, the noble consort said, her expression brightening as she departed. The Empress watched her retreating figure, deep in thought, her gaze contemplative. The noble consort was indeed capable of making things happen, she mused. With the arrangements for Hung and Appo's marriage proceeding smoothly, the noble consort felt a sense of relief. The sooner it was finalized, the sooner her heart could be at ease. Time passed under the noble consort's diligent planning, and soon it was the day before the grand wedding. In the Crown Prince's residence, Feng Hui was enjoying dinner. Just as she picked up a piece of fish, a wave of nausea washed over her, rendering the dish she once adored repulsive. She set down her chopsticks, feeling a surge of bile, and gagged. However, there was nothing to expel, only discomfort in her stomach, leading her to ponder why she, usually with a hearty appetite, felt ill at the mere sight of fish. Considering that Feng Hui was a gift from the emperor, the crown prince, though indifferent towards her, treated her with a modicum of respect, and the servants were too wary of her temper to mistreat her. Her meals in the crown prince's residence had been quite satisfactory, and she had gained a bit of weight over the past month. As Feng Hui contemplated her discomfort, the elderly matron who had been sent from the palace to teach her etiquette began to suspect that perhaps Feng Hui was exhibiting signs of early pregnancy. The matron scrutinized Feng Hui's condition, growing increasingly convinced of her suspicion. Tentatively, she inquired, "Madam Feng, has your monthly cycle arrived this month?" Feng Hui, taken aback, found the question rather odd, especially since she was feeling unwell. Displeased by the matron and Appo's strict demeanor, which she tolerated only for the noble consort and Appo's sake, she shot back. "It has not arrived. What good is this question? Can't you see I'm unwell? Help me to my bed." Seeing her dismissive attitude, the matron adopted a serious expression and insisted, "Madam Feng, think carefully." Feng Hui, sensing the matron and Appo's sudden severity, felt a flicker of fear. She did not fear the other servants, but the matron was someone she regarded with caution. Reluctantly, she reflected, "I have not had my cycle this month." Upon hearing this, the matron narrowed her eyes, convinced that Feng Hui was indeed pregnant. "Madam Feng, allow me to assist you to your bed. You may be with child. I shall summon the physician to confirm." Feng Hui, stunned by the revelation, gasped, "You mean I might be pregnant?" The matron nodded and helped her to bed before stepping out to fetch assistance. Once the initial shock wore off, joy surged within Feng Hui. Could it be that she had conceived at last? She erupted into laughter, her mirth echoing through the halls for the distant servants to hear. Soon the physician arrived, carefully examining her pulse. "Congratulations, madam. You are indeed with child, approximately 1 month along. Please take care of yourself, especially during the first 3 months, as it is a crucial time." Overwhelmed with joy, Feng Hui rewarded the physician handsomely. Now that she was pregnant, her pride soared, and she commanded those around her with newfound authority. "Come here and massage my shoulders. You clumsy girl, are you trying to break my bones?" She scolded a servant while slapping her hand away. News of Feng Hui's pregnancy swiftly reached the noble consort, filling her with mixed emotions: joy for Heng's impending offspring, yet anger that it was the unworthy Feng Hui who bore the child. She suppressed her disdain, reminding her servants to care for Feng Hui attentively. Meanwhile, Su Wanru learned the news and, in a fit of rage, smashed several items in her vicinity, furious at the turn of events. Madame Su, standing by, gently urged her to endure for the time being, for she was to be married the following day. A bride must not appear discontented. With heartfelt sincerity, Madame Su spoke. "Once you are wed, you shall be the primary wife, and she cannot surpass you in status. There will be ample opportunities to deal with her." At last, she managed to suppress her temper, gritting her teeth in agreement. That wretched Feng Hui truly deserved her fate. Once she was married, she would relish the chance to confront her. A glint of malice flickered in Su Wanru's eyes. Meanwhile, in the Yinghua Palace, Yao Ying was taken aback upon hearing the news. It indeed validated the Empress and Appo's remark about Feng Hui possessing an enviable physique. How fortunate for her! Yet, with Su Wanru's impending marriage, it seemed Feng Hui's days of ease were numbered. The thought of the two women soon torturing one another brought a smile to her lips. A knowing smile danced in Yao Ying and Appo's eyes as she turned to Yue and remarked, "It appears the Grand Prince in Appo's residence is set to become quite lively. I must thoughtfully select a grand gift to present to them." Chapter 48. Frustration at this moment. The Grand Prince and Appo's residence, which was originally adorned with festive decorations for the imminent wedding of Ying Hung, now bore witness to a startling shift in atmosphere. Upon receiving the news of Feng Hui and Appo's pregnancy, his countenance darkened to an alarming degree, as if the very essence of joy had been drained from him. Duofu, standing beside the study in the main hall, was grinding ink when he suddenly heard someone enter to deliver the tidings. "Congratulations, Your Highness, Mrs. Feng is with child." Duofu visibly observed the prince and Appo's hand, which had been flipping through the pages of a book, abruptly pause, and with a fierce grip, he crushed the book, his previously gentle demeanor evaporating. He watched as the prince slammed the book onto the table, rising abruptly with a piercing gaze directed at the messenger. Duel. Incredulity etched across his face. "What did you say? I did not hear clearly." Duel, taken aback by the prince and Appo's tone and expression, had never witnessed such a display from a usually mild-mannered prince. Fearing he had misspoken, he stammered, "Your Highness, Mrs. Feng is pregnant." After a prolonged struggle to articulate his message, he noticed the prince and Appo's expression darkening further, devoid of any excitement at the prospect of fatherhood. Uncertain of the prince and Appo's thoughts, he bowed his head lower, avoiding direct eye contact. Ying Hung, stunned by the revelation, found no trace of joy within him, only a sense of embarrassment. The arrival of this child felt like a blemish upon his character, a constant reminder of his missteps. After a long pause, he slumped back into his seat and waved dismissively at Duofu, saying, "I understand. You may leave." Duofu, observing the prince and Appo's unusual demeanor, now a mix of shock, displeasure, and a hint of despondency, could not restrain himself from asking, "Your Highness, what troubles you?" "Mrs. Feng and Appo's pregnancy is a joyous occasion. Why do you look so glum?" Unfamiliar with the prince and Appo's sentiments, Duofu sought to inquire further. Ying Hung remained seated for a moment, staring blankly at the book before him, before finally sighing, "Duofu, you do not understand. I have no affection for that woman, Feng Hui. Your Highness, the Empress Dowager will surely be pleased by this news. You must not show your displeasure in her presence. Tomorrow is your wedding day. It would not do for you to display such a countenance when the crown princess enters the household. I am well aware of this, yet I cannot suppress my resentment." Ying Hung replied, his hand clenched tightly on the table, as if attempting to contain the turmoil within. "Your Highness, please find some joy. Your wedding is upon you, and the Empress Dowager will be visiting tomorrow," Duofu urged, concern etched on his features. "I know what to do. You may leave. I wish to be alone," Ying Hung stated, regaining his composure and maintaining a neutral expression as he sat motionless in his chair. Duofu quietly withdrew from the room. Ying Hung sat before his desk, lost in thought, as he contemplated the expectations placed upon him. Everyone urged him to endure. He could not marry the woman he loved, so he bore it. His mother insisted he wed the unappealing Su Wanru, and he obliged. His father had bestowed Feng Hui upon him, and he had complied. Yet now, Feng Hui was pregnant, and each time he saw her, his irritation and disdain surged. Despite the child being his, he felt no affection for it. If Yao Ying were to learn of his plight, she might well applaud his misfortune. What a predicament he found himself in. Tomorrow, he was to marry Su Wanru, and in his reverie, he thought of Yao Ying. He wondered if his mother had helped him marry Yao Ying initially. Would his circumstances be different? Should she hear of his thoughts, she might slap him back to reality, reminding him that his desire to marry her was not reciprocated. Ying Hung remained in contemplation for long, while before reconciling his thoughts and adopting a mild demeanor once more, exiting the study to visit Feng Hui's quarters. He felt compelled to feign concern, for if word reached the palace that he had neglected Feng Hui, it would not bode well for him. With determination, he strode towards her chambers, where he found Feng Hui lounging comfortably, attended by servants who were massaging her shoulders, kneading her legs and feeding her fruit. Witnessing such a scene ignited a fire of irritation within him. This woman displayed no sense of decorum, and he was tempted to turn away in disgust. Suppressing his displeasure, he approached her with a facade of gentleness and inquired, "Are you experiencing any discomfort?" It was clear to him that she exhibited no signs of distress. Rather, she seemed to revel in her situation. Feng Hui, hearing the prince in Appo's voice, did not rise but feigned a weak demeanor, saying, "Oh, your highness, how delightful of you to visit. I am unwell and could not greet you properly. I apologize." Despite her words, her expression betrayed her true feelings. As she remained comfortably reclined, believing her pregnancy granted her immunity from any reprimand. The Empress Dowager had commanded that she be treated with utmost care, and she relished the attention. Suddenly, she feigned a dramatic outburst, exclaiming, "Oh, my leg! How could you be so rough? Are you trying to harm me?" She scolded her maid without hesitation. "If you frighten my unborn grandchild, can you bear the consequences?" "Forgive me, madam. It was not my intention," the maid pleaded, trembling at Feng Hui's sudden ire. Watching this display, Ing Heng's anger intensified, and he was nearly driven to strike her in retaliation. Yet he held back, forcing a calm tone as he said, "What is the point of quarreling with a maid? Very well, you may leave now." The maid, relieved, quickly stood and cast a shy glance at the prince before retreating. Feng Hui, oblivious to the maid and Appo's expression, remained unperturbed by her departure. "What brings you here, your highness?" she queried impatiently, as if he were an unwelcome interruption. Unlike Su Wanru, Feng Hui held no affection for him, and her tone reflected a lack of respect. Ing Heng, equally appalled by her demeanor, swallowed his words. For a brief moment, his facade of gentility cracked. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Nothing of importance. Take care of yourself. There will be many eyes upon you tomorrow. Remain in your quarters and do not wander." He shifted his tone to one of warning, adding, "If you attract the attention of those who are unwise, you will ultimately suffer the consequences." With that, he turned and left, leaving Feng Hui momentarily speechless. She had nearly forgotten the impending festivities surrounding his wedding, the residence bustling with preparations and joy. "How foolish to forget the excitement of my pregnancy," she mused, realizing that she had lost track of the preparations for Su Wanru's arrival. Her eyes narrowed. Su Wanru would not be easy to contend with, having previously sought to curry favor with her. Yet, feeling emboldened by her pregnancy, Feng Hui was confident in her position. Chapter 49. The Grand Wedding the following day. Su Wanru rose early to prepare herself for the momentous occasion. A radiant smile adorned her face as she admired her bridal attire. Her lips were painted a vibrant red, and her hair was styled intricately, embellished with heavy jewelry. Her once delicate and somewhat plain features now sparkled with a newfound allure. "My lady looks truly stunning today. His Highness will surely be enamored," praised Su Mama, standing nearby. Su Wanru's heart swelled with delight at the compliment, cherishing the notion that Ing Heng had affection for her. "Mama, you jest," she replied, her cheeks flushed with shyness. At that moment, Madame Su arrived, her maternal instincts urging her to impart a few words of caution before her daughter departed. "Rower, you must not let Feng Hui provoke you after your marriage. You must find a way to win His Highness and Amp Appo's heart." Madame Su gazed at her lovingly before continuing, "As for that woman, Feng Hui, do not allow her loss of status to affect you. You are destined to become." She silently uttered the words Empress, casting a significant glance at Su Wanru. "You must learn to accept that there are other women behind the crown prince. You will be the principal wife, and if anyone dares to overstep, feel free to deal with them accordingly." Madame Su instructed Su Mama to keep an eye on her daughter, assuring her that those like Feng Hui and Zhang Hui would ultimately have to heed her commands. Su Wanru's heart brimmed with joy at her mother's words. With a playful smile, she replied, "Mother, I understand. You need not worry." Though Madame Su advised her to restrain her temper, Su Wanru could hardly contain her disdain for the wretched Feng Hui. "Just wait," she thought. "I shall deal with her once I step into that palace." Soon, she composed herself, donning a cheerful expression in anticipation of Ing Heng and Appo's arrival to escort her. Moments later, news arrived that His Highness had arrived. Eagerly, Su Wanru dashed outside. "My lady, please slow down. It an amp. Amp? Oppos. S improper," Su Mama called out after her. At last, Su Wanru paused, allowing Su Mama to guide her to the main hall, where Ing Hung awaited. "Uncle, aunt, do not worry. I shall treat my cousin well," Ing Hung assured, though his heart may not have been entirely in it. He spoke sweetly to Su Xiang and Madame Su, who beamed with delight at his flattery. Su Wanru, listening nearby, felt a sweetness in her heart, more delightful than honey, believing her cousin's promise. After bidding farewell to Su Xiang and Madame Su, Ing Hung carried Su Wanru to the bridal sedan chair and mounted his horse, setting forth. Clad in a vibrant red wedding robe, his face, normally aglow with joy, revealed a hint of reluctance. Soon, he regained his composure as they made their way to the crown prince's residence. Meanwhile, the estate was bustling with guests. The concubine Shu had received the empress and Appo's approval to oversee Ing Hung and Appo's wedding, her face radiating joy that she could not disguise. A smile lingered on her lips, for her son was finally marrying, alleviating a great weight from her heart. With her brother's support, it seemed her son was drawing ever closer to a significant position. As she contemplated this, her smile grew warmer. At that moment, Ing Hung entered with Su Wanru. Concubine Shu stepped forward eagerly. "At last you have arrived. I was growing anxious waiting for you." After a brief greeting, she returned to her seat, her face alight with joy as she watched the couple during their wedding rites. Once the ceremony concluded, she turned to Su Wanru, advising Hung and Amp, "Oppos, now Ro and Amp, Oppos, is your wife. You must treat her with kindness." Then, addressing Su Wanru softly, she added, "Ro and Amp, Oppos, I have long awaited your entrance. Should Hung and Oppos, mistreat you, do not hesitate to inform me." Beneath her veil, Su Wanru and Oppos' smile was uncontainable, responding bashfully, "Thank you, mother." Subsequently, Su Wanru was led to the bridal chamber. As night fell, red lanterns illuminated the estate, and the corridors brimmed with festivity. Ing Hung, having consumed several cups of wine, appeared flushed as Duofu assisted him to the wedding chamber. The door creaked open, and as Su Wanru contemplated the forthcoming events, a flicker of anxiety crossed her mind. Ing Hung entered without uttering a word. After completing the necessary rituals, he disregarded her feelings and pushed her onto the bed. "Your Highness, you!" Su Wanru gasped in surprise as he advanced, swiftly taking action. Ing Hung and Amp, Appo's approach was anything but tender. His disinterest in Su Wanru was palpable, and he treated the encounter as a mere formality, hastily concluding the affair. Suppressing her discomfort, Su Wanru attempted to speak, "Your Highness," but before she could finish, he interrupted, "I'm tired. Let's sleep." With that, Ing Hung closed his eyes, paying her no further mind. A flicker of displeasure crossed Su Wanru's eyes. The reality of the situation starkly contrasted her expectations. Yet, as she glanced at her cousin lying beside her, a sense of satisfaction washed over her. She tucked herself under the covers and closed her eyes. That night, Su Wanru and Appo's rest was far from peaceful. In a state between sleep and wakefulness, she heard Ing Hung call out in his dreams. "Ing Ying." Startled, she awoke, her expression darkening. So, that wretched Yao Ying still lingered in his thoughts, even after entering the palace. Beneath the covers, Su Wanru clenched her fists, her face a mask of resentment. With a cold laugh, she vowed, "That vixen who has ensnared my prince shall not escape my wrath." She then closed her eyes to resume her slumber. The next morning, Su Wanru awoke to finding Hung already gone. She was to visit the empress today. After preparing herself, she departed with Ing Hung in a carriage towards the palace. Throughout the journey, Ing Hung remained silent. Su Wanru contemplated speaking several times but hesitated, noticing his closed eyes. Soon, their carriage halted at the palace gates. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince and Crown Princess have arrived to pay their respects," Qing Li announced. The Empress then straightened herself, adopting an air of authority as she stepped forward. "Greetings to your Majesty." Ing Hung and Su Wanru spoke in unison. "Rise," the Empress replied coolly. "What a sight you are, as if you have not fully awakened. Did last night prove too much?" She teased, observing the dark circles under their eyes. Su Wanru feigned shyness, responding, "Your Majesty, I assure you, it was nothing." The Empress, unimpressed by her act, remarked, "I find a favored Yao Guirin more pleasing." "Enough. I have no further instructions for you two. I simply hope you'll get along well and bear children soon. You may leave." Ing Hung complied, leading Su Wanru away. The phrase "bear children" grated on Su Wanru's ears, reminding her of that wretched Feng Hui who had already conceived His Highness's child before her. A flash of malice crossed her eyes as she followed Ing Hung to Concubine Shu's quarters. By chance, they encountered Yao Ying on their way. Upon seeing Yao Ying's beautiful face, Su Wanru felt an overwhelming urge to mar it. Yao Ying had originally intended to visit the emperor, but upon seeing Ing Hung and Su Wanru approaching, a cold smile crept onto her lips. What a coincidence, she thought, that they would meet in such a manner. She raised her smile and approached them first, exclaiming, "What a delightful surprise to encounter you both here. Congratulations to His Highness and the Crown Princess. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness together." Yao Ying and Amp Appo's lips curled into a more pronounced smile as she added, "I hope the wedding gift I present to you both will be to your liking." Observing the couple and Amp Appo's dissonance despite their outward appearances, she continued, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall not delay you any further." With that, Yao Ying gracefully turned away, her light steps carrying her away without waiting for the complex expressions on Ing Hung and Amp Appo's face or the displeasure evident on Su Wanru and Amp Appo's countenance to manifest into words. Once she had distanced herself from them, the smile that adorned her face vanished instantly, replaced by a glimmer of coldness in her eyes. What an unfortunate encounter! The mere sight of them made her feel revulsed. Yet, the notion that the three of them were entangled together brought forth a light chuckle from her lips. Though it never reached her eyes, she was, after all, more eager than anyone for the couple and Amp Appo's married life to unfold. Meanwhile, Su Wanru, noticing Ing Hang's gaze lingering on Yao Ying's departing figure, could not suppress her urge to remind him, "Your Highness, it is time to visit the Empress Dowager." It would not do to delay. As Ing Hung watched her retreat, his mind was preoccupied with the thought that she had even gifted him something, which he naturally assumed was intended for him. A smile tugged at his heart as he contemplated putting it away upon his return. Conversely, Su Wanru's eyes darkened with malice behind Ing Hang's back. That wretched Yao Ying, even within the palace, she dared to flirt with the prince. How infuriating! The audacity to present a gift. Just wait until she returned. She would smash that gift Yao Ying had sent. Thus, the two of them, each harboring their own thoughts, made their way toward the Empress Dowager and Amp Appo's palace. Chapter 50. After marriage, when Ing Hung arrived at the Yihe Hall, Kai Ping had long been waiting outside. From a distance, she spotted the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess approaching, and with a beaming smile, she stepped forward to greet them. "I have the honor to meet your Highness and the Crown Princess. The Empress Dowager has been eagerly awaiting your arrival." The gentle Empress Dowager had been thinking of the Crown Prince and had come out early to see them. Kai Ping, with a joyful demeanor, guided Ing Hung and Su Wanru into the hall, where the Empress Dowager was already waiting for them. Her face lit up upon seeing them. "At last, I have been blessed with your presence." Before Ing Hung could utter a word, the Empress Dowager could no longer contain her delight and spoke first. "Son, I pay my respects to you, mother." Ing Hung and Su Wanru said in unison, "Good children, there's no need for such formalities. Come in, sit down quickly," the Empress Dowager warmly urged, pulling Su Wanru by the hand to a seat. Then, with a hint of curiosity, she inquired, "Rower, how was your night? Did Hung and Amp Appo's give you any trouble?" The Empress Dowager and Amp Appo's face was filled with warmth as she gazed at Su Wanru. Upon hearing this, Su Wanru and Amp Appo's expression stiffened momentarily, and a flicker of embarrassment crossed her eyes. She then forced a shy demeanor and replied, "Mother, the Crown Prince has treated me exceedingly well." Even if she had the thickest skin, discussing such matters with the Empress Dowager was something she found difficult. Besides, the Crown Prince, alas, she could not help but sigh inwardly. He had been somewhat aloof towards her. but she could not express any grievances about him in front of the Empress Dowager for fear of arousing her suspicions, which would be counterproductive. She feigned a bashful and obedient appearance, while her heart was filled with unending sorrow. Upon hearing her response, the Empress Dowager felt a sense of relief. Hung and Appos, was indeed obedient. She then lovingly gazed at Ing Hung. Hung and Appos, your mother and Appos, heart is at ease as long as you both are well. Now, you must quickly give me a healthy grandson. Only then will my heart be truly settled. With a smile, she glanced at Su Wanru, who could only lower her head demurely. Mother, your words amuse me, she replied shyly. The Empress Dowager's smile deepened at this scene. Only Ing Hung remained silent. His gentle expression belied a deep reluctance within. Sensing his discontent, the Empress Dowager decided to temporarily dismiss Su Wanru. Kai Ping, take the Crown Princess for a stroll outside. I have matters to discuss with the Crown Prince. Realizing that the Empress Dowager had something to say privately, Su Wanru feigned compliance and exited the hall with Kai Ping. Once Su Wanru was out of sight, the Empress Dowager slowly began, Hung and Appos, I know you are upset, but you must pay more attention to Ro and Appos, otherwise, it will be difficult to explain things to your uncle. With a sigh, she continued earnestly, you must understand what you need to do. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes as she spoke. Mother, I understand. You need not worry. I will not jeopardize the grand scheme. Ing Hung replied after a moment of contemplation. The Empress Dowager's expression softened into a gentle smile as she comforted him. When you achieve your ambitions, you can have whatever or whomever you desire. For now, be patient and do not involve yourself with Yao Ying any further. Upon finishing her words, a hint of fierceness flickered in her gaze, accompanied by a mocking smile. Ing Hung seemed to be struck by a revelation. Indeed, once he ascended to the throne, everything would be his. He should not be constrained by trivial emotions. He nodded gravely. I understand. Remember, you must handle Rower with care. Maintain appearances and ensure she is in good spirits. Do not allow her to return to the residence in tears. The coldness in the Empress Dowager and Appos' eyes was unmistakable. When their conversation drew to a close, Su Wanru returned. With a gentle expression, she smiled as she entered. Mother, your highness. Seeing her return, Ing Hung recalled his mother's admonitions and forced a smile. You're back. It's almost time for us to leave. Su Wanru nodded in agreement. The two bid farewell to the Empress Dowager and departed. The Empress Dowager watched them leave, hoping that Hunger would not disappoint her. Upon returning to the residence with Ing Hung, Su Wanru unexpectedly encountered Feng Hui, who had ventured out for a stroll. Despite the physician's warnings to be cautious, she could not resist the urge to step outside and fortuitously ran into Ing Hung and Su Wanru. Having learned to be clever, she approached Su Wanru with a smile. What a coincidence! I have the honor of meeting your highness and sister. Why are you not in your courtyard? Are you not mindful of your condition? Ing Hung, finding her presence bothersome, responded with impatience. Feng Hui, being rather thick-skinned, paid no mind to his tone and continued. I was simply bored and thought I might take a walk. Who knew I would encounter the two of you here? I have yet to congratulate you on your entrance. Sister, noticing Su Wanru and Appos' unwelcoming demeanor, she felt emboldened. Su Wanru, irritated by Feng Hui and Appos' incessant sister address, felt a surge of revulsion. Why did this insolent woman presume to call her sister? Her smile faltered, and her expression hardened with displeasure. Initially, she wanted to lash out, but, mindful of the Crown Prince's presence and recalling her mother's warning, she suppressed her feelings of resentment and disdain, forcing herself to respond, I appreciate your kind intentions, but... She emphasized the word sister heavily, then, as if recalling something, adopted a gentle expression towards Feng Hui. I advise you to be cautious with your health, otherwise, if you are not careful, you may lose the child, and there will be no place to weep. With a fade of warmth, Su Wanru delivered a veiled threat. You, Feng Vistameld. Your Highness, look at her. Even the most dense person could perceive that Su Wanru was cursing her. The smile that had barely held on to Feng Hui's face crumbled, and she began to unthinkingly retort, You are merely jealous of me. What do you have to be proud of? You have nothing. The crown prince does not even care for you. With a barrage of insults, Feng Hui and Appo's unbridled words provoked Su Wanru, who could no longer contain her anger, and slapped her across the face. You are nothing but a mere concubine. How dare you speak to me like that? Watch how I deal with you today. Feng Hui, taken aback by Su Wanru and Appo's audacity to strike her in front of the crown prince, stood frozen, holding her cheek in disbelief. In a fit of fury, she retaliated with a slap of her own. Soon, the two were entangled in a scuffle, neither gaining the upper hand. Ying Hung, who had been momentarily stunned by the sudden turn of events, finally reacted and shouted, "Someone, separate them at once." Chapter 51. Stirrings of affection at that juncture. The attendants cautiously stepped forward to separate the two women. Torn apart, Su Wanru and Appo's gaze was filled with malice as she fixed her eyes on Feng Hui, uttering a menacing threat. "Feng Hui, I advise you to be obedient, or who knows, one day the child in your womb might just vanish. Guards, take Feng Hui away and place her under strict surveillance. Feng Hui has offended a consort. She is to be confined for half a month." Su Wanru, remembering her status as a prince's consort, asserted her authority and issued commands to those present. Feng Hui's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this, never expecting such treatment. Her face was filled with resentment as she stared at Su Wanru until she was escorted back to her courtyard. Composing herself, Su Wanru turned to Ying Hung with a gentle demeanor, inquiring, "Your Highness One and Appo's, blame me, will you?" She feigned innocence, adding, "I didn't and Appo's, mean for it to happen. But Feng Hui was being excessive, offended me first. I hope your Highness will forgive me." Ying Hung, uninterested in their petty squabbles, turned a blind eye to the incident and nonchalantly replied, "Be mindful of your status in the future. I and Appo's, am returning now." Su Wanru watched his retreating figure, a cold smile playing on her lips. Sooner or later, I'll deal with that wretched woman, Feng Hui." She then departed expressionlessly. Beneath the azure sky and radiant sun, Yao Ying, heading towards Chengqian Palace, was in high spirits. Her smile had not faded since encountering Ying Hung and Su Wanru, leaving Yingyue perplexed. Yingyue, with a curious and bewildered gaze, couldn't help but ask, "Your ladyship, why are you so cheerful?" "I feel a sense of trepidation when going to the emperor's palace." Yao Ying suppressed her smile and leisurely responded, "I'm delighted today. The thought of someone facing misfortune always lifts my spirits. Why fear the emperor when he's so affable?" Yao Ying diverted the topic with a playful counter-question. Yingyue, distracted by the question, forgot what she intended to say. Regarding the emperor, she couldn't explain why. Despite his seemingly gentle nature, she always sensed an intimidating aura around him. Yingyue scratched her head and replied, "Your ladyship, you don't understand. The emperor appears mild-mannered, but I always feel an unapproachable aura about him." Hearing this, Yao Ying chuckled. "Look at your timid self. Are you afraid to accompany me? You can say such things in my presence, but if someone else hears you, you and Appo's, LL be charged with slandering the emperor and punished for your loose tongue." Yao Ying feigned seriousness, deliberately trying to scare Yingyue. Yingyue immediately clamped her mouth shut, covering it with her hand, and stared at Yao Ying with a frightened expression. Fuliu, who was following beside them, couldn't and Appo's, helped but burst into laughter. "Yingyue, her ladyship is teasing you." Since Fuliu had started serving her ladyship, their daily interactions had fostered a growing closeness. Seeing Yingyue's adorable reaction, Yao Ying's smile deepened. "All right, business comes first. I won't tease you anymore." Amidst laughter and cheerful chatter, Yao Ying and her entourage arrived at the entrance of Chengqian Palace. The palace attendants, upon seeing the arrival of noble Lady Yao, warmly greeted her. "This humble servant greets noble Lady Yao. I'll inform Eunuch Wang immediately." The young eunuch led Yao Ying to the outer hall of Yangxin Hall and scurried off to find Eunuch Wang. Wang Dequan emerged to find noble Lady Yao waiting outside the hall. He eagerly approached with a beaming smile. "This humble servant greets noble Lady Yao. You and Appo's, too kind." "Eunuch Wang," Yao Ying replied with a smile. She then softly inquired, "Eunuch Wang, is the emperor inside? Is he available?" Wang Dequan responded with a cheerful expression. The emperor is inside, noble Lady Yao. This humble servant will announce your arrival. He quickly entered the hall. Noble Lady Yao held a special place in the emperor and amp, Appo's heart, and he couldn't afford to neglect her. Although she was currently only a noble lady, given the emperor's present interest in her, her future prospects were undoubtedly bright, and he naturally had to treat her with deference. It was no wonder he had become the grand eunuch of the imperial household department. His ability to discern people's worth was improving daily. Wang Dequan approached the emperor's desk and softly reported, "Your Majesty, noble Lady Yao has arrived. Would you like to see her?" Upon hearing the news of Yao Ying's arrival, a flicker of emotion crossed Ying Yuan and Appo's face, and his hand paused mid-stroke as he was practicing calligraphy. Then, he gently replied, "Summon her in." Wang Dequan, with a delighted expression, hurried out and respectfully informed Yao Ying, "Noble Lady Yao, His Majesty has summoned you." Wang Dequan's demeanor was becoming increasingly respectful. Yao Ying smiled knowingly and thanked him. "Thank you, Eunuch Wang. I'll go in now." She gracefully entered, her steps light and elegant, leaving Wang Dequan to sigh inwardly. No wonder the emperor favors noble Lady Yao. He narrowed his eyes, composed himself, and waited outside the hall. As Yao Ying entered, she saw Ying Yuan, dressed in a simple, elegant white robe, intently writing at his desk. He resembled a refined and gentle scholar. Composing herself, she replaced her expression with a charming smile and stepped forward to offer a graceful curtsy. "Your subject greets your Majesty." Hearing her delicate voice, Ying Yuan put down his brush, looked up at her, and noticed that she was wearing an apricot-colored palace dress, which made her appear even more refined and ethereal. A hint of admiration flashed in his eyes, and he said in a gentle voice, "You may dispense with the formalities. Come here." Yao Ying's smile grew more genuine as Ying Yuan beckoned her. She slowly approached and stood beside him. Seeing that he was writing calligraphy, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Your Majesty and Appo's calligraphy is truly magnificent. Your brushstrokes are divine, and the characters are powerful and vigorous. It and Appo's, that's like dragons soaring and phoenixes dancing. Your subject finds it utterly captivating." Hearing her praise, Ying Yuan, gazing at her charming face, put down his brush and playfully stroked the tip of her nose. "Inger, your words are truly flattering." Ying Yuan chuckled softly. Yao Ying, surprised by the emperor and Appo's gesture, stared at Ying Yuan in momentary astonishment. Recovering, she playfully protested, "Your Majesty is teasing your subject. I and Appo's, am being sincere. I and Appo's, he never seen calligraphy better than your Majesty and Appo's." Although she had exaggerated slightly, the emperor and Appo's calligraphy was indeed exceptional, rivaling that of renowned calligraphers. Her earnest gaze moved Ying Yuan. Hearing her praise, his smile grew warmer, and he spoke in a clear voice, "I can end Appo's win against your silver tongue." As he spoke, his eyes darkened, and he pulled Yao Ying into his arms, surprising her. He silenced her with a passionate kiss on her delicate lips, cutting off her words. Before Yao Ying could react, she was in Ying Yuan and Appo's embrace. She was about to exclaim, "Your Majesty, you," but her words were cut short by the kiss. Yao Ying and Appo's eyes gradually became glazed with desire, and her body grew weak. Her face flushed with a rosy hue, and she felt as if she would collapse were it not for Ying Yuan's strong arms holding her close. Summoning her courage, she wrapped her arms around Ying Yuan's back, gently caressing his broad shoulders, intertwining her hands around his neck, closing her eyes, and surrendering to the kiss. The scene was filled with an air of intimacy and tenderness. Chapter 52. Calligraphy. After a moment, Ying Yuan finally released her. Seeing her alluring eyes and flushed cheeks stirred his heart, and he suppressed the impulse to steal another kiss. Watching her gasp for breath as if she couldn't catch it, Ying Yuan chuckled softly, "Inger is truly delightful. How is it that you cannot even manage to breathe properly?" Yao Ying's already heated face turned even more crimson, presenting a pitiful visage as if she had been woefully wronged. Struggling with her embarrassment, she playfully chastised Ying Yuan, "Your Majesty, please do not say such things. I'm almost too ashamed to face anyone." The moment the words escaped her lips, she herself was taken aback, not anticipating that such a delicate tone would emerge. Ying Yuan found her astonished expression captivating. He gently caressed her blushing cheek, asking, "Why do you appear so dazed, Hearing his slightly husky voice above her, Yao Ying quickly buried her face into his embrace, playfully retorting, "Your Majesty," she elongated the final syllable, infusing it with a hint of childlike petulance. Noticing her genuine shyness, Ying Yuan coughed lightly, adopting a clearer tone. "All right, I shall not tease you any longer." Upon hearing this, Yao Ying finally extracted herself from his embrace, regaining her composure. She offered him a radiant smile, still tinged with traces of lingering allure. Ying Yuan, captivated, thought to himself, a smile that captivates 100 charms, perfectly embodying her at that moment. To ease the previously intimate atmosphere, Yao Ying caught sight of the unfinished calligraphy on the table and, with her luscious lips parted, said, "Your Majesty, I find your writing utterly enchanting. Would you teach me?" Seeing her enthusiasm, Ying Yuan smiled warmly and replied, "Oh, Inger has such an interest? Write something for me to see first." Upon hearing this, Yao Ying picked up the purple brush and inscribed, "The peach trees are in full bloom, their blossoms radiant." Her characters were graceful, lacking a certain sharpness, but exuding a delicate beauty. The only flaw was a slight absence of spirit, yet among women, it was still commendable. Ying Yuan observed her writing. Although it was not the finest, it possessed a unique charm. With encouraging eyes, he said, "This is quite good. What a perfect depiction of the peach trees in full bloom, which truly reflects you." Yao Ying shyly responded, "Your Majesty, you are unaware. My little characters are inspired by the word blooming." He chuckled lightly. "Oh, blooming indeed. A delightful choice." He repeated the word, his voice laced with a captivating allure, causing Yao Ying and Appo's cheeks to flush deeper. After a moment in Appo's pause, he continued, however, to point out a shortcoming. It lacks a touch of spirit. Aware of this issue herself, Yao Ying was neither surprised nor perturbed by his observation. Instead, she calmly replied, "Your Majesty speaks the truth. I am also aware of this flaw. I always feel my characters lack a certain charm. Your Majesty, please teach me." She boldly tugged at his sleeve, seeking his guidance. Ying Yuan, charmed by her demeanor, picked up the brush and demonstrated, saying, "Pay close attention." As he wrote, he offered tips, then turned to her with a gentle tone. "Do you understand now?" Yao Ying nodded lightly. "I shall give it a try." She took the brush again, writing a few characters. However, she was not entirely pleased and muttered softly, "Your Majesty, am I not writing well?" Seeing her reaction, Ying Yuan found her endearing. He stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her from behind, gently grasping her right hand to teach her. Then, in a tone filled with tenderness, he asked, "Do you understand now?" Yao Ying and Appo's heart raced, feeling a stir of emotions. She suppressed her unease and attempted to maintain her composure, saying, "Your Majesty, I understand." At that moment, the atmosphere around them seemed to heat up slightly. As Ying Yuan embraced her, inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair, something within him softened. He lowered his gaze to her crimson face and finally released her, saying, "If you still have questions, I am always here to assist." "Your Majesty, you have said this." Yao Ying's eyes widened in surprise, her expression gleaming with joy. "I speak only the truth." Ying Yuan laughed heartily. Yao Ying felt a surge of satisfaction. His words implied a degree of indulgence towards her. In her elation, she stepped back and expressed her gratitude. "I'm deeply grateful for your Majesty and Appo's kindness." Her tone was lively. "Then I shall take my leave, so as not to disturb your Majesty and Appo's affairs." In her moment of joy, Yao Ying momentarily forgot her purpose for visiting and suggested her departure. "Go ahead, Ying and Appo's," Ying Yuan replied, regaining his composed demeanor. As Yao Ying seemed poised to leave, he suddenly recalled something and gently grasped her wrist, leaning close to whisper, "Ying and Appo's await me tonight." As she turned to leave, feeling his grip on her wrist, a warm breath brushed her ear, sending a tingling sensation through her. She responded, her expression radiant. "I shall await you at Luiying Palace." After speaking, She gracefully departed. Ying Yuan watched her retreating figure, lingering for a moment, until Wang Dequan entered, announcing, "Your Majesty. Minister Su requests an audience." Instantly, Ying Yuan and Appo's expression turned serious, and he replied in a deep voice, "Bring him in." After leaving the Chengqian Palace, the blush on Yao Ying and Appo's face vanished, replaced by an indifferent demeanor. She had foolishly felt a flicker of affection for the emperor, a grave mistake. She incessantly reminded herself that the emperor could not possibly love her, nor could he favor her alone. Her clarity returned, and she realized that in the harem, if one remained indifferent to the emperor, one could endure a long, tedious existence. However, if one became emotionally attached, it would lead to an inescapable fate of torment. Loving yet unrequited. With the emperor showing her some interest, she must seize the opportunity wisely. A cold smile crept on her lips. Alas, are not all men the same? Speaking sweetly while their hearts remain elusive, thoughts of Ying Hung's distasteful actions and words flooded her mind, marring her previously bright mood. Yet, recalling the trio and Appo's current alliance brought her a sense of satisfaction. She could not allow Ying Hung to ascend to the throne. Such a man was unworthy of being a good emperor, selfish and easily swayed by his mother, yet cruel towards her, obsessively seeking power without recognizing his own limitations. The more she interacted with Ying Yuan, the more she found him exceptional, unlike any other. She could not fathom how such a remarkable man could have a son like Ying Hung. Lacking the capability, yet still yearning for what did not belong to him. How utterly foolish. She silently mocked Ying Hung in her heart. Chapter 53. Interception Master. Did you not go to present the sachet to the emperor? Why'd you brought it back? Ying Yue inquired curiously, gazing at the sachet still held in Yao Ying's hand. Yao Ying, momentarily pulled from her reverie by the sound of Ying Yue's voice, looked at the jade-colored pouch and suddenly recalled her purpose for visiting the emperor. Yet, after a tender exchange, her thoughts had become muddled, causing her to forget. Well, I shall deliver it to the emperor this evening, Yao Ying mused inwardly. She had merely forgotten. The emperor had mentioned he would come by later, so she would present it to him then. Yao Ying chuckled softly in response. Master, the emperor is coming tonight. Ying Yue and Fuliu exclaimed with excitement, their voices tinged with a thrill that seemed to surpass even Yao Ying and Appo's own delight. Yao Ying nodded lightly yes. Master, let us return quickly to prepare. Fuliu, hurry, we must not dawdle on the road. Ying Yue urged, pulling Fuliu and Appo's hand as she began to walk briskly ahead. Look at her, such a bundle of impatience, Fuliu chuckled, covering her mouth as she teased Ying Yue. Ying Yue, the master is not in a rush. You should slow down. Feeling a bit bashful, Ying Yue scratched her head and giggled. Master, I am simply too overjoyed. All right. No need to hurry. There's still time. Let us return to the palace, Yao Ying said with a smile, her gaze warm as she turned gracefully towards Luiying Palace. Meanwhile, in the residence of the Crown Prince, the festive atmosphere had yet to fade. Red lanterns hung high under the eaves and along the corridors, exuding a celebratory air. Ying Hung strolled through the corridor, squinting at the overwhelming sea of red, which struck him as somewhat glaring. Just as he was about to call for someone to remove them, he reconsidered, realizing such an action would draw too much attention, and the words died on his lips. He paused beneath the corridor, gazing at the lanterns above as if lost in thought for a moment. Suddenly, a flicker of joy crossed his face as he recalled the gift sent by Ying Ying. He believed it to be a token of her affection for him. Duofu, go fetch the gift from Lady Yao and bring it to my study, he called out, his tone laced with excitement. Yes, I shall do so at once. Duofu responded promptly before hastening off to the storeroom. Shortly thereafter, Duofu returned with a sandalwood-colored box, standing before the study and Appo's entrance. Your Highness, I have brought it for you. Suppressing his excitement, Ying Hung steadied his voice. Bring it in. This is it, Your Highness, Duofu said, respectfully presenting the box with both hands. Ying Hung examined the small sandalwood box with delight, unable to conceal his joy. You may leave. Once Duofu had departed, he carefully opened the box to reveal a pair of exquisite, translucent Hetian jade pendants. His eyes widened in surprise. believing these pendants to symbolize his bond with Ying, completely oblivious to the fact that one was intended for Su Wanru. He gingerly picked one up, admiring it in his hand, and, as he did, he remembered Ying's ethereal beauty. The earlier gloom that had clouded his heart seemed to dissipate, replaced by a broader smile. He swiftly affixed one pendant to himself and gently placed the other beneath his pillow, imagining it as a token of Ying and Appo's, as companionship. Meanwhile, when Su Wanru returned to her courtyard and recalled that shameless Ying had dared to send a gift, she dispatched someone to retrieve it, only to find it had vanished. She knew full well who had taken it. Who else but that wretched girl who had bewitched the crown prince into claiming it first? The thought of the crown prince having preemptively taken it filled her with indignation. In a fit of rage, she smashed a purple flower vase. Madame Su, witnessing the vase shatter, felt a pang of sorrow. After all, it had been a precious dowry gift from the lady to her daughter. Yet, recognizing that her mistress was in a fit of anger, she could only allow her to vent her frustrations. Su Wanru, already irked by her encounter with Feng Huixin upon entering, was now further infuriated by the crown prince's actions. In her exasperation, she reached for another object to destroy. "Miss, do not." Madame Su rushed forward to intervene. "This is your dowry." Regaining a shred of composure, Su Wanru glanced at the broken shards littering the ground and felt a pang of regret. Ultimately, she stifled her anger and directed her frustrations towards the waiting maidservants outside. "Do none of you know to come in and attend to me? Why do you linger outside? Have you no sense?" After unleashing her tirade upon the maidservants, she felt somewhat relieved. As night descended, Ying Palace was aglow with lights, radiating a sense of tranquility. The recently renovated palace exuded an aura of grandeur, far removed from its previous disarray. Sitting by the window, Yao Ying held a book, suddenly struck by a thought, causing her lips to curve into a smile. Surely, Ying Heng must be holding the gifts she had sent for the two of them by now. He ought to carry them close to his heart every day, as a testament to her genuine intentions. She had invested considerable thought into crafting these jade pendants. Returning to her reading, her expression remained placid. However, as time passed and the hour grew late, the emperor had yet to arrive. Taoji felt a twinge of anxiety. She had been on duty that evening and had initially been overjoyed at the news of the emperor and Appo's impending visit. Yet, as the hour approached the late night, her anticipation turned to worry, contrasting with the calm demeanor of Bue and Fuliu, who remained composed. "Master, what if the emperor does not come at this hour?" Taoji asked, her urgency palpable. "The emperor's absence must be due to pressing matters. If he cannot come, it is no great concern," Yao Ying replied, her face serene, betraying no hint of anxiety. However, Taoji felt a rising panic within. Taking a breath, she attempted to steady herself. Meanwhile, on the emperor and Appo's side, Ying Yuan was attending to several urgent matters that had delayed him. He was just making his way towards Ying Palace when he was intercepted by Fian, a senior maid from Yunfei Palace. With a look of urgency, she approached and knelt, saying, "Your Majesty, I have come at the behest of the Empress. The eldest princess has suddenly developed a high fever and is on the verge of fainting. The situation is critical." Ying Yuan and Appo's expression darkened at her words, and he remained silent for a moment. Fian, kneeling before him, visibly tensed, feeling the weight of her bold approach mixed with anxiety. Noticing the emperor's silence, she bowed her head lower, aware of the pressure emanating from him, which made her too fearful to speak, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. It was Wang Dequan who timely suggested, "Your Majesty, perhaps you should go and see?" With a stern expression, Ying Yuan replied, "Very well, I shall go." He then instructed Wang Dequan, "Send someone to inform Lady Yao that I have urgent matters to attend to and will not be visiting. She should settle herself early and not wait." Fian, still on the ground, felt a wave of relief wash over her as she bowed repeatedly in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you." And so, Ying Yuan strode towards Yunfei Palace. Wang Dequan sent He Lu to Ying Palace with a message. "Master, a servant from the emperor's side has arrived," he announced. "Let him in," Yao Ying replied, her tone composed as she continued to read. Soon, Lu entered and greeted Lady Yao, cautiously beginning to speak. Lady Yao, the emperor is delayed due to urgent matters. The Grand Princess has fallen ill, and Consort Yin has sent someone to summon the emperor. His Majesty instructed you to make arrangements and not to wait any longer. Lu spoke these words with great care, fearing that Lady Yao might take offense. Upon hearing this, Tao Ji's expression of joy vanished, her small face falling in disappointment. She had expected that Gong had come to inform them of the emperor's imminent arrival, but instead, the news was that the emperor could not come at all. Tao Ji felt a pang of disappointment for her mistress. However, Lady Yao Ying showed no sign of displeasure. She turned with a gentle smile and replied, "You may rise. I understand. It must have been arduous for you to make this trip." Lady Yao Ying and Apos, as demeanor was warm, and she then called out to Tao Ji, indicating for her to present a reward to Lu. As Lu accepted the reward, he felt its weight and, after expressing his gratitude and departing, reflected on how beautiful, gentle, and considerate Lady Yao truly was. Once Lu had left, Lady Yao Ying, catching the hesitant gaze of Tao Ji, let out a light laugh and softly said, "It is time for rest." Yet, as she turned away, her expression grew distant. Chapter 54. A visit at this moment. Her expression was serene, yet her heart had calmed the instant she received the news. The emperor was not solely hers. His harem was filled with numerous women. Today it was Concubine Yun, and who could say what the morrow would bring? If she were to fixate on this point, it would only exhaust her, for the emperor would remain indifferent to her inner turmoil. What she sought was never the emperor and Apos, as exclusive favor. In this palace, if she naively yearned for singular affection, she would unknowingly incite the envy of countless others, and one day, she might fall victim to their schemes. She merely needed to guard her heart, to ascend the ranks with the emperor's assistance, and only then would she be worthy of contending with the likes of Ying Hung and his peers. The palace had no need for a sentimental Yao Ying. It sufficed to have a cold-hearted Yao Guerin. Yao Ying lay in bed, allowing herself to close her eyes and drift into a tranquil slumber. Meanwhile, within the chambers of Concubine Yun, the physician was diagnosing the 6-year-old Grand Princess. The young princess, Xiu, appeared adorable with her chubby, rosy face, yet her expression was one of distress. "Mother, I feel so unwell." "Mother, mother," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, stifling her cries to spare Concubine Yun from worry. Even at her tender age, she bore a remarkable composure, hearing her soft whimpers accompanied by sniffles. Concubine Yun's face softened with concern as she gazed at her, gently comforting, "Xiu, be good. It will be over soon. Mother will hold you." She then turned sharply to the physician, demanding, "What is wrong with the Grand Princess? She seemed fine this afternoon. How could she have deteriorated so suddenly?" Seeing Concubine Yun and Apos' fury, Physician Zhang's face glistened with sweat as he replied, trembling from the Grand Princess's appearance, "I fear it may be a severe allergy causing persistent high fever." Just then, Ying Yuan entered with determined strides, his face grave. Concubine Yun and the others quickly stood to pay their respects. "This humble servant greets your majesty," they chorused. "Rise," Ying Yuan said expressionlessly, casting a glance at the Grand Princess. Seeing her discomfort stirred a flicker of concern within him. "What has happened to the princess?" he inquired coldly, a hint of displeasure evident on his countenance. "Your Majesty," the physician replied, "I have already prescribed medication for the Grand Princess, and a servant has been dispatched to prepare it. Her condition appears critical, but timely intervention is indeed fortunate." He paused, weighing his words before continuing. Had the treatment been delayed, it could have posed a grave risk to her life. "What did the Grand Princess consume today? If we do not identify the allergen, she may inadvertently ingest it again, leading to another crisis." Physician Zhang spoke earnestly. Before the emperor could respond, Concubine Yun and Apos' gaze turned icy as she addressed the nurse attending to the Grand Princess. "What did the Grand Princess eat today?" The nurse trembled as she knelt, responding hastily, replying to your highness, "The princess consumed only her usual meals. I would never dare to feed her anything unfamiliar." At that moment, the Grand Princess softly called out, "Father, I miss you." Her timid voice caught Ying Yuan and Amp, Appo's attention. Seeing her in distress further tugged at his heartstrings, prompting him to approach and cradle her gently, whispering soothingly, "Be good, Xiu. Father is here." In that instant, Ying Yuan portrayed the image of a caring father. Concubine Yun felt a surge of joy at the sight. However, just as quickly, Ying Yuan turned, his expression hardening, no longer softened. "Ensure you investigate thoroughly," he commanded. "Yes," Concubine Yun promptly replied, sensing his anger. Before she could speak further, a timid young maid stepped forward, her voice trembling. This servant saw the Grand Princess nibbling on a peach from the table earlier this evening. Has the Grand Princess ever eaten peaches before? Physician Zhang pondered aloud. She has never consumed them, the nurse quickly interjected. Physician Zhang approached the Grand Princess, carefully examining her symptoms. Noticing the small red bumps on her skin, he seemed to recall something. After a moment of deliberation, he stated, "I remember a case with similar symptoms. It was indeed an allergy to peaches. It seems the Grand Princess is allergic to peaches. Henceforth, she must be kept away from them." Concubine Yun felt a sense of relief wash over her upon identifying the allergen. "Do you all understand?" she instructed. "Yes, we understand," they collectively affirmed. At that juncture, Fian entered, bearing a bowl of dark medicine, presenting it to Concubine Yun. "Your Highness, the medicine is ready." Concubine Yun accepted it, scooping a spoonful and gently blowing on it before offering it to the Grand Princess, coaxing, "Be good, Xiu. Drink this medicine." With her bright, glistening eyes, the Grand Princess opened her mouth obediently and took a sip. However, as the bitter taste hit her, her cherubic face contorted in discomfort. Yet she refrained from uttering a word of complaint, her expression only deepening Concubine Yun and Appo's concern. After some time, the Grand Princess and Appo's condition improved slightly. The fever had subsided somewhat, and her face was no longer flushed. Physician Zhang finally felt a sense of relief. In the palace, one must tread carefully. A single mistake could cost him dearly. He instructed a maid to check the Grand Princess and Appo's forehead before announcing, "It seems her condition has stabilized and is no longer critical. We only need to be vigilant moving forward." "Very well. If there are no further issues, you may take your leave," Ying Yuan said, his expression easing. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Physician Zhang exclaimed gratefully, and with that, he hurriedly exited Concubine Yun and Appo's chambers, wiping the sweat from his brow. After the commotion, it had grown late. Concubine Yun, relieved that the situation had stabilized, intended to invite the emperor to stay. However, before she could speak, he declared, "Since there are no further issues, I shall take my leave." "Your Majesty," Concubine Yun called out urgently. "It is late. Why not rest here?" Ying Yuan halted, turning back to her with a face devoid of the softness he had shown to the Grand Princess. He regarded her coolly. "Concubine Yun, after a long night, you must be exhausted. Take good care of the princess." With that, he strode away, leaving Concubine Yun staring after him, her expression devoid of warmth, her composure crumbling. She glanced at the Grand Princess, who had finished her medicine and drifted into a deep slumber. Her heart briefly clouded with displeasure before she quickly composed herself and returned to the inner chamber. Chapter 55. Awakening of Emotions after Ying Yuan departed. He did not return directly to the Chengqian Palace. Instead, he left everyone behind and ventured alone to Yao Ying and Appo's Luiying Palace in the dead of night. He made his way quietly, not disturbing the palace attendants, and signaled for them to forego their bows. The hour was late, and the world was enveloped in stillness. Ying Yuan slowed his pace as he approached Yao Ying and Appo's bedside, sitting beside her and gazing at her serene, sleeping visage. His heart softened, as if some part of him had been filled, revealing a smile of contentment. Leaning down, he placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, devoid of any distractions or ulterior motives. Ying Yuan sat by her side for an extended period, captivated by the sleeping Yao Ying, unable to tear his eyes away. In his 30 years of life, it was only upon meeting her that he truly felt the stirrings of affection. He was unaware of when this influence had begun to seep into his heart. Perhaps it was the first time he saw her from a distance at the Empress's residence that etched her into his memory, or the moment he felt compelled to intervene when she faced difficulties from Inghung. Perhaps it was when she accidentally wandered into the peach grove. Her astonished gaze upon him as she called him sir, or when her previously ethereal demeanor transformed into one brimming with life as she timidly admired his looks. He had witnessed another side of her when she fiercely protected her sister from a group of tormentors, exhibiting unwavering resolve. Even as she retaliated, he found her courage endearing rather than cruel. He couldn't oppose. He helped but express concern for her well-being to the Empress. The memory of her radiant smile during the selection ceremony lingered in his mind, and it was during his first visit to her palace, when she was so engrossed in her reading that she treated him like a servant, that her astonished reaction upon recognizing him became forever imprinted in his heart. Visions of her blushing, charming, and playfully teasing him flickered through his mind like a vivid dream. His heart raced with an intensity he had never before experienced. Ingyuan gazed tenderly at her sleeping form, his thoughts swirling, feeling as though he could never gaze upon her enough. Unbeknownst to him, Yao Ying had firmly taken residence in his heart, even when she had made an unreasonable request to bestow the errant concubine upon Inghung. He had only pondered for a moment before acquiescing. He did not delve into the reasoning behind her request. After all, the heart of an emperor is difficult to fathom, but at that moment, his sole desire was to bring her joy. He could not bear to witness disappointment in her eyes, nor allow her light to dim. Despite his awareness of her hidden motives and the complexity behind her seemingly innocent demeanor, he found it endearing and even hoped she would possess the cunning to safeguard her own interests. During this time, he had refrained from summoning her to his chambers, seeking clarity regarding his feelings for her. Yet today, after seeing her, thoughts of her consumed him. At 30, he was experiencing the exhilarating sensations of youthful infatuation for the first time. However, he remained composed, not wishing to reveal too much too soon, fearing that such vulnerability might frighten her away. Ingyuan was not anxious. He was not one to engage in battles without certainty. He had time and patience to cultivate their relationship gradually. Now, he understood his feelings. Merely being in her presence filled him with satisfaction. It appeared he had developed a fondness for her. This sudden realization struck him like a revelation, a sensation he had never encountered before in his 30 years. Among the myriad beauties of the imperial harem, none had captured his heart as she had. He resolved not to allow her to suffer, choosing instead to keep her close and protect her. To him, she remained a delicate flower, deserving of tender care. As he considered their age difference, he being over a decade her senior, he felt a pang of concern, fearing he might not be able to accompany her for long. The thought of leaving her alone in the palace, vulnerable to others, troubled him deeply. While he believed she was clever enough not to be easily victimized, an urge to shield her welled within him. At that moment, as Ingyuan gazed at Yao Ying, lost in thought, he noticed her suddenly stir, her brow furrowing in distress as cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Fear flickered across her face as she murmured, "Don and Appos, T come closer. Don and Appos, T come closer." His heart ached for her. He leaned in, gently caressing her frightened face, softly calling her name, "Yao Ying, Yao Ying, Yao Ying." After several calls, he roused her from the grip of her nightmare. Previously enveloped in peaceful slumber, Yao Ying had been haunted by a terrifying dream, one in which Su Wanru, wielding a knife, sought to mar her face. In her fright, she had cried out. Just as she felt the impending threat of the blade, a gentle touch caressed her cheek, awakening her from a nightmare as a familiar voice called her name tenderly. Gasping for breath, her heart still racing from the terror of her dream, she blinked back tears as she came to realize that the emperor, who should have been in Yunfei Palace, was right beside her, gazing at her with concern. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, she found herself enveloped in Yuan's embrace. His soothing voice resonated above her. "Don't be afraid, Yao Ying. I'm here." As his steady hand comforted her back, the warmth of his presence began to quell her fears. In that moment, wrapped in his embrace, she felt an unexpected longing for the safety and steadiness of his hold, reluctant to pull away. Yet, she quickly reminded herself to remain composed, refusing to lose herself in such vulnerability. Nestled against him, she voiced her distress. "Your Majesty, I just had a terrible nightmare. It frightened me so. Her expression shifted to one of surprise. How is it that you are here? Am I dreaming? Look at you, once terrified, yet now so joyful to see me. Ying Yuan replied with a tender smile, his eyes sparkling with affection. Feigning astonishment, Yao Ying reached out to touch his face, exclaiming it in amp, Oppos, warm. It truly is you, your majesty. Please don't be angry with me for being so bold. I was just so surprised to see you. Ying Yuan could not hold any grievance against her playful demeanor. He found every aspect of her utterly charming. Would I ever fault you? Your majesty, will you stay with me? I'm still frightened after that nightmare. Yao Ying pleaded, her large, glistening eyes gazing up at him. Seeing her so vulnerable, Ying Yuan could hardly refuse. He nodded, his voice low and affectionate. Yes, I shall remain here with you. At last, a satisfied smile graced Yao Ying and Oppos' lips as Ying Yuan held her close, and together they drifted into slumber, her head nestled against his, her smile illuminating the night. Chapter 56. The Cloud Concubine. The following day, as dawn broke with a muted light and the moon still lingered, half concealed by the clouds, Ying Yuan awoke. He rose with deliberation, careful not to disturb Yao Ying, gently tucking her in before silently departing from the Luoying Palace. After changing into his ceremonial robes in the Chengxian Palace, he proceeded to the morning court. When Yao Ying finally stirred, she noticed the absence of warmth beside her. Ying Yuan had already risen and left. Had it not been for the palpable presence of Ying Yuan the previous night, she might have thought it all a mere dream. Lost in thought, she reflected on the stark contrast between Ying Yuan and his son, Ying Heng. The latter spoke sweetly, but had never shown her favoritism in action. In comparison, she felt that the emperor surpassed Ying Heng by leagues. Yet, she could not decipher whether the emperor's affections were genuine or feigned. In their interactions, she sensed a profound cunning within him, as if he orchestrated every event to his advantage. She repeatedly reminded herself to regard him solely as the emperor, resolutely dismissing the disquieting emotions that plagued her mind. Closing her eyes, she regained her composure, and upon reopening them, her gaze was clear. Remembering the urgency of the previous night regarding the eldest princess and Oppos' sudden illness, she decided to pay her a visit that day. In the Empress and Oppos' palace, Qingli feigned mystery as she inquired, Your Majesty, can you guess what transpired last night? The Empress, Jiangfei's color, perked up at this, her curiosity piqued. Oh? Do share what happened. With only Qingli by her side, she relaxed, her tone brimming with anticipation. Your Majesty, last night the Emperor visited the palace of the Cloud Concubine. It is said he initially intended to go to the residence of noble Lady Yao, but was intercepted by the head, maid Fian from the Cloud Concubine's palace. Qingli paused, noticing the Empress and Oppos' eager expression, and continued, You might not know, but the eldest princess fell seriously ill last night, prompting the Cloud Concubine to send for the Emperor. To her surprise, he did indeed go. The Empress's eyes sparkled with interest as she remarked, I was unaware that such events unfolded last night. The Cloud Concubine possesses quite the cunning. She then inquired with concern, How is the eldest princess now? Is she recovering? She is out of immediate danger. However, Your Majesty, you may not be aware that I overheard a young maid mention that the Cloud Concubine had hoped to keep the Emperor overnight under the pretense of the late hour. But he ultimately declined. Qingli and Oppos' tone shifted, imbued with excitement. Ha ha ha. The Empress erupted in laughter. Her schemes ring out loudly. It is a pity the Emperor did not acquiesce. Her voice carried a hint of schadenfreude. And there in Oppos' more, Your Majesty. It is said that after leaving the Cloud Concubine and Oppos' palace, the Emperor quietly made his way to noble Lady Yao and Oppos' residence. Qingli and Oppos' enthusiasm surged. It seemed our Emperor indeed harbors genuine affection for noble Lady Yao. To be honest, I, as a woman, find myself quite fond of her as well. If I were a man, I would surely cherish her. Her words revealed a tinge of regret at not being male. The Empress favored beauty, particularly those who possessed both intellect and allure. Noble Lady Yao encompassed both qualities, earning the Empress's admiration. Once the excitement subsided, she resumed her duties, instructing Qingli. Please take this gift and visit the eldest princess in the cloud concubine's palace. Meanwhile, within the concubine's quarters, the news reached the Gui Fei, who wore a cold smile upon hearing the events. This cloud concubine resorts to using her child to capture the emperor and amp Oppo's attention. Alas, her calculations have faltered, for the emperor did not remain by her side. The Gui Fei cast a glance at her own belly, a flicker of melancholy crossing her features. Noticing the Gui Fei and Oppo's troubled expression, Huaiju gently offered, Your Majesty, you are still young. There is still hope. The Gui Fei's eyes dimmed, losing their previous spark. Do not attempt to comfort me. I am well aware. The emperor's heart is now set on that noble Lady Yao, having long forgotten me, the Gui Fei. She sighed, I am already 26. The prime of my youth has been squandered in this palace. I have grown old, no match for those delicate, youthful beauties. My lady, please do not speak so. You are not old at all. Who in this palace could rival your beauty? Huaiju exclaimed, her eyes filled with concern. Enough, enough. I understand your words are meant to comfort me. Flowers do not last forever, and neither do we, the Gui Fei murmured, her gaze fixated on her painted nails. In the cloud concubine's palace, she awoke feeling out of sorts. She had hoped to keep the emperor with her last night, only to be directly rejected. The emperor seldom visited her chambers, and now that he had come, he could not be retained. The more she pondered, the darker her expression grew. Suddenly, a sweet voice broke her reverie. Mother, I am hungry. She returned to the present, her displeasure evident as she regarded the eldest princess, Siu, who had risen alone. Why are you up by yourself? Where's your nurse? She called for the attendants, demanding, Where is the princess's nurse? How dare she leave the princess unattended? The nurse rushed in, kneeling and pleading, Your Majesty, please do not be angry. I want to prepare food as soon as the princess awoke. Then hurry up and bring it. Did you not hear the princess say she is hungry? The cloud concubine, already in a foul mood, snapped. The eldest princess sensed her mother's fierce gaze and felt a twinge of fear. Gathering her courage, she said, Mother, please do not be angry. With large, watery eyes, she timidly tugged at the cloud concubine and Oppo's sleeve, exuding an air of innocence. Yet, the cloud concubine remained unmoved, her irritation mounting at the sight of her daughter. She thought bitterly, It is her fault that even her father could not stay. Reflecting on the pain she endured during her daughter's birth, she lamented, If only I had given birth to a son instead. Looking at Suyu now filled her with annoyance. She had no desire to see her before her. With a scowl, she ordered, Take the princess away and feed her. At once, Your Majesty, the nurse replied, swiftly lifting the princess and departing. Chapter 57. The princess at that moment. A eunuch approached to announce the arrival of Lady Yao to visit the Grand Princess. Empress Yin promptly masked her displeasure. Adopting a gentle demeanor, Why haven't you brought Lady Yao in yet? She was quite eager to engage with this favored Lady Yao, who had captured the emperor's attention. Lady Yao waited in the front hall for quite some time, until Empress Yin leisurely emerged. With utmost respect, Lady Yao performed a courteous bow. This humble servant pays her respects to your highness. However, Empress Yin showed no inclination to allow her to rise, feigning ignorance as she insisted that Lady Yao maintain her bowing posture. With a facade of warmth, she remarked, I was wondering who had come. It turns out to be the newly favored Lady Yao. Lady Yao appeared to be in excellent spirits, undoubtedly benefiting from the emperor's favor. Her words carried a hint of sarcasm as she continued. Unlike me, it seems this palace has nearly forgotten my existence. Empress Yin rambled on for a while, casually glancing at Lady Yao, noticing her slightly trembling form while still bent over. Only then did she feign surprise, exclaiming, Oh dear, how forgetful of me. I was so engrossed in conversation that I completely forgot to let you rise. Please do stand. Thank you, Your Highness. Lady Yao, suppressing her discomfort, slowly stood up, almost losing her balance, but thankfully, the attentive Fuliu swiftly steadied her. Be careful, Your Highness, Fuliu whispered, sensing her unsteady movements. Lady Yao finally found her footing, her expression betraying no hint of displeasure. Lady Yao and Amp, Oppo's delicate constitution was indeed quite precious. She could hardly endure the brief encounter. Although Empress Yin and Oppo's tone was gentle, her words were laden with implications. Your Highness is jesting. I could never compare to you, Lady Yao replied with a respectful demeanor, appearing most compliant. Yet, to Empress Yun's ears, it sounded grating, as if Lady Yao were mocking her. She contemplated changing her expression, but realized she had to maintain her composed facade since others were present. I had no idea Lady Yao was so eloquent, Empress Yun remarked, feigning nonchalance. I was merely speaking casually, yet you seem quite adept at defending yourself. Observing Lady Yao's unwavering respect, Empress Yun felt a deeper ire simmering within her. She indeed possesses remarkable composure. Empress Yun mused, her discontent growing, especially recalling how the Emperor had visited Lady Yao and Oppo's quarters after departing from her own the previous night. Your Highness need not worry. I harbor no such intentions, Lady Yao calmly asserted. I heard that the Grand Princess fell ill last night, and I wish to come see her today. Is she feeling better? Her tone was polite, her voice soft. Upon hearing this, Empress Yun and Oppo's attention shifted, and she could not scold someone so courteous. Thus, she responded with a feigned smile, I appreciate your concern for the princess. She is quite well now. Allow me to have someone escort you to her. With Lady Yao mentioning the princess, Empress Yun seized the opportunity to send her away, hoping to quell her growing frustration. I am most grateful, Your Highness. Lady Yao followed the palace attendants to the chamber of the Grand Princess, who, being still quite young, resided within Empress Yun and Oppo's palace, albeit in a different hall. Upon entering, Lady Yao found the 6-year-old Grand Princess sitting adorably on a stool, using her chubby little hands to pick at the food on the table. The nursemaid attempted to feed her, but the little princess protested, Nurse, I can do it myself. I am no longer a child. I have grown up and can eat on my own. Her pouting little face and childlike voice were endearing, and Lady Yao could not help but chuckle softly. As Lady Yao laughed, the Grand Princess turned at the sound, her expression transforming as she caught sight of a sister-like figure who resembled a fairy. She quickly jumped down from her stool, disregarding her food, and rushed over with her short legs, asking in delight, Are you a fairy sent from the heavens to see me? The nursemaid called after her, Your Highness, please be careful. Last night, during her illness, the Grand Princess had wished for a fairy to alleviate her discomfort, recalling how her sister, Yin, had described fairies as all-powerful. Seeing Lady Yao, she instinctively believed she was indeed the fairy who had answered her wish, although the princess was now feeling much better. Encountering this fairy-like sister brought her immense joy. Lady Yao, momentarily taken aback by the princess and Oppo's innocent address, felt an urge to playfully indulge her. Indeed, the fairy has come to visit the princess who has been unwell. Lady Yao adored the child's charming demeanor, bending down to meet the princess at eye level. Lady Yao gently stroked her head with her delicate hand, responding softly. The Grand Princess, feeling the warmth of Lady Yao's touch, found her not only beautiful but exceedingly gentle, much more so than her own mother, who could sometimes be stern. Though she was still young, she had learned to read her mother's moods. Overwhelmed with affection, the Grand Princess clung to Lady Yao, attempting to wrap her small arms around her, but found it difficult to embrace her fully, which only added to her urgency. Seeing the child's anxious expression, Lady Yao's heart softened, and she instinctively scooped the princess into her arms. Having longed for a child in her past life, only to suffer the loss due to another and Oppo's malice, she felt a profound fondness for the adorable princess. Your Highness, you are so lovely. You smell delightful and feel warm. I like you very much, the Grand Princess exclaimed, momentarily forgetting to refer to herself properly. Lady Yao was amused by the princess and Oppo's innocent charm. Just then, a voice interrupted from behind them. How interesting, even the princess dares to tease. Turning around, Lady Yao saw Lady Su, who had come to visit the princess as well. Su Wanqing had quietly observed the tender scene for a moment before speaking, finding it heartwarming and beautiful. Who are you? The Grand Princess peered curiously from Lady Yao and Appo's embrace. Her large, glistening eyes fixed on Su Wanqing, still reluctant to leave Lady Yao and Appo's comforting presence. Chapter 58. Consoling her, Your Highness. This is Consort Su, Yao Ying prompted. Only then did the princess realize that this youthful lady, like her mother consort, was also one of her imperial father and Appo's consorts. Immediately, she put on a solemn face, adopting the demeanor of a princess, and greeted Su Wanqing. Greetings, Consort Su. Though only 6 years old, the eldest princess could change her expression swiftly. She had been exceedingly affectionate with Yao Ying just moments before, but upon learning that Consort Su was one of her imperial father's consorts, she knew to assume the deportment of a princess, a truly whimsical little girl. Su Wanqing found her rapid change of countenance quite amusing, piquing her interest enough to tease her and see her reaction upon discovering that Yao Ying was not a celestial being. She promptly shattered the illusion of encountering a fairy. The one holding you is Consort Yao, not some celestial being. Upon hearing this, Ying Suiyu's face was filled with palpable shock, as if struck by a blow. Her eyes widened as she glanced at Su Wanqing before disengaging from Yao Ying's embrace. Standing before Yao Ying, as if unable to believe what she had heard, she cautiously inquired in a soft voice, "Are you really my imperial father and Appo's consort? Are you truly not a fairy sister?" She posed these questions with a bewildered and forlorn expression. Seeing the princess and Appo's crestfallen appearance, Yao Ying, though reluctant to shatter her illusions, knew that she was indeed her imperial father and Appo's consort, and that she would eventually find out. She gently responded, "Your Highness, I am Consort Yao, and I am indeed one of your imperial father and Appo's consorts." Unwilling to see the princess so dejected, she diverted her attention. "I heard that your Highness fell ill last night, and I was concerned, so I thought I would come and see you. Can your Highness guess what I brought for you?" she asked mysteriously, her hands behind her back. Yao Ying subtly gestured with her hand behind her back, and Fu Lu discreetly placed the small box in her mistress and Appo's hand. Upon hearing this, Ying Suiyu and Appo's attention was immediately diverted, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Show me quickly," she implored Yao Ying with a sweet, childish voice. Su Wanqing remained silent, observing their interaction. Suddenly, she felt a pang of envy at the harmonious scene, which also felt somewhat jarring. The princess is truly blessed, unlike her, who had been disregarded since the day she was born. Su Wanqing found it somewhat amusing that she envied a 6-year-old child. Seeing the princess's intense curiosity, Yao Ying brought the box forward, handed it to her, and coaxed her in a gentle tone, "Your Highness, open it and see." Ying Suiyu, with a joyful expression, received the box with her small, chubby hands and eagerly opened it. Inside, she found several grasshopper figures woven from straw, lifelike and incredibly realistic. She instantly adored them, taking them in her hands for a closer look and thanking Yao Ying, "I love them. Thank you, Consort Yao." Yao Ying had once woven these while idly passing the time, and remembering them before coming, she had asked Fu Gui to weave a few more. These trinkets had indeed pleased the princess. Having grown up in the palace, she had never seen such small objects, so it was only natural that she found them novel. Consort Yao certainly knows how to please others, making the princess so happy. "I should learn from Consort Yao," Su Wanqing remarked suddenly, causing both of them to turn to her. "It was merely a coincidence," Yao Ying responded softly, seeing that there was nothing else for her. Now that she had seen the princess, Su Wanqing turned to leave. "Your Highness, since you are feeling better, I will take my leave." She glanced at Yao Ying, nodded slightly, and departed. The princess was currently engrossed in the grasshopper figures, paying no attention to Su Wanqing's departure. After playing with her for a while, Yao Ying also proposed to leave. "Your Highness, it's getting late, so I will return to my palace." Having spent this time with her, Ying Suiyu had grown fond of her, this beautiful and gentle consort sister who had given her such novel gifts. She was reluctant to see her leave. Upon hearing her words, a hint of reluctance appeared on her face. "Consort Yao, can I visit you in the future?" she asked with a hint of sadness. "Of course. Your Highness can visit me anytime," Yao Ying coaxed her gently. Her eyes darted around, and then she crouched down as if by chance, leaning close to Ying Sui Yu and Amp, Appo's ear, whispering something that only the two of them could hear. Your Highness, who gave you the peach you ate yesterday? Ying Sui Yu liked Yao Ying so much that she momentarily forgot her mother consort and Appo's admonition not to tell anyone about the matter. She leaned close to her ear and blurted out everything. My mother consort had me eat it. Only after speaking did she realize that she had forgotten what her mother consort had told her. She covered her mouth with her hands in frustration. Yao Ying's lips curled into a smile. She patted her head, made a shushing gesture, smiled meaningfully, and then said her goodbyes and departed. Once she left the Cloud Consort's palace, the smile on her face vanished. Her expression was calm, but her heart churned with emotions. Even tigers do not devour their cubs. Yet the Cloud Consort is so ruthless. Ying Sui Yu, seeing her leave, forgot about her slip of the tongue and quickly moved on. She watched her depart with reluctance until Yao Ying and Amp, Appo's figure disappeared from sight. Then she withdrew her gaze. Holding the grasshopper figures in her hand, she said to the nanny, Nanny, I like her. She and Appo's gentler than my mother consort. If only my mother consort were like her. As she said this, a trace of sadness flickered in her eyes. At only 6 years old, the princess could already perceive changes in people and Appo's emotions. She knew that her mother consort did not particularly like her, only showing her some gentleness when her imperial father came. She usually did not take care of her. Your Highness, the consort also loves you. Don't think too much. If you miss the consort Yao from before, this servant will take you to see her in the future. The nanny could only try to comfort her. She had watched her grow up and treated her like her own child. The Cloud Consort usually ignored the princess, which she saw, and she felt even more sorry for the princess. Ying Sui Yu lowered her little head, looked at the grasshopper figures in her hand, and thought of her mother consort and Appo's dislike for her. She felt sad and began to sob softly, murmuring, Why doesn't Appo's my mother consort like me? I and Appo's been very good. Ying Sui Yu and Appo's face, covered in tears, looked at the nanny with a puzzled expression, which was truly heartbreaking. The nanny quickly wiped away her tears and comforted her. Your Highness, Don and Appo's be sad. The consort must love you. Ying Sui Yu knew that the nanny was just trying to comfort her. She quickly stopped crying and smiled, pretending to be strong. She carefully took the grasshopper figures in her hand, put them in the box, hugged the box, and ran to her bed, gently putting them under her pillow to hide them. If her mother consort saw them, they would definitely be taken away. She felt depressed for a while, but soon regained her optimistic demeanor and played by herself. Not long after Su Wanning left the Cloud Consort and Appo's palace, she encountered someone from the Emperor and Appo's entourage who had come to invite her to Qinxing Palace. She had been lost in thought on the way, thinking about the noble consort and Appo's instructions to her. During this time, the noble consort had repeatedly urged her to find a way to gain the Emperor and Appo's favor. Each time she heard this, she would sneer inwardly. Did she think the Emperor was someone she could see whenever she wanted? The Emperor was not someone easily fooled. What a joke. It was easy for her to say, but she had never considered that the Emperor simply did not summon her. At this moment, she was astonished to hear that His Majesty had summoned her. Concealing her surprise, she gently responded with a soft, all right, and followed Lu to the Chengqian Palace. Chapter 59. The provocation after a stick of incense had burned, she emerged from the Chengqian Palace, her expression inscrutable. Lu Yi, waiting outside, inquired with a hint of surprise. My lady, what did the Emperor summon you for? Su Wanning hesitated, momentarily lost in thought as she gazed at the vast, clear sky. My lady? Lu Yi observed her mistress's odd demeanor, a touch of concern creeping into her voice. Nothing of consequence. Let us depart, Su Wanning replied, shaking off her reverie. Lu Yi followed closely behind, unaware of the fleeting smirk that crossed her mistress and Appo's face. Though her lady chose not to share, Lu Yi understood her role was merely to supervise, a duty imposed upon her by the Prime Minister. They were both aware of their positions as mere pawns in a larger game. As the evening descended, Consort Su was summoned to the Emperor and Appo's chambers. The news spread swiftly, eliciting varied reactions. Yao Ying maintained a calm facade upon hearing the announcement, appearing nonchalant as she went about her day. In contrast, the palace attendants exhibited greater anxiety. "My lady, the Emperor has called for Consort Su. Are you not the least bit concerned?" Mingyu was the most anxious among them. Indifferently, she replied, "It is the Emperor and Appo's prerogative to choose whom he desires. Certainly, I lack the ability to obstruct him. Enough of this chatter. Let us attend to our duties." If there was anyone pleased by the news, it was none other than the Shui. Upon learning that Su Wanning was summoned, she laughed heartily within the Yijing Palace, finally witnessing her rival make a stand. However, to everyone's astonishment, the Emperor summoned Consort Su for 3 consecutive nights. Whispers filled the palace, declaring Consort Su the Emperor's new favorite, the fresh topic of gossip among the court. The focus had shifted from Yao Ying, whose plight now drew a touch of sympathy, as many murmured about her misfortune, claiming she had quickly fallen out of favor with the Emperor. Even the composed Baiyu could not help but worry for her mistress, fearing that Su Wanning was merely putting on a brave face while suffering inwardly. One afternoon, after a brief rest, Yao Ying decided to stroll to Chuanfeng Pavilion. Along the way, Baiyu and Appo's concerned glances were hard to dismiss. Sensing her unease, Yao Ying teased, "What troubles you today? Do you wish to unleash your wrath upon those who dare offend you?" Yao Ying chuckled lightly, fully aware of Baiyu's worries. The genuine concern she received from her attendants touched her heart. "My lady, are you truly untroubled?" Baiyu ventured cautiously. "If you feel distressed, you may vent your frustrations upon me. I fear you might bottle everything up, which could harm your health." Baiyu's outpouring of concern reflected her past experiences, where Yao Ying had often concealed her emotions. Recently, however, Yao Ying seemed to have opened up, prompting Baiyu's relief. Yao Ying, amused by Baiyu's worry, reassured her, "You need not fret. I am well. The Emperor's affections are not solely mine. I have come to terms with this since I entered the palace. Why should I allow such matters to dampen my spirits?" While she spoke lightly, the true state of her heart remained known only to her. Once in the palace, one must not covet the unattainable. Baiyu, do you understand? Baiyu nodded, her expression easing as she responded, "I understand, my lady." Suddenly, an unexpected voice interrupted. "Oh, who do we have here?" "Why, it is Lady Yao." Turning slowly, Yao Ying found herself face to face with Shui and her entourage. Suppressing her disdain, she greeted, "I pay my respects to the esteemed Shui." Shui, reveling in her triumph, did not allow Yao Ying to rise. This lowly wretch has finally fallen out of favor with the Emperor. He has been captivated by Su Wanning for 3 consecutive nights. Shui's thoughts were laced with glee, and she relished the opportunity to taunt Yao Ying. "It seems the Emperor has forgotten you, perhaps due to some offense you committed against him." Yao Ying remained composed, unfazed by Shui and Appo's barbs. "Your Majesty and Appo's preferences are indeed his own. I possess no authority over them. Perhaps your influence is greater, Shui, if you wish to retain the Emperor's favor." This retort ignited Shui's fury. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner? You will kneel for 2 hours as punishment for your insolence." In her anger, Shui believed that Yao Ying would soon be forgotten by the Emperor, who was currently infatuated with Su Wanning. Yao Ying maintained her calm. Even as Shui and Appo's threats loomed, she smiled gently, "Your Majesty, it is unjust to punish me for merely responding to your words." Shui, feeling her authority challenged, commanded, "Seize her, force her to kneel." As the palace attendants approached to comply, Yao Ying's outward calm belied the tension in her clenched fists beneath her sleeves. Her mind raced as she contemplated her strategies. At present, she could not overtly defy the noble consort. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath, stifling the humiliation that welled within her. The indignities she suffered today would surely be repaid in kind when the opportunity arose. Rather than wait for the eunuch to act, it was prudent for her to feign compliance. Suddenly, just as she opened her eyes, she keenly noticed a group of individuals approaching behind the consort. With a swift change of thought, she lowered her head and quickly donned a different expression. When she raised her gaze once more, her face was adorned with tears, adopting a tone of feigned grievance as she addressed the consort. "I am unaware of what has displeased the esteemed consort to warrant such punishment towards me. I can only—" As she spoke, she made a move to kneel without waiting for the eunuch to intervene, eliciting an instinctive sympathy from those present. The consort, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of satisfaction. The sight of the lowly Yao Ying, with her downcast eyes and submissive demeanor, brought her immense delight. Just as a triumphant smile began to grace her lips, and Yao Ying was on the verge of kneeling, a sudden voice emerged from behind, halting Yao Ying and Amp. Oppo's motion. Hold. Chapter 60. The rescue of a beauty. The esteemed consort Shu certainly embodies the essence of indignation. She readily demands that the palace ladies kneel in punishment, and her demeanor is more imposing than even that of this humble one. I am truly taken aback. With her back turned to the speaker, Consort Shu felt a jolt in her heart upon recognizing the voice. Her expression stiffened, and she inwardly lamented the unfortunate timing of the Empress and Oppo's arrival. Why must she come at this very moment, neither too early nor too late? Suppressing her displeasure, Consort Shu took a deep breath, forced a smile, and turned to greet the newcomer. "This humble servant pays her respects to Her Majesty the Empress. May Your Majesty be blessed." Yao Ying, still glistening with tears, seized the opportunity to address the Empress alongside Consort Shu. The Empress, witnessing Yao Ying and Oppo's disheartened demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. How callous of Consort Shu to chastise such a delicate beauty. If it were her, she would have rushed forward to wipe away those tears. Initially, the Empress had intended to take a leisurely stroll on this splendid day, never anticipating such a scene. From a distance, she observed the encounter between Consort Shu and Yao Ying. Unable to discern their words, her curiosity piqued as she approached. As she walked closer, she mused that Yao Ying would likely receive no kindness from Consort Shu. The reality matched her speculation. Consort Shu was indeed tormenting the lovely Yao Ying. How could she stand idly by and witness this exquisite flower being so mistreated? Just as she neared, she caught sight of Consort Shu coercing Yao Ying to kneel in punishment. A quick glance exchanged between them, and Yao Ying instantly understood. The once composed beauty was now shedding tears, ready to kneel, and despite knowing it was a ruse, the Empress and Oppo's heart surged with the urge to rescue her. This prompted her to interject loudly, halting the impending punishment. Consort Shu, realizing that the Empress had spoiled her plans, felt her mood darken to its nadir, merely a hair's breadth from unleashing her ire upon Yao Ying. Yet on the surface, she dared not reveal her displeasure, for she held a degree of trepidation towards the Empress. With a forced, uneasy smile, Consort Shu responded to the Empress and Oppo's earlier words, "Your Majesty speaks in jest. This humble servant would not dare to act impudently in Your Majesty and Oppo's presence." Feigning trepidation while internally seething with resentment towards the Empress, she pondered the absurdity of the situation. "Oh, so you would not dare to act against me, yet feel free to treat Lady Yao with such contempt?" The Empress's expression shifted as she leveled a fierce gaze at Consort Shu, her authority palpable. Consort Shu felt her composure falter under the Empress's sudden shift in demeanor. As the latter's countenance became quite fearsome, she wished to avoid inciting the Empress's wrath and silently questioned the reason for her unexpected presence in this place, one she rarely frequented. Yao Ying stood by, silent, aware of her lower status and the inappropriateness of her interjection. However, she couldn't and Oppo's help but find amusement in Consort Shu and Oppo's changing expressions, all while maintaining a facade of compliance. The Empress observed Yao Ying closely, finding her duality in demeanor both intriguing and endearing. As they each harbored their thoughts, Consort Shu, with a hint of urgency, declared, "This humble servant would never entertain such notions. Your Majesty must have misunderstood. I was merely conversing with Lady Yao." Fearing repercussions, she reluctantly capitulated under the Empress's pressure, casting a glance laden with malice towards Yao Ying. Isn't that so, Lady Yao? Have I ever spoken of punishing you? How could I bear to punish such a young and beautiful sister? Huh, she fancies her? What delusion! Consort Shu and Appo's inner thoughts dripped with disdain for Yao Ying, who had ensnared both her son and the emperor. With clenched teeth, she expressed her faux gentility before the empress once more. Your Majesty, see how well Lady Yao is faring. The empress regarded her with a sardonic smile, well aware of Consort Shu and Appo's insincerity. Lady Yao, do not fear. Today, I shall speak on your behalf. Pray, tell me the circumstances. Your Majesty, I was merely enjoying a stroll when I unexpectedly encountered Consort Shu. Indeed, she engaged me in casual conversation. However, I know not what provoked her sudden fury, demanding that I kneel for 2 hours. Yao Ying emphasized the duration, her voice tinged with feigned grievance. I dared not disobey Consort Shu's command, and thus as she lowered her head, a fleeting coldness crossed her features, unseen by others. The empress had offered her a lifeline, and she would not squander it. As she raised her head again, her expression transformed into one of watery-eyed innocence. The two women played their parts with remarkable synergy, causing Consort Shu's facade to waver under the pressure. How dare you, you wretched girl, slander me? Consort Shu's fury erupted. Her face contorted in rage as she berated Yao Ying. Consort Shu had underestimated the audacity of a mere concubine, never anticipating such defiance. Consort Shu, mind your words and actions. Look at yourself now. Instead of setting an example, you behave like a shrew, shouting and causing a scene. What a disgrace. The empress's voice turned cold as she directed her ire towards Consort Shu. Your Majesty, I beg forgiveness. It was my fault. Consort Shu, chastised, reluctantly found her composure, albeit with lingering resentment. Very well. As you have acknowledged your misconduct, I shall impose a half-month in Appo's confinement upon you. Do you have any objections? The empress in Appo's tone was frosty. Did she dare object? With the empress in Appo's words, any rebuttal would likely invite further punishment. Consort Shu suppressed her dissatisfaction and indignation, reluctantly replying, "This humble servant has no objections." With that, she turned and hurriedly exited, her frustration palpable. Chapter 61. The dark chess. As soon as the noble consort departed, her countenance darkened considerably. She vented her ire towards Kai Ping, exclaiming, "That wretched woman! How dare she act so audaciously? I cannot fathom the sorcery she has employed to ensnare my Hung's heart. And now she has even bewitched the emperor. To think the empress herself supports her. One day, I shall strip that little harlot of her skin." The consort in Appo's face was a mask of rage as she spoke. "Your Highness, please calm down. She is merely a lowly noblewoman. Surely you have ample means to deal with her discreetly." Kai Ping consoled from the side. Upon hearing this, the consort's expression softened, and her anger diminished significantly. She reflected, indeed, she was but a minor noble. Surely, there must be a way to rectify this situation. Meanwhile, the empress and Yao Ying, who remained in place, exchanged glances and smiled at one another as the consort's figure faded from view. "I am deeply grateful for your assistance, Your Majesty. Had you not intervened today, I fear I would have been at her mercy." Yao Ying expressed her heartfelt thanks to the empress. "Such a trifling matter, not worth mentioning. I could not bear to see you, Lady Yao, suffer at the hands of the consort. A delicate flower such as yourself would surely lose her beauty in distress." The empress replied, her gaze upon Yao Ying and Appo's face, a smile dancing on her lips, unable to resist teasing her. "At present, the consort may harbor resentment towards you. She is a woman of small mind, and upon returning, she will undoubtedly concoct schemes to torment you further. Do take care," the empress cautioned. With a commanding tone, she continued, "Should you find yourself in any trouble in the future, come to me. I shall protect you." Some individuals possess an innate affinity for others, and she had discerned the emperor and Appo's deep interest in Lady Yao. Should any mishap occur, he might hold her accountable. Thus, it was imperative to safeguard her. The empress maintained her gentle smile as she gazed at Yao Ying. The latter, feeling warmed by the Empress's considerate words, was flooded with gratitude. She could not fathom why the Empress was so excessively kind, yet it was evident that her feelings were genuine, making her an intriguing person. I am immensely grateful. Your Majesty, I hope I shall not be a bother to you in the future, Yao Ying said with a beaming smile. How could I ever be bothered by you? I eagerly await your frequent visits. The Empress replied warmly. Her heart lightened, for the beauty before her could make even a meal taste better. After chatting for a while, as the sun climbed higher, Yao Ying, still affected by the consort and oppose, his earlier display, suggested it was time to return to the palace. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave now. The Empress nodded, her expression calm as she watched Yao Ying and Appo's retreating figure. Suddenly, she was reminded of her sister, who would have been of a similar age, carefree and untroubled had she still been alive. Your Majesty, what are you thinking? I called your name several times, yet you did not respond. Qing Li inquired, noticing the Empress and Appo's distraction since Yao Ying and Appo's departure. Jiang Fei Sei, the Empress, was roused from her reverie by Qing Li's calls and smiled. It is nothing. I have also seen enough of this outing. Let us return to the palace. That evening, while the courtiers speculated whether Lady Su would be summoned to the Emperor's chambers, there was an unusual silence from the Emperor's side. In the palace of Su Wanning, Lu Yi stood beside her, admiring her profile under the warm glow of the lanterns. Although her face often bore a gentle smile, there was a coldness in her eyes that suggested otherwise. Remembering how her mistress had been ill-treated in the Prime Minister and Appo's residence, Lu Yi felt a flicker of hope now that they were in the palace and had captured the Emperor's attention. Recently, the Prime Minister had been sending inquiries about her well-being, and she dared not ignore them, offering only trivial updates to appease him. Will the Emperor summon you tonight? She asked, her eyes hopeful. The Emperor will not send for me. It would be best to retire early tonight, Su Wanning replied in a flat tone, seemingly indifferent to whether the Emperor would summon her. Lu Yi, sensing her mistress and Appo's demeanor, hesitated, wanting to say more, but ultimately saying nothing. After assisting her in her evening rituals, she withdrew. That night, Su Wanning lay in bed, her eyes closed yet unable to find peace. She rose quietly, slipping out without disturbing anyone. In the corridor, she gazed up at the resplendent moonlight, her thoughts drifting into the night sky dotted with stars. The only warmth she cherished, her aunt, remained a mystery. As memories of her aunt in the Su residence flooded her mind, a wistful expression graced her face. She recalled the Emperor and Appo's words during their last encounter 3 days prior. I know your entry into the palace was not by choice. Had it not been for your aunt, you might not have come here at all. Now, caught between the consort and the Prime Minister, your situation is far from ideal. Although you hail from the Prime Minister's house, the family has not treated you or your aunt kindly. I understand that your heart is solely concerned for her. At this point, the Emperor paused, noticing a flicker of emotion on Su Wanning's previously placid face. He continued, I offer you a choice. Become my secret piece on the board. If you succeed, I shall ensure your aunt and Appo's protection. Should my affairs conclude favorably, and you wish to reunite with her, I will arrange everything to spare you from future worries. His tone was calm, yet the implications stirred tumultuous thoughts within Su Wanning. She remained momentarily stunned, then lifted her gaze towards the Emperor, disbelief etched on her features. Her lips parting as if to speak. I shall grant you half a stick of incense to consider my offer. If you decline, I shall not press you, he said, allowing her time to ponder. Hearing the Emperor's proposition left her astounded, and her mind drifted to her aunt, still suffering in the residence. Though her father had promised to care for her aunt after she entered the palace, she was acutely aware of his nature. Such promises were often empty. Her aunt was the sole beacon of light and warmth in her life. Had she not been trapped under her father's watchful eye, she would have fled with her aunt long ago. Now, faced with the Emperor's tempting offer, her exterior remained calm, but within, she felt a stirring. Everyone yearns to enter the palace's confines, yet she longed to escape them. If she was to be a pawn, it was preferable to serve the Emperor than to be a piece in her father's game. Though she had never interacted closely with the Emperor, she found him to be more trustworthy than her father. This was an opportunity too good to pass. After a moment of contemplation, She raised her head, her gaze resolute as she addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, I have made my decision. I accept your offer. Rest assured, I shall fulfill my promise, provided your loyalty remains steadfast. Should I discover any disloyalty, you know the consequences, the emperor warned, his gaze fixed on her with intensity. I understand. Sovan n'ingripliet. Determination flickering in her eyes, as if a glimmer of hope had ignited within her. Should any news from the Prime Minister reach you, relay it to me promptly. Be vigilant regarding movements in the palace, particularly concerning Lady Yao. I know you are clever enough to discern what must be done, he added, a thought of Yao Ying and Appo's delicate visage prompting him to speak further. Dismissed, he concluded, Yes, your Majesty. I take my leave. Su Wanning then exited. When she departed, a complex expression lingered on her face. Reflecting on Yao Ying, she could not help but exclaim, how fortunate she truly is. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her shoulder, as if something had been draped over her, pulling her thoughts back. She turned her head to glance at the newcomer, her eyes widening in surprise. What brings you here? Chapter 62. The servant noticed you emerged alone into the night, filled with concern. Thus he followed discreetly. Guanghua, with his head bowed, was partially obscured in the darkness, rendering his expression indistinct. He spoke with a hint of worry. My lord, the night wind is strong. Seeing you dressed lightly, I feared you might catch a chill, so I returned to bring you a cloak. Please cover yourself. It will offer you some warmth. When Guanghua brought out the cloak, he did not immediately approach her, but stood at a distance, observing. He saw her gazing at the moon, lost in thought, her face betraying a hint of nostalgia. Soon, however, a shadow of sorrow crossed her features, and he sensed that she did not appear as joyful as she seemed. Beneath her exterior lay hidden burdens, and the melancholy in her eyes was palpable. At that moment, he felt a pang of sympathy for her, prompting him to step forward and express his concern. Su Wanqing looked up at him momentarily before turning her gaze back towards the corridor outside, her fingers instinctively adjusting the cloak draped over her shoulders. She concealed her earlier emotions and, adopting a tone of indifference, inquired of Guanghua, why do so many desire to enter this palace, which feels like a gilded cage? Guanghua, taken aback by her question, paused for a moment before respectfully replying, My lord, how many women in this world do not wish to become a consort and live a life of luxury? This palace symbolizes power and wealth, and it is only natural that others would strive to gain entry, even if it means risking everything. Do you not desire this, my lord? He noticed a wry smile on her face upon hearing his words, prompting him to ask in return. What's so good about this palace? It is merely a fortress that devours those who enter. Others see only its splendor, unaware of the countless bones that lie buried beneath. As she spoke, a chill enveloped her countenance, devoid of the gentleness she usually portrayed. Wealth and power are of no use if one does not survive to enjoy them. If given a choice, I would never choose to enter this palace. Alas, life does not afford us such choices. With a light chuckle, she revealed a hint of resignation. Guanghua, when you entered the palace, did you have a choice? She cast a glance at him, her smile tinged with irony. Guanghua was momentarily speechless. His lips parted as if to respond, yet no words escaped him. Clenching his fists, painful memories resurfaced, and the warmth in his expression dissipated, replaced by a hint of bitterness. After a brief pause, he took a deep breath, calming himself as if preparing to share his story. My lord, I had no choice. Listening to his tone, Su Wanqing sensed something amiss with Guanghua. Just as she was about to speak, he continued, I did not willingly enter the palace to become a servant. Ridiculed and stripped of dignity, it was a necessity. For reasons unknown, as he faced her, his heart felt unusually calm, and he found himself revealing the suppressed truths he had long buried. I was once the son of a noble family, but my father was framed, and the late emperor ordered my entire family to be executed. My family perished when I was merely 5 years old. Though I was fortunate to survive, I had no choice but to be sent to the palace as a eunuch. That was 11 years ago. As he recounted this, a shadow of sorrow crossed his face. No one knew how he, a sinner's son, had endured the harsh treatment and humiliation within the palace during those 11 years. With no power or influence, branded as the son of a traitor at the tender age of 5, He labored under constant scrutiny, living in fear. Whenever someone was in a foul mood, they would summon him to vent their frustrations, and any servant could easily bully him. Not only did they torment him, but they also often withheld food, leaving him in a perpetual state of hunger, which rendered him frail. The older eunuchs, noticing his handsome appearance, harbored vile intentions. If he had not been clever enough to devise several plans of escape, he would have long since fallen prey to their grotesque desires. Once, in a moment of carelessness, he was bound and taken to another Appo's bed. At just 14, he watched in terror as the figure approached, desperately struggling against the ropes that bound him, despair engulfing him. Fortunately, at that critical moment, someone called the assailant away. A fellow servant seized the opportunity to untie him, allowing him to flee. Yet, the more he escaped, the more relentless his pursuers became, subjecting him to even harsher torment. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet he was grateful to have met someone as kind as his lord, who had rescued him from such dire straits, and his demeanor softened. Had it not been for you, my lord, I might still be enduring those daily beatings. For 11 long years, I lived in fear of oppression. He clenched his fists even tighter as he spoke, the intensity of his emotions evident. My lord, you saved my life and altered my fate. My life now belongs to you. Whatever you ask of me, I will endure even the fiercest trials for your sake. Guanghua's voice trembled with fervor, his gaze fixed upon Su Wanqing with unwavering loyalty. I merely witnessed your suffering and could not bear to see you perish. Su Wanqing and Appo's heart softened as she listened to him, realizing that his plight was even more tragic than her own. Sympathy washed over her as she continued. I do not require you to face peril on my behalf. While you are with me, I shall ensure that no one bullies you. As she spoke, her tone softened, carrying a hint of comfort. They were, after all, kindred spirits, both familiar with hardship. Despite her own struggles, she found it in her heart to empathize with another, and a self-deprecating smile graced her lips. My lord, I shall never forget your immense kindness. Guanghua gazed at her illuminated by the moonlight, captivated by her beauty. Su Wanqing turned her face slightly, gazing up at the immaculate moonlight that graced the night sky. With a faint smile, she whispered softly, things will surely get better. The thought of the possibility of leaving the palace to reunite with her aunt filled her with renewed determination. As the cool night breeze swept through, Guanghua expressed his concern. My lord, let me escort you back. The wind has picked up, and I fear you may catch a chill. Let us return, Su Wanqing replied, shifting her gaze away. Chapter 63. A night visit within the luminous confines of the Firefly Palace. Yao Ying sat gracefully before her vanity, while Baiyu gently removed the adornments from her hair. A soft breeze wafted through the open window, playfully stirring a few strands of Yao Ying's hair, causing the candlelight to flicker. In that moment, her gaze fell upon a fragrance pouch resting inconspicuously on the vanity. Baiyu, look, this fragrance pouch remains here, she remarked with a detached expression, glancing at the pouch. Your Highness, did you not mention it was a gift for the Emperor? Perhaps you should deliver it to him tomorrow. Surely, he would be delighted to know it was crafted by your own hands, Baiyu replied, continuing to arrange her hair. The Emperor has no shortage of such gifts. Many wish to present him with offerings, and my humble gift is hardly missed, Yao Ying retorted, her eyes dismissively drifting away from the pouch. Originally, she had intended to express her gratitude for his assistance regarding Feng Hui, crafting the pouch with sincerity, yet it had remained unpresented due to unforeseen delays. Do I truly lack for anything? A voice resonated from behind, belonging to Ying Yuan. He exchanged a knowing glance with Baiyu, who discreetly retreated. I was unaware that Yao had made this pouch for me. Show it to me, he commanded gently. Upon hearing his voice, Yao Ying quickly masked her indifference, turning around with a playful smile and feigned surprise. Your Majesty, what brings you here? You could have informed me of your arrival. I would have prepared myself more appropriately. Her demeanor reflected a hint of embarrassment, clad in her nightgown, her long, lustrous hair cascading freely, untouched by makeup. Yao, you are beautiful in any state, he replied, glancing at her with a soft smile. I hear you wish to present a fragrance pouch to me. Bring it forth. Indeed, it is this one, she said, shyly handing him the pouch. a blush adorning her cheeks, revealing a tinge of bashfulness. It was a peculiar twist of fate that, just as she had almost forgotten about the pouch, the emperor had arrived to inquire about it. His penchant for arriving without announcement was indeed vexing, yet she maintained a facade of surprise. Ying Yuan took the jade-colored pouch, examining it closely, before teasingly asking, "Is this truly crafted by your delicate hands? How skillful. I find it quite lovely and shall accept it." He brought it to his nose, inhaling the subtle fragrance that invigorated his senses. "What is this delightful scent?" he inquired, a hint of curiosity lacing his tone. "Your Majesty, it is a blend of my own creation, infused with peppermint and magnolia, designed to soothe and invigorate," Yao Ying explained, her eyes meeting his with sincerity. "I thought of you, knowing your burdens, and hoped this might provide some relief in times of fatigue. It is a token of my affection. Your enjoyment brings me great joy." Her words were sweet, although her true feelings regarding his enjoyment remained concealed. Evidently, Ying Yuan appreciated her sentiment, his smile growing warmer as he accepted the pouch. He reached for her hand, his voice laced with concern. Yao, you have worked hard. I recognize your good intentions." He pulled her into his embrace, holding her tenderly. "As long as your Majesty is pleased, my efforts are not in vain," she replied sweetly, though her expression remained neutral, devoid of the joy he sought. They lingered in that affectionate embrace for a while, until he reluctantly released her, captivated by her delicate features, and gently brushed his fingers against her cheek. "I cherish all that you gift me," he said, his gaze filled with adoration. Yao Ying felt a warmth flush her cheeks. Lowering her gaze shyly, her fingers playfully tugging at his sleeve as she spoke in a coy tone, "Your Majesty, you are too kind." Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. Feigning jealousy as she asked, "Your Majesty, why have you not summoned consort Su today? You have called for her for several days. It seems you hold her in high regard. What is this?" "I detect a hint of jealousy," Ying Yuan chuckled, observing her demeanor. Though her voice carried a tinge of envy, her eyes remained placid, and he chose not to confront her, instead continuing the playful banter. "I had no idea you were a little jealous soul. Your Majesty, you tease me. I shall not stand for it." Yao Ying leaned closer, adopting a charming tone to coax him. Very well. I could never mock you. I hold you in such affection, my little jealous kitten." Her laughter rang out at his playful remarks, illuminating her face with joy. "Pray tell, what have you been up to these past few days?" "Your Majesty, I have been practicing my calligraphy as you instructed. I have diligently applied myself since your last lesson." At the mention of her practice, a hint of bashfulness crossed her face, yet she quickly continued, "Your Majesty, come and see. I believe my writing has improved." With enthusiasm, she led him towards her writing desk, and he followed with a warm smile, charmed by her excitement. Under the flickering candlelight, the silhouettes of the two lovers danced upon the floor. "Here it is, my recent practice. I feel it has improved somewhat. Do take a look," she urged, her smile radiating sincerity. Ying Yuan examined the papers strewn across the desk, noting her progress compared to her previous attempts. "Indeed, you have improved, Yao. I shall reward you for your efforts." "Thank you, Your Majesty, but I wonder if you are merely indulging me," she replied, her voice laced with playful skepticism. "Rest assured, I have scrutinized your work. I would never dismiss your efforts." "There is indeed progress," he assured, gently tapping her nose. "You are truly delightful." "Your Majesty," she exclaimed, half-heartedly chastising him. His gaze darkened slightly with affection as he lifted her effortlessly into his arms, carrying her towards the bed. Yao Ying gazed up at him, her large eyes innocent and wide, deepening his affection. An hour later, fatigued, she lay in his embrace, her eyelids heavy with sleep. Just before surrendering to slumber, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. The emperor was far more vigorous than Ying Hung, leaving her utterly exhausted. And with that, she drifted into a deep sleep, while Ying Yuan quietly observed her serene countenance, tenderly caressing her before whispering softly, "I have not touched her." Chapter 64. Rising together the following day, upon awakening, Yao Ying had yet to complete her morning preparations when she heard a commotion outside. As Lu Yu was arranging her hair, the sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by an excited voice. "My lady, Master Wang is waiting for you outside. Sitting at her vanity, Yao Ying raised an eyebrow, a faint suspicion stirring within her. Maintaining her composure, she replied to Yue, "Please ask him to wait a moment. I shall be out shortly." Turning to Lu Yu, she instructed, "To style it simply for now. Do not delay Master Wang." With a gleeful expression, Yue dashed outside, beaming as she addressed the waiting Master Wang. "Master Wang, please take a seat. My lady will be out momentarily. Let Yao Guirin take her time. We are not in a hurry," Wang Dequan responded, his gentle smile radiating warmth as he savored a sip of tea from the table. "This truly is exquisite tea," he exclaimed. "How delightful that you enjoy it." Yue replied obediently. "Indeed, this tea is from the last time he brought it. How could the Emperor and Appo's gifts be anything less than splendid?" Wang Dequan mused internally. Having served the Emperor for 25 years, he had never witnessed such attentiveness towards any woman, making Yao Guirin a remarkable exception. While awaiting her emergence, he discreetly surveyed the Yinghua Palace, which appeared transformed since his last visit, exuding an aura of elegance. The Emperor indeed cherished Yao Guirin, he thought to himself. Just as Wang Dequan was lost in contemplation, Yao Ying gracefully stepped out to meet him. Instantly, he straightened, returning to the present, and with a warm smile, he greeted, "Ah, Yao Guirin, you look even more radiant today. I am honored to see you. There is no need for such formalities, Master Wang. You are quite skilled at flattery." Yao Ying replied with a polite smile. "Why speak is sincere, not a hint of falsehood." Wang Dequan responded, his smile broadening. Remembering the purpose of his visit, he cleared his throat and continued, "Yao Guirin, I come bearing good news." In a moment of surprise and delight, Yao Ying looked at him with composure, ready to receive his announcement, though her heart had already begun to suspect the nature of the news. Wang Dequan and Appo's voice rang out by the Emperor and Appo's decree. Yao Guirin, known for her virtuous nature and gentle demeanor, is promoted to the rank of 5th rank Wani. Allow me to congratulate you, Yao Wani. Wang Dequan beamed, his expression full of joy. "I humbly thank the Emperor for his grace." Yao Ying responded, her face alight with surprise as she expressed her gratitude. With a smile, she added, "I appreciate Master Wang's efforts in delivering this news. It must have been a journey." As she spoke, she removed a jade bracelet from her wrist, offering it to Wang Dequan with a gentle insistence. "For your trouble, Master Wang, a small token of my appreciation." Her smile was soft, yet her eyes remained calm, her heart untouched by the sudden elevation in status. She had never been one to covet wealth or power. Had it not been for her burning desire for revenge, she would not have contemplated entering the palace at all. She held no expectations of winning the Emperor and Appo's affection. The less she anticipated, the more tranquil her heart remained. The occasional fondness the Emperor showed her was the best she could hope for. "I cannot possibly decline such kindness from Yao Wani. I graciously accept your gift." Wang Dequan replied, his demeanor still warm. With the message conveyed, he prepared to take his leave, smiling as he exited the Yinghua Palace. Once he departed, Yue's face lit up with excitement. "My lady, this truly is wonderful news. The Emperor must hold you in high regard." Yao Ying smiled at Yue's naive enthusiasm and remained silent for a moment. Lu Yu, sensing the need to contribute, chimed in, "It is only natural for the Emperor to favor someone as beautiful as my lady. If I were a man, I would surely be enamored as well. The palace is filled with beauties, yet you both know how to make me feel cherished." Yao Ying replied with a light laugh, her thoughts drifting. "Now, return to your duties. While beauty is indeed a powerful asset for women, excessive beauty can sometimes lead to troubles. In her past life, it was her appearance that had drawn attention from Yihong." Taking a few steps forward, she stood outside the palace, gazing at the vibrant scenery around her, a genuine smile gracing her lips. Simultaneously, another woman, Su Wanning, had also received a promotion within the Rofu Palace. When He Lu arrived, Su Wanning was seated by the window, embroidering flowers. Upon receiving the news from Lu Yi, she paused in her stitching, set her materials aside, and softly replied, "Let's go." He Lu waited outside, stealing a glance at the distant light before returning his attention. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Master He. What brings you here? Su Wanning gracefully emerged from the inner chamber, speaking before He Lu had the chance. Upon seeing her, He Lu straightened, a bright smile illuminating his face as he declared, I come to convey good tidings to Su Guerin. Su Guerin, please heed my words. He Lu and Amp. Appo's tone grew serious as he raised his voice. By the Emperor and Amp. Appo's decree, Su Guerin, noted for her virtue and intelligence, is elevated to the rank of 4th rank Ronghua. Congratulations to Su Ronghua, He Lu joyfully expressed. Su Wanning's initial surprise quickly transformed into understanding, as she recognized the Emperor's actions as reasonable. After suppressing her thoughts, she stood and replied with a smile, Thank you for your effort, Master He. Lu Yi, present Master He with a token of appreciation, she commanded, turning with a smile to Lu Yi, who promptly presented a pouch to He Lu. Master He, this is just a small gesture from Our Lady. I am grateful to Su Ronghua for this kindness. He Lu accepted without hesitation, smiling as he departed. Su Wanning watched him leave, her smile fading. My lady, the Emperor truly favors you, elevating you 3 ranks. Lu Yi exclaimed, still brimming with excitement, but upon noticing her lady's subdued expression, she cautiously inquired, My lady, this is splendid news. You seem less than thrilled? Chapter 65. The news spreads as Su Wan listened to these words. A smile involuntarily graced her lips. I am genuinely delighted, though I did not wish for you to see it. Once the eunuch he had departed, Guanghua cautiously approached, feigning a look of joy as he spoke. This servant congratulates the esteemed lady. He had already caught wind of the news of her promotion from afar. Yet the thought of her ascending 3 ranks filled him with a tinge of concern. Rapid advancements within the palace often breed jealousy, and he could not help but worry about unforeseen consequences. Regardless, he resolved to protect her at all costs. You have keen ears. To hear from such a distance is impressive, Su Wan teased, gazing at Guanghua as he approached. His cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, causing him to quickly excuse himself, citing urgent matters. Observing his reaction, Su Wan chuckled genuinely. Guanghua, usually so composed, turned out to be rather bashful. News of 2 consorts receiving promotions spread like wildfire throughout the inner palace. The Empress lounged languidly on her chaise, engrossed in her reading when Qingli entered quietly, standing beside her. Your Highness, can you guess what delightful news has arisen today? Qingli began, teasingly withholding the information. Oh, what news? With that mysterious demeanor. You must share it with me. The Empress perked up at Qingli and Appo's words, abandoning her book to raise an eyebrow, urging her to divulge the details. Do not rush. Allow this servant to recount it in due time. Such a clever girl, who taught you to toy with me? The Empress feigned indignation, adopting a mock-serious expression. Speak quickly, or I shall punish you. With that, she gazed at Qingli with curiosity. I shall reveal it now. Qingli, accustomed to the Empress and Amp, Appo's antics, smiled and continued. Today, the Emperor promoted 2 consorts. You mischievous child, are you deliberately teasing me? The Empress bantered, her expression devoid of genuine anger. Upon hearing this, she felt a flicker of realization, yet retained a facade of indifference, observing Qingli grow increasingly impatient. Your Highness, I would not dare to jest. It is the Emperor who has elevated the ranks of Lady Yao and Lady Su. Without waiting for the Empress to respond, she hurriedly added, It is now Su Ronghua and Yao Wani. The Empress's heart stirred at this revelation. Indeed, the Emperor held a fondness for beautiful women. A knowing smile crossed her face. Others would perceive the Emperor's favor toward Su Ronghua, especially with her swift ascent of 3 ranks. How generous of the Emperor! Certain individuals in the palace may soon find themselves in a frenzy. Soon, there will be much to observe. The Empress remarked, her expression becoming serious as she anticipated the unfolding drama, even as she clutched her book. If anyone in the palace was to feel a twinge of happiness from this news, it would likely be the consort Shu. Upon receiving the report from Kaiping, her face lit up with surprise. My niece is quite capable, although that little wretch Yao Ying has also been promoted. My niece's 3-rank elevation is something that mere Wani cannot compare to. Delighting in her thoughts, Consort Shu could not hide her joy. Today, I am in high spirits. Send gifts to Su Ronghua. Your Highness, I believe Su Ronghua is indeed a talent. The Prime Minister's discerning eye has truly brought you a worthy assistant. Kaiping leaned closer to Consort Shu's ear. Do not rush. There is no need for haste. I have my own plans. A glint of determination flashed in Consort Shu's eyes. Meanwhile, in the concubine's quarters, the news had calmed her initial tumultuous emotions. Holding her white Persian cat, she absent-mindedly stroked its fur, pondering. This Su Ronghua possesses some skill. Her rise has been swift, but I wonder if she can maintain her position. Although her exterior appeared tranquil, she struggled to suppress her jealousy. As she contemplated, her grip on the cat tightened, causing it discomfort. With a startled yowl, it leapt from her embrace, leaving a scratch on her hand. Ouch! The concubine exclaimed, seeing the blood welling up from her wound. Your Highness, your hand! Huizhu exclaimed, alarmed by the sight of the scratch. Upon noticing the injury, her anger flared. That wretched creature! How dare it treat me thus? I have lavished it with care. It repays me with ingratitude. Her irritation, already heightened, surged further as she ordered, Bring that cat back to me and confine it. Let go hungry for a day. I shall do so at once. Huizhu swiftly departed to carry out the order. As the concubine summoned her servants to find the cat, Consort De was strolling along, listening to Su Jin recount the day's events. Your Highness, the Emperor promoted Su Ronghua to Lady Su and Yao Wani to Lady Yao this morning. Oh, how intriguing. What manner of person is this Su Ronghua? To have captured the Emperor's favor so swiftly? Just as Consort De spoke, a white cat suddenly leaped from the bushes, startling her and causing her to step back in surprise. Your Highness, Su Jin gasped, alarmed by the sudden movement. Seeing Consort De unscathed, she sighed with relief before asking, Are you all right, Your Highness? I am fine, merely a charming little creature. I wonder whose it is, so brazen. Regaining her composure, Consort De chuckled softly at the retreating cat. Your Highness, that feline seems to resemble the one kept by the concubine. I have heard that the concubine dotes on that cat, forbidding anyone from even touching it. Consort De, upon hearing this, cast another glance in the direction the cat had vanished, her expression softening. Very well, I am unperturbed. It is but a cat. The concubine ought to keep a close watch. Otherwise, if it were caught by someone, she would surely be in a frenzy. Chapter 66. A night encounter. The court was abuzz with the news of the two individuals being elevated in rank, particularly the swift rise of Su Ronghua, which garnered her much attention. In contrast, Yao Ying, who had also been promoted, found herself largely overlooked, as everyone seemed to focus solely on the favor bestowed upon Su Ronghua. Among those who had entered the palace alongside Yao Ying, some were envious of the continuous rewards being granted to Su Ronghua, which piqued the interest of others. Zhao Baolin, who resided in the Yujiao Hall of the Rofufu Palace, observed as the Emperor and Amp, Oppos, Hisaid, Higongong, made a brief visit before departing again. She instructed her maid, Kai He, to inquire further about the matter. Kai He soon returned with news. Approaching Zhao Baolin, who was seated by the window, she spoke in a hushed tone. Mistress, I have ascertained that the Emperor has elevated the rank of the neighboring Su Guren, who is now known as Su Ronghua. Will the Emperor take notice of you? I believe you are not inferior to Su Ronghua in beauty, and your figure is exquisite. Kai He, having entered the palace alongside Zhao Baolin as her personal maid, could not help but praise her mistress and Amp, Oppos, appearance. Zhao Baolin hailed from a modest background, with her father being a low-ranking official, in a palace where favor was paramount. A woman without connections could face dire straits if she failed to capture the Emperor's affection. The thought troubled her. She yearned for the Emperor's favor, dreaming of it incessantly. The mere sight of a man as ethereal as the Emperor filled her with admiration, and she believed that if she could earn his affection, her days of hardship would be over. Find out how Su Ronghua garnered the Emperor's special attention. I refuse to believe I am so much inferior to her, she declared. Though she is the daughter of the Minister Su, she is merely a concubine's child. I have heard that her aunt was a courtesan. How can such a background be worthy of the Emperor? My father may be a mere seventh-rank official, yet I am a legitimate daughter. How can I be less than her? As Zhao Baolin spoke, her fervor grew, her voice rising in volume. Mistress, do be cautious. Do not let those over there hear you. Kai He warned, noticing her growing agitation. Enough, I understand. You go and find out more. Zhao Baolin urged impatiently, casting a glance at Kai He. An hour later, Kai He returned with the information she had gathered. Mistress, I have learned that during the palace banquet, Su Ronghua performed a dance that captivated the emperor. The banquet? How did I not notice? Zhao Baolin lamented, regretting her distraction with the emperor, oblivious to Su Ronghua's performance. She gestured for Kai He to continue. It seems that Su Ronghua was originally to be summoned to the emperor and Apos as chambers that night. The emperor nearly acquiesced to consort Shu and Apos' request to have her join him, but an unforeseen incident interrupted the plan. Those below say that the emperor, having her in his thoughts, summoned her thrice thereafter. Kai He spoke with palpable excitement at the mention of the three summons, imagining the splendor that could befall her mistress if she were to achieve the same. Ah, so that is how it is, Zhao Baolin exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her. Convinced of her own dancing prowess, she believed that if Su Ronghua could capture the emperor and Apos' attention, she too could succeed. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she issued a command to Kai He, who promptly exited the room. Zhao Baolin then entered her chamber, opened her wardrobe, and meticulously selected her attire. As night fell, the Chengxian palace was aglow with light. Your Majesty, whom do you wish to summon for the night? Wang Dequan inquired cautiously. The emperor, engrossed in his reading, did not respond immediately. Understanding his intent to forego any summons that evening, Wang Dequan respectfully withdrew into silence. Time passed, and as the hour approached the third watch, the emperor set down his book, stood, and stretched his limbs. I have sat long enough. I shall take a stroll, he declared before stepping toward the hall and Apos' entrance, with Wang Dequan hastily following behind. Though darkness enveloped the night, the path was illuminated, and the lanterns lining the way made it even more enchanting than during the day. The surroundings were tranquil, save for the sound of their footsteps. Suddenly, a noise ahead caused the emperor to halt. Wang Dequan, curious at the emperor and Apos' pause, glanced in the direction of his gaze. To his surprise, he spotted a woman in red performing a dance in the shadows. The sight was both captivating and somewhat eerie. Wang Dequan discreetly observed the emperor's furrowed brow and queried, Your Majesty, what is this? Approach and see, the emperor replied, his tone neutral, yet it stirred Wang Dequan to attention. Wang Dequan hurried toward the dancing woman, whose thin garments flapped in the cool breeze. As she noticed the emperor and Apos' party approaching, her initial excitement was impossible to conceal. Having waited the entire evening in the chilly air, her anticipation waned, yet she refused to abandon the opportunity. As the emperor finally drew near, her exhilaration surged, and she intensified her movements, determined to present her most enchanting self, unaware that the one she awaited was not among them. Chapter 67. Seduction. As she turned her body, she took a closer look and realized it was none other than the emperor's attendant, Wang Dequan. It was only when Wang stood before her that she feigned surprise and halted her movements. Oh, who might this be? Ah, it's Wang Gonggong, she thought to herself. Just as Wang was about to speak, Zhao Baolin interjected. Who goes there? Is the emperor likely to pass this way? How dare one disturb the sacred presence? Wang Dequan, noticing her unfamiliarity, questioned her sternly. This inquiry left Zhao Baolin bewildered, as it was starkly different from her imagined scenario. She had envisioned that upon witnessing her dance, the emperor would be utterly captivated and favor her. However, not only did the emperor not approach, but he also sent Wang to reprimand her. Her heart sank, and she quickly masked her panic with a facade of vulnerability, replying, Wang Gonggong, I am Zhao Baolin, a new entrant to the palace. Upon hearing this, Wang Dequan and Apos' memory was jogged. He scrutinized the scantily clad Zhao Baolin and understood the situation. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he replied, Oh, so it is Zhao Baolin. My eyes have failed me. Embarrassment flickered across Zhao Baolin's face, but she suppressed her displeasure knowing well that she could not offend Wang Dequan. She smiled and said, "It is only natural that you would not recognize me, Wang Gonggong. After all, I am but a mere Baolin." Wang Dequan and Appo's eyelids twitched slightly at her boldness despite her lowly status. He concealed any displeasure and inquired, "What brings Zhao Baolin here?" Initially startled, Zhao Baolin then adorned her face with a sultry smile as she gazed at Wang Dequan. I found the night to be exceptionally beautiful, which compelled me to come here. In a moment of inspiration, I couldn't and Appo's resist performing a dance. I hope you want an Appo's hold it against me. Wang Gonggong. Wang Dequan, having lived for over 30 years, was not easily deceived by her words. Although he could not reprimand her, as she was favored, he wondered how the emperor would react. With this thought, a knowing smile crossed his lips as he looked at her. I would never dare to reprimand Zhao Baolin. The emperor awaits ahead. Please accompany me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Baolin assumed the emperor must be interested in her. A glimmer of joy appeared on her face as she adjusted her attire, and, despite the chill, followed Wang Dequan eagerly. Upon arriving before the emperor, she was so entranced by his visage that she momentarily forgot to bow. It was only when Wang Dequan cleared his throat that she regained her composure and saluted. "This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty." Ying Yuan had no recollection of her. He even glanced at the portraits or records presented during the selection. He regarded her with an impassive expression, momentarily silent. Wang Dequan, observing the emperor and Appo's demeanor, realized that the emperor likely did not know of Zhao Baolin. He leaned closer to Ying Yuan and whispered, "Your Majesty, this is the newly entered Zhao Baolin." Zhao Baolin felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety under the emperor's gaze, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Yet, as he remained silent, her heart raced with apprehension. At that moment, Ying Yuan finally spoke. "Rise." Zhao Baolin, hearing the emperor's cool words, felt her excitement dampen significantly. Yet, she was unwilling to relent, having finally encountered the emperor. She was the embodiment of a voluptuous beauty, not quite rivaling Yao Ying, but certainly not lacking in allure. Rising gracefully, she gazed at Ying Yuan with a seductive glint in her eyes, as if to entice any who might witness the scene. "Your Majesty, I had no idea you would come here. I hope you will not hold it against me for interrupting you," she said, her tone dripping with allure. The implications of her words unmistakable. Confident in her charms, she believed no man could resist her, and surely the emperor would wish to embrace her and shower her with affection. Alas, Ying Yuan was not swayed by such advances. His expression grew increasingly indifferent. Just as she was lost in her hopeful fantasies, he furrowed his brow and said, "Zhao Baolin has violated palace regulations. She shall be confined for a month." Without casting her another glance, Ying Yuan turned and left. Zhao Baolin, who had harbored some lingering hopes, felt her smile vanish as tears cascaded down her cheeks. "Your Majesty, I have erred. Please, grant me pardon this once," she cried out, her voice filled with desperation, but Ying Yuan continued on without a backward glance, leaving Wang Dequan to manage the aftermath. "Zhao Baolin, come," Wang Dequan said, observing her distraught state. "I will have someone escort you back." Zhao Baolin, weeping like a delicate flower, was utterly pitiful, yet no one was there to appreciate her plight. She stood frozen, gazing in the direction the emperor had departed, unwilling to leave, her heart unwilling to concede defeat, still hoping that he might turn and look at her once more. Seeing her unmoving, Wang Dequan instructed the attendants behind him to pull her forward, disregarding her protests, and forcibly escorted her back. "Take good care of Zhao Baolin upon her return," he instructed before departing. Though it was late at night, Yao Ying had not yet retired. She was approached by Tao Ji, who wore a mysterious expression as she reported, "My lady, you cannot imagine. Tonight Zhao Baolin attempted to intercept the emperor and seduce him." With a shy smile, she continued excitedly, but alas, our emperor barely cast a glance her way before sending her back to the palace for confinement. Yao Ying, upon hearing this, offered a faint smile, reflecting on the tragic plight of the women in the imperial harem. Meanwhile, the queen, also awake, nearly choked on her food as Qing Li recounted the evening's events. Bursting into laughter, She remarked on Zhao Baolin's audacity, wondering why she hadn't oppose. T inquired about the emperor and oppose as character beforehand. What a bold individual indeed. Chapter 68. Turmoil, Your Highness. Please take it easy. Qingli stifled laughter as she observed her mistress in such an unrefined state. There's no one around. I have no desire to maintain an air of formality. The empress pouted, clearly enjoying the suspense, as Qingli had only shared part of the story, teasing her anticipation. Do hurry, Qingli. What has the emperor done to Zhao Baolin? The empress's expression was unmistakably gleeful, relishing the unfolding drama. Qingli, unable to bear the sight of her mistress in such a state, noted that the absence of outsiders allowed the empress to reveal her true self. Clearing her throat, she continued, Your Highness, you are unaware. The emperor completely disregarded Zhao Baolin and simply ordered her to be confined in the palace for a month. Qingli chuckled, adding, I heard that Zhao Baolin was wailing and begging for mercy. But alas, the emperor didn't even spare her a glance before returning to his chambers. As she spoke, the empress couldn't help but smile at the absurdity of it all. The emperor remains ever the same. What a pity for such a beautiful woman. The empress's face briefly reflected regret. Zhao Baolin seems to have only cultivated her looks. What a waste. Your Highness, you revel in the chaos. Qingli teased, her laughter escaping her lips. What nonsense. I am merely concerned about the affairs within the harem. The empress's eyes flickered with a hint of guilt. Having heard enough, she rose from her seat, feigning fatigue as she stifled a yawn. Oh dear, enough of this. It is late, and I must retire. This elicited more laughter from Qingli, who found her mistress's demeanor amusing. The imperial concubine had gone to bed early the previous night, and by the time she heard the news, it was already the following morning. Still unkempt, she opened her eyes just as Huai Yu approached her, whispering a few words in her ear. The concubine felt a surge of amusement, thinking to herself, Zhao Baolin truly lacks wit. I had imagined she possessed some capability, attempting to seduce the emperor. If he were so easily swayed, I would surely have her share of attention. With a cold smile, the concubine remarked bitterly, Indeed, indeed. Your Highness. Huai Yu, standing nearby, quickly chimed in. Shall I assist you in rising, Your Highness? Very well. Come here, the concubine replied in a nonchalant tone. Life within the palace remained relatively tranquil, yet the crown prince's residence was in disarray. This morning, Ying Heng was thoroughly overwhelmed by the antics of Su Wanru and Feng Hui. Since Feng Hui had become pregnant nearly 2 months ago, her constant anxiety regarding the pregnancy had turned into an audacious sense of entitlement. That very morning, she declared her discomfort, commanding her servants to summon the imperial physician. Oh dear, my stomach is unwell. Qi Qiao, hurry and fetch the physician. Feng Hui yelled, ordering her maid with urgency. What is it, Madame Feng? What does it hurt? Qi Qiao asked, feigning concern. Why are you still standing there? Go summon the physician at once. Don't waste time with your foolish questions. Feng Yu snapped. Irritation etched on her face as she glared at Qi Qiao. Yes, I shall go now. Qi Qiao responded respectfully, but as she turned to leave, her expression transformed into one of disdain. How ridiculous. She truly believes herself to be a mistress. As thoughts of the crown prince crossed her mind, Qi Qiao felt a flush of embarrassment. It was a pity that someone as charming and gentle as him was entangled with such a venomous woman as Feng Hui. Feng Hui, who frequently complained of ailments, had summoned the physician multiple times, and each time he confirmed her health was perfectly fine. Qi Qiao observed her antics, thinking that her behavior hardly resembled that of an ill person. Rather, it was they who felt exhausted by her incessant antics. Just as the physician arrived at the residence, he encountered the crown prince as consort. I pay my respects to the crown prince as consort. Physician Lu greeted respectfully. Please, no need for formalities. What brings you here? Su Wanru inquired with a hint of curiosity, unaware of Feng Hui's latest schemes. Reporting to the crown prince as consort. Madame Feng has expressed discomfort and summoned me to assess her condition. Physician Lu replied, internally bemused by Feng Hui's antics. This was not the first time this month she had called for a physician. Since Madame Feng is unwell, I shall accompany you to offer some assistance to the crown prince, Su Wanru declared, her disdain evident as she resolved to uncover Feng Hui's latest ploy. The group swiftly made their way to Feng Hui's chamber. Lying in bed, feigning illness, Feng Hui anticipated the physician's arrival and prepared to summon Qi Qiao to usher him inside. However, just as she opened her mouth to speak, a mocking voice interrupted. "Oh, Madam Feng, what new ailment do you suffer from today? I'll come and check on you." Feng Hui lifted her head to see Su Wanru approaching. An insincere smile plastered on her face. Annoyance surged within her. This meddlesome woman had no good intentions. "Who invited you? I do not welcome your presence," Feng Hui retorted, irritation evident in her tone. "I came out of goodwill to see how you are faring, yet you repay my kindness with rudeness." Su Wanru sneered, suppressing her anger in the presence of onlookers. "Feng Hui, do not presume you can act with impunity simply because of your pregnancy. I advise you to conduct yourself with decorum." Feng Hui, unperturbed by the admonition, felt nothing but disdain for Su Wanru. "What concern is it of yours? Leave at once. You are nothing but an eyesore." Before the physician could even begin his examination, the two women had already engaged in a heated exchange, prompting the attentive servants to scurry to the crown prince's quarters to summon him. Chapter 69. A heavy-head Ing Hung was originally engrossed in his study, his brow furrowed in concentration when Duofu suddenly entered to report. "Your Highness, there has been a dispute between Madame Feng and the crown prince and Amp, oppose, as consort. Would you care to take a look?" Upon hearing this, Ing Heng's brow knitted even tighter. He cast a displeased glance at the respectful Duofu standing before him. Initially, he intended to decline, but the thought of these two notoriously quarrelsome women coming together filled him with a sense of dread. Suppressing his irritation, he replied to Duofu, "Very well, I shall go and see." With that, he rose from his desk and swiftly made his way towards Feng Hui's courtyard, with Duofu closely trailing behind. As he approached the courtyard, he could already hear the sound of their heated argument. "Feng Hui, do not test my patience. Do not think I fear you," Su Wanru shouted, her temper flaring. "Oh, do you think I'm afraid of you? If you have the capability, then come at me," Feng Hui retorted, her eyes gleaming with arrogance as she faced Su Wanru. Naturally, Feng Hui was the sort who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Now that she was pregnant, her confidence had soared, allowing her to disregard even Su Wanru. Su Wanru was so incensed that she almost raised her hand to slap Feng Hui. But she was stopped by Su Mama, who pulled her aside and whispered urgently, "Miss, you mustn't oppose T. If the Shu Fei learns of this, she will surely question you." Just as Ing Hung stepped through the doorway, he caught sight of Su Wanru poised to strike Feng Hui, her face ablaze with anger. He opened his mouth to intervene, but saw Su Mama successfully dissuading her. Clearing his throat, he commanded their attention, and they all turned to him, bowing in respect. Frowning, Ing Hung surveyed the scene before him, his previously gentle demeanor replaced by a cold tone. "What has transpired here?" Instantly, the maids in the room lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. At that moment, a bold maid named Qi Qiao stepped forward and recounted the events of the day in detail, while Ing Hung and Appo's expression remained unreadable. Su Wanru and Feng Hui glared at Qi Qiao with hostility, their eyes filled with disdain. Seeing their fierce glares, Qi Qiao feigned fear, retreating behind Ing Hung and calling out sweetly. "Your Highness," this action only fueled Su Wanru's anger further, as she felt a surge of jealousy. How dare this impertinent girl entice the prince? Now was not the time to dwell on this wretched maid. She needed to stabilize the prince's mood first. With a face that had just moments ago been twisted in rage, Su Wanru quickly transformed into one of feigned delight as she turned to Ing Hung, her voice dripping with grievance. "Your Highness, you have finally arrived. You cannot imagine how outrageous Feng Hui has been. She dared to treat me with disrespect and even insult me." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, painting a picture of utter victimhood. Feng Hui was taken aback by Su Wanru's shameless display, her eyes wide in disbelief, silently cursing Su Wanru for her audacity. You, Feng Hui stammered, unable to articulate her anger. Regret washed over her as she realized she should have spoken up first. Su Wanru continued to gaze at Ing Hung with her tear-streaked face, but he felt no sympathy. Instead, her display only served to irritate him further. Had it been Ing Ying in such a pitiful state, he would have rushed to comfort her, yet here he was, lost in thoughts of someone else. Dwarfu, sensing the prince's distraction, quietly reminded him, "Your Highness." This snapped Ing Hung back to reality, and he stifled his displeasure, offering a few comforting words to Su Wanru. "Do not cry. A tear-streaked face is hardly becoming. After all, she was his uncle's daughter, and he could not neglect her, despite his dislike for the situation." At this, Su Wanru felt a surge of triumph, convinced that the prince cared for her. She shot a smug glance at Feng Hui, relishing her perceived victory. Meanwhile, Feng Hui, lying on the bed, seethed in indignation, feeling slighted that the prince paid her no heed. She attempted to feign tears, but despite her efforts, no tears came forth. Instead, she adopted a pitiful expression, imploring, "Your Highness, do not merely listen to her one-sided account. I am wronged. I have barely had the chance to speak. Yet the crown prince and amp, Apos, as consort has been mocking me since she entered." Upon hearing this, Feng Hui shot a defiant glare at Su Wanru, as if to say, "What are you so proud of?" However, Ing Hung only glanced at Feng Hui, offering no words of comfort, his patience waning as he replied, "You are pregnant. Focus on resting and refrain from causing such disturbances." Feng Hui was momentarily taken aback, astonished that he showed no concern for her. She had expected him to at least inquire about her well-being. After delivering his remark, he noticed Su Wanru's smug expression, which only deepened his annoyance. How could she even compare to his Ing Ying? Remembering his mother's admonitions to care for Feng Hui and her unborn child, he knew he must maintain a facade of concern. Thus, he turned to Su Wanru and gently advised, "You are my legitimate wife. Do not stoop to her level. I know you to be kind and gracious. Feng Hui is with child, and my mother has urged us to take good care of her. For the sake of appearances and to satisfy my mother, please tolerate her for now." As he spoke, he drew Su Wanru into his embrace, soothing her. However, as soon as she was out of sight, a flicker of revulsion crossed his face before he released her. Su Wanru felt a wave of relief wash over her. She believed the prince was indeed on her side, merely constrained by his mother's wishes not to confront Feng Hui. With a coy smile, she assured him, "Your Highness, do not worry. I understand perfectly. I will not contend with her." Feng Hui, infuriated by their conspiring, felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and cried out, "Doctor, doctor, come quickly, I am in pain." Lying on the bed, she called out, while Lu Tai, who had been a silent observer of the unfolding drama, finally stepped forward to fulfill his role. Chapter 70. Contentment. He hurriedly approached Feng Hui and Apos' bedside, meticulously taking her pulse, remaining silent for a while. Noticing his prolonged silence, Feng Hui felt a twinge of anxiety, suddenly reminded of the significance of her own condition. Fearful of any complications, she realized that her only reliance lay in her pregnancy, which must not be jeopardized. "Dr. Liu, how is my condition? Is there anything to worry about?" Feng Hui inquired cautiously, dreading an answer she did not wish to hear. Standing nearby, Su Wanru observed Feng Hui's anxious demeanor, a flicker of cold amusement crossing her mind. If there were indeed an issue, it would serve her well. Dr. Liu meticulously examined her pulse and scrutinized her complexion. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, deliberately slow, which only heightened Feng Hui and Apos' anxiety. "Madam Feng, your health is not in grave danger. It appears you have simply overeaten and are experiencing some indigestion." Dr. Liu, relieved that there was no serious ailment, continued, "However, do take care with your diet moving forward. Excessive nourishment could lead to complications during childbirth." As a responsible physician, he imparted all necessary advice, hoping she would refrain from such self-inflicted turmoil. It would be disastrous if this child were to be harmed before it had even fully formed. Such words, however, he dared not utter. Su Wanru, upon hearing Dr. Liu and Apos' assurance of Feng Hui and Apos' well-being, felt a surge of bitterness. That wretched woman truly was fortunate. She had not managed to lose the child after all. Ing Hung, on the other hand, sighed in relief, casting a smile at Feng Hui. From now on, focus on nurturing your pregnancy in this courtyard. Do not recklessly overexert yourself. He then gently admonished Su Wanru. Keep a close watch over her. Do not let her come to any harm. With that, Ying Hung strode away, paying no heed to their reactions. As the prince departed, Su Wanru's smile faded, replaced by a cold gaze fixed on Feng Hui. I advise you to take care of your pregnancy, otherwise. She left her sentence hanging, offering Feng Hui a knowing smile before departing with Su Momo. Before leaving, she cast a pointed glance at Feng Hui and Amp, Oppos. Esmaid, Chi Quebec Ha. She scoffed inwardly. Such ignorance of one's own limitations. Chi K felt a chill run down her spine at that parting look, shrinking into the corner, desperate to diminish her presence. At that moment, Feng Hui shouted, "What are you hiding in the corner for? Hurry and help me get out of bed, you useless thing." She shot Chi K a fierce glare. Realizing her own error, Chi K concealed her displeasure, forcing a smile as she approached. "I'm coming, my lady." Having eliminated any medications unsuitable for pregnant women, Dr. Liu prepared a remedy for indigestion and imparted instructions to the maid regarding the preparation before preparing to leave. He paused momentarily, unable to shake off his concern, and cautioned Feng Hui, "Madam Feng, be mindful of your emotions. Fluctuations can adversely affect fetal development and may even lead to miscarriage. I take my leave now." Dr. Liu departed, indifferent to Feng Hui's reaction, having fulfilled his duties as a physician. Once outside the Grand Prince's residence, he glanced back at the plaque, bemused by the chaotic scene he had witnessed that day. Feng Hui, startled by Dr. Liu's admonition, found herself momentarily lost in thought. Previously, she had taken her robust health for granted, often indulging in reckless behavior. Now, a flicker of caution had emerged, and she was reluctant to be as careless. In an inconspicuous corner of her courtyard, a small maid stealthily slipped out, quietly exiting the premises. For the time being, matters within the Grand Prince's residence had settled, and Feng Hui found herself behaving with subdued composure. Su Wanru, too, refrained from causing her any trouble, rendering the atmosphere deceptively tranquil. Later that afternoon, Yao Ying sat at her desk, seemingly casually painting a landscape. Just as she was about to set down her brush, Baiyu entered quietly, standing beside her desk and handing her a letter. "My lady, a letter has arrived for you." Yao Ying, surprised, placed her brush down and extended her delicate, jade-like hand to receive it, carefully unsealing the letter for a thorough read. As she perused the contents, a playful smile crept across her face, and she set the letter aside. "Baiyu, fetch me the fire starter." Being Tokamblai. Returning with it promptly, Yao Ying approached the incense burner, lighting the fire starter and placing the letter upon it, watching it burn before discarding it into the basin. Feeling a sense of relief wash over her, her gentle smile radiated warmth, her eyes sparkling with unmasked delight. Curious about her lady's sudden happiness, Baiyu inquired softly, "My lady, what joyous news has brought you such cheer?" Yao Ying, merely curling her lips in a faint smile, replied lightly, just recalling an amusing incident. "Biyung, I found that ice silk bird's nest we had yesterday quite delightful. Please arrange for another serving at dinner." Not wishing to dwell on the contents of the letter, she deftly redirected Baiyu's focus. Though still somewhat puzzled, Baiyu and Oppos' curiosity faded upon hearing her lady and Oppos' desire for the previous evening and Oppos' delicacy. Her eyes lighting up as she responded eagerly, "My lady, I shall take care of it at once." As Baiyu departed with a spring in her step, Yao Ying watched her go, a genuine smile gracing her lips. Baiyu had always been this way, eager to present her lady with anything she desired. Yao Ying continued to gaze at Baiyu's retreating figure until she vanished from sight, before her thoughts returned to the contents of the letter. Alone in the study, she burst into laughter, her heart feeling unburdened. Thinking of Ying Hung, she felt a cold smirk cross her lips. He truly was a despicable character, his hypocrisy aligning perfectly with both Su Wanru and Feng Hui. Initially, she had merely mentioned to the emperor the idea of gifting Feng Hui to him, never expecting that Feng Hui, lacking in other talents, would skillfully stir chaos within Ying Heng's residence, fulfilling her intended purpose. Chapter 71. in tension since the incident involving Zhao Baolin. The atmosphere within the palace has become notably subdued. Following Zhao's failed attempts to engage the emperor, she was placed under house arrest for a month, causing others who might have been inclined to stir trouble to reconsider their ambitions. Consequently, the harem enjoyed a brief respite, and a certain tranquility settled over the court. As the day for the monthly audience with the empress approached, the evening of May 30th found the lights of the Pepper Room still aglow. The empress reclined languidly in a concubine chair, engrossed in a picture book, while Qingli, her attendant, occasionally fed her grapes, creating a scene of serene harmony. Just as the empress was deeply absorbed in her reading, a thought seemed to strike her, and she squinted, excitedly addressing Qingli. "Do you not feel that the palace has grown somewhat quieter?" Upon hearing this, Qingli recognized that the empress had some scheme in mind. Setting aside the grapes she was about to offer, she respectfully responded, "Your Majesty, indeed, it does seem excessively tranquil." The empress and Apos' eyes sparkled with intrigue as she considered something amusing. "I have not ventured outside in quite some time. My body feels somewhat weary. It is high time the palace experienced a bit of revelry. Tomorrow, when the ladies come to pay their respects, I shall encourage a lively atmosphere." With a smile gracing her lips, the empress resumed her reading. Qingli, sensing the impending stir the empress was likely to incite, felt a twinge of resignation. Hearing the distant chimes of the clock, she realized it was already past the witching hour. She gently reminded, "Your Majesty, it is late. You must retire. If you do not rest now, you shall struggle to rise in the morning." The empress, still captivated by her book, displayed a pained expression at Qingli's reminder, her brow furrowing as she pouted. "Qingli, you truly dampen my spirits. I was just getting to the exciting part." Qingli could not help but chuckle softly, urging her gently, "If you do not sleep, your Majesty will surely yawn in front of everyone tomorrow, which would be quite unbecoming." Reluctantly, the empress set aside her book, her voice tinged with mild discontent as she replied, "I understand. Alas, this is the one flaw of being empress. Qingli, do assist your mistress with her attire," she added, standing and strolling toward her inner chambers while grumbling, "Oh, the dreaded morning audience. Why must it come so early?" Qingli followed, smiling as she comforted her. "Your Majesty, tomorrow you shall once again see the beauties of the court, especially the enchanting Yao Wani." The empress, upon hearing this, quickly shed her grievances about the early rise, her face brightening with joy as she allowed Qingli to help her change. Soon, the empress lay down, her eyes fluttering shut as she succumbed to a deep slumber. Before departing, Qingli noticed that a window had been left ajar. She quietly closed it before slipping out of the chamber. Gazing up at the starry night, she paused for a moment, allowing her thoughts to drift amidst the occasional chirping of cicadas before returning to her own quarters. Early the next morning, Qingli roused the empress, who blinked her sleepy eyes open, suddenly recalling the day and Apos' obligations to meet the ladies. Instantly invigorated, she sprang from her bed, ready for Qingli to assist her in preparing. During the time the empress was getting ready, Yao Ying, accompanied by Bai Yu and Fu Lu, had already made her way to the empress's palace for the audience. Coincidentally, they encountered Su Ronghua and her entourage along the way. Yao Ying greeted Su Wanning with a smile. "I have the honor of meeting you, Su Ronghua." Though she felt a mix of emotions towards Su Wanning, she sensed no malice from her. Recalling her own experiences of being oppressed by Su Wanro before entering the palace, she felt a flicker of sympathy towards her. She remembered the helpful advice Su Wanning had offered during their last banquet, which brought a more genuine smile to her face. Surprised to see Yao Ying, Su Wanning quickly composed herself, returning the greeting with a mild smile. "Yao Wani, you are too kind. Since we have crossed paths, let's proceed together." As Su Wanning beheld Yao Ying in Apos' exquisite beauty, she understood why the emperor had taken an interest in her. Being a woman herself, she could only feel admiration for Yao Ying and Apos' lovely visage, devoid of jealousy, for she and Su Wanro were not of the same ilk. With this thought, her smile towards Yao Ying softened further. The two walked side by side, engaging in light conversation without delving deeply into personal matters. Although rumors had circulated about Su Wanning and Apos, favorite status with the emperor, Yao Ying had not perceived any particular affection directed towards her. Setting aside her admiration for the emperor, who she believed governed their realm exceptionally well, Yao Ying had often heard her father praise him. Now, having entered the palace and interacted with him directly, she found him even more admirable than her father had described. 2 months had passed since her arrival, and aside from a few visits to her chambers, the emperor had not summoned any other newcomers. As for the 3 consecutive nights, he had summoned Su Wanning. She speculated there must be some underlying reason, as the emperor did not strike her as a man driven by base desires. Nevertheless, she refrained from prying into his affairs, trusting that he had his own calculations, and she held no ill will towards Su Wanning. While walking alongside Su Wanning, Yao Ying contemplated these thoughts, maintaining a composed demeanor while occasionally responding to Su Wanning's remarks with a smile. Before long, they arrived at the Empress's Kuan-Ning Palace. Exchanging a knowing glance with Su Wanning, they gracefully entered together. The hall was already bustling with many attendees, and without a word, they each took their respective places, awaiting the proceedings. Moments later, the concubine entered, adorned in a rich crimson gown. This time, she arrived earlier than usual, moving at a leisurely pace. As she passed by Su Wanning, she paused, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon her. Su Wanning felt a pang of anxiety, but endeavored to maintain a gentle smile. Just as she braced herself for a potential rebuke from the concubine, the latter merely huffed and continued on her way, leaving Su Wanning in a state of relief. Chapter 72, Proposal. The imperial concubine was under the impression that Su Ronghua possessed extraordinary beauty, so captivating that the emperor would summon her for 3 consecutive nights, neglecting the enchanting Yao Wani. However, after glancing at her a few times, she failed to discern any remarkable qualities. Indeed, Su Ronghua's appearance paled in comparison to Yao Wanyi's. Not wanting to confront her, the concubine chose to seat herself in a more prominent position. Once the imperial concubine departed, Su Wanning exhaled a sigh of relief, momentarily fearing that the concubine might publicly humiliate her. Despite having mentally prepared herself for such encounters since acceding to the emperor's wishes, the reality was still somewhat disconcerting. She was acutely aware of the curious glances directed at her from those around. However, she could only feign ignorance. She could not afford to disappoint the emperor, and since he had chosen her, she resolved to endure for the sake of her aunt. Gradually, her expression regained some clarity, and she composed her countenance. In contrast, Yao Ying, who had also been elevated in rank, found herself largely overlooked, likely due to the overwhelming attention on Su Ronghua. Yao Ying maintained her poise at her designated spot, responding with a smile to the occasional remarks directed her way. While Su Wanning wished to avoid conflict, it appeared that others were not inclined to let her be. Soon enough, someone approached her, initiating conversation. "Ah, so this is Su Ronghua. She certainly seems to be a striking beauty." The speaker was Lu Wanrong, adorned in a dark blue palace gown, sporting a sardonic smile, and possessing an excessively slender figure. Lu Wanrong was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Lu, and her family background was quite respectable. However, her tone was less than amiable, likely stemming from her disdain for Su Wanning, a mere illegitimate daughter. The fact that this daughter of the Su family had outpaced her in status was a bitter pill for Lu Wanrong to swallow. With a haughty demeanor, she approached Su Wanning, ready to unleash her disdain. Yao Ying, standing at a distance, sensed the impending confrontation and felt a pang of concern for Su Wanning, silently wishing her well. At that moment, Su Wanning smiled gently and inquired, "May I ask who you are?" Although she recognized Lu Wanrong, she saw no reason to extend courtesy to someone intent on causing trouble. Lu Wanrong was momentarily taken aback by the question, quickly recovering to respond with an irate tone. "You do not know who I am." Having always been pampered, Lu Wanrong had never encountered such a challenge to her status. Her face shifted through shades of red and white, and though she was furious, her upbringing prevented her from resorting to outright insults. She could only glare at Su Wanning in frustration. Yao Ying, observing the exchange, stifled a laugh, amused by the irony of Lu Wanrong and Appo's attempt to provoke only to be left flustered. Meanwhile, Su Wanning feigned surprise, asking, "Should I know you?" Lu Wanrong, incensed and stammering, finally managed to exclaim, "You are too much. You are simply intolerable." Without waiting for a response, she stormed back to her position, standing behind Yao Ying. Amused, Yao Ying found Lu Wanrong and Appo's antics entertaining, noting how she had intended to provoke but ended up embarrassed instead. With a playful smile, she exchanged a brief glance with Su Wanning, who returned her smile warmly. Just then, the Empress made her entrance. The crowd stood and bowed. "We pay our respects to the Empress." The Empress, struggling to suppress a yawn, surveyed the assembly and replied coolly, "You may rise." She attributed her fatigue to the previous night and Appo's engrossing reading, which had kept her awake late, causing her to wake late and feel drowsy. Nevertheless, she maintained her regal composure. Scanning the myriad of beautiful women before her, her spirits lifting upon spotting Yao Ying in her striking dark purple gown. The Empress, feeling rejuvenated, addressed the gathered ladies. "I have an announcement to make today." The crowd murmured in curiosity, speculating on her forthcoming words. The Empress, relishing the suspense, observed their reactions with amusement. She intended to keep them in suspense a bit longer. Finally, the imperial concubine, unable to contain herself, interjected, "Empress, please, do tell us." The Empress, encouraged by the inquiry, continued with a faint smile, "It is nothing of great consequence. I have noticed that many of you seem reluctant to engage in activity, which cannot be good for your health. With the weather improving, I propose that we take a trip to the racetrack tomorrow afternoon for some recreation. What say you?" Though she sought the opinions of those present, her demeanor suggested that dissent would not be tolerated. The ladies displayed a range of reactions, from delight to reluctance. Yet none dared to voice opposition. Seated among them, the virtuous concubine expressed her agreement first. "I believe this is an excellent suggestion, and I have no objections." The imperial concubine also showed signs of interest, replying with a bright smile, "I too find it agreeable." Yao Ying felt a surge of excitement. Having been confined in the Ying Hung mansion in her past life, denied the joys of the outside world, she longed for this opportunity. Seeing the support from both the imperial concubine and the virtuous concubine, even those who were initially hesitant felt compelled to acquiesce. Yao Ying joined in chorus with the others, declaring, "I have no objections." Chapter 73. Request, very well. I have no other matters to attend to. You may all withdraw. The Empress said with a hint of satisfaction and a playful smile, observing the reactions of those present. Upon hearing her words, there was a moment of silence before a newly entered concubine, emboldened, stepped forward. She was a woman of ample figure and fair complexion, adorned in a striking peach-colored palace gown. After a brief internal struggle, she mustered the courage to address the Empress. With an expression of urgency, she seized the opportunity before the Empress could depart. "Your Majesty, I have a matter I wish to inquire about." Her words prompted the attention of the assembly, all eyes turning towards her. The Empress, intrigued, inquired nonchalantly, "Oh, pray do share." The young woman who had just spoken was the newly arrived concubine Fong, daughter of a prominent official, the third-ranking minister Fong Tong. Though the Empress appeared unthreatening, concubine Fong felt a flutter of anxiety as she stood before her. Taking a deep breath, she donned a smile she deemed appropriate and continued, "Your Majesty, we have been in the palace for 2 months now. Yet His Majesty rarely graces the inner court with his presence." At this point, a slight blush crossed her cheeks as she recalled the Emperor's handsome and refined demeanor, which had stirred feelings of admiration within her. Naturally, she hoped for His Majesty's favor. However, with the Emperor's absence, she felt helpless. Thus she turned to the Empress for assistance. Summoning her courage, she added, "Thus far, His Majesty has only summoned Su Ronghua and Yao Wani. With so many new sisters in the harem, we have yet to receive His grace." Noticing the Empress and Appo's impassive countenance, she assumed the Empress agreed with her sentiment and pressed on, "Might Your Majesty persuade the Emperor to visit the inner court more frequently? It would give us something to look forward to." With that, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The other newly entered concubines, upon hearing her words, felt a surge of joy. They shared her thoughts, but lacked the courage to voice them before the Empress. The Empress listened with keen interest to concubine Fong and Amp, oppose, plea, remaining silent for a moment, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she surveyed the reactions of those present, secretly amused. The naivete of these young women was almost endearing. The emperor would go wherever he pleased, and she had no authority over his affairs. While she had no intention of dashing these young beauties' hopes, she couldn't help but anticipate their reactions to her forthcoming words. Just as Concubine Fong began to feel a twinge of anxiety, the empress cleared her throat and inquired leisurely, "Is this how you feel, Concubine Fong?" Upon realizing the empress was addressing her, Concubine Fong quickly brightened, responding, "Indeed, your majesty. I hope you can persuade the emperor. I believe the other sisters share the same sentiment." Her assertion, however, drew disapproving glances from several present. They felt it unnecessary for her to involve them in her appeals. Among them was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of State, Concubine Hua Shui, who silently rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "Is she unwell? If she wishes to express her desires, why must she drag us into it? How tiresome!" The empress found this young woman and Appo's audacity amusing, and although she showed no sign of anger, she playfully addressed the assembly. "Oh, do you all feel as Concubine Fong does?" With the empress and Appo's words hanging in the air, several who had been harboring similar thoughts readily echoed, "We believe Concubine Fong speaks wisely." Yao Ying remained silent, observing the others with a quiet demeanor, pondering that the empress and Appo's subsequent remarks would likely bring their hopes crashing down. Among the newcomers, Su Ronghua and Hua Shui also refrained from responding. Hua Shui, with a dismissive expression, contemplated the futility of competing for the emperor's affections among so many women. The palace provided her with all she needed, and her mother had advised her against seeking favor, assuring her that their family's standing would suffice. Hua Shui mused that with her father being the Duke of State, the attendants dared not disrespect her, and she was spared the daily duties of greeting the empress or serving the emperor, allowing her to enjoy her days in peace. Her cherubic features, coupled with her carefree existence, presented an image of health and vitality, endearing her to those around her. Yao Ying caught a glimpse of the fleeting expression on Hua Shui's face and couldn't help but smile inwardly, finding her somewhat charming. Before the empress could respond, the noble consort interjected with a scoff. "Oh, how naive you all are, wishing for the empress to plead on your behalf to the emperor. If you possess the capability, why not beseech him yourselves?" The noble consort, whose chambers had not seen the emperor and Appo's presence in months, thought bitterly, how could one expect the emperor to visit without his own desire? The concubine of virtue listened with discontent to the fanciful musings of the newcomers, thinking they were presumptuous in believing they could sway the emperor and Appo's affections. The consort of wisdom merely smiled without speaking, while the consort of virtue appeared indifferent, as if merely a spectator to the unfolding drama. The concubine of clouds, upon hearing the conversation, displayed a hint of disdain, and in the depths of her heart, the esteemed Chan Jiaoi sighed, lamenting her own solitude as the emperor had not visited her in months. El Xiaorong offered a faint smile, glancing at the youthful faces around her, internally mocking their naivete. Entering the palace often meant preparing for a life of solitude. Though she had the third prince, Rue and Appo's, by her side, she knew the emperor would not frequently visit her chambers. Thinking of Rue and Appo's, brought her some solace. At least she could see her son often, leaving her with a sense of contentment. The empress, observing the various reactions, found the scene exceedingly entertaining. After a while, she donned a serious expression and addressed them. "I am indeed aware of your difficulties. However, it is ultimately not my place to intervene in the emperor and Appo's affairs." As she spoke, the expressions of some who had harbored hopes stiffened noticeably. Concubine Fong, unable to believe the empress's response, felt a surge of agitation and attempted once more to persuade her. "But your majesty, as the empress, his majesty surely would heed your counsel." Chapter 74. Solitude, despite the hint of seriousness on the queen's face. She did not dwell on the matter with Lady Fong. Instead, her words shattered the hopes of those present. "Although I am honored to be the queen, I possess no extraordinary abilities to persuade the emperor. If any of you have the capacity to retain his favor, I would indeed rejoice on your behalf. That is enough for today. You may all depart." With that, the queen rose and left, ignoring the reactions of the crowd behind her. Qingli, her attendant, hurried to follow. Once they entered the inner palace, the queen relaxed and could not help but laugh. "Qingli, did you see that? I nearly burst out laughing just now, ha ha ha. Look at those young ladies. Their imaginations are quite fanciful. If I truly had the power to sway the emperor, we would likely have a multitude of heirs by now." She chuckled to herself. Qingli echoed her amusement, agreeing, "Indeed, your majesty." Meanwhile, in the front hall, the crowd quickly dispersed upon realizing the queen had left, and their hopes were dashed. Lady Fong remained momentarily stunned, and as Hua Shui passed by, she cast a few glances at her. Walking away, Hua Shui mused, "See? This is the fate of delusions. Fortunately, I never entertained such thoughts." As Yao Ying departed, she coincidentally encountered Hua Shui following behind. Yao Ying, surprised, smiled and greeted. "Hua Shui, how do you do? No need for such formality. Are you returning? It seems we can walk part of the way together." Hua Diankio wore an inviting smile that was hard to refuse. Seeing her radiant expression, Yao Ying felt no malice and cheerfully replied, "In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony." As they walked part way, they suddenly spotted He Gonggong approaching them. "I have the honor of meeting Hua Shui and Yao Ying." He Lu greeted with a smile. The two nodded in acknowledgement. "You are too kind, He Gonggong." Just as Hua Shui was contemplating the purpose of Lu and Appo's visit, he spoke first. "I have business with Yao Ying. The emperor has summoned her now that he has concluded court." Yao Ying feigned surprise and replied, "Thank you, He Gonggong, for coming to fetch me. I shall accompany you at once." She then turned to Hua Shui, apologetically stating, "I have matters to attend to, so I cannot walk with you any longer." Hua Shui responded with an understanding smile. "Go ahead, I completely understand." Once Yao Ying departed, Hua Shui grinned slyly and whispered to her maid, "Liu, did you see? The emperor favors beauties like Yao Ying. That is as it should be." Liu stifled a giggle, glancing at her mistress, and continued, "You are right, my lady." After Yao Ying arrived at the Chengqian Palace, before the servants could announce her, Wang Dequan emerged with a beaming smile to greet her. "Ah, my Yao Ying, how I have awaited your arrival." His tone was filled with excitement as he continued, "I have been eagerly anticipating your presence. The emperor is waiting for you inside. Please, enter at your leisure. I shall wait outside." He exchanged glances with Bai Yu and Fu Lu, signaling them to remain outside. Yao Ying entered the Yangxin Hall alone, treading softly as she approached the emperor, who was engrossed in his work. As she drew nearer, noticing he had not looked up, she prepared to greet him quietly. At that moment, Ying Yuan raised his head, smiled upon seeing her, and took her hand to halt her greeting. "There's no need for such formalities. It has been some time since I last saw you. Come, sit with me and peruse these memorials," he said warmly. Initially, he had heard her footsteps, but was too absorbed in his documents to notice her approach. Upon recognizing her, he felt a surge of joy, though he kept his demeanor composed. Yao Ying felt uneasy as the emperor guided her towards the dragon throne and was about to decline, saying, "Your Majesty, this may not be appropriate. I can stand." But Ying Yuan would not allow her to refuse, urging her to sit beside him. "I insist you sit. There is no one else here, so do not overthink it." Finally reassured, Yao Ying smiled at Ying Yuan. "I am grateful for your Majesty's kindness." Ying Yuan, initially in a foul mood due to troublesome memorials, felt his spirits lift at her presence. He spoke softly, "Do you read often?" "In my free time, I enjoy perusing various writings, travelogues, and biographies," Yao Ying replied amiably. Concerned she might grow bored, Ying Yuan stood and fetched a book from a nearby shelf. Yao Ying, observing his actions, felt a sense of anticipation while maintaining an innocent demeanor. Once he seated himself, he placed the book before her, saying, "I have some matters to attend to. Please read for now." Yao Ying gazed at the book, her face lighting up as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, your Majesty." As Ying Yuan resumed his work, he occasionally glanced at Yao Ying, who was engrossed in her reading. A sense of fulfillment blossomed within him. He had not previously experienced such a delightful sensation. Simply watching her brought him joy. He had been unable to visit her due to pressing affairs, and thus had sent for her not expecting her to do anything but quietly sit beside him and read, which filled him with happiness. While reading, Yao Ying would discreetly steal glances at the emperor when he was unaware. She admired his handsome profile, captivated by the sight of him diligently managing state affairs, radiating an alluring charm of maturity and composure. She dared not look too long, fearing she might be unable to tear her gaze away. Though she did not harbor romantic feelings for the emperor, it was undeniable that he possessed an irresistible magnetism, entirely different from the likes of Ying. Had she encountered the emperor first in her past life, perhaps her fate would have been vastly different. As she perused the book, she inadvertently lost her concentration. Yuan, possessing keen perception, had sensed her furtive glances but chose to feign ignorance, continuing with his work to spare her embarrassment. Chapter 75. Dining. Yao Ying sat beside Yuan, one engrossed in state affairs while the other diligently perused her notes. An hour slipped away in the warmth of their harmonious company. Initially, Yao Ying would steal glances at the focused Yuan, but as she became absorbed in her reading, she lost all interest in observing him. Meanwhile, during his moments of leisure, Yuan occasionally tilted his head to sneak a glance at the young lady, who was so deeply engrossed in her notes. At first, she maintained a proper posture while reading, but as time passed, whether emboldened or simply more relaxed, she shifted positions when fatigue set in. Yuan, witnessing her delightful demeanor, propped his chin on one hand while casually flipping through his book, occasionally nibbling on the snacks laid out on the table. He found her increasingly charming, her carefree nature endearing. The sound of his soft laughter broke the concentration of Yao Ying. Hearing Yuan and Appo's low chuckle, she tilted her head in confusion, gazing at him. "Your Majesty, did I disturb you with my snacking?" "You have not disturbed me, Yao. Please feel free to indulge. I merely find your manner of eating reminiscent of a little rabbit, which I find quite adorable," he replied, shaking his head, his eyes sparkling with affection as he explained. A flush crept across Yao Ying's face, feeling slightly embarrassed for having been so absorbed in her reading that she had forgotten the presence of the emperor beside her. At that moment, Yuan gently raised his hand, smiling as he wiped a crumb from the corner of her mouth. "I noticed a bit of pastry on your lips." He chose not to elaborate further, observing her cheeks redden further. Not wishing to tease her further, he tenderly caressed her soft, rosy cheek. "Continue reading." Yao Ying was momentarily taken aback by his gesture, her eyes betraying a hint of disbelief. However, she swiftly composed herself, responding with a playful laugh. "Your Majesty, I apologize for the embarrassment. Please do not mock me." Deep down, she was astonished by his thoughtfulness. The emperor, esteemed as he was, exhibited such meticulous consideration. Her thoughts swirled, but she kept them to herself, feigning a sweet and demure demeanor as she lowered her gaze to her book once more. Yuan noticed her moment of surprise, and seeing her bashful reaction softened his heart, his smile deepening. They continued to share a tranquil solitude for half an hour until Yuan set aside his work and called for Wang Dequan, who was waiting outside. "Enter." Wang Dequan, ever ready, entered with a smile, approaching Yuan and Appo's table respectfully. "Your Majesty, what is your command? The hour is nearly upon us. Please arrange the meal." Yuan instructed casually. Wang Dequan promptly acknowledged, "I shall attend to it at once." He had anticipated this moment, ensuring that the imperial kitchen had prepared the meal well in advance. Knowing that Yao Ying would also be present for lunch, he had requested the kitchen to include several dishes that she favored. Soon after, attendants began to enter, setting the table with dishes. Observing Yao Ying deeply engrossed in her reading, Yuan hesitated to interrupt her but was mindful of her hunger, prompting him to say, Yao, it is time to dine. We may continue our reading afterward." Realizing how swiftly time had passed, Yao Ying felt a pang of surprise, realizing she had become so absorbed that she required the emperor's reminder. However, he bore no resentment and smiled as he reminded her. She replied, feigning a bit of shyness, "I was so captivated that I lost track of time." With a playful tone, she added, "It is all your Majesty and Appo's fault for providing me with such interesting reading material." Yuan could hardly hold a grudge against her. He found her every action utterly charming as he gently took her delicate hand and led her forward. His grip was gentle, as he feared to hurt her soft, tender palm, a realization that made him even more mindful, as he had never before taken a woman in Appo's hand in such a manner. As they approached the dining table, Yao Ying prepared to serving Yuan, but he swiftly and warmly stopped her. "Come sit beside me. These menial tasks can be handled by others. I cannot bear to have you do these." As he guided her to a seat beside him, he added, Yao, feel free to be yourself in my presence. There is no need for formalities." Upon sitting, Yao Ying felt a twinge of surprise. Before entering the palace, she had been instructed by a matron on the proper etiquette for dining with the emperor, which included serving him first. Yet, with his assurance, she saw no need to restrain herself. After a lifetime of oppression, she longed for freedom and ease. She had barely begun to experience the joys of life before she was stripped of her spirit, and upon this realization, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed her eyes. Now, at the tender age of 15, her greatest wish, aside from ensuring that those who wronged her faced justice, was to live more freely. Although the palace offered little freedom, no one would restrain her again. With this thought, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. "Your Majesty, thank you. I shall not stand on ceremony with you." Ying Yuan noticed the fleeting darkness in her eyes, as if she were lost in thought, but she soon appeared to find solace, smiling back at him. He discreetly observed her, feeling a pang of compassion for her. "Tell me, are there any dishes you particularly enjoy today?" he inquired, attempting to shift the conversation. Indeed, the mention of food drew Yao Ying and Appo's attention away from her previous thoughts. Glancing at the sumptuous spread before them, she found several of her favorites. Her eyes sparkling with joy, she replied, "I am grateful, Your Majesty, for preparing my preferred dishes." With eagerness, she picked up her chopsticks, sampling a dish she adored before exclaiming, "Your Majesty, the 8 delicacies chicken from your imperial kitchen is even more fragrant and delectable than what has been delivered to me before. You must try it." With that, she used her serving chopsticks to place a piece into Ying Yuan's bowl. Chapter 76. Afternoon nap. Ying Yuan, following her lead, took a bite and, noticing the hopeful gaze she cast upon him, smiled and praised. "Indeed delightful. A reward is in order." After speaking, he glanced at Wang Dequan, giving him an approving look. Under the emperor's gaze, Wang Dequan could hardly contain the joy in his eyes, his demeanor growing increasingly respectful. He realized that as long as the emperor saw Yao Wani happy, his own heart would swell with joy as well. Wang Dequan, maintaining a composed exterior, swiftly calculated in his mind. He turned his gaze towards Yao Wani, pondering how fortunate she was to have won the emperor and Appo's favor and to receive such thoughtful attention from him. Her future appeared promising. He had never witnessed the emperor display such meticulous care towards a woman before. It seemed he had made the right decision in having the royal kitchen prepare dishes to her liking. Look, the emperor hardly touched his own food, too busy serving her the dishes she favored. Wang Dequan observed keenly, noting that whenever Yao Wani lingered her gaze on a particular dish, the emperor would unobtrusively serve it into her bowl. Soon, the emperor remarked, "I see you enjoy this. Eat more." Yao Ying glanced at her bowl, now piled high with food, and a hint of helplessness flickered in her eyes as she smiled back at Ying Yuan. "Your Majesty, my bowl is nearly overflowing." This was Ying Yuan's first experience of such joy. Seeing the young lady relish her meal, he wished to serve her even more. He noted her slender figure and thought she ought to gain some weight, feeling a swell of satisfaction within. "You appear a bit thin. Eat more," he said, looking at her rosy cheeks with a smile. Yao Ying dutifully replied, "I am grateful, Your Majesty. Please, do not neglect your own meal." As she gazed down at her food, a soft chuckle escaped her lips. It reminded her of dining at home with her parents, where her father would also serve her the dishes she liked. Ying Yuan remained unaware of the reason for her smile. If he had known that she recalled her father due to his actions, he might have been curious about her reaction. The meal passed with Ying Yuan occasionally feeding her, leaving her pleasantly full. She mused that the flavors in the palace were indeed superior. After the attendants assisted her in rinsing her mouth, she daintily wiped her lips with a white handkerchief held by a maid. Having spent the morning alone with her, Ying Yuan felt a twinge of reluctance as she prepared to leave. Even in silence, Her presence beside him brought him peace. After lunch, he took her hand and strolled around the Chengqian palace, enjoying a leisurely walk without attendants trailing behind. Wang Dequan followed at a distance, observing the pair. They truly appeared as a match made in heaven. His smile grew increasingly warm. At that moment, Yue returned to the palace to fetch her mistress in damp, Appo's sleeping attire. Anticipating that the emperor might wish for Yao Ying to take an afternoon nap, she thoughtfully returned to the palace alone, while Fuliu accompanied her back. As Ying Yuan and Yao Ying walked further, she could no longer stifle a yawn. Amused by her drowsiness, he remarked, "I see you are feeling a bit weary. Let's return for a short nap." "Whatever your majesty wishes," Yao Ying replied with a smile, feeling relieved. She indeed felt tired, grateful for the emperor and Appo's suggestion. Upon entering Ying Yuan and Appo's chamber, they were assisted in changing their attire. Once the attendants had retreated, he embraced her, and they fell asleep together. Having eaten her fill, Yao Ying was soon lost in slumber, leaving Ying Yuan to gaze fondly at her serene face, a smile of affection gracing his lips. She looked utterly charming in her sleep. He gently tucked her in with a blanket and tenderly stroked her hair. Filled with affection, he restrained his desires and soon joined her in sleep. An hour later, Yao Ying awoke, rubbing her eyes and taking in the unfamiliar surroundings, momentarily disoriented. After a few seconds, she realized she was still in the emperor's chamber, nestled in his arms. As she moved slightly, Ying Yuan opened his eyes. Seeing the bewilderment in her gaze, he found it amusing and softly asked, "Are you awake, Yao Yao?" Hearing his slightly hoarse voice, she nodded and replied, "Your Majesty, I am awake." Ying Yuan, captivated by her delicate tone, felt a stirring in his heart. "Now that you are awake," he began, but before he could finish, he leaned down and gently kissed her lips, covering her eyes with his hand to shield her from the desire that burned within him, fearing it might startle her. Before she could fully comprehend what was happening, he captured her lips. As she processed the moment, she gazed up at him with sultry eyes, igniting a desire in him to cherish her even more fervently. Yao Ying's cheeks flushed crimson as she let out soft whimpers, playfully scolding, "Your Majesty, it is still daylight." Unfazed by her words, Ying Yuan continued, her face growing even redder. Unable to bear it any longer, she finally pleaded, "Your Majesty, please be gentle." Her feline-like voice tugged at his heartstrings, and he felt a rush of tenderness. Realizing her delicate nature, he slowed his movements, reluctant to overwhelm her. After a brief half-hour, he halted, cradling her gently, and softly inquired, "Yao Yao, are you satisfied?" Yao Ying, fearful of inciting further indulgence, quickly nodded like a chick pecking a grain. "I am satisfied. I am very satisfied." Her eagerness made Ying Yuan chuckle. His gaze filled with affection as he reassured her, "I shall not trouble you further. Do not be anxious." He held her quietly for a while, lost in thought. Yao Ying, nestled in his embrace, suddenly spoke, her lips parting with a hint of allure. "Your Majesty, a few days ago, I encountered a young eunuch who seemed quite amusing." Chapter 77. The Desired One. Hearing her words, Ying Yuan glanced at her expression, and before she could continue, he discerned her underlying intention. He feigned keen interest and inquired, "Are you wishing for this little servant, Yao Yao?" Yao Ying, realizing that her thoughts had been uncovered, decided to be forthright. "Your Majesty, you are indeed a diviner. I have yet to voice my thoughts, yet you have already perceived them. I noticed that the little eunuch appears quite clever, and even when bullied, he devises ways to escape." I was contemplating before she could finish. Her hesitant demeanor elicited a laugh from Ying Yuan, who playfully pinched her cheek. "He is but a small servant. If you fancy him, take him back. I shall grant it. Let Wang Dequan handle this matter, and rest assured, upon your return to the palace, the little eunuch will be waiting for you." Yao Ying and Appo's face lit up with joy, her heart easing. Although it was not a significant matter, she suddenly recalled a saying from her wet nurse, "It is best to speak to men after events have transpired," which indeed holds some truth. This opportunity to speak up was her way of repaying the little eunuch for his act of rescue. She perceived that the little eunuch possessed a certain cleverness and kindness. Having him in her palace would be beneficial and would spare him further humiliation. As she was lost in thought, Ying Yuan called out to the attendants outside, "Bring water." As a grand steward by the emperor's side, he dutifully ensured that everything was prepared. He had already arranged for this while the emperor and Yao Ying were napping together. Just then, he entered lightly, bowing his head. "Your Majesty, I have prepared the water for you, and I am here to present it." Just as he was about to turn away, the emperor called out to him, "Wait." Find a little eunuch named at this. Ying Yuan paused, glancing at Yao Ying. She immediately understood and smiled, adding, "Call him Shao Sunzi." Wang Dequan nodded in comprehension and, after receiving the order, left with a smile. Once he departed, Ying Yuan observed the girl's beaming countenance and teasingly remarked, "Look at you, so delighted over a mere little servant. Do you not have other matters on your mind?" Yao Ying's face blanched momentarily as she seemed to recall something. With wide eyes, she hastily waved her hands at Ying Yuan. "Oh dear, Your Majesty, I fear my waist may not hold up. You still have unfinished business, do you not?" Cautiously, Yao Ying sought to divert the conversation, fearing that if the emperor became spirited, he might exert himself upon her once more, ruining her plans to visit the horse grounds the following day. Seeing her reaction, Ying Yuan found it amusing and ceased to tease her further. "Very well, I was merely jesting. I have matters to attend to this afternoon, so you may tidy yourself and return." Yao Ying felt a wave of relief wash over her, her smile blossoming with gratitude. "I thank you, Your Majesty." Once she had composed herself, she returned to her palace accompanied by Bai Yu. Indeed, upon entering, she found two individuals waiting outside, He Lu and the little eunuch, Xiao Sunzi. In the afternoon, Xiao Sunzi had been preoccupied with his tasks. Although this was not originally his duty, the older eunuchs, seeing his youth, had entrusted him with much of their work. Lacking protection in the palace and being young, he often fell prey to the bullying of older eunuchs. Fortunately, he was aware of how to curry favor with his superiors, dedicating a significant portion of his monthly allowance to please the chief steward, which made his life somewhat more bearable. Though he had not faced severe physical abuse, he remained subject to being ordered around. Not long ago, his companion Guanghua had been taken by Su Ronghua. He had envied Guanghua, but was genuinely happy for him, as Guanghua, possessing delicate features and a fair complexion, had attracted the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. At that moment, he thought it was for the best that Guanghua was gone, free from further oppression. He had heard that Su Ronghua treated those below him well, so Guanghua was sure to lead a better life. A few days prior, he had seen Guanghua looking much improved, his spirits lifted, no longer bearing the gloom of his former self, his eyes shining with life as if he had been reborn. Xiao Sunzi had rejoiced for Guanghua for quite some time, not anticipating that today fortune would smile upon him as well, attracting the attention of a noble. While he was busy with his tasks, he Gong, the steward by Wang Dequan's side, approached him and inquired, "Are you Xiao Sunzi?" Taken aback, Xiao Sunzi hesitated, feeling somewhat unsteady, and cautiously replied, "Yes, I am indeed Xiao Sunzi." His heart raced, and he feigned calmness. He Lu, observing the frail little eunuch, displayed a hint of satisfaction. Though he appeared somewhat slight, he was clever enough. "Very well, you are the one. Gather your belongings and follow me." Without further ado, He Lu seated himself and awaited his compliance. Xiao Sunzi, puzzled yet intrigued, wondered what was happening. He dared not ask directly and obediently responded, "Yes, I shall obey. I will gather my things now." At that moment, he surmised he was to be sent elsewhere. If he Gong had come to summon him, the destination would surely be favorable. He Lu, pleased with his obedient demeanor, asked no further questions and allowed him to prepare. Prior to this, Wang Gong had instructed He Lu to assess the little eunuch, as he was to be placed in the service of Yao Ying. Given the emperor's esteem for her, it was crucial that nothing go awry, and thus far, the little eunuch appeared to be a suitable candidate. Xiao Sunzi quickly turned to gather his few belongings, taking only a few garments and his most essential items before heading out with his bundle. He was determined not to keep He Gong waiting, for he understood the significance of the man. Upon his arrival, the other stewards had all sought to curry favor. Yet He Gong had dismissed them without a second glance, leaving them no choice but to depart respectfully. With this in mind, he quickened his pace. leaving the place where he had lived for a decade amidst the envious and resentful gazes of those around him. He had entered the palace at the age of 4, sent by his impoverished family, which also had 2 elder brothers and a sister, along with a younger brother. Their poverty had led to his sister being sold off early to serve as a maid. The only memory he cherished of his sister was her kindness. Though she had been sold when he was merely 2, his elder brothers had not treated him well, especially after their sister was taken away. He was left without protection. Chapter 78 delivered the parents, showing favoritism towards the elder brother and second brother, contemplated selling him to obtain some money to support the family. At merely 4 years of age, he remained unaware of the ordeal that awaited him. His parents coaxed him, promising to buy him candy in the market, and he believed them wholeheartedly. However, upon arrival, he sensed something amiss, despite his tender age. Terrified, he cried out for his parents, but alas, the cruel couple had long departed, leaving him at the mercy of those ominous figures that loomed before him. He remained oblivious to the impending doom, when suddenly, a man restrained him, rendering him immobile. His eyes were wide with fear as he gazed upon the malicious individuals surrounding him. Amidst his cries, a filthy cloth was thrust into his mouth, silencing his desperate pleas. Overwhelmed by dread, his body trembled uncontrollably, and tears streamed down his cheeks like pearls, falling relentlessly. Regrettably, this group, accustomed to such scenes, remained indifferent to the child in Appo's terror, their hearts long since numbed. One among them laughed heartily at the sight of the trembling child, his tears flowing freely, taunting him. "Ha ha ha, little one, now that you are here, forget about anything else. Be obedient, and perhaps you will be granted a swift end. Resist, and you shall face the wrath of this knife." A grim-faced eunuch sneered at him, barking orders to secure the child tightly, warning them not to let him escape. The young boy's eyes were filled with helplessness, fear, and sheer terror as he watched the man approach with a knife. In an instant, he felt an unbearable pain surge through his body, with the cloth stifling his cries. He could not scream, and as he was held down, nausea washed over him. He succumbed to unconsciousness. In a haze, he heard a chilling command, "Drag him away, next." Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in a strange place. As he cried out loudly, someone entered and immediately slapped his tender face twice. After the blows, the person glared at him fiercely and warned, "If you dare cry again, it will not merely be 2 slaps." Once in the palace, as a servant, he must obey, or else. The unspoken threat lingered in the air, but the young boy understood the implication from the man and Appo's sighs. Terrified, he clamped his mouth shut, tears streaming down his face as he nodded in fear. Seeing him quiet down, the man smirked with satisfaction. That's right, a servant must abide by the rules. He then turned and left, leaving the boy alone in the dark, empty, and somewhat eerie room. Gradually, a few other children of similar age were brought in, their eyes also filled with fear, mirroring his own. It was during this time that he met Guanghua. At that moment, Guanghua appeared to be slightly stronger, and together they relied on one another, helping each other survive for 10 long years. Now, Guanghua had been taken to a better life, and it was finally his turn to be led away. As he followed eunuch He, memories of the past flooded his mind, a fleeting shadow of apprehension crossing his face before he quickly donned a smile. Little Xuanzi, too, would have his day in the sun. Throughout the journey, eunuch He said little, only mentioning that the destination was a favorable place where a noble had requested his service. "You have struck luck, young lad. A noble has taken a liking to you. From now on, be clever and diligent, or else." Eunuch He left the rest unsaid. But little Xuanzi understood all too well. He nodded respectfully, assuring, "Rest assured, eunuch He, I will serve the noble well." Eunuch He never revealed where he was taking him. As they walked, the path began to feel increasingly familiar. Wasn't this the route to the palace of Yao Ying? Curiosity piqued, he cautiously inquired, "Eunuch He, where are we headed?" He dared not speculate, knowing that a single misstep in speech could lead to punishment. Eunuch He, with a semblance of amusement, replied, "Just follow closely, and you will know when we arrive." Upon arrival, he looked up to confirm it was indeed Luoying Palace. His heart leaped with joy. If it was truly Yao Ying, he would be elated beyond measure. He remembered her kindness and beauty, and she was indeed a gentle and lovely woman. Shortly after, he heard footsteps approaching, and he perked up, recognizing Yao Wani and Amp Appo's voice along with her maidens. Ever since childhood, he had been keen of ear, and he stood straight, presenting his most spirited demeanor. As Yao Ying drew closer, He bowed first, stating, "I have brought the person you requested, Your Highness." He smiled respectfully, awaiting her response. Without needing a cue from He, little Xuanzi promptly knelt and introduced himself. "This servant, little Xuanzi, pays his respects to Your Highness." His voice trembled with restrained excitement. Yao Ying smiled warmly upon hearing him, first nodding at He, "Thank you, He, for your trouble," and then turning to little Xuanzi, "You may rise." Once the formalities were complete, He indicated his intent to leave. "Your Highness, I have delivered the person. I must return to attend to matters for Eunuch Wan." After giving him a token of appreciation, Yao Ying instructed a maid named Taoji to escort him to the door. Once He departed, Yao Ying turned to little Xuanzi. Speaking softly, "I haven't had the chance to thank you for your help last time. I thought to find an appropriate time to bring you here. For now, you can settle in comfortably. If you need anything, seek out Bue and the others." Hearing his mistress speak so gently, little Xuanzi felt elated, as if fortune had finally smiled upon him in his life. He vowed to serve her diligently. With that thought, he became even more respectful, exclaiming, "This servant thanks Your Highness. You may leave now. If anything arises, I shall call for you," Yao Ying instructed, signaling for him to withdraw. Just as he turned to leave, she suddenly recalled something and called him back. "Wait, I do have a task for you. Your Highness, please instruct me, and I shall comply." He stepped closer as she leaned in to whisper a few instructions in his ear. Chapter 79. Turmoil. Upon hearing this, the young servant nodded repeatedly, his expression earnest as he replied, "This servant understands. Rest assured, my lord, I shall manage it well." As Yao Ying entered the palace, Ingwe hurriedly approached her, saying, "My lord, may I accompany you to the horse grounds tomorrow? It is bound to be quite lively, and I wish to witness the spectacle." A glimmer of longing filled Ingwe and Amp Appo's eyes as she eagerly gazed at her mistress. Yao Ying smiled gently and teased, "You, my dear girl, have not changed a bit since entering the palace. Very well, you and Fuliu shall go tomorrow. Next time, let Bue and Taoji have their turn. My lord, you spoil her. Look at how delighted she is." Bue, Kudin, and Appo's helped but chuckle, casting several glances at Ingwe. Upon hearing her mistress and Appo's approval, Ingwe felt a surge of joy bubbling within her, her smile wide and unabashed. "That would be wonderful. I shall follow your wishes, my lord. Next time, let them go. My lord, what shall you wear tomorrow? Shall I select a vibrant outfit for you?" Bue began to contemplate her mistress and Appo's attire for the following day. "I have noticed that you often wear simple garments. Yet, at your tender age of not yet 16, I believe you should don more lively attire that befits your youth." With this thought, Bue could not resist offering her suggestion. Yao Ying pondered for a moment, agreeing with Bue's observation with a smile. "Please retrieve that light pink riding outfit from the wardrobe for me to try on." In no time, Bue was bustling about, helping Yao Ying change into the outfit, her face radiating satisfaction as she exclaimed, "My lord, you look stunning in anything you wear. I cannot take my eyes off you. This outfit is simply perfect for you. It accentuates your youthful delicacy." Ingwe quickly chimed in with her admiration. "You two speak so sweetly, it is almost like music to my ears." "Very well, I shall wear this tomorrow," Yao Ying said, smiling helplessly at Bue and Ingwe. Meanwhile, in the Empress's palace, the Empress was issuing instructions to Qingli. "Qingli, send someone to keep an eye on the horse grounds. I am curious to see which restless souls might attempt to cause trouble tomorrow." A spark of intrigue flickered in her eyes as she continued with a stern gaze, "Should anyone dare to disrupt the peace, they shall not find me merciful." The remaining words were left unspoken, but Qingli understood perfectly. "Rest assured, my lady, I will arrange for someone to monitor the situation immediately," she replied with a composed demeanor before turning to leave. The Empress, wanting to ensure a lively atmosphere, also sent invitations to the princess and others. Time flew by, and soon the deep night enveloped the horse grounds, which were initially quiet. At that moment, someone stealthily slipped in, moving cautiously towards the stable while the coast was clear. He intended to discreetly drop something into the horse trough from his pocket. However, not far from him, another pair of eyes was watching his every move. Just as he was about to place the item inside, he felt a grip on his collar from behind. I was wondering who had the audacity to sneak about at this hour. The young eunuch, caught off guard, trembled in fear, dropping the item he held onto the ground. His hands shook uncontrollably, and in a stammering voice, he pleaded, "Please spare me, my lord. Please spare me." The one who seized him was none other than Zhang Kai, a subordinate of the Empress and Amp, Appo's chief steward, Lu Quan. Earlier that afternoon, he had received orders from Lu Quan to keep watch. I truly did not expect that someone would try to meddle in affairs at night, he thought, his expression turning increasingly stern as he tightened his grip around the young eunuch. He then hurled the young eunuch to the ground and commanded the others, "Hold him down. Make sure he doesn't escape." "Yes, my lord." Two burly servants stepped forward, swiftly pinning the young eunuch to the ground, rendering him immobile. Realizing he was captured, the young eunuch found himself devoid of any opportunity to flee, despair etched across his face. Initially, he had hoped to plead for mercy and curry favor with the steward, or perhaps slip away unnoticed. Now, with no means of escape, he could only cry out, "Zhang Gongong, I am innocent. I have done nothing wrong. I merely came to check on the horses to ensure my lords and Appos. Peace of mind for tomorrow." The young eunuch continued to feign innocence, trembling and shedding tears. "Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I would never dare harbor any ill intentions." If Zhang Kai believed such claims, then the past 20 years of his life would have been in vain. He glared at the trembling eunuch, his eyes fierce as he demanded, "Do not attempt to deceive me. Sneaking about in the dead of night, and with something hidden in your pocket, do you take me for a fool? Search his pockets thoroughly. See if they're in Appos. Is anything else we might have missed? Retrieve that package from the ground as well." Zhang Kai and Amp, Appos. S. expression grew grim as he addressed the trembling eunuch. "Take him back for a thorough interrogation. I wish to see whether it is his tongue that is stubborn or our instruments that are formidable." Without granting the eunuch a chance to argue, Zhang Kai ordered him taken away for immediate questioning to provide the Empress with an explanation. After they departed, another shadow stealthily emerged from behind a pile of grass. Having been startled by the earlier scene, he remained quiet, afraid to make a sound, fearing discovery. Once the coast was clear, he took a deep breath. Slightly easing his tension, he recalled his lord's instructions, a look of hesitation crossing his face. Having witnessed the capture, he feared for the eunuch's fate, knowing it would likely end poorly, perhaps even with a loss of life. Yet, he also feared for his own fate if he failed to carry out his duties. After much internal conflict, driven by a sense of chance, he resolved that if he were discovered, no one would know. Gathering his courage, he made his way to the 16th and 18th stables. In swift motions, he tossed the powder he held into 2 troughs, then glanced around the dark surroundings before dashing away, quickly vanishing into the night. Meanwhile, a figure hidden in the shadows observed the entire scene, noting the identity of the person despite the dim light. Chapter 80. The opening scene after the man departed, he approached to take a glance, and found that the contents of the trough had been entirely consumed. He noticed that the coat of the horse over there was quite similar to that of his own, a rather serendipitous coincidence. A clever idea struck him. Under the cover of darkness, while the guards outside were dozing, he stealthily exchanged the horses in the stable. Fortunately, the horse was docile and made no sound as it was led away. He remained vigilant until dawn, not daring to relax for even a moment, until he spotted a eunuch coming to feed the horses, at which point he cleverly slipped away. Suppressing his fatigue, he hurried back to the palace of his master, eager to report the events of the previous night. Anticipation hung in the air as the afternoon approached. Dressed in a water-red riding outfit, Yao Ying made her entrance at the racetrack, where several palace concubines had already gathered in their vibrant attire, creating a dazzling spectacle. Just as Yao Ying arrived, someone suddenly patted her from behind. In her moment of surprise, she turned to see Princess Ying Yin bouncing toward her, grinning adorably. Didn't he expect it to be me, did you? Initially bewildered by the identity of her assailant, Yao Ying soon recognized the princess and, with a smile, replied, "Princess, you are quite the mischievous one. How delightful it is to see you. Were you surprised?" With a hint of excitement, Ying expressed her joy at having reunited after such a long time. She lamented internally that Yao Ying, whom she had once admired as a sister-in-law, had been selected to be the emperor's concubine. A sigh escaped her. It was indeed a regrettable situation. Yet, she considered that her brother could not compete with the emperor's uncle, who was not only skilled in various arts, but also exceptionally handsome. Thus, it seemed reasonable that her brother could not prevail. The emperor's uncle was indeed fortunate, surrounded by so many beauties, and now possessing Yao Ying, a stunning woman. Resolving to accept the situation, she smiled brightly once more, grasping Yao Ying's hand tightly and expressing her eagerness to see her. Yao Ying, feeling a touch of helplessness beneath her cheerful exterior, responded amicably. The princess, ever as candid as before, led Yao Ying forward. Before long, the empress arrived, displaying great enthusiasm for the day and Oppo's events, having prepared early to depart. Earlier that morning, she had already learned from Lu Quan about the happenings of the previous night. Approaching the empress, Lu Quan reported, "Your Majesty, your predictions were indeed accurate." The empress perked up at this revelation, her eyes sparkling with interest as she inquired, "Pray, tell me what transpired?" Last night, there were indeed individuals attempting to cause trouble at the racetrack, but fortuitously, my people caught sight of them. Lu Quan continued, "This audacious little rogue was apprehended, and upon being confronted, he immediately confessed, terrified for his life." As Lu Quan animatedly recounted the tale, the empress listened with increasing intrigue, her face adorned with a knowing smile. "Well done. You shall receive a reward. It is an honor to serve you, your Majesty." Lu Quan bowed deeply, his demeanor growing increasingly respectful. "Enough. I am well aware of your capabilities. Go and collect your reward now." The empress replied with a playful smile and a hint of authority. Lu Quan, grateful, accepted the gift from Qing Li and swiftly departed. "Your Majesty, do you believe today and Oppo's outing at the racetrack will proceed smoothly?" Qing Li questioned, a sense of unease lingering within her. "Why worry? With your presence, no one would dare to cause a disturbance." The empress reassured her, and upon hearing this, Qing Li's countenance softened into a smile. Upon their arrival at the racetrack, the empress noted that the crowd had gathered in good numbers. Even the usually tardy concubines had made it on time. A satisfied expression crossed her face. It seemed everyone was eager to participate, although whether their intentions were purely recreational or otherwise remained uncertain. As the empress entered, the gathered crowd promptly bowed, greeting her. "We pay our respects to the empress. May you be well. Rise, rise. Today, let's all enjoy ourselves. It is rare to escape the confines of the palace for a bit of fresh air. Make the most of this opportunity to stretch your limbs," the empress proclaimed with an authoritative yet benevolent smile. "Yes, your Majesty, we shall comply." The assembly responded in unison. "Let's wait a moment. We are still expecting a few more guests," the empress said, taking her seat without concern for the reactions of others. Coincidentally, Prince Hung had also arrived with Su Wanru, standing beside the noble concubine. Su Wanru feigned innocence, yet her words dripped with disdain for Feng Hui, whom she deemed a troublesome woman. "Mother, you cannot fathom how disruptive Feng Hui has been since she became pregnant. There has been no peace in the household." Su Wanru maintained an air of magnanimity, yet the noble concubine was keenly aware of her underlying intentions. Despite her disdain for Feng Hui and the chaos she caused for her son in the emperor's eyes, the noble concubine recognized that, as this was Heng's first child, she must be cautious regarding Feng Hui's health. A sinister smile crept across her face as she contemplated the scenario. Should Feng Hui suffer complications during childbirth, it would not be her fault. However, she also needed to ensure Su Wanru remained stable for the time being. With a gentle smile, she addressed her daughter, "I understand your predicament. I shall send someone to inquire about her condition, just to ease your mind. But I have faith that you will be a supportive partner to Hong." The noble concubine's demeanor softened further as she continued, "You must understand, this is Heng's first child, and it is a critical time. We cannot afford any mishaps in a household. Once Feng Hui gives birth, I will ensure that the child is recognized as yours. After all, Feng Hui is merely a vessel. The child will belong to you. Keep her under control. We cannot allow any unforeseen issues to arise. As the noble concubine spoke, Su Wanru and Appo's eyes flickered with intrigue, her heart seemingly swayed by her mother and Appo's words. Just then, a eunuch announced, "The Long Princess has arrived." Chapter 81. A gathering today. The atmosphere is quite lively. I have arrived at the perfect moment, ha. The Princess Regent made her grand entrance clad in a splendid crimson riding outfit, exuding an air of authority. The noble consort was engaged in conversation with Su Wanru, just on the verge of persuading her, when, rather inconveniently, the Princess Regent arrived, compelling her to halt her discourse. With such a grand entrance, all eyes were drawn to her, and she could not feign ignorance, especially as she noticed the Empress approaching her. The noble consort harbored unspoken grievances. Though displeased, she maintained a facade of cordiality, for she could not afford to offend the Princess Regent. Before she could approach, the Empress, upon sighting the Princess Regent, rose politely to greet her. "I thought you might not come. I did not expect you to be in such high spirits today." The Empress, having not seen the Princess Regent in a long while, felt a dreamlike sensation upon their reunion. With a subtle shift in her gaze, she quickly composed herself, smiling graciously at the Princess Regent. "The wind today is delightful. It has brought you here." The Princess Regent, responding with a playful demeanor, remarked, "Your Majesty remains as you always were, though perhaps even more composed." Just then, the noble consort interjected with a warm smile directed at the Princess Regent. "We have eagerly awaited your arrival." The favored consort, observing from the sidelines, scoffed disdainfully and shot a withering glance at the noble consort. The Princess Regent, previously engaged in conversation with the Empress, turned her attention to the noble consort, her gaze calm and indifferent. She offered a fleeting smile, though her eyes betrayed no mirth. The noble consort appears to be in excellent spirits. "I presume you are expecting the imperial grandson, perhaps?" The noble consort, well aware of the implications behind the Princess Regent and Appo's words, chose to extend a semblance of courtesy, despite her inner thoughts. Upon hearing the Princess Regent and Appo's remarks, the noble consort and Appo's previously warm smile faltered momentarily before she quickly recovered, maintaining her cheerful demeanor as she replied, "Your Highness is jesting. It is merely that I have been enjoying good meals lately, hence my rosy complexion." How her words echoed the Princess Regent and Appo's observation, almost suggesting that happiness indeed brings a radiant spirit. The favored consort could not help but retort with a hint of sarcasm. Before the noble consort could continue her retort, the Empress interjected, Enough. Look at you both, behaving in such a manner before the Princess Regent." The noble consort, caught off guard by the interruption, felt her countenance sour, yet dared not show her displeasure before the Empress, forcing a strained smile and falling silent. The favored consort, however, found amusement in the noble consort and Appo's discomfort, raising an eyebrow in a provocative manner. Observing the tension between the two, the Empress, though entertained by their bickering, felt the need to maintain decorum in the presence of the Princess Regent. The Princess Regent, sensing the dissonance among them, allowed her smile to fade slightly while feigning interest in their exchanges. Noticing the Empress and Appo's attempt to quell the rising tension, the Princess Regent chuckled lightly. The favored consort and the noble consort are as they have always been. She refrained from elaborating further. Yet the favored consort understood the implicit criticism of her composure and huffed in response, choosing silence. The noble consort, feeling disheartened by the exchange, was initially reluctant to speak further, but upon hearing the Princess Regent's comment, she retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "I cannot compare to the favored consort." The favored consort, who had previously chosen to ignore her, could no longer contain her irritation and snapped back, "I am certainly not as fortunate as the noble consort. Having a son makes all the difference." Delighted by the remark, the noble consort reveled in her advantage, knowing her son was her source of pride. while the favored consort had none. She smirked knowingly at the favored consort, relishing her moment of triumph. Fortunately, the wise consort intervened, diffusing the tension. Your Highness, please do not take offense. Today is meant for relaxation. The favored consort was not genuinely angry. Rather, she found the noble consort's arrogance, stemming from her motherhood, utterly distasteful. The noble consort and amp, oppose, as challenging glance only served to irk her further, as she reflected on the new favorite of the emperor and the potential for her to bear a son, leaving the noble consort in her shadow. The favored consort, resigned to her reality, recognized that the emperor likely would not visit her palace again, as he appeared kind on the surface but was emotionally distant. She observed how little he cared for the consorts of the harem, realizing it was futile to compete with them. After contemplating her situation, she smiled and replied to the wise consort, I have no concerns. It is such splendid weather that I cannot waste it on inconsequential matters. The empress and the princess regent stood side by side, exchanging occasional pleasantries and sharing knowing glances. After years of being empress, she had indeed mellowed considerably. It was unexpected that the once impetuous girl who followed her around had matured into a capable empress. The princess regent reminisced about the empress and Appo's youthful mischief, a genuine smile gracing her features. The empress, at the tender age of 5, had been sent to her as a companion, a spirited little girl brimming with ideas. At 10, the princess regent had thought it amusing that such a small child would serve as her companion, perhaps even requiring her care. Among the children of various ministers, she had chosen this little girl, captivated by her lively expressions and expressive eyes. The memory of the girl calling her princess brought a smile to her lips, recalling how she had been a playful troublemaker, often exasperating their tutors. It was fortunate that she had been there to protect her, preventing her from being bullied by others. Otherwise, with her temperament, she would have likely faced punishment countless times. The empress, noticing the princess regent lost in thought, gently called her name, prompting the princess regent to return to the present, her smile sincere. I was merely reminiscing about your playful nature as a child. Who could have imagined that the little girl would grow to become the empress? People inevitably grow and change. Such transformations are a natural part of life. The empress, lost in her thoughts, bore a hint of melancholy in her eyes before brightening her expression and continuing. Since the emperor has entrusted the management of the harem to me, it is only fitting that I oversee matters diligently. Chapter 82. Conversation. Yao Ying stood at the back, observing the arrival of the grand princess from a distance. She did not approach, feeling that her current status did not warrant initiating a conversation with someone of such high rank. However, Ying Yin beside her was considerably more animated, clutching Yao Ying and amp, Appo's hand and exclaiming, I never expected that Aunt would also be here today. You have no idea about Aunt. In her younger years, she relished social gatherings. But in recent times, she has grown reclusive. The last flower viewing banquet you attended was surely organized by her out of sheer delight. I feel Aunt leads a rather carefree life now, remaining unmarried and enjoying her independence. Ying Yin continued, her chatter flowing effortlessly since meeting Yao Ying. Fortunately, Yao Ying possessed a remarkable patience, not finding her bothersome at all. Instead, she attentively listened, occasionally responding with agreement. Why hasn't the grand princess married? Yao Ying inquired curiously as Ying Yin reached this point. Well, I and Appo's am not entirely sure, Ying Yin admitted, scratching her head in slight embarrassment. I've only heard my mother mention that many people pressured Aunt to marry back then, and there were even some who wanted to send her off in a political marriage. At this, Ying Yin seemed a bit apologetic for not being able to clarify matters for the beautiful woman, but she leaned closer to Yao Ying, her expression turning mysteriously as she lowered her voice to continue. 20 years ago, Aunt was just 15 when the enemy invaded. The late emperor intended to marry her off to quell the conflict. I must tell you, many in the court supported this plan. Ying Yin and Appo's animated face showed traces of indignation as she recounted this. And then, Yao Ying, who rarely ventured outside and was not privy to gossip about the royal family, had never heard such stories before. Her curiosity piqued. She encouraged Ying Yin to elaborate further, prompting her to lead her to a secluded spot. After surveying the area to ensure they were alone, Yin continued, "Then listen closely. The late empress strongly opposed this and fought fiercely to protect Aunt, which is how she avoided that fate. It and Amp oppose. S.A. pity that the late empress eventually perished, leaving Aunt and the emperor without a mother." As Yin spoke, a shadow of sorrow crossed her face. Yao Ying noticed and stepped forward to embrace her gently, whispering words of comfort. The late empress was indeed remarkable. Her dedication to her child is a testament to her being an exceptionally good mother. It is unfortunate that both the emperor and Aunt lost their maternal protection, especially the emperor. You cannot imagine he was only 10 at the time, and many in the palace wished him dead. My father once said that despite his current power, life before he ascended the throne was far from easy. Although he held the title of crown prince, there were countless who sought to harm him. Fortunately, the emperor is astute and has learned to bide his time, and Aunt has always looked out for him. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. As Yin recounted this, Yao Ying felt a sudden pang in her heart, a pain she could not fully comprehend. The emperor had been just 10 years old when he lost his mother. She had not lived through such tribulations. Yet she could easily imagine the perils he faced in the palace, where a motherless crown prince was surely a target for many. Her admiration for the emperor only deepened. The very fact that he ultimately claimed the throne commanded respect. She masked her feelings, affirming Yan's statement. Indeed, the emperor is truly exceptional. Delighted by Yao Ying and Amp Oppo's praise for her uncle, Yin and Amp Oppo's excitement grew. My uncle is not just exceptional. He is extraordinarily intelligent, brave, and strategic. As Yin spoke of her uncle and Amp Oppo's valiant deeds, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Let me tell you, my uncle was incredibly brave. At just 16, he entered the battlefield, defeating the invading enemies and forcing them to retreat in disarray. Seeing Yan's fervor, Yao Ying found her endearing and smiled. The emperor is indeed courageous. Absolutely. Yan's pride was palpable. Her uncle was her ultimate idol, surpassing even her brother. I suspect my uncle and Oppo's determination stemmed from the pressure Aunt faced to marry off and the death of his mother, which haunted him. He sought revenge against those who wronged him, and all those who bullied him have long since faced their doom. Yao Ying contemplated Yan's words, feeling a flicker of agreement within her. Indeed, Su Wanru had schemed against her, while Hung merely offered empty reassurances without ever providing protection. The suffering she endured in her past life compelled her to wish for Su Wanru to experience similar hardships, allowing Hung to feel the sting of yearning for the throne he could never attain. With a gentle smile towards Yin, Yao Ying replied, "The emperor has certainly acted justly." Chapter 83. Bullying. Just as Yin and Yao Ying were engrossed in their conversation, Su Wanru, noticing her younger sister, Su Wanqing, approaching with a disdainful smile, could not help but comment on her sibling's transformation since entering the palace. "Look at my sister. Becoming a noble consort certainly has its perks. Oh, how exquisite your attire has become. I dare say your hair adornments bear a hint of opulence as well." Previously engaged in conversation with the noble consort, Su Wanru found herself abandoned as the consort hurried to greet the grand princess. Alone now, she felt a surge of malice upon spotting the long-unseen Su Wanqing, a feeling that stirred within her as she approached. How could she bear the sight of this inconspicuous, illegitimate daughter, now a consort dressed more elaborately than herself, the wife of a prince? The image of Su Wanqing, once a mere servant to her in the residence, now adorned with finery, was intolerable. Recalling her lowly-born concubine mother, Su Wanru and Amp Oppo's contempt deepened. Each time she wielded her mother and Amp Oppo's influence as a threat, Su Wanqing complied without so much as a hint of rebellion. A smirk curled her lips as she regarded Su Wanqing with a superior demeanor. "Ah, my sister is certainly fortunate. Have you forgotten your elder sister since entering the palace? Or perhaps you have forgotten your former status?" As Su Wanqing was discussing matters with Guanghua, she noticed her sister approaching with a derisive smile, ready to deliver a scathing remark. Maintaining an amiable facade, She clenched her fists hidden within her sleeves, suppressing her humiliation and the resentment bubbling towards Su Wanru. Sister, you yist. Perhaps you should inquire of father how I gained entrance to the palace? You should focus on your duties as a prince's consort and concern yourself less with my affairs. Concentrate on winning the heart of the crown prince. Su Wanru, stung by these words, interpreted them as mockery regarding her inability to secure Ying Heng's affection, further igniting her anger. While she could overlook various matters, the issue of Ying Heng had always been a sore spot. Su Wanqing had deftly exploited this vulnerability, emboldened by the knowledge that the emperor had extended protection to her mother. No longer willing to endure Su Wanru's provocations, she resolved to stand her ground. Indeed, as anticipated, Su Wanru, in a fit of rage reminiscent of their days at the residence, raised her hand to strike. Just then, Guanghua rushed forward, shielding his mistress just as Su Wanqing's startled gaze met his. In a swift motion, Su Wanru's hand connected with Guanghua's face instead. The sound of the slap echoed loudly despite the sparse onlookers, who, upon realizing it was Su Wanru who had struck, hesitated to intervene due to their lowly status. A clear handprint blossomed on Guanghua's face, and Su Wanru, realizing her target was not Su Wanqing, but rather a mere servant, felt her fury intensify. Yet, she managed to regain her composure, aware that continuing this scene in public would not serve her well. "You wretched servant, have you no eyes?" she spat. As Su Wanqing processed Guanghua's pitiable state, a pang of sympathy flickered within her. "Guanghua, are you all right?" she inquired urgently. "Master, I am fine. As long as you are unharmed, I am at ease," Guanghua replied, despite the pain radiating from his face. His concern for her well-being outweighed his own suffering, and he felt a sense of fulfillment knowing he could assist her, however insignificantly. Su Wanqing observed him with worry in her eyes, though he claimed to be fine. She understood the force behind Su Wanru's blow all too well. "You should go and apply some medicine," she urged, her concern evident. "Master, truly I am fine. Just look at me. I will be well shortly," Guanghua reassured her with a smile, unwilling to leave her side for fear that Su Wanru would seize the opportunity to bully her further. The pain he felt was trivial compared to the loyalty he held for her. Su Wanqing and Appo's heart swelled with warmth. She had never experienced such protection before. She comprehended Guanghua and Appo's reluctance to depart. He feared for her safety against Su Wanru's relentless hostility. "You," Su Wanqing began, but was abruptly interrupted by Su Wanru's malicious voice. "Oh, how different your life is now that you are in the palace. Being a consort certainly affords you some privileges, including having your own servant to protect you. Do not forget your true standing. He is merely a servant, and should I choose to strike him again, what can you do about it?" With utter disdain, Su Wanru observed the facade of concern the two displayed, then raised her hand once more, intent on striking Guanghua. However, Su Wanqing acted swiftly, catching her descending hand with a firm grip. Her eyes gleamed with icy resolve as she smiled, devoid of warmth. "Sister, do you believe this is still the residence? Do you not realize the setting we are in today? This is a grand event hosted by the Empress. Do you wish to stir trouble and attract her attention? While I may be a mere consort, I'm still favored by the Emperor. Treating me with disrespect implies you have little regard for him, does it not?" Upon hearing Su Wanqing's forthright words, Su Wanru regained a semblance of rationality. Su Mama, standing behind her, tugged at her sleeve, whispering urgently, "Miss, there are many esteemed guests today. Please do not act impulsively." Frustrated, Su Wanru attempted to yank her hand free, yet found herself momentarily unable to do so. Su Wanqing tightened her grip, and only upon a forceful squeeze did she relinquish her hold. Once free, Su Wanru noted the red marks on her wrist, a reminder of the pain inflicted, amplifying her indignation. "Oh, how bold you have become, Su Wanqing," she seethed, barely containing her fury. "I advise you to keep a close watch on your servant, lest he disappear one day." The remainder of her warning hung unspoken in the air. Yet Su Wanqing grasped the underlying threat. "Sister," she replied, "I suggest you heed my words as well. Should I find myself compelled to speak of our family to father, the fortunes of your mother may take a turn for the worse." Chapter 84. Confrontation with undisguised disdain, Su Wanru uttered, "Spare yourself the concern, sister. I am quite capable of managing my own servants. Perhaps you should devote your attention to the crown prince." Su Wanning, positioning herself protectively before Guanghua, declared, "Since Guanghua shielded me from this humiliation, I cannot allow him to be victimized." Guanghua, deeply moved by his mistress and amp, Appo's defense, felt his gratitude intensify. His fair, handsome face reflected unwavering resolve. He was prepared to dedicate himself entirely to her service. The crown prince had initially been reluctant to attend this gathering of women, deeming it uninteresting. However, upon learning of Yao Ying and Appo's presence, a secret anticipation stirred within him, and he agreed to accompany Su Wanru. From a secluded corner, he had observed her conversing with Ying Yan, his gaze lingering with affection. Afraid of revealing his feelings, he had feigned casual glances in her direction. Finally, noticing her momentarily alone after Ying Yan's departure, he had cautiously approached, feigning surprise. "What a coincidence to find you here, Yao Ying," he exclaimed, attempting a casual tone. Yao Ying, interrupted in her conversation with Ying Yan, who had briefly excused herself, was instantly repulsed by Ying Hung and Appo's brazen approach. She struggled to suppress her disgust. Maintaining a polite facade, she responded, "It is hardly a coincidence. I was just about to depart. Since your highness enjoys this location, I shall yield it to you. I shall take my leave, allowing your highness to savor the ambience." With a forced smile, Yao Ying turned to leave. However, Ying Hung, delighted by the opportunity to engage with her, was unwilling to let her go. He swiftly stepped in front of her, urgently exclaiming, "Ying please don't leave." In his haste, he abandoned protocol, addressing her intimately as Ying Yao Ying, wishing to avoid further interaction, was even more repulsed by his familiar address. Feeling a shiver of revulsion, she retorted with a hint of displeasure, "Your highness, remember your station." Ying Hung, initially displeased, interpreted her words as concern for his well-being, fearing that their interaction might be perceived negatively. He softened his expression, his smile deepening. "Yao Ying, do not fret. I have observed that no one is present. You have no cause for concern." Yao Ying was amused by his audacity, astonished by his ability to utter such words with such conviction. A palace concubine and a prince alone together was the most worrying thing. "Your highness, I believe you are forgetting that I am now your father and Appo's consort. If your father were to discover me in your company, it would be most improper. I trust your highness would not wish your unseemly intentions to be revealed to your father. I advise your highness to maintain a respectful distance." With those words, Yao Ying departed with Ying Yu and Fu Lu, leaving Ying Hung in a state of bewildered contemplation. Interpreting her words as concern for his reputation, Ying Hung mused, "Ying speaks with wisdom. She is, after all, father's consort, and our being alone together is indeed inappropriate. I must ensure that father remains unaware of this." Convinced that Ying still harbored affection for him, his smile returned. Unbeknownst to him, their interaction had been observed from afar. Su Wanru, stung by Su Wanning's mention of the crown prince, abandoned her quarrel and stormed off with Su Momo. Seeking out Ying Hung, she witnessed him approaching Yao Ying, her simmering anger intensifying. Initially intending to intervene, she restrained herself, remaining hidden to observe his intentions. She was enraged that Ying Hung still harbored feelings for Yao Ying. Even after her entry into the palace, she could not understand why he was so obsessed with Yao Ying. She was better than her. Blaming Yao Ying for her misfortune, she seethed, if only that harlot were gone, all would be well. Yao Ying, noticing Su Wanru's approach, quickened her pace. It seemed misfortune was chasing her, as one problem was immediately followed by another. Su Wanru, relieved by Yao Ying's departure, scoffed and accosted her. "Now that you've entered the palace, I don't want to argue with you. Just be your concubine." Yao Ying, unwilling to engage with Su Wanru's irrational behavior, retorted, "If your brain isn't working properly, go get fixed and don't block my way." Caught off guard by Yao Ying's unexpected retort, Su Wanru struggled to respond. As Yao Ying turned to leave, Su Wanru lunged forward, attempting to grab her sleeve. "How dare you insult me?" However, Yao Ying, as if sensing her intentions, quickened her pace, causing Su Wanru to stumble and nearly fall. Furious at Yao Ying's defiance and Su Momo's failure to assist her, Su Wanru glared at Su Momo before pursuing Yao Ying. She blocked Yao Ying's path, exclaiming, "How dare you insult me," and then attempt to leave. At that moment, Yao Ying's eyes lit up with surprise as she noticed someone approaching. Then, a commanding voice boomed from behind Su Wanru, causing her to freeze in place. Chapter 85. The rescue. Before her stood Su Wanru. Her previous bravado dissipated, replaced by a rigid countenance laced with trepidation. Upon seeing the arrival of the dignitary, Yao Ying, she disregarded Su Wanru's reaction and approached with a sweet smile, respectfully greeting, "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." Su Wanru's expression darkened. She had sensed a familiar voice amidst the chaos, but it was only upon hearing Yao Ying and Amp Appo's as salutation to the emperor that she realized he was right behind her. Regret flooded her heart as she lamented her earlier impulsiveness. Yet, the damage was done, and all she could muster was a forced smile as she turned to perform a bow, uttering, "I pay my respects to Father." Wang Dequan noted the emperor's initial displeasure and swiftly intervened, cutting off Su Wanru's reckless outburst. Yao Ying stood beside Ying Yuan, discreetly tugging at his sleeve, her eyes innocent yet tinged with a hint of grievance as she glanced at him. She believed that she held a special place in the emperor and Amp Appo's as heart, as he often indulged her, which emboldened her to act with impunity. Ying Yuan, fully aware of her intentions, felt a surge of protective instinct for her. He refrained from instructing Su Wanru to rise, instead conveying a silent message to Wang Dequan. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Wang Dequan spoke up, "Noble consort, are you aware of your transgressions?" His gaze was stern as he regarded the still, slightly bowing Su Wanru, whose earlier lightheartedness had vanished. The weight of Wang Dequan and Appo's words caused her body to stiffen. She was reluctant to acknowledge any wrongdoing, believing her remarks towards Yao Ying had been innocuous. However, the current circumstances left no room for debate. She had heard whispers of the emperor's favoritism towards Yao Ying, and any retort would only invite his ire. With no one to advocate for her, as the empress was absent, she feigned contrition, speaking with a tremor of fear. "I acknowledge my fault. I should not have been disrespectful to Lady Yao." Yao Ying noticed the flicker of resentment flash across Su Wanru's lowered face, revealing her true feelings. Ying Yuan observed the young lady, who stood nearby, reveling in the unfolding drama, and inquired, "She has offended you. How would you like to proceed with her punishment?" Surprised by the emperor's deference to her judgment, Yao Ying entertained the notion of publicly humiliating Su Wanru, perhaps slapping her before the assembly to diminish her pride. Yet, she restrained herself, recognizing that a more opportune moment might arise. Thus, she maintained a facade of benevolence, replying, "Your Majesty, while the noble consort has indeed offended me, I am not one to hold grudges. Let her simply offer an apology, and we shall consider the matter resolved." With wide eyes and a radiant smile, she addressed Ying Yuan. Had he not glimpsed the fleeting hatred in her eyes directed at Su Wanru, he might have believed her disingenuous words. He cast an indifferent glance at the trembling Su Wanru, seemingly unconcerned with her state, yet his chilling words pierced her heart. Lady Yao's kindness should be acknowledged. You know how to act accordingly. Ying Yuan's demeanor towards Su Wanru was far from gentle. His affections were reserved for Yao Ying. Although he projected a mild exterior to others, an air of distance lingered, deterring any presumption of familiarity. At that moment, Su Wanru felt a surge of envy towards Yao Ying, who commanded the emperor and Appo's as favor. As a royal consort, she found it unjust that her minor transgression led to such a reprimand. Despite her internal resentment, she could only force a smile and address Yao Ying. "Lady Yao, I acknowledge my fault. I should not have offended you. Thank you for your magnanimity." The final words were almost spat through clenched teeth, yet the emperor and Amp Appo's impassive gaze compelled her to lower her head, unable to meet his eyes. Her heart raced with fear and anxiety. His glance had felt as cold as death, rendering her breathless. Never before had she been in such close proximity to the emperor, and the weight of his presence was overwhelming. Her animosity towards Yao Ying was eclipsed by her growing resentment toward Wang Dequan, a mere lackey. Yet he too seemed to embody the emperor and Appo's disdain. Yao Ying, noticing Su Wanru and Appo's evident fear, found amusement in her plight. Her smile blossomed further. Since the noble consort has apologized, let us consider the matter settled. Ying Yuan, observing the girl's radiant smile, interjected with an air of authority, do not linger any longer. Yes, I shall take my leave. Su Wanru, suppressing her fear of the emperor, hurried away. The dread lingered as she walked, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped a perilous encounter. She stumbled slightly, but fortunately, Su Momo was there to steady her. Once out of sight, she realized her forehead was slick with cold sweat. Having been suffocated by the emperor and Appo's oppressive aura, she gasped for air, finally feeling a semblance of relief. Yao Ying, witnessing Su Wanru and Appo's disarray, felt her spirits lift. Her satisfaction grew with Su Wanru and Appo's discomfort. Ying Yuan, unable to contain himself any longer, broke the jovial atmosphere. Are you pleased? Yao Yao, startled by his sudden address. Yao Ying blinked her doe-like eyes at him, exclaiming, I thank your majesty. You are the kindest person I have ever encountered. As Ying Yuan met her sparkling gaze, his smile deepened. He considered himself a good person. The throne he occupied had been claimed through bloodshed. His path had been fraught with peril, and although he had tempered his demeanor in recent years, a lingering edge remained. Every encounter with her brought him a sense of calm, as if she possessed a tranquilizing effect on him, lifting his spirits significantly. Chapter 86, Trials at that moment. A voice shattered the tranquility. Your humble son pays respects to his majesty. Ying Hung, who had been on the verge of departing, caught sight of his father, the emperor, and felt a sudden urge to step forward to make an appearance. Rise. Ying Yuan merely glanced at him before averting his gaze, his tone exceedingly indifferent. I am grateful to your majesty. Ying Hung responded, oblivious to the displeasure in his father's voice, assuming this was merely the emperor's usual demeanor. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed Yao Ying was also present, his expression shifting to one of surprise, quickly followed by a practiced composure. He had not paid attention to the identity of the woman beside his father upon his arrival, yet it turned out to be her. A flicker of joy surged within him. He had seen Inger again. However, this joy was soon tinged with fear, a dread of revealing his feelings to the emperor. He hastily averted his eyes, unable to meet his father and Appo's gaze. Yao Ying, on her part, displayed no reaction, her heart untroubled. She felt no guilt, for there was no entanglement between her and Ying Hung. Even when he had tried to prevent her departure, she had resolutely left. As for Ying Yuan, his expression remained inscrutable, his thoughts veiled from all but himself. He fixed his steady gaze upon Ying Hung. Lift your head. Do not cower like that. Ying Hung stiffened at the command, quickly raising his head to face the emperor, forcing a smile in an attempt to appear composed. At that moment, Ying Yuan's voice rang out coolly. I see you have been rather idle of late. After today, you shall go to the western outskirts, to the camp of Sonwang, for a month of training before returning. Yes, your humble son obeys, Ying Hung replied with a smile, feeling a flicker of excitement at the thought that his father had taken notice of him, sending him for trials to test and refine him. Though a hint of apprehension lingered at the thought of hardship, he soon rationalized it as a challenge from the emperor, one that he could not shy away from. Thus his resolve appeared even more steadfast. That will be all. You may leave, Ying Yuan commanded, dismissing him, while he felt a pang of reluctance to part from Ying and Appo's. He recognized that this was not the appropriate time. She was now the emperor and Appo's consort, and he could not indulge in such fantasies for the moment. With a respectful countenance, Ying Hung withdrew. Yao Ying, puzzled by the emperor and Appo's sudden decree for Ying Hung to train, noted that his expression bore no hint of affection, leaving her in a state of confusion. Once Ying Hung had departed, she curiously inquired, Your Majesty, are you intending to put the crown prince through some trials? Ying Yuan, noting her inquisitive gaze, offered a half-smile. Is Yao Yao pleased? Indeed, she is quite satisfied. As long as she sees Ying Hung encounter misfortune, she is content. Yet, she could not display excessive enthusiasm, engaging in a subtle verbal dance with the emperor. as long as your majesty is satisfied, setting aside her emotions. She found herself increasingly fond of the emperor's actions, as he had taken it upon himself to first deal with those she held in disdain. How could she not appreciate that? While she reveled in her thoughts, Ying Yuan took her delicate, fair hand in his and began to walk forward. Earlier, he had observed Ying Hung and Amp, Oppos, as persistent pursuit of the young girl from a distance, a cold smile forming within him. Having witnessed such a scene before, he was surprised that Ying Hung had the audacity to pursue her again. He had already sent individuals to investigate their relationship. It was merely a matter of the kind-hearted girl saving him once. Yet he had developed grandiose notions, even contemplating marriage. He failed to recognize his own limitations. He harbored no ill thoughts towards Yao Ying, but rather deemed Ying Hung and Oppos' behavior as inappropriate and foolish. In his presence, Ying Hung had always appeared submissive. Yet he had displayed a rather aggressive demeanor when it came to troubling the young woman. This was precisely why he had instructed Ying Hung to undergo a month of training. How could he allow someone to covet what belonged to those he cherished? He was quite pleased with Yao Ying's indifference towards Ying Hung. As he held her small hand in his smile deepened. As they neared the crowd, Ying Yuan noticed her attempt to withdraw her hand. He bore no anger, gently releasing her grip. Yao Ying wished to avoid becoming a target. The emperor's obvious display of affection would surely draw unwanted attention from onlookers, who might wish her harm. "Your Majesty, my palms are sweaty. I fear I may soil your hand," she offered with a cheerful smile. Ying Yuan chose not to expose her ruse, chuckling softly at her cautious nature. "I shall enter first. You may follow shortly, if you will." Yao Ying readily agreed. Nodding, "Your humble servant thanks your Majesty for your consideration." Ying Yuan cast a burning gaze upon her before proceeding inside. Yao Ying exhaled in relief. She did not shun the emperor's favor, but lacked the power to protect herself from envy and potential malice lurking behind the scenes. Once the emperor had distanced himself, she entered with an air of confidence. The arrival of the emperor astonished the crowd, for he was not typically known to attend gatherings of women. In the past, he had declined to appear, making this visit all the more noteworthy. The consorts, who seldom laid eyes on the emperor, were filled with delight. He had come. Each one longed to present themselves before him, showcasing their finest attributes, while others felt a pang of regret for not having adorned themselves more carefully. "Your servant pays respects to your Majesty." The empress led the others in a salute, her expression a mix of surprise and dawning comprehension, which resulted in a gentle smile. "No need for formalities," Ying Yuan replied, his demeanor calm and unperturbed as he took his seat at the head of the table. Today, Wang Dequan had reminded him of the empress's organization of a horse racing event, a gathering he had not originally intended to attend. Earlier, in the Yangxin Palace, Wang Dequan cautiously inquired, "Your Majesty, the empress has invited everyone to the racing grounds today. Do you plan to attend?" Ying Yuan, having just finished his meal and prepared to read, heard Wang Dequan and Oppos' inquiry. Without hesitation, he responded, "I have matters to attend to. I shall not go." Such gatherings of the palace consorts rarely piqued his interest. Wang Dequan, understanding the emperor's refusal, was not surprised and pondered for a moment before remarking, "I have heard that Yao Wani will also be attending." Upon hearing this, Ying Yuan paused, glancing at Wang Dequan with a neutral expression. Just as Wang Dequan feared he may have spoken out of turn, the emperor replied without haste, "Very well, since I have no pressing matters. I shall go and take a look." Wang Dequan nearly broke into a smile, quickly stifling it, for he dared not jest about the emperor. Knowing how precarious his position could be, he thus replied respectfully, "I shall make the arrangements at once." Chapter 87. A reminder at that moment, the Grand Princess approached the emperor, inquiring with a playful tone, "What brings you here today, your Majesty? It is a rare sight to see you in attendance." She gazed at the emperor with a half-smile, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "I am fortunate today," she continued. "Your Highness is jesting. It is indeed rare for me to see you out and about. Your spirit is commendable today." The emperor responded, unable to suppress a smile at her playful demeanor. The Grand Princess seemed to recall something, a wistful smile gracing her lips as her gaze drifted towards the distant figure of Yao Ying. Turning back to the emperor, she remarked playfully, "Is it not that young lady over there?" Her eyes flicked toward Yao Ying before she returned her gaze. The Empress, overhearing their conversation, seemed to catch a whiff of something intriguing, a subtle smile gracing her features as she listened intently. The Emperor merely cast a fleeting glance in that direction before averting his gaze, his expression remaining composed as he nodded lightly. Indeed. Last time at the manor, you unexpectedly asked me to assist a young lady. I was curious about your newfound kindness. The Grand Princess continued, her laughter bubbling forth. It appears you have taken a liking to her, and now that she has graced the palace, it is indeed a rare occasion to see you interested in a young woman. Her amusement was palpable, as if she had stumbled upon an enthralling spectacle. After all, her brother had never shown such interest in any woman before. Despite the beauty of the palace concubines, he had merely performed his duties without a hint of fascination. It was astonishing that amidst the many beautiful women in the palace, he had found his heart captured by such a tender young girl. She recalled how, during her last visit to the manor, she had sensed something amiss. With the Emperor's insistence on her looking after the girl and providing her with medicine before anything had even begun. Having seen Yao Ying, it was undeniable that her beauty was captivating. Who could resist such clear, enchanting eyes? The Empress, listening to their exchange, displayed a glimmer of realization. Recognizing that the Emperor had quietly acquainted himself with the charming young lady, the Emperor offered no further comment, merely smiling in acknowledgement. While both the Empress and the Grand Princess shared knowing glances, the trio stood apart from the crowd, their conversation unheard by others, who could only observe the Emperor and the Grand Princess engaged in merry discourse, with the Empress and Apos, S smile unwavering. The other palace ladies looked on, tempted to approach the Emperor for a moment of recognition, eager to make a lasting impression. Yet, recalling the recent incident with Zhao Baolin, who was still under house arrest, they hesitated, each lost in their own thoughts. Yao Ying noticed Su Wanning standing nearby. As the others pondered ways to attract the Emperor's attention, she gradually approached Su Wanning. Su Ronghua, Yao Ying called softly. Surprised, Su Wanning wondered what Yao Ying wanted, but managed a gentle smile as she replied, Yao Wani. With others around, Yao Ying could not speak freely, especially with Su Wanro occasionally glancing their way. Thus she suggested, Su Ronghua, I find the scenery over there quite delightful. Would you accompany me to enjoy it? Yao Ying exchanged a knowing glance with Su Wanning, who, albeit surprised, responded graciously, Your kind invitation is hard to decline. Let us go and admire the view together. They moved to a secluded spot. Once they were alone, Yao Ying lowered her voice, If you intend to ride today, be mindful of the horse, numbered 16. Taken aback, Su Wanning had not anticipated such a reminder from Yao Ying. However, recognizing the goodwill behind it, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. I will be careful. Consider it a return for your previous counsel. Just then, Yingyu quietly approached. Su Ronghua, Your Highness. The Empress's event is about to commence. Yao Ying and Su Wanning exchanged smiles, returning to their places. Su Wanning suppressed her curiosity, her expression growing serious as she furrowed her brow before relaxing again. She began to understand why the Crown Prince favored Yao Ying over her cunning sister. Despite being in the same palace, she had chosen to offer a word of caution rather than remain an indifferent observer. Validating the Emperor and Apos' request for her to look after Yao Ying. Though they had little interaction, Su Wanning found herself viewing Yao Ying in a new light due to her kindness today. It was one of the few instances of goodwill she had received. Strangers could extend kindness, while her own family sought to exploit her, which was profoundly disheartening. As Su Wanning reflected on these thoughts, she composed herself, restoring her usual demeanor. Meanwhile, Yao Ying was preoccupied with the words of Shao Sun from that morning, her thoughts growing heavier. She hoped Su Wanning could navigate the treacherous waters of the palace, for those favored often attracted attention. Soon, they reached their respective positions, awaiting the Empress's cue. The Empress, seated above, observed that most had gathered and glanced at the Emperor. Your Majesty, what do you think? I merely came to have a look. You may proceed as you see fit, the Emperor replied casually. He then casually cast a glance at Yao Ying, a subtle smile gracing his face. The Empress feigned ignorance of the Emperor's gesture, addressing the audience with a solemn expression. I trust all of you are eager for the upcoming horse race. She noted the anticipation etched on their faces, her smile deepening. With the emperor present, she proposed, "Why not have him bear witness to this occasion? Your Majesty, what are your thoughts?" "Very well. I shall add some flair to this event. For the top 3 winners, there shall be rewards." The emperor's words ignited excitement among the palace ladies, who could barely conceal their enthusiasm. This was a splendid opportunity to shine before the emperor, and they were determined to seize it, eager to earn his favor. Yao Ying, however, felt indifferent toward the prizes. Although she had initially found the day's activities intriguing, the thought of interference dampened her spirits. Instead, she craved to witness the misfortune of those behind the schemes, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Just then, Su Wanning caught her gaze, and they exchanged knowing looks. At that moment, the Guifei could no longer contain herself. "Your Majesty, may I inquire what the rewards entail?" Chapter 88. Choosing horses. The words of the imperial concubine, if known in advance, would surely diminish the excitement. Seeing that the emperor had not replied, the empress spoke on his behalf. "The emperor and Amp, Appo's rewards are indeed precious. If the concubine desires them, she should exert herself to compete." The empress cast an encouraging glance at the concubine, who merely pouted, feeling it inappropriate to say more in light of the empress's words. Thus, they proceeded to select horses according to their ranks. As the empress finished speaking, the crowd, unable to contain their enthusiasm, made their way towards the stables with expressions of joy. Su Wanru was equally eager, not out of a desire for rewards, but rather to showcase herself before the emperor, hoping to bring honor to her family. The thought of victory intensified her ambition. Standing behind Su Wanqing at the horse stalls, she felt displeased to see her still ahead. How could Su Wanqing be before her? When had she ever been relegated to the background? Such a notion was intolerable. With this in mind, a malicious smile crept across her face. Su Wanqing, having sensed Su Wanru and Amp, Appo's presence behind her, contemplated how to evade this encounter, but now that Su Wanru had approached, she had no choice but to engage. From a distance, Yao Ying observed the scene, surprised that Su Wanru had the audacity to intrude. This was indeed fortuitous. She discreetly signaled to Su Wanqing about Su Wanru, and in that instant, they seemed to reach a tacit understanding, their lips curving into smirks. While Su Wanqing considered how to avoid horse number 16, which was hers by rank, Su Wanru's arrival offered her an unexpected idea. Oblivious to the underlying tension, Su Wanru eagerly seized Su Wanqing and Appo's wrist, saying, "Sister, this horse does not suit you. Why not let me take it instead?" Despite her seemingly polite words, her grip tightened around Su Wanqing's wrist. Standing nearby, Guanghua looked on with concern, and Su Wanqing gestured for him to remain calm. She feigned hesitation. "Sister, but I—" The unsaid words, laden with unspoken desire, only fueled Su Wanru's determination to claim the horse. With a cold laugh, she threatened, "Sister, think of your aunt." Su Wanqing appeared as if ensnared, portraying reluctance. The more she acted submissively, the more triumphant Su Wanru felt. Advancing a step, she directly addressed a nearby young eunuch. "This horse, Su Ronghua, is to be given to me. Hurry and bring it forth." The young eunuch glanced at Su Ronghua, who reluctantly nodded, feeling a pang of sympathy for her predicament. Swiftly, he led the horse out and respectfully handed the reins to Su Wanru. "Your Highness, your horse." As Su Wanru received the horse, her expression brimmed with satisfaction. "Sister, you have made the right choice. You cannot compete with me." With a hearty laugh, she led horse number 16 away. Yao Ying, witnessing this turn of events, felt a flicker of delight. Su Wanqing, observing Su Wanru's triumph, smirked inwardly, knowing this was self-inflicted. Though unaware of the horse and Appo's true nature, she understood Su Wanru and Appo's competitive spirit. Should anything go awry, the blame would fall squarely on her. Resolving to select another horse, she passed by Yao Ying and quietly murmured, "Thank you." Yao Ying smiled warmly, nodding in acknowledgement, before approaching her own chosen horse and instructing the attendants to bring it forth. "Thank you for your assistance," she spoke gently, leaving the young eunuch enchanted by her grace. The young eunuch, completely smitten, handed her horse number 18, unaware it was no longer the original, merely resembling it in color and appearance. Enraptured by Yao Ying, he failed to notice the discrepancy. "Thank you, young eunuch," she said casually as she accepted the horse, further delighting him with her courtesy. After securing her horse, she turned to the young attendant. "Is this correct?" "Indeed, just right," he replied, their shared understanding evident only to them. "Then let us proceed." Meanwhile, the concubine and her companions had already chosen their horses. Initially reluctant, Xu Fei ultimately decided to select one upon realizing the emperor's presence. She felt the horse appeared even stronger than before, attributing it to good care. Suddenly in high spirits, she smiled broadly, quickening her pace, which caught the imperial concubine's attention. Leaving her puzzled about Xu Fei and Appo's unusual cheerfulness, Xianfei quietly walked by, surprised by Xu Fei and Appo's laughter, and gently inquired, "What brings you such joy today?" "Oh, it and Appo's nothing. I simply haven and amp Appo's ridden in a while, and am a bit excited," Xu Fei replied, her smile unwavering. "Do take care not to become too excited, lest you risk an accident," the imperial concubine cautioned, disapproving of Xu Fei and Appo's demeanor. De Fei abstained from the horse race, citing her ill health to the Empress. "Your Highness, I am unwell today and cannot participate. I hope for your understanding." The Empress regarded her, acquiescing, "Very well," then watched from the sidelines alongside the Emperor. De Fei smiled in acceptance. "Thank you for your consideration, Your Highness." Though the Empress longed to gallop freely, she maintained her composure, knowing she had to uphold decorum. She resolved to wait until most had departed, seizing the opportunity for herself. With this thought, she straightened her posture. The princess observed her with amusement. "Why not give it a try, Empress?" Understanding her underlying eagerness, she refrained from exposing her secret yearning. "I shall remain here to oversee the proceedings," she said with a smile, inching closer to the Empress and whispering, which brought a glimmer of joy to the Empress and Appo's face. Feigning nonchalance, she nodded, while Ying Yuan, noticing their interaction, merely glanced over before returning to his thoughts. The horses had nearly all been selected. It was time to proceed. Ying Yuan anticipated witnessing the young lady and Appo's graceful riding, feeling both curiosity and concern. After relaying a few instructions to Wang Dequan, he led the Empress and others towards the racing grounds. Chapter 89. At this moment, it was undoubtedly Hua Shuyi who was brimming with eager anticipation. Unlike other young ladies from noble families, who devoted their time to the refined arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, she found such pursuits utterly unappealing and often felt a headache at the mere sight of them. Apart from a brief period of being coerced into learning to read, she had no interest in any of these activities. Instead, she was captivated by the thrill of swords and blades. Each time she witnessed her father practicing swordplay in the courtyard, her face would light up with uncontainable joy, prompting her to plead with him to teach her. Initially, the Duke of Zhenghua hesitated, questioning the need for a girl to learn such skills. However, he ultimately succumbed to her charming pleas and agreed. From a young age, she had developed a passion for horseback riding and archery, as well as for wielding swords. Although her skills could not rival those of men, she was considered exceptional among women. Eagerly, she mounted her horse, ready to gallop, but recalling that the competition had yet to commence, she settled for a leisurely ride to the starting point. The vast racetrack stretched before her, and her excitement grew. No one was more eager for the upcoming race than she was. Winning a prize was of little consequence to her. The sheer joy of galloping freely was enough to satisfy her. She understood that once she entered the palace, her freedom would be curtailed. Such outings as today would not be possible unless she were to ascend to the position of Empress. She dismissed the thought, finding it too burdensome. Just then, as Yao Ying approached, Hua Shuyi spotted her and cheerfully greeted, "Yao Wani, what a coincidence. Our positions are so close. You seem even more excited today than usual." "Hua Shuyi, I take it you are quite fond of horse racing," Yao Ying replied with a smile. She then added a cautious reminder, "But be careful while riding. There are many people around today." Hua Shuyi, petite in stature, appeared even more diminutive beside the tall horse. "Ah, you hit the nail on the head. I have always loved such events, she exclaimed, her face alight with happiness. Yet, the thought of her constrained life in the palace cast a shadow over her spirit. If only I could gallop freely every day, she sighed. Oh dear, what am I thinking? I've entered the palace already. I was merely speaking whimsically. Don't take it to heart, Yao Wani. Hua Shui feigned indifference. However, Yao Ying noticed the fleeting sadness in her eyes. Despite the envy others felt towards those who entered the palace, there were certainly individuals like Hua Shui who harbored a disinclination for palace life. Yao Ying mused silently, maintaining a gentle smile as she offered words of consolation. Perhaps you will have that opportunity in the future. Hua Shui took her words as mere comfort, aware of the improbability, yet she smiled and thanked Yao Ying for her kindness. Let us hope so. I will borrow your good fortune. Ha ha. As the two conversed, the concubines had nearly all arrived, including the emperor and empress. The empress presided over the proceedings, instructing the attendees to line up in order. A row of over 20 riders gathered on horseback, exuding an impressive aura. Some who were unskilled in riding chose to remain as spectators. Su Wanru, perched on her steed, cast a triumphant glance towards Su Waning and Yao Ying, her expression radiating confidence as if victory were already assured. Yao Ying found her demeanor amusing, pondering whether Su Wanru would still wear that smug smile in a short while. Su Waning initially intended to ignore her, but reconsidered, realizing that misfortune might soon befall her rival, and thus retained her smile. The noble concubine tightened the reins, eager to participate, her youthful face displaying a hint of excitement. It had been a long time since she had indulged in such frivolity, and today she intended to cast aside her worries and revel in the moment. The virtuous concubine appeared calm, her usual warmth unperturbed. However, the presence of Yun Fei brought an air of unease, her countenance less than favorable. As they prepared for the race, the empress engaged the emperor in light conversation. Your Majesty, who do you think will prevail in today as competition? She was genuinely curious, though her face maintained a composed demeanor. Unlike the previous race, which had attracted fewer participants, this time, the larger crowd piqued her interest. She surveyed the lineup, a twinge of envy stirring within her, but soon recalled the words of the Grand Princess, revitalizing her spirit. Ying Yuan observed her eager anticipation with a smile, recognizing her upbringing alongside the Crown Princess. I have heard that the Duke of Zhengguo and Apos' daughter has loved horseback riding since childhood. It is likely that Hua Shui will excel, he casually remarked before falling silent. The empress considered that the noble concubine might also rank highly in this endeavor. I believe she could very well place among the top, she noted. I have seen her ride before, and she exudes grace. The Grand Princess chuckled lightly, interjecting, why not speculate that the young lady might take the lead? The empress found humor in the Grand Princess and Apos' words, observing the delicate beauty who seemed too fragile to excel in such a vigorous sport. It was likely she merely sought a taste of the excitement. However, if the emperor wished to see her victorious, anything was possible. With this thought, she shot a meaningful glance at Ying Yuan. That ultimately depends on the emperor's will. The Grand Princess teased, drawing out her tone. De Fei, seated below, could not discern their conversation, but noticed the emperor and Apos' sudden smile, causing her heart to skip a beat. Ying Yuan, thinking fondly of the young lady, smiled and said, if she possesses such talent, it is her merit. I shall not interfere. As long as she enjoys herself, any reward she desires is merely a word away from me. The empress shivered at the emperor's candid affection displayed before them, the straightforwardness of his words striking her. The Grand Princess's smile grew brighter. She genuinely hoped her brother would find a kindred spirit in his future. As they navigated their way to this day, the Grand Princess reflected on their journey. She understood that her brother often felt lonely. The higher one ascends, the more one loses, leaving fewer things to cherish. Now that he had taken a liking to a young lady, she wished for their path to be smoother. She glanced again at the empress, hoping they would all find fulfillment in their desires. At that moment, Qing Li approached, announcing, Your Majesty, Empress, and esteemed lords and ladies, all is prepared, and we may commence. The empress nodded, her attention returning to the event, and commanded, let the race begin. with a resounding signal and the blast of a horn. The previously orderly line of horsemen surged forth, vanishing in a flurry from Ying Yuan and the other's sight. The imperial guards followed closely behind, ensuring the safety of the participants. Chapter 90. Madness as anticipated by the emperor, Hua Shui galloped ahead, leaving others in her wake. The empress, upon realizing her lag, raised her whip and spurred her horse to catch up. At 26, the empress still exuded a charm that belied her years. Hua Shui, riding with exhilaration, felt her cheeks flush with excitement, having not experienced such unbridled joy in a long while. Today was a day of sheer delight. She glanced back and noticed the others falling behind, yet the empress pursued with fervor, her face a picture of determination. The emperor and empress stood atop a pavilion, keenly observing the unfolding spectacle below. The emperor, true to his title, seemed certain that his predictions would come to fruition. Despite Hua Shui's petite stature, her prowess on horseback was undeniably impressive. The empress, with a radiant smile, watched the races and engaged in light-hearted banter with her companions. Noticing the emperor and Appo's gaze, she followed his line of sight and saw a look of realization cross her face. The grand princess, standing nearby, caught sight of Yao Ying amidst the crowd and smiled, remarking on her carefree nature, unconcerned with winning or losing, simply reveling in the experience. She seems less like a competitor and more like someone seeking relaxation. She chuckled. Ying Yuan watched Yao Ying glide through the crowd like a nimble spirit, a fond smile gracing his features. It pleases me to see her in such high spirits, he mused. The empress interjected, sharing a knowing glance with the grand princess, both smiling at the unspoken understanding. Duchess feigned discomfort, remaining seated below with her eyes closed, waiting for the race to conclude. Su Jin stood beside her, hesitant to disturb the duchess's moment of respite. Suddenly, the duchess opened her eyes, gazing ahead, and spoke softly. Su Jin, do you think today's race will proceed without incident? I have an unsettling premonition that some may not remain composed. Her expression was gentle, yet devoid of mirth. I dare not speculate, Su Jin replied respectfully. However, I noticed that when Lady Yun visited yesterday afternoon, she appeared more cheerful upon leaving. We merely exchanged idle chatter, the duchess said, closing her eyes again, choosing silence. The scene shifted to Yao Ying, gracefully riding across the field, embodying the essence of enjoyment rather than competition. Her previously tense demeanor seemed to relax, and though she noticed her position slipping, she felt no urgency to hasten. Her equestrian skills were modest at best, yet her elegance shone through. Not far behind her, Xu Fei closely observed Yao Ying's every move, her eyes filled with malice and a longing to overshadow her rival. Initially scornful, her expression shifted to one of anxious anticipation, her gaze darting around, pondering her next move. Sensing a watchful presence, Yao Ying turned to find Xu Fei glaring at her, a chill creeping down her spine. The closer Xu Fei drew, the more unsettled Yao Ying felt, especially under the weight of Xu Fei's malevolent gaze. Determined to distance herself, Yao Ying raised her whip and urged her horse forward, seeking to widen the gap. Unexpectedly, Xu Fei mirrored her actions, spurring her horse to pursue Yao Ying. Just as Xu Fei and Appo's steed accelerated, an unforeseen calamity struck. The horse grew agitated, thrashing about uncontrollably beyond Xu Fei's command, racing wildly across the field. Panic gripped Xu Fei as her complexion drained of color. In her fear, she questioned how such chaos could befall her. As her horse charged recklessly, she desperately tugged at the reins, but to no avail, screaming for help. Someone, anyone, save me. Her terror rendered her a ghastly sight, her hair disheveled and face ashen, resembling a specter. The guards, noticing the empress's distress, rushed to her aid. In a moment of rage, Xu Fei caught sight of Yao Ying once more, her face contorting with venomous hatred. This wretched girl should be the one suffering. She seethed, her mind clouded with fury. Forgetting her own peril, she lashed the reins fiercely, directing her horse straight towards Yao Ying. With malicious intent, Xu Fei thought, if I cannot find solace, neither shall Yao Ying. Her expression was one of wild frenzy. The once maddened horse, driven by Xu Fei's frantic blows, surged towards Yao Ying. Realizing the imminent danger, Yao Ying felt a jolt of fear and swiftly maneuvered her horse to evade the oncoming threat. Whether it was Xu Fei and Appo's madness guiding her steed, or sheer coincidence that the panicked horse charged towards Yao Ying, the outcome remained uncertain. In a heart-stopping moment, as the wild horse closed in on Yao Ying, Xu Fei's laughter turned manic. Suddenly, the horse halted abruptly, thrashing violently, throwing Xu Fei and Appo's earlier fear back into sharp focus. She struggled to regain control, but the steed refused to obey, merely thrashing in place. Just then, the guards arrived on the scene. Seeing them approach, Xu Fei felt a glimmer of hope and shouted, "You useless lot! Hurry, subdue this horse and get me down." As they drew near, her initial panic eased slightly, causing her grip on the reins to loosen. Unpredictably, at that very moment, the horse's frenzy intensified, shaking violently, and with a terrified expression, Xu Fei was jolted from her seat, crashing heavily to the ground. Chapter 91. A reappearance. The Imperial Guard was taken aback and shouted, "Your Highness, the noble consort!" From a distance, Yao Ying halted, having witnessed the noble consort being flung from her horse, a cold smile flickering in her eyes. The very scheme that had frightened her was likely this, had it not been for the cleverness of Xiao Sun. It might have been her who was cast off by the horse. Perhaps the noble consort intended to drag both her and Su Wanning into this mess, placing the blame squarely upon her, branding her with the accusation of jealousy towards Su Wanning. Such ruthlessness toward her own kind. Truly, she was a member of the Su family, with the cruelty of Su Wanro seemingly inherited from her. Contemplating Su Wanro only brightened her smile further, for she too would soon face her reckoning. Meanwhile, Ying Yuan, who had been observing Yao Ying from the pavilion above, saw the noble consort's horse go wild, charging towards the young girl. Without regard for his status, he leaped down from the pavilion and galloped towards Yao Ying's direction. Just as he was about to reach her, he noticed the noble consort and Appo's horse nearly catching up to Yao Ying and Appo's. His heart raced with dread, wishing to see the noble consort meet 1,000 deaths. His disdain for her piquing, Ying Yuan hastened his movements, and just at that critical moment, the noble consort's horse suddenly came to a halt. He had no time to concern himself with her fall. His focus was solely on Yao Ying. Upon seeing that the young girl was unscathed, her face radiant with joy, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He rushed forward with genuine concern, asking, "Yao Yao, are you all right? Were you frightened?" Although she appeared to be filled with joy rather than fear, he still worried that she might be shaken inside. The scene had been perilously thrilling, and while he appeared calm on the outside, only he knew the rapidity of his own heartbeat. Yao Ying, initially delighted by the noble consort's misfortune, was taken aback when the emperor hurried towards her, his first words expressing concern for her well-being. To her surprise, a sense of grievance welled up within her, her eyes stinging. The smile on her face faded as tears pooled in her eyes. With tears glistening, she looked as if she were about to speak. But the tears flowed instead, causing Ying Yuan and Appo's heart to ache. In a swift motion, he lifted her onto his horse, positioning her in front of him, cradling her as he softly comforted her before she could utter a word. "Yao Yao, do not be afraid. I am here. Everything is all right. I will ensure your safety." Ying Yuan's gentle words and the soothing strokes on her back calmed her. Leaning against him, Yao Ying listened to his tender reassurances, and the tears that had been held at bay began to flow silently. The sight of the beautiful girl in tears tugged at Ying Yuan's heartstrings. Indeed, she had felt a twinge of fear as the noble consort's horse charged towards her, but upon witnessing the consort's fall, her fear dissipated, replaced by a sense of joy. It was only when Ying Yuan appeared to comfort her that she realized her fear, along with a hint of grievance. She bore no malice towards others, yet others always sought to harm her. It had been so in her past life and remained the same in this one. Unaware of the place she held in the emperor's heart, she felt her heart soften when he arrived promptly to reassure her at the moment she was in peril. Yao Ying swallowed her tears and said nonchalantly, "Your Majesty, I am fine. I was startled, but seeing you here brings me great comfort." She seized the opportunity to inquire about the noble consort, feigning concern on her face. What the noble consort? Ying Yuan dismissed her mention of the noble consort with indifference. She will have the physician attend to her injuries. I am relieved to see that you are unscathed. At that moment, the noble consort lay on the ground, unable to move, cursing, "You wretched lot! Why do you not hurry and carry me away for treatment?" Pain coursed through her body. It felt as if her leg were broken, and cold sweat dripped from her face. Yet the imperial guard stood by, hesitant to move her until the physician arrived. "Your Highness, please endure for a moment. We fear causing you further injury. We shall wait for the physician to examine you first." Meanwhile, an accident had also befallen Su Wanro. Seeing herself falling behind as Hua Shu Yi surged ahead, and the imperial concubine also overtook her, panic seized her heart. In a frenzy, she urged her horse forward with all her might. Unexpectedly, the horse began to gallop uncontrollably. Ignoring her commands, the steed raced through the arena, overtaking the imperial concubine and Appo's S-mount, and was on the verge of catching up to Hua Shu. Initially terrified at her lack of control, Su Wanro felt her body jostled violently. Yet, as her horse surged forward, nearing first place, the fear dissipated, replaced by exhilaration. She disregarded the impending collision, fixated solely on claiming victory. Fortunately, Hua Shu Yi, an accomplished equestrian, sensed the danger. Glancing back, she spotted Su Wanro charging recklessly towards her. Swiftly, she steered her horse to the right, narrowly avoiding a collision with the future empress. Stopping her horse, Hua Shu Yi carefully observed Su Wanro's frenzied steed, sensing something was amiss, and was about to shout a warning. "Future Empress. You." Chapter 92 Retribution. Before Hua Shu Yi could finish her words, she observed Su Wanru's horse come to an abrupt halt, trembling violently, as if possessed. The horse bucked fiercely, and in that moment, the Empress Dowager also paused, staring at the terrifying scene before her. Just as the noble consort had fallen from her horse, Su Wanru was flung from her own by the frenzied beast, crashing heavily to the ground. The Empress Dowager gasped in alarm. The Crown Prince's consort. Hua Shu Yi promptly dismounted and rushed to check on Su Wanru's condition. The Empress, witnessing the simultaneous mishap, hurried to manage the situation to prevent any unrest. Meanwhile, the competitors, oblivious to the unfolding chaos in the vast racecourse, were abruptly halted mid-competition. Discontent brewed among the participants, yet none dared defy the Empress and Appo's command. The Empress led a group toward the injured consort, who had been carried to their side. Yao Ying stood beside Ying Yuan, reveling in the sight of the injured pair, particularly relishing Su Wanru's pitiful condition, which brought her immense satisfaction. Su Wanqing, standing nearby, observed Su Wanru's agony as she cried out in pain, her pallid complexion betraying her suffering. A cold glint sparked in Su Wanqing's eyes, her heart remaining unperturbed, devoid of any sympathy. She merely thought it fortunate that Su Wanru had not met her demise. However, the state she was in was hardly enviable. This was a consequence of her own actions, as she had foolishly attempted to seize Su Wanqing's horse. Truly, she deserved this fate. Su Wanqing mused inwardly, contemplating it as her just retribution. Ying Yuan merely remarked to the injured duo, "Let the physician examine you thoroughly," before falling silent. The Empress, wishing to ease the tense atmosphere, kindly instructed the physician and offered soothing words to the two consorts. "You must focus on your recovery. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly." Startled by the Empress's words, the noble consort felt a jolt of fear, quickly shifting to a victim's demeanor. "I am grateful to your majesty. Please, ensure that the perpetrator behind this incident is brought to light." Yao Ying, overhearing the noble consort and Appo's plea, couldn't and Appo's help but smirk at her audacity. It seemed she had concocted a strategy rather swiftly. Yao Ying was well aware of who was truly behind this mischief. Among the onlookers, Yin Fei, initially relieved by the incident, felt her heart race again upon seeing Yao Ying standing unscathed. Witnessing that the injured were the noble consort and the crown prince and Appo's consort, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes before she composed herself. The Empress Dowager, observing the noble consort's injuries, refrained from uttering any biting remarks, instead allowing a smirk of satisfaction to cross her face at the sight of the disheveled figure before her. Hair in disarray, body bruised and battered, a most amusing spectacle indeed. Suppressing her laughter, the Empress Dowager and Appo's face turned crimson until she caught the Empress and Appo's gaze, which prompted her to regain composure. The Empress, noticing the Emperor standing aloof, felt amusement bubble within her. He had not appeared so indifferent when rushing toward Yao Ying just moments ago. Addressing him, she inquired, "Your Majesty, how should we proceed with this matter?" "The Empress shall handle it and inform me of the outcome," Ying Yuan replied before turning his attention away from Yao Ying, who remained unperturbed by the investigation, as it bore no consequence for her, merely a minor disruption of someone else's scheme. Her expression calm. Yao Ying noticed Su Wanqing casting a worried glance her way, concerned that the incident might implicate her. Yao Ying shook her head reassuringly, indicating that all was well, which eased Su Wanqing and Appo's anxiety. Just then, Su Wanru, lying on the ground in tears, abruptly ceased her sobbing, casting a resentful glare at Su Wanqing. With a pitiful facade, she turned to the Empress, "Your Majesty, you must seek justice for your servant. I believe Su Wanqing has orchestrated this. The horse I rode today was originally hers. She must have tampered with it, luring me to choose her horse, leading to this calamity." The Empress, taken aback by this accusation, found herself stifling laughter at Su Wanru and Appo's audacity. Yao Ying was not surprised by her words. This was her typical behavior. As the physician examined her injuries, Su Wanru cast a mournful glance at the Empress. The Empress, maintaining her composure, felt amusement swell within her. She had not anticipated such drama today. Ever since the arrival of new faces in the palace, the entertainment had merely multiplied, surpassing even the most thrilling tales. Surveying the crowd with a composed demeanor, she declared, "Rest assured, I shall send someone to investigate. The Crown Prince and Appo's consort ought to be more mindful of her words." As the investigation had yet to commence, she cautioned against impatience, promising to provide them with a resolution. Su Wanru attempted to voice further complaints, but a mere glance from the noble consort silenced her. Just as the pain that had subsided surged anew, their cries echoed in tandem. Yao Ying found their theatrics utterly comical. The Empress, in a light-hearted tone, instructed, "Take them back to the palace for proper treatment." Chapter 93 Inquiry. Bring the head of the stable to me at once. I wish to ascertain the situation regarding these two frenzied horses. The Queen spoke with utmost seriousness. Her previous mirth entirely vanished. By this time, the incident had already spread throughout the palace, and the concubines displayed a range of reactions. Some appeared to revel in the misfortune, while others felt relieved that the injured party was not themselves. Ying Yuan had initially shown little interest in investigating the matter, but upon recalling the expression of the Shu Fei, who looked as though she would devour the young girl, he took a seat once more. "I am curious to see who possesses such audacity." Soon, the head of the stable hurriedly arrived, his face ashen and sweat pouring down his brow. Whether from heat or fright remained uncertain. With a thud, Zhang Guangping, the stable master, knelt before them, his expression tense, and exclaimed anxiously, "I beg your forgiveness, Your Majesty and Your Highness, for my tardiness." "Master Zhang, are you aware of the events surrounding the stables today?" The Queen fixed her stern gaze upon the kneeling Zhang Guangping. "In response to Your Highness, I have been informed of the situation and have dispatched individuals to investigate the two startled horses. It is my failure and oversight. I implore you both to temper your wrath." Zhang Guangping replied, his complexion shifting with trepidation. "Bring forth those on duty yesterday and today, and question them one by one," commanded the Queen. "Master Zhang, I do not perceive you as one who neglects your duties. This is your opportunity for atonement. Should you uncover the truth, I shall not hold you accountable. However, if you fail to do so, the consequences shall be upon your head." Upon hearing this, Zhang Guangping felt a mix of relief and fear. If he could clarify the matter, all would be well. Otherwise, the Queen and Appo's wrath would surely befall him. He understood that the stables fell under his jurisdiction, and any mishap was a direct reflection of his negligence. The thought of the incident, especially given that it involved the Shu Fei and the eldest prince and Apos, as consort, made him sweat profusely, a chill running down his spine. The queen observed his anxiety with satisfaction, knowing that fear would compel him to perform his duties diligently. Shortly, several individuals on duty were brought before them. "Your Majesty, Your Highness," they cried, "we are innocent. We know nothing." Even before the queen could inquire, these individuals could no longer contain themselves. Zhang Guangping glared at them in frustration. "What are you shouting for? The queen has yet to ask you anything." "Enough, Master Zhang. You may conduct the interrogation. The emperor and I shall observe your efforts," the queen said, giving him a significant look. Yes, I shall do my utmost," he responded, hastily wiping the sweat from his brow. He then turned to the kneeling individuals and asked in a low voice, "Tell me, what abnormalities occurred at the stables yesterday and today? Who visited during this time? Speak clearly, and if you cannot recall, consider your heads." The individuals exchanged glances, hesitant to respond. Zhang Guangping's irritation mounted as he realized they were stalling, likely hoping to exonerate themselves. "Do not dawdle. The emperor is watching," he barked. "I was on duty yesterday afternoon, and before dark, I did not see anyone arrive. Nor was there anything unusual," one of them began. "I too was present from morning until afternoon and saw no one," another added. "When I arrived in the morning, Yuan Bao appeared lethargic, yawning repeatedly. There was no unusual activity until noon," yet another reported. Yuan Bao, upon being named, stammered and looked flustered. He had been drowsy during his watch the previous night, thinking that nothing would go awry since the stables were usually deserted after dark. Exhausted, he had succumbed to sleep, convinced it would be of no consequence, only to find himself embroiled in trouble. Last night, eunuch Zhang, who serves beside the queen, came by quietly and took someone away. "I thought all would be well then," he continued, his tone shaky. "In my drowsy state, I vaguely recall seeing a figure slip out of the stables, someone I thought looked familiar. Regrettably, I was too sleepy to pay it much mind, and it seems I have allowed someone to exploit my negligence." Yuan Bao and Apos. S face was now a mask of panic, and he cried out, "I am at fault. I should have been more vigilant. I saw someone leave the stables last night, and I believe they resembled the servant from Yao Wani's palace." As Yuan Bao spoke, the queen had yet to respond, but the emperor's voice rang out. "What did you just say?" His authoritative tone sent chills down Yuan Bao's spine. He hesitated, about to affirm that he had seen the servant from Yao Wani's palace, but the emperor's penetrating gaze made him falter. "Your Majesty, I must have been mistaken. My eyes deceived me," Yuan Bao stammered. Zhang Guangping, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of alarm at the potential implications of Yuan Bao's words, fearful of incurring the emperor and Apos' displeasure. "Your Majesty, surely he was merely muddled and misidentified the person. How could it possibly be someone from Yao Wani and Apos' palace?" He chuckled nervously. Yao Ying, initially believing herself to be unaffected, felt a cold smirk form within her as she realized this was an opportunity for her. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, since this young servant has mentioned my palace and Apos' attendant, I cannot remain silent. Fu Gui was with me last night. You must be mistaken," she declared calmly, her gaze steady upon Yuan Bao. Her expression was composed, adorned with a gentle smile as she addressed the emperor and queen. "I cannot allow anyone to unjustly accuse those in my service. I implore you both to see clearly." Before the emperor could respond, the queen, noticing Yao Ying and Apos' feigned calmness in the face of accusation, felt a pang of sympathy. She quickly reassured her, "Do not worry, Yao Wani. I will not allow anyone to wrong you." Ying Yuan offered her a comforting glance. Yao Ying and Apos' smile became more genuine. "I am grateful, Your Highness." Su Wanqing, who had been listening to the mention of Yao Ying, felt a tightening in her chest. Initially anxious for her, she soon exhaled with relief upon witnessing Yao Ying's composure. Chapter 94. Slander. Hua Shui stood beside Yao Ying, leaning in to whisper, "I believe in you." A warmth enveloped Yao Ying and Apos' heart. Not everyone in this palace was as detestable as she had imagined. She smiled back at Hua Shui, who was so enchanted that she wished to speak further on her behalf. At that moment, the empress spoke again. Consider carefully, whom did you truly see? Yuan Bao trembled in fear, trying to recall amidst the pressure from those present. Eventually, it seemed a thought struck him, and in a panic he bowed and exclaimed, I believe I saw a figure that bore a resemblance to Fuge, albeit taller. The empress squinted, gazing at the kneeling servant, then glanced at the emperor, whose expression had darkened. This made her smile. It was amusing to observe his quick change of demeanor now that Yao Ying had been mentioned. She composed herself and addressed the group on their knees. Summon all those who resemble Fugue to me. Just then, someone below reported that they had discovered the issue with the horses. Your Majesty, Your Highness. Both horses were administered a drug known as sudden stop. This substance does not manifest immediately upon consumption, but when the horse runs, it becomes prone to madness and will abruptly halt, causing severe tremors. Such a drug exists? The Empress inquired casually. The response was, this drug is rare in the market. It is understandable that Your Highness has not heard of it. The explanation satisfied the Empress. Before long, those in the palace resembling Fugue were brought forth one by one. Look closely at these individuals. Is there anyone you recognize? Commanded the Empress. Yuan Bao strained to remember, cursing himself for having slept on duty. He wished desperately to open his eyes wider and discern clearly. He scrutinized the crowd with utmost seriousness. Suddenly, he noticed a man among them with a small black mole at the corner of his mouth, and a spark of recognition ignited within him. He eagerly reported to the Empress, Your Highness. I recognize him. In an amp, oppose, SM. I distinctly remember the small black mole at his mouth. The man Yuan Bao had identified, who had initially maintained a semblance of calm, now felt a surge of anxiety, but then he composed himself again. Yao Ying, watching the eunuch and Oppo's reaction from the crowd, withdrew her gaze. Meanwhile, Su Wanning felt a shock upon seeing one of her eunuchs had also arrived. She recalled that this individual had originally belonged to Shui, who had sent him to her palace under the pretense of being considerate, claiming her staff was insufficient. Little did she know he might have been sent to spy on her. Upon seeing Pingxi being brought forth, she sensed the danger. Now, with Yuan Bao identifying him, her heart sank. Shui was indeed cunning. Yao Ying cast a glance at Su Wanning and shook her head, signaling her not to panic. Su Wanning felt her heart warm. She trusted her and regained her composure, reminding herself that this matter was not of her making. She was a victim in this scenario. When Pingxi was pointed out, he immediately dropped to his knees, protesting, I am innocent. I have never been to the horse grounds. It was you, Your Highness. I did not miss C. Though I was quite tired, I remember the mole at that man's mouth. He insisted, believing he had merely mistaken the figure. He left quickly, and I thought I had imagined it. It is my fault for not being vigilant. Yuan Bao, initially sorrowful, felt as if he had found a lifeline, raising his voice, You wretched servant, why do you not confess? What were your intentions at the horse grounds last night? Did you administer the drug? Zhang Guangping bellowed at Pingxi, causing him to tremble. Speak. Who commanded you? Pingxi adamantly denied ever visiting the horse grounds. I am innocent. Truly, I know nothing of this. I did not go to the horse grounds. Perhaps it was Fugue he saw. He attempted to shift the blame onto Fugue. Do not attempt to wriggle out of it. I saw you clearly. It was you. Yuan Bao insisted. I hold no grudge against you. Why place this blame upon me? What is your intention? Pingxi countered, lowering his gaze, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes. Lord Zhang, you must intercede on my behalf. I am not lying. Yuan Bao, seeing the man adamantly refuse, fell into a fluster. Zhang Guangping hesitated, glancing at the emperor and empress before speaking. Can anyone vouch for your whereabouts last night? I was off duty and retired early. Ping look and confirm this. Pingxi hastily replied. At that moment, Guanghua stepped forward, I dare say. I witnessed Pingxi get up in the night and leave. He was gone for quite some time and returned looking flustered. Pingxi shot him a resentful glare, quickly retorting, I merely had an upset stomach and stayed in the restroom longer. At this juncture, Yao Ying signaled to Xiao Xuanzi, who also stepped forward. I was on night watch and saw him leave, looking quite hurried. He had been at the horse grounds all night and had seen Pingxi's actions without being detected. Pingxi wished to argue further, but the Empress would not grant him the opportunity, her expression darkening. Take him away for rigorous interrogation. Search his quarters. With the Empress and Appo's command, Pingxi was dragged away, his protests of innocence echoing in the air. Moments later, his cries were heard outside, accompanied by the sound of blows, each thud punctuated by a shout. Eventually, Pingxi, terrified, cried out for mercy. I confess everything. When he was brought back, he appeared disheveled, shouting, I confess. It was Su Ronghua who, out of jealousy for Yao Ying's favor, instructed me to drug her horse and my own. Su Ronghua specifically chose me because I bore some resemblance to Fugui, intending to frame Yao Ying. She said that when the time came, I should claim that Yao Ying, fearing suspicion, had also drugged her horse. Yet I do not understand how this horse ended up being the Empress and Appo's and the first Prince and Appo's consort. Preposterous. Well, have I ever commanded you to do such a thing? Su Wanning and Appo's anger flared at the absurdity of the eunuch and Appo's claims. She then turned to the Emperor and Empress. I implore your majesties to see the truth. I would never engage in such actions. Chapter 95. Demotion, bold servant. Should you utter even a single falsehood, do you comprehend the consequences? The Empress inquired with a stern countenance. She continued, It seems you have not been punished sufficiently. Bring him forth and subject him to a more rigorous interrogation. I perceive that Su Ronghua is not a malicious individual. It is likely that this servant has misjudged the situation and falsely accused you. The Empress's tone softened as she directed her gaze towards Su Wanqing. I too believe in Su Ronghua. If it is said that she harbors jealousy towards me, I cannot accept such a notion. At this moment, Yao Ying stepped forward, her expression earnest as she defended Su Wanqing. Just then, the imperial concubine interjected lightly. This servant seems somewhat familiar. Have I not encountered him somewhere before? Her eyes narrowed in contemplation, and suddenly, as if a realization struck her, she exclaimed, I recall now. Wasn't this servant recently employed in the Shufei's palace? How has he suddenly become a servant in Su Ronghua and Appo's quarters? At her words, a murmur of astonishment swept through the crowd. Your Majesty, this Pingxi was not originally from my palace. It was the Shufei who, fearing I lacked sufficient attendance, specially sent him to assist me. I had no knowledge that such a significant incident would occur so soon after his arrival, and I certainly did not instruct him to act thus. Su Wanqing maintained a demeanor of unwavering confidence, her words convincing those who listened. The Empress's mind raced, stifling a laugh as she thought. The Shufei has truly shot herself in the foot. The consequences of her own actions are now evident. It remains unclear who had the cleverness to switch the horse. But indeed, it was a clever maneuver. The Empress relished the irony of the situation. She discreetly glanced at Yao Ying, noting the amusement dancing in her eyes, and entertained a bold speculation. At that moment, the individuals dispatched to search Pingxi's quarters returned. Your Majesty, Your Highness, we found this garment he had recently discarded, which bears remnants of medicinal powder. We have confirmed that it is the same substance used on the horse. I see, the Empress replied, surveying the assembly. The individual responsible for administering the drug has been identified. While it was not the horse stable personnel who acted, their negligence in oversight cannot be overlooked. Lord Zhang, due to your inadequate supervision, I hereby impose a punishment of 6 months' salary reduction. The guards responsible for monitoring the stables last night shall be taken away and given 10 lashes, as a warning to others. I do not wish to see such incidents occur again. Do you understand? The Empress's authoritative tone left the servants trembling, and they responded in unison, We understand. Lord Zhang, I offer you a chance. Should such a matter arise again, your position shall be forfeit. Thank you for your mercy, Your Highness. I shall remember this lesson. Zhang Guangping exclaimed, kneeling in gratitude, a flicker of relief crossing his face. What is your opinion, Your Majesty? The Empress casually inquired, glancing at the silent Ying Yuan beside her. Although the Emperor had granted her full authority, she felt compelled to solicit his input. Acceptable, he replied nonchalantly. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Yao Ying. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on him as he contemplated what might have transpired had she been the target. The Shufei had been given too much leeway. Her ambitions had grown ever bolder. Thoughts of her misdeeds darkened Ying Yuan's expression. Let us return to the palace. I shall determine the outcome of this matter. You need not concern yourself further, he declared, rising to depart. As the emperor left, the empress surmised that the Shufei's fortune was about to change for the worse. His demeanor had not been favorable. However, she speculated that he would consider the implications for Su Xiang, and thus the punishment would likely not be overly severe. The Shufei had once been audacious, but had tempered her behavior after receiving a warning from the emperor. Now, emboldened once more, her inept strategies had led to her own downfall. Relying on her connections as the mother of the first prince and her support from Su Xiang had fostered her audacity. As for the servant, should the emperor send for an interrogation, it would not take long for the truth to be revealed. The empress composed herself, rising gracefully to declare, "Return to the palace." As Yao Ying departed, she leaned closer to Su Wanqing. "Are you all right?" Su Wanqing smiled silently in response. "I am well, thanks to your timely warning. You must have known beforehand. Otherwise, you would not have cautioned me. When I saw that servant, I sensed something was amiss," she replied, a hint of self-deprecation in her smile. "I am merely a pawn in the hands of others." At that moment, Yao Ying noticed Su Wanqing and Appo's troubled expression and, as if reading her thoughts, took her hand gently, offering comfort. "Do not dwell on it. Your fate is your own to wield." Yao Ying, perhaps recalling her own tragic experiences, could not bear to see Su Wanqing's spirit wane. "Thank you, I understand," Su Wanqing replied, gratitude illuminating her smile as she looked at Yao Ying. Once Yao Ying had departed, Guanghua approached with concern. "My lady, I will always stand by you. I vow never to betray you," Guanghua asserted earnestly. A slight warmth filled Su Wanqing's heart, and she responded with a smile. "Guanghua, I am fine. You need not worry." Meanwhile, Ying Yuan had returned to the palace, listening intently as the dark guard Lin reported, "Your Majesty." The servant could not withstand the pressure and confessed. This incident was orchestrated by the Shufei, who provided him with the medicine. "I understand," Ying Yuan replied, his expression inscrutable. He then summoned Wang Dequan to enter. "Your Majesty?" Wang Dequan observed the emperor and Appo's grave demeanor and cautiously inquired. "Convey my decree." The Shufei acted with malice, endangering the palace ladies. "Her title shall be revoked, and she shall be demoted to Su Fei." As a consequence of this incident, Yao Wan Yi and Su Ronghua have been startled. Su Ronghua shall be promoted to Su Pin, and Yao Wan Yi shall be elevated to Yao Shu Rong. Wang Dequan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded, "Yes, I shall attend to this matter at once." Wang Dequan first visited the Shufei's palace, where he found Su Fei lying in agony upon her bed. He stood beside her with a smile. "I have come to deliver a message from the emperor. Your Majesty has sent you, and since I am unwell, I need not rise," she said, her face pale from the pain of her recent fall. Upon seeing Wang Dequan, Su Fei and Appo's heart leaped with hope. Thinking he had come to offer her solace, believing that her dear niece would understand that she must bear the consequences of her actions. Chapter 96. The promotion. Just as the noble consort displayed an expression of astonishment, Wang Dequan leisurely uttered words that left her utterly shocked. He conveyed the emperor's decree. The noble consort harbored malevolent intentions, harming the palace's concubines, and was thus stripped of her title, demoted to Su Fei. "Your Highness, I have delivered the emperor's edict and shall take my leave now," Wang Dequan remarked, casting a glance at Su Fei, who lay on the bed, her complexion drastically altered. He mused inwardly. Why must she provoke the emperor, the very apple of his eye? The names noble consort and Su Fei bore similar sounds, yet their implications were vastly different. Shaking his head, he exited with a smile. Left alone, Su Fei remained stunned on the bed, seemingly unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation, her eyes reflecting disbelief. As realization dawned, she attempted to rise in fury, only to be seized by pain that forced a cry from her lips. "Your Highness, be cautious. You must not move. The physician has decreed that you cannot leave your bed for a month," Kai Ping, who stood nearby, urgently cautioned. Witnessing the rage and agony etched on her face, Kai Ping felt a twinge of fear. Enraged by the decree, Su Fei's eyes reddened as she cursed that wretched Su Wanning. I always knew that scoundrel was restless. I had elevated her status as a sign of respect. Wasn't her purpose in entering the palace to serve me? I assumed she would handle this matter adeptly. But she proved utterly useless. Go fetch her at once. Su Fei shouted vehemently. Your Highness, please calm down. The physician insists on your rest. I shall summon Su Ronghua immediately, Kai Ping soothed, hastily retreating to relay the message. Meanwhile, in Su Wanning's quarters, she had scarcely settled when she heard commotion from outside. My lady, His Majesty's eunuch, he has arrived, Lu Yi softly announced. Surprised, she donned a smile and stepped outside, inquiring gently, Eunuch he, what brings you here? Eunuch he bowed respectfully. I come to congratulate Su Ronghua. His Majesty, having noted your shock, has promoted you to Su Pin. This is indeed a joyous occasion. His face radiated happiness as he conveyed the news. Su Wanning was taken aback, unable to fathom such an unexpected turn of events. Despite her inner confusion, she maintained a pleasant demeanor towards Eunuch he. Thank you for making this trip, Eunuch he. May I ask, is this promotion exclusive to me? Eunuch he replied promptly. His Majesty mentioned that Yao Ying also experienced a shock and has likewise been elevated, now referred to as Yao Shuro. Upon hearing this, Su Wanning's puzzlement dissipated, and she comprehended the situation. Concealing her understanding, she smiled at Eunuch he. I see. Thank you, Eunuch he. With that, he took his leave. As Su Wanning watched him depart, her thoughts wandered. Just then, Guanghua called her back to reality. My lady, I have heard that the noble consort has been demoted to Su Fei. Su Wanning glanced at him in surprise. The distinction was significant. I understand, she replied softly, preparing to re-enter her chamber when Lu Yi, who had just seen Eunuch he off, returned with attendants from Su Fei's palace. The servant pays her respects to Su Pin. The noble consort summons you, the young maid announced respectfully. Su Wanning was reluctant to go. Attending would make her an outlet for Su Fei's anger. Should Su Fei learn of her promotion, she might be furious enough to lash out. Coldly amused, Su Wanning politely declined. You may return. I am unwell and cannot attend today. The maid felt a pang of fear at the thought of failing her task, realizing the potential repercussions from the noble consort. Before she could protest further, Guanghua interjected, My lady is unwell. You should leave now. I shall escort you out. The maid hesitated, but Guanghua firmly guided her away. Upon returning, he looked at Su Wanning with concern. My lady, if you go, the noble consort will surely not treat you kindly. You cannot escape her ire forever. You may avoid her today, but she will eventually confront you. I choose to endure her wrath now rather than face her fury later. She has always treated her family as if it were her right, Su Wanning replied resolutely. At this moment, the atmospheres in Lu Ying Palace and Su Fei and Oppo's quarters were starkly contrasting. Wang Dequan entered with a beaming smile, greeting Yao Ying. Congratulations, Yao Ying. I bring you tidings of joy. His Majesty has promoted you to Yao Shuro. Forgive my tongue. I should now address you as Yao Shuro. Yao Ying's face displayed astonishment before breaking into laughter. Thank you, Wang Gong, for this news. As Wang Dequan prepared to leave, he could not resist adding, His Majesty has been thinking of you. Yao Ying, hearing this, said nothing more, but her smile grew more genuine. After Wang Dequan's departure, the people of Lu Ying Palace were jubilant at their mistress's elevation. Reflecting on Wang Dequan's words, Yao Ying's thoughts drifted. After a moment, she regained her composure and gently instructed, Call in Xiao Sunzi. Before long, Xiao Sunzi entered with a cheerful demeanor. I pay my respects to my lady. Thank you for your cleverness. Please accept these gifts, Yao Ying said, pushing the items toward him, noticing his astonishment. She could not help but chuckle, lightening her tone. What is it? Do you find it lacking? No. I am simply overwhelmed with joy. I have never received such reward before, Xiao Sunzi exclaimed, eager to clarify. These are merely my duties. I never sought rewards. Seeing him flustered, Yao Ying assured him, Take it. I know you are not that kind of person. You have earned this. Had it not been for you, I might have been the one harmed. You are a true hero. Her gaze softened as she smiled warmly. Xiao Sunzi, feeling bashful, scratched his head. I cannot accept this. Yet he ultimately relented. I shall accept it. By you, I am in high spirits today. Please distribute rewards to everyone. Yao Ying instructed by you, eliciting joy from those present. While Lu Ying Palace rejoiced, the atmosphere in Yun Fei's palace was tense. Yun Fei had thought the matter had settled, but suddenly, news arrived that someone from the Empress's palace had come. Her previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. Chapter 97 continuation. She could not fathom the purpose of the Queen's visit, and as she stepped outside, she encountered Lu Quan waiting within the hall. The concubine Yun composed herself, forcing a smile as she addressed him. Esteemed eunuch Lu, what brings you here? I have come to pay my respects to the concubine Yun. Lu Quan replied politely, before leisurely adding, I am here on the Queen's orders, requesting that you accompany me. Very well, I shall follow you, eunuch Lu, concubine Yun responded, though a tremor betrayed her calm facade beneath her sleeve. However, I must ask you to wait a moment, as my attire is not sufficiently formal for an audience with Her Majesty. I shall await your readiness. Your Highness, Lu Quan said with a beaming smile. Yet concubine Yun felt a wave of unease wash over her. In a hurry, she returned to her inner chamber, summoning Fian. Has Shallow not returned yet? She asked, her earlier composure replaced by anxiety. Your Highness, Shallow has not been seen since last night, and there has been no news from the palace. I fear. Fian and Amp, Appo's unspoken words filled concubine Yun with dread, nearly causing her to fumble the garments Fian offered. Recognizing her distress, Fian took it upon herself to help her dress, all the while urging her to remain calm. Your Highness, you must maintain your composure. When you arrive at the Queen's palace, you cannot appear flustered. If the Queen inquires about anything, you must feign ignorance. Do not forget about the Grand Princess you must care for, Fian reminded her, and the mention of the Grand Princess seemed to ground concubine Yun, dispelling some of her earlier panic. Taking a moment to collect herself, concubine Yun patted her cheeks to regain her composure. She realized she had little time to prepare. Panic was not an option. If you sense that the situation turns dire, discreetly take the Grand Princess away. You know what to do. A glimmer of determination flashed across her face. I understand, Fian replied promptly. Emerging once more, concubine Yun smiled at Lu Quan, saying, I apologize for the delay, eunuch Lu. I am now ready to depart. Your Highness is too kind, Lu Quan replied, his cheerful demeanor masking the uncertainty within. Before long, concubine Yun followed Lu Quan to the outer sanctum of the Queen and Appo's palace. She gazed at the imposing structure that symbolized authority, suppressing her inner turmoil as she entered with a facade of serenity. Inside, the Queen awaited her arrival. Upon noticing movement at the entrance, Qingli coughed to signal the Queen. The Queen promptly adjusted her posture, ready to receive her visitor. Concubine Yun entered, taking small steps, and upon seeing the Queen seated regally, she hurriedly bowed. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Rise, the Queen said lightly, her tone inscrutable, leaving concubine Yun feeling unsettled. Seizing a moment to compose herself, she raised her gaze with a smile. Thank you, your Majesty. May I inquire as to why I've been summoned? The Queen regarded her with a mysterious smile, withholding her words, which heightened concubine Yun's anxiety. Sitting straighter, she crossed her hands to suppress the tremors that threatened to reveal her distress. After a prolonged silence, the Queen finally spoke. Concubine Yun, do you have anything to confess to me? These words sent a jolt of alarm through concubine Yun, and she feigned calmness as she replied. I do not understand your meaning, your Majesty. I am unaware of what you wish me to confess. Observing the changing hues of concubine Yun and Appo's face akin to a painter and Appo's palette, the Queen and Appo's voice took on a deliberately authoritative tone. Oh, you are truly unaware? I had thought you were well informed. This felt like a stone cast into a tranquil pond, stirring waves of anxiety within concubine Yun, maintaining her guise of ignorance. She forced a smile. Your Majesty, please do not jest. I fail to grasp your meaning. The Queen, harboring her own thoughts, reflected on the jealousy that often surrounded those who were considered beautiful. How fortunate I am to protect you. The more they conspire against you, the more I shall stand by your side, she mused inwardly, before her expression darkened. Concubine Yun, are you truly without words? Seeing the Queen and Appo's apparent anger. Concubine Yun's heart sank, yet she gritted her teeth and repeated, "Your Majesty, I do not know." "Very well, very well." The queen suddenly smiled, a smile that sent chills down Concubine Yun's spine. "I have afforded you the opportunity to be honest, yet you have squandered it. Do not weep later. Bring her to me." Though the queen often wore a smile, her serious demeanor now commanded respect. Concubine Yun felt increasingly uneasy, uncertain as to whom the queen intended to summon. Moments later, Lu Quan entered, leading a figure clad in eunuch garb, battered and bruised. The individual inadvertently raised their head and locked eyes with Concubine Yun, causing her to gasp in horror and leap from her seat, only to quickly sit back down. Avoiding any further glance at the unfortunate soul, the queen observed Concubine Yun and Appo's reaction with quiet amusement, then directed, "Turn him to face Concubine Yun, so she may see him well." Turning her attention back to Concubine Yun, the queen inquired, "Concubine Yun, do you recognize this person?" Concubine Yun felt a chill at the sound of her name, her scalp prickling with dread. She wished to deny any acquaintance with the eunuch, but the circumstances allowed no room for denial. She quickly cast a glance at the figure and hesitantly responded, replying to Her Majesty, "This is Xiaolu, a servant in my palace. I had thought him missing since last night, and now I find him here with Your Majesty. May I ask why the queen has detained a servant from my household?" Concubine Yun's mind raced, seeking to deflect blame. However, the queen's next words shattered her final hopes. Chapter 98. Accusation. "You, servant, have confessed everything. Yin Fei, I advise you to think carefully before responding. I'm not so patient as to endure your stalling. If you confess willingly, I shall grant you some dignity in consideration of the eldest princess. Otherwise," the empress left her words hanging, and Yin Fei understood all too well. Initially, panic gripped her heart, but upon hearing the mention of the eldest princess, she felt a flicker of resolve and quickly signaled to Fei Yan beside her. Fei Yan, standing quietly, retreated discreetly. Seeing Fei Yan's silent exit, Qingli leaned closer to the empress and whispered, "Your Majesty, what is this? Do not concern yourself. I'm curious to see what she intends to do." The empress replied softly. At that moment, Yun Fei still contemplated a defense. "Your Majesty, I do not comprehend your meaning. My servant does not know what has angered you to this extent."